This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Archobler's Plays. On the winds of the night, we bring you a story whispered in the night. 3 short plays of the ways of men, past, present, and future. First, the past. The time, one of our yesterdays. The place, the main square of the village. It had once been a tree-circled gathering point for the women and old men to sun themselves. On its clean pavements, the children had played. But now the trees stand charred and broken. Blocks of jagged masonry lie piled in empty disorder. There is no village, only hovels clustering on the edge of great shell-blasted craters. One thing alone rises complete, shining new in the early morning sun, a crudely fashioned statue of a man. And before this statue stand a small boy and a bent old man. The boy speaks.
But were there so many people before the trouble, Grandfather?
People? Yes, yes. Hundreds and hundreds of people. The square here would be filled with them of a sunny day. The old ones sitting, the young ones strolling, the children playing. Hundreds, I tell you. Hundreds.
And were there many boys like me in the village then?
Aye, that there were. Playing their games, marching around and around to the music of the band.
Band?
Aye, band. Before the trouble. The band that played and told our men they had to fight.
Fight whom, Grandfather?
Our enemies, of course. Kill or be killed, the poster said. March on the enemy for the glory of the eternal state. Oh, yes, that's what the poster said. All over the town. It's as if I hear them now. The band playing here in the square. The women talking war talk. The men seizing their guns. Aye, guns. All but one. Jan Pero. And him they hated. Hated.
Orderly! Orderly! Yes, Commandant. That confounded band. Shut the window. Yes, Commandant. Now then, young man. We will settle your case.
I am waiting, Your Excellency.
Speak only when I tell you to.
As you say, Your Excellency.
Your name?
Jan Pero.
Occupation?
I am a farmer. My land is just beyond the furthest hill.
Family?
Wife and child.
According to this report, you have refused to join the armies of the state. Is that true?
I have never denied it.
Then what they say is true. You are afraid to die.
Give me a reason to die.
Reason? Are you such a fool that you have not understood what even the children in the streets are saying? That even now our enemies prepare to crush us?
That is what they say.
Enemies! They must strike them down. They must attack for the glory of our homes and wives and children.
Such an old tune.
Eh?
My father and his father before him danced out his life to it.
But our enemies prepare. They hate us. Men, women, and children.
But why do our enemies hate us?
Because...
I'll tell you. Because of that great victory won in my father's time. And in that victory was sown the seeds of this new war you ask me to die in. Oh, don't you understand?
Silence! Orderly! Where, Commandant? The Burgermeister. Send him in. One, Commandant.
Your Excellency, I know I'm only a farmer.
No,
but
I won't listen to you, Jan Pero. I know your sort. Talk, until a man's head spins in the middle like a top. Burgermeister, Your Excellency. Come in, Burgermeister. Come in.
Yes, Your Excellency. Whatever I can do for you.
You can do nothing for me. Here is your young Perro. See that he listens to reason. I give you 2 minutes.
Well, Jan.
Burgermeister,
You won't disgrace us, Jan.
why won't you listen to me? If I fight, if we fight, there will be no victory.
Oh, we'll win a glorious victory.
I say win or lose, there will be no victory. The hatred fighting breeds does not die with a victory. It lives on in the hearts of the defeated.
Protect your home and loved ones, Jan.
But we have not been attacked. No, Burgermeister. Protect my son and my son's sons from dying. That's what I'll do. I will not fight. I will not fight. I will not fight.
Oh, Jan. Jan.
Do not weep, little wife.
But I heard.
What you heard were only words the commandant squealed to frighten me. I spoke only the truth, my wife. He knows I did.
Jan, do what they say.
You want me to go to war? Because you cannot stand people's empty words?
Everyone is going, Jan. You must too.
Anna, my silly little one. You don't know what you're saying.
Do what they say, Jan. Do it.
No.
You are afraid. You are.
Anna.
Afraid to fight. To protect your home, your wife, your child. Afraid.
Yes. Yes. I am afraid.
Afraid.
But not afraid of what you think, my wife. Not afraid of the quick death of a smashing bullet in my head. No. No, not afraid of the slow death. The squirming in the mud of a stinking trench with my blood pouring from me like a burning fire. I tell you, I am not afraid to die in battle, my wife. I am afraid that I might not die.
What?
I'm afraid that I'd live through this war and come back and see the years go by and watch the next war brewing. Watch my son fed with the lies they're trying to feed me. Watch the new hates growing in those other lands. The hates my rifle had helped shoot into their hearts and minds. That's what I'm afraid of, my wife. That's why I will never fight. That's why I'll never...
Jan, they're coming for you.
For me?
Oh, no.
Young Perro.
What?
I order the emergency military tribunal. You are to be executed on the charge of high treason. That execution to take place at once. Commandant. Well, young Perro, will you fight for peace and glory?
You mean to shoot me?
In 3 minutes by the clock.
The wall behind me. All of my church.
Blindfold the prisoner.
No, wait. I want to see them. The crowd there. Look, they were my friends. You there, Eric. I see you. Why do you call me names? We were in school together. You were my friend. Please understand me. You there, Hans. Remember the long talks we had together of beauty and a brave new life? You, Hans, tell them what I mean when I say that word. No, they will not listen. You see, Commandant. Look at them. My friends. Even the thought of war. And already they are not men of the soil, men of the shops, but things of hate. And that hate will not stop when the terms of peace are signed. It cannot stop.
Show lamps. Sport ready.
Hey, no. Another moment. Brothers of my village, listen to me. Before those bullets tear me open, listen to me. I have lived with you, worked with you, all the years of my life. And if my life is ending now, here among you. That is good. Better my blood soak into this, my native soil, than in another land. My blood that flows here ends here. But yours will flow like a great river of hate, joining the hate of our fathers and our enemies, until it is a great sea washing over all the world, blotting it out like a flood. Do not give your blood to that sea of hate, my countrymen. Do not fight, and there will be no war. Fight, and there will be no peace. For in the peace you dictate will be our children's war. And when that new war comes, it will rain from the sky, a great green choking cloud. It will blot out the village. All men will grovel in burrows beneath the ground, with their women like hunted things. The great cities of men will crash. Wolves will howl among the broken things we call our glory. Violence breeds violence, my brothers. There can be no peace, no war. There can be no peace, no war. There can...
And so he died, John Pharaoh, many years ago. Died against a church wall that was dust long before the day of trouble. The day when all that he said came true, and the world went up in flames of hate.
But the statue, Grandfather.
This statue? Oh, yes. Frederick the Blind and I, we were the only men left in all the village. We made it with our own hands. Look close and read the words, my son. Read.
It says, to the memory of Jan Pero, the bravest man in all the village.
Now the second in our short plays of the ways of men, a story of the present. The scene aboard the U.S. destroyer Liberty, somewhere in the Mediterranean. It is dusk. The usual disciplined calm of the battleship has been broken for the past half hour by a minor tragedy of the sea. In the heavy fog, a small fishing skiff had been cut down by the lunging prow of the destroyer. At the moment, the senior officer is making his report to the commandant.
No doubt, sir, from the testimony of the men on deck, that not only was the skiff operating without a foghorn, but she didn't have a light on it either, fore nor aft.
That's all very well, Lieutenant. But what I want to know is, how about the boy?
Oh, he's all right, sir. Not a thing wrong with him. Raising the devil good and proper, that he is, sir.
Eh? What do you mean?
Well, sir, it's a boat he wants.
A boat?
Aye, sir, a boat. The minute he hit the deck, he began yelling for a boat in place of the one we ran down.
Put him below deck until morning.
Oh, but that won't help, sir. It's the baby that's got us worried.
Baby?
Aye, sir, baby, sir. The one the lad brought with him. 10 or 12 months old is how I rate it.
Lieutenant, perhaps you're not aware that I saw the boy brought over the side. He was alone.
Aye, sir, alone, but all the time he had this kid. I mean, this baby, wrapped up snug under his coat. Didn't know it was there, we didn't. Until all at once he takes it out and starts dressing it in the dry stuff we gave him.
Well, I'll be...
Aye, sir.
Whose baby is it? Who's the boy? What was he doing out here in the fog in a small boat without running lights?
Well, that's just it, sir. He won't tell us.
Eh?
Just keeps yelling for a boat right away, quick. Kid under one arm and waving his fist, yelling to see the captain. It's one hell of a mess, sir. There, sir. Do you hear him?
Send him in.
Aye, sir. You boy. The commander will speak. In here. In here. This is him, sir. I mean, them, sir.
Very good, Lieutenant.
Aye, sir.
Come closer, boy. Boy, can't you do something about that child?
You are the captain, senor?
I'm Colonel Robert. Now that baby, can't you do something about him? Huh?
Quiet, little fellow. This is the captain. He will help us. Quiet, little sister.
Well, he certainly listens to you.
As you will listen to me, Capitan. A boat. You will give me a boat. I must have a boat quickly. Do not stand there.
All right, boy. That's about enough of that. You'll be taken care of.
You mean that, senor?
Certainly.
Then you will give me a boat now?
Boy, try and understand. This is a government ship. I am sure proper compensation will be made for your loss.
The words, senor. All of them I do not understand. This I know. A boat. Give me a boat, senor. There is no time. We must go.
Stop that. Did you hear me? I said you'd be taken care of, you and your sister. We'll get you back where you belong. Is that clear?
A hole in the ground.
Eh?
A hole in the ground is good enough for me, senor. But my sister, I do not think even you would want that for her.
What are you talking about?
You said you will take us back where we came from.
Well?
The bombs made great holes, senor.
Where are you from?
Aquila.
Oh.
My sister asked you to. You will give us another boat, senor?
Your family?
I told you, senor, I told you. Hole in the ground.
I'm sorry. Aquila. It's 200 miles from the sea. Battle area. Boy, how did you manage to... You don't mind answering a few questions, do you?
Questions? Questions, senor? You ask me? No. I have questions I have wanted to ask for many days. You have gray hair. You are old. They always tell me the old are wise. So now you tell me, senor.
What?
Senor, why did they die?
Oh. Well, it's a war, boy. Difference of ideas. Someday you'll understand.
Understand, senor? What is there to understand? They understood to milk the cow. Jimenez understood how to make baskets to sell in the marketplace. Teresa, she understands how to beat the clothes white on the stones of the river. Juana, how to take care of her 5 children. But war, senor. It was so good in our village. The sun so bright, the air so clear. What had we to do with war? Make me understand, senor. Why are they all dead?
Well, Civil War, as I said, difference of ideas. How can I explain?
My papa tells me many things. He talked to me of a world where men think free and talk free, where everyone has his own land, not too much, and men are like brothers. Is this why my papa is dead, senor? Is this why bombs drop from the sky?
Boy, listen to me.
No, senor. You do not know. You are not wise. No one who is old is wise. I must go. A boat, senor. Give me of my boat.
Boy.
Listen to her, senor. Our village was full of such laughter. Where is it now? Only Maruja and me. But her I take away to some place where there is nobody old and wise to drop bombs on her.
So that's where you were sailing.
See. We came so far until I found the boat. Then the sea. We were so happy. All at once your ship, so fast, I could not get us out of the way. She is so little, senor. So pretty. When she is afraid, she never cry. Just look at me like she say, brother, you take good care of me. I will. Give me a boat, senor. Give me a boat.
All right, boy. It'll be all right.
Senor?
This is your boat.
Mine?
I'll take you to a place where God willing, you and your sister will be safe.
You know such a place, senor?
Yes. We're not so old there. We haven't forgotten that liberty is not a gift, but a victory.
Look, senor. She has gone to sleep, my sister. It was because now she knows I can take care of her.
Take her outside, boy. The lieutenant will give you a place to sleep.
Gracias, senor. You are good. I thought there was no one left who was Gracias, senor.
Sleep well, boy.
Radio.
Make the following addition to message sent to flagship. Quote, in Reese skiff run down in fog. There were 2 survivors, a boy and a baby. We are proceeding on course. We are taking children home.
And now the third play. The time, 20,000 years from tomorrow.
Excuse me, please. I know it isn't polite. I can't help it. It's the funniest thing. Wait until you hear it. Absolutely the funniest thing. Yes, I'll tell you. A hoax. He tried to play a hoax on me, telling me it was an authentic record of their times and expecting me. Me to believe. No. Wait a moment. I'll start from the beginning. Really, I will. And then you'll laugh with me. I know you will. Well, it started like this. An old man comes to my study a little while ago, a package under his arm, and he tells me he's a student of the past. Past master of the humbug, that's what he meant. Wait until you hear it. So he has this package under his arm, and he says to me breathlessly,
Kind sir, I brought you the most wonderful relic of the past the modern world has ever known.
Really? I said, what are you talking about, and who are you? He answers,
A lonely traveler, one who wanders in far-off places.
Far-off places. And that's what he told me. And so I said, and is this that you are bringing me from one of these far-off places? And he nods his head like a strutting rooster. He says,
Yes, indeed. You are the greatest living scholar of the history of the old world. So it is fitting that I bring this to you.
Indeed, I said. And what have you got, and where did you find it? He says,
I was walking through the mountains beneath which the great city once stood.
Well, I said, well. He said,
As you know, thousands of years ago, there was another civilization that reached great heights.
Yes, I know. I said, certainly you're not going to teach me history, my ancient friend. He said,
Oh, no, indeed. I only meant to say what I found high in the mountain. It is a written record of that civilization, the first written record ever to be found.
For a moment, I couldn't breathe. I just looked at him. I said, have you gone out of your head with age, old man? I just looked at him. I said, have you gone out of your head with age, old man? Nothing is left of that prehistoric time. First the sea covered them, and the dark planet swung close, and then the molten rock thrust up. It is only our theory that men had a civilization here before us. For answer, he tore the paper off the package. He said,
Look, these papers. Reality, I tell you. High in the mountains inside a piece of alabaster that must have protected it from the ravages of time. Miraculously spewed up from the earth when the mountains rose up through the land. Look, sir, and read. A record of their times. A record of the ways of men 20,000 years before our civilization came into being.
Yes, he said that. And I took the book, took it in my hand, and read. For a moment, I almost believed the fraud. Strange formations of letters and strange words and meanings, but clear enough to me. Clear enough. The cleverest fraud a faker ever tried to perpetrate. Now, wait. Let me tell you what was in that historical book. He tried to tell me that he'd found the old humbug. Listen to this. First, the book said... Wait until you hear this. First, the book said that the men of that past civilization fought about the land. You don't understand what I mean? I mean the world. They fought each other, maimed each other, bled each other over who owned what pieces of the world. Did you ever hear such nonsense? They knew how large the world was, and they knew how many men were in it. But instead of dividing it up fairly, or all owning together as one, they fought each other. Yes, bloody wars for years and years. Did you ever hear such humbug history? And that isn't all. The book said that they fought each other over race. Yes, race. The book says the word means the difference between men. And then the book said that all men had the same origin. And yet, they killed each other over a difference they admitted didn't even exist. Oh, what a fraud, that book. And a man walked that world for a little while who said, "For the glory of God, peace on earth." And he spoke truth. And men listened and said, "We believe." And then went out to murder with bright music playing. Music, I tell you. And then a little man arose who said, "For the glory of the state, war on earth." And he spoke lies. And men knew they were lies, and he knew they knew. But again they went out to murder with the music playing. And here's the funniest. Other men saw what was happening. And they said, "Let them kill. It is not to our interest." And the flame of murder came closer. And still they said, "It is not our interest." As if the house were afire, and they said, "We will not use water until we ourselves are burning." And here's the climax. The preposterous book said that these crazy people who filled the earth in those days had machines with which to fly through the air. Yes, really, through the air. But imagine the wonder if it were true, speeding through the air like the birds' great glistening machines to carry men to new wonders. Guess what the front of the book said they did with them? Now, you'll hold your sides when you hear this. They loaded them up with horrible tearing things and flew up over the crowded places and dropped them. Yes, believe me. The humbug history tried to make me believe that was the truth. They struggled for centuries. Men studied, toiled, rivers of heartache, said the book, trying to make a healthier world for their children to live in. And then they threw poison clouds down from the sky and killed them off in tens of thousands. Killed the children. Isn't it all a joke?
These three plays of the ways of men were written especially for radio by Arch Obler. The first play, Memoriam, featured Bill Johnston. The second play, Soul Survivors, Jack Kelk and Ray Collins. And the last play, Humbug, featured Raymond Edward Johnson. Next week, we bring you Mr. Important, a sentimental fantasy with Mr. Martin Gable. Arch Obler's Plays. On the winds of the night, we bring you a story whispered in the night. Watch Obler's plays are presentations of the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. This is going to be a story that's almost unbelievable. Almost. A thing will happen which people, scientists included, will tell you cannot possibly happen. As your parents or grandparents were told that radio could not happen. Television, heavier than air flight, and space travel could not happen. The thing is almost impossible. However, Kathy and Doug Sellers live in a middle-class suburb. Their neighbors are people to whom they say good morning, with whom they discuss the weather and the crabgrass. That's about the extent of the neighborliness. So that Doug is surprised this evening when Kathy says,
"Early dinner tonight. We've been invited next door to spend the evening."
Oh, the Carters, they invited us over?
No, not the Carters. No, next door the other way, the Joneses.
Well, they just moved in yesterday.
I know you wouldn't think they'd be ready for guests so soon, but they're completely settled in. I never saw anything like it.
How come you saw it in the first place?
Well, I went over there. She's such a little thing. I just thought I'd go over and see if I could help.
That was neighborly of you.
Well, but there wasn't anything to help with.
You like her?
She's nice, yes. Her name's Tootie.
Tootie?
I said we'd come, okay?
Oh, sure, of course. He's kind of funny looking.
Well, they're quite small, both of them.
Yeah,
but
he's got a big head. I know they can't help it, but somehow small people with big heads put me off.
Our mystery drama, Through the Looking Glass, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Fielden Farrington and stars Anne Shepard. There is a certain excitement in meeting new people who may or may not turn out to be friends. Friendship, not to be confused with acquaintanceship, requires so many parallels of taste, viewpoints, needs, backgrounds, and the like, that it's quite remarkable we see as much of it as we do. Kathy and Doug Sellers are calling to spend an evening with two strangers who, obviously, would like to become friends.
Hello, Kathy. Oh, I'm so glad you could both come.
Hi, Tootie. This is my husband, Doug.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Well, please come in. I want you to meet Sid. Sid? Oh, he's upstairs. Sometimes he's so slow getting ready for anything. Well, won't you sit down?
You really are settled in, aren't you? It's very nice, too. Everything looks brand new.
Oh, yes, it is. Well, can I get you a cup of coffee or... Oh, dear, I don't think we have anything to drink. I mean, like...
Oh, coffee's fine.
Hello down there. I'll be right with you.
Sid, do we have any... You didn't get any whiskey or anything, did you?
No, I'm sorry. I am sorry. I should have thought of that.
We don't drink at all, you see. And it's just easy to forget.
That's no excuse. I should have
been... that's all right. We don't drink either. Not really.
Hardly ever.
You see, where we come from, people just don't drink.
Oh. You must come from a far distance. I'm trying to think of a place where nobody drinks.
Well, things are very different here. We're really very... Oh, what is that word, Sid?
Backwoodsy. We're very backwoodsy.
Yes.
Uh-huh. You're putting us on, right?
We're... What?
You're putting us on, kidding us.
Oh.
Well, I mean, this furniture looks as if it had been designed for 20 years from now, you know. Backwoodsy?
Well, the furniture's all new, you know.
And you've got it all arranged so quickly. As I told Doug earlier, it looks as though you've been living here for years. And he's right, you know. It's very advanced.
Is it? Well, is it too...
It's all right, Tootie. She's so afraid we're going to seem, you know, different.
Doug, did you hear what Tootie just told me? Sid's in the same business you're in.
No kidding.
Are you an inventor, Doug?
No, I'm more like a designer, actually. Internal combustion engines.
Oh, we're not too far apart. As a matter of fact, I'm working on something right now that may put you out of business.
Oh? What would that be?
I've got a motor that's powered by solar energy.
Oh. By sunlight? Just sunlight?
Yes. Well, not the light itself, of course, by the emanations.
Does it work?
Oh, yes. Would you like to see it?
See it?
I've got a working model down in the basement.
A solar energy motor in the basement?
Oh, I see. It doesn't need the direct light. And besides, it stores. Do you want to see it?
Aren't you afraid I'll steal it? I mean, if you've got a solar energy engine that really works...
No, I'm not afraid. Now, please don't be offended. I've had to work out some pretty radical new mathematical concepts that, well, you wouldn't understand them just looking at the model. Nobody would.
Okay. I'd love to see it.
Good, come along. The good thing about it is you don't even need a sunny day. All you need is the sun on your side of the earth.
Would you like more coffee? If Doug's anything like Sid, they'll be down there for hours.
No, I don't think I could handle any more coffee, thank you. You're right about Doug, though. Where did Sid work before you came here? I mean, maybe he worked for somebody Doug knows.
Well, he didn't actually work for anyone. He's always been just an inventor.
Well, Doug knows so many people in the business. We moved around so much before we went to work for Driscoll Motors. I just thought we might have some mutual friends.
No. I mean, it doesn't seem likely. We haven't lived anywhere but, you know, there and now here.
Well, where did you live before?
It was just, well, like a different world almost. That's why I'm so pleased about tonight. We're the kind of people who just can't live without friends, you know?
Mm.
We were afraid there wouldn't be anyone we could, well, be friends with. So that makes tonight so good.
Oh, Tootie, you don't have to worry. We have a lot of friends you'll probably meet.
Where we used to live, we knew everyone. Just everyone.
Oh, that must have been nice wherever it was.
Oh, yes. It was all we knew, of course. In many ways, it's better here. Much better.
It's so quiet. How can a motor with any guts to it be so quiet? I've heard cats purr louder.
Well, there's nothing to make noise, actually, except the friction. And there's very little of that.
It's beautiful. How big would it have to be to power, say, an automobile?
How big? Well, this engine itself would pull a freight train. So 12, maybe 15 cars.
That little thing?
Energy doesn't come in sizes, Doug. With refinements I'm not tooled for here, a motor like this could supply all the electricity a medium-sized city would need.
You're kidding.
It has implications, as a matter of fact, that could lead to the obsolescence of electricity itself.
Man, you are talking revolution, you know that?
It would be a tremendous step. Yes, it would almost certainly entail some dislocation.
Dislocation? It would bomb out just about everything our society is based on.
Well, the short-term adjustment would be severe, I don't deny that. Temporary chaos. The gain would be long-range, not immediate.
Ooh, scares me. No kidding. You don't know what you've got here.
Oh, yes, I know. What I have here is a device, a ridiculously simple little device which would make the air we breathe sweet and pure again. Make the oceans, the lakes, and the rivers habitable for marine creatures. Put an end to nervous breakdowns from the sheer clamor of civilization. As you say, destroy everything today's society is based on.
Well, today's society isn't exactly utopia. I know that, but, Sid, it's the only society we've got.
Would you like to see the design on paper? Talk about the math involved.
Well, you said I couldn't understand the math anyway.
No. I said you couldn't understand it simply from looking at the motor. Actually, like the motor, the math is quite simple.
I can't tell you how glad I am that you could come over and just, visit.
I'm afraid I've talked too much shop to Doug, though.
Huh? Oh, no, not at all. I'm sorry. I guess I'm sort of preoccupied.
Dinner next time, all right?
Okay. I'd love to watch that gadget of yours turn out a whole dinner.
Let's go, Kathy. I mean, I do have to get to work early tomorrow. I'll be in touch, Sid, okay?
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks again.
Disapprove, neighbors?
What did you say, Tootie?
I say, disapprove. Oh, I'm sorry.
We agreed not to speak that way, not even when we're alone.
Oh, I keep forgetting. Did you approve of the neighbors?
Yes. On the whole, yes, I think so. What did you think of her?
Well, it's hard to get used to these big, clumsy people, you know. But I rather liked her. She's a little inquisitive, but I guess that's natural. It's nothing I can't handle.
He's a good man. He does have that stupid short-sightedness they all have. But I think he'll do.
Well, I don't care what you told them about us hardly drinking. I want a good solid slug of bourbon.
Okay. Something happened?
What?
Did he tell you where they're from? Where they moved here from?
No, I don't think so.
Well, she's a pretty close-mouthed one. Aren't you even going to put any water or anything with it?
He's quite a guy, that Sid.
How do you mean?
But when Tootie... what kind of a name is that, anyway? Anyway, when she called him an inventor, she sure wasn't kidding. Did she say anything about where they came from?
I told you I spent the whole evening trying to find out where they're from. But she's slippery as an eel. I didn't get to first base.
People don't give things away. You have to be suspicious when a man wants to give something away. I think he was completely cracked, except that crazy math of his works. So does his engine.
I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
He wants to give it to me. Now, you can't tell me there isn't a catch in that somewhere. He just wants to give it to me. The whole thing, no strings attached.
Give you what?
Look, he's got this machine, this motor, this engine. Designed it, built it himself, he says, invented it. Draws its power from sunlight, sun rays. Now, there's a difference, and it's just gonna... it's gonna blow the whole world up, that's all.
A bomb? You mean a bomb?
Oh, no, just the opposite, I guess you could say, only... Good Lord, the mess it could make. It's like we made a wrong turn 100 years ago or so, all of us, our whole society, and what he wants to do is to back up and make the proper turn. But you just can't wipe out. It's a very scary thing. Kathy. What am I gonna do?
Well, I don't really understand the problem yet, Doug.
Okay. He's got a machine that takes its power from the sun, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and that's about the size of a small vacuum cleaner, and it could power a city. It could. I've seen it. I've seen the blueprints. I've learned the math. Learned it, mind you, in half an hour. And all our old math, everything I spent my life learning, it's all just silly kid stuff.
He wants... Did you say he wants to give all this to you?
Now, figure what it means. Everything we know is down the drain. Now, just think about oil. You've got 50 billion or so barrels of oil tucked away, and you're using it to make the world market go where you want it to go. All of a sudden, your 50 billion barrels of oil aren't worth the price of half a dozen loaves of yesterday's bread. It's not going to make you happy. It's going to make you feel very... very restless and insecure. Or you manufacture Or all your money is in something or other power and light company, or you work in a gas station, or you're a coal miner, or... I don't care, you're anything. Whatever you do for a living, it's dead. And Sid wants to give the damn thing to me. Maybe I don't blame him.
Wouldn't there be a lot of money in it?
For us? Millions. Oh, hell, more like billions.
Take it.
I'm not even sure money would have much value anymore. Apart from everything else, I've got this feeling I'm being used.
There's a very good chance that Doug is being used. In a good cause, perhaps, but used all the same. There's a worn-out old cliché that says you can't make an omelet without breaking an egg. All well and good. But what if the egg that's getting broken is the world you've grown up in, the only world you know? It could make you feel pretty uncomfortable. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Doug Sellers didn't have a very good night's sleep. He and Kathy spent most of what was left of the night talking about their new next-door neighbors, Sid and Tootie Jones. That is an odd name, Tootie, isn't it? At any rate, Doug's mood isn't the best this morning.
I'm going to have a talk with old Driscoll today.
About Sid's gadget, the solar thing?
About how hard the guy's working trying to give it away. There's something spooky about that. I don't like being spooked.
You said Sid's crazy to give the thing away. Aren't you doing the same thing if you tell Mr. Driscoll?
If I decide to take that nutty engine from Sid, and I haven't made my mind up yet. I couldn't possibly handle it on my own. It's going to take a lot of money to get a solar-powered motor in production. I'm not even sure Driscoll Motors is big enough.
But won't you have to give some of it to Mr. Driscoll if you bring him into it?
Only if I decide to accept from Sid. And if I do, the whole thing was a gift to me in the first place.
Well, I just thought... Oh, well, you know best.
If you want the truth, I don't know a damn thing. Except that I'm sitting on a cake of very high explosive, and it's making me very uneasy. So, that's it, Mr. Driscoll. The motor works. I saw it work, and it's just... You wouldn't believe it without seeing it. I studied the engine, too, and it would be simpler to make than most of what we're doing now. Simplest thing you ever saw, really. Except it's based on a completely new concept.
My first reaction, Doug, is nonsense.
Sure, that'd be anybody's first reaction.
But not yours?
Well, mine at first, yes. But then I saw the damn thing, Mr. Driscoll. I saw it.
No doubt in your mind now?
No. I'm as skeptical by nature as you are, but the thing works. And it's going to knock everything we know right out the window.
Well, that won't be permitted, of course. Now, what I'm interested now is... He offered you all rights?
Yes.
You sign any papers, either of you?
No, I said I wanted time to think it over.
You say this thing works, and I'm prepared to take your word for it. I want 50% of the rights. Straight down the middle. You agree to that?
Well, sure,
I'm
but
going to call Al Dobson. He can get the ball rolling faster than anybody I know. I'll get Ed Cahill moving on it, too. And, when can you get this, what's his name, the inventor in here?
Look, Mr. Driscoll, all I wanted to do was to tell you about this thing and ask your advice. Now, as
You've told me, and I'm advising you. Now, you pass the ball to me, and I run with it, right?
Mr. Driscoll, I don't have a ball to pass.
If you don't have a ball, we know where it is. Your inventor has fumbled it, and we'll take it over. He's no businessman, Sid. Would he have offered to give you a thing like solar energy if he were a businessman?
Well, the thing is...
maybe we don't actually have the ball yet, but we...
Look, Mr. Driscoll, you said... What was it you said? I told you it was going to knock everything we know right out the window, and you said that wouldn't be permitted. Now you talk as if you want to go ahead with it.
It'll be suppressed. Don't you worry about that, Doug boy. They'll buy us out.
Oh.
You think the oil industry would let a gadget like this go on the market? Not in a million years. And the auto manufacturers? Good Lord. Think what it would mean to them, just the retooling alone. Don't you worry about it, Doug. They'll buy us out.
I don't think Sid Jones will go along with that.
He'll go along. I told you, he's fumbled. When you fumble, you lose the ball.
Oh, hello, Kathy.
Hi. I washed the breakfast dishes, did 2 loads of laundry, and vacuumed the living room. I figured it was time to take a break. You mind?
Oh, mind? No, I'm delighted. Come on in. Let's go in the sitting room. Living room. Oh, which do you call it?
Living room. Doesn't matter.
Well, anyway, come on in and sit down. I didn't have anything to do either. I was just... Oh, I forgot to turn off the television.
That's a television set?
Oh, you know Sid. It's one of his inventions. He'll drive me crazy with his inventions one of these days.
But the screen's the wrong shape. It's so big. It looks... What it looks like when you turn it off is a full-length mirror.
Well, that's the idea, I guess. People would rather have a mirror in their sitting room than a box with that big blank screen staring at them. Oh, I don't know. I don't try to keep up with Sid's inventions.
Doug says he's very good.
Oh, yes. He's good.
Doug says he's way ahead of his time.
Ahead of his time?
Yeah. You know, inventing things the world just isn't ready for yet. Like that solar energy thing.
Well, he is very advanced in his thinking. Yes. Sid is very advanced. And he's worried about the... Oh, what do you call it? The ecology.
Yeah. Tootie, Doug was very upset last night.
Oh?
Sid wanted to give him that solar energy thing. I mean, you just hand it over to him. Let him take out the patents and take all the credit and make all the money.
Oh. Sid didn't tell me he'd gone that far.
Why would anybody want to do a thing like that, Tootie? You know, it looks funny. Actually, how it looks to Doug is suspicious. Why doesn't Sid apply for the patents himself? That's what anybody else would do.
He can't.
He can't?
We're not... we aren't American citizens.
Well, I can't see what difference that would make, really. There are plenty of American patents held by people who are citizens of other countries. Doesn't Sid know that?
Well, we're... Kathy, I don't know exactly what they'd call us. Unregistered aliens. Something like that. We're actually not in the country legally. We don't have any papers or any of that.
I see. Tootie, where are you from?
I can't tell you. Maybe Sid will want to later on. I expect he will. But I'm afraid I've already told you more than he'd want me to right now.
Damn it, Doug, what is this thing you've dumped in my lap?
What do you mean?
There's something mighty queer going on. I called Al Dobson and told him to get the ball rolling. Didn't tell him a damn thing except it was a solar-powered motor. And he had me back on the phone 20 minutes later. 20 minutes! Saying the thing was already out of hand and he had to know more.
Out of hand?
They want it. Everybody wants it. Ed Cahill says...
Ed Cahill, the patent lawyer?
They called him. The patent office called him. Now, you can believe that or not, but that's what Ed Cahill told me. They'd been hearing talk about solar energy down there, they said, and they called him.
Well, it looks like...
Somebody's pushing this thing. That's what it looks like to me. Somebody very big.
Well, after all, solar power...
I want you to see this, whatever his name is, this kook that's trying to give the rights away. I want you to get this paper signed.
What is it?
Don't waste time reading it. It's a simple release. Later on, there'll be reams of paperwork, but right now, I want that release signed.
All right, Mr. Driscoll.
And Doug.
Yes?
If you don't get that release signed, or if this nutty solar thing turns out to be phony, I'm going to bury you so deep they'll never dig you out.
I should never have talked to Driscoll about Sid's invention.
What happened?
Oh, hell broke loose. As nearly as I can figure, Driscoll's committed himself in 2 or 3 places without having a damn thing to deliver. Everything's moving so fast, it's a mess, that's all.
Dear. I talked to Tootie this morning, like you said.
Hmm? You find out anything?
They're what she called unregistered aliens. She said that herself. They're in the country illegally.
Oh, good Lord.
Doug, what does it mean?
I don't know what it means. Trouble, that's for sure.
That was why he wanted to turn the invention over to you, Tootie said. He doesn't have any papers or anything. I mean, no ID, no Social Security, nothing. And he knew he'd get into trouble, I guess, if he started messing around with patents and all that.
He's in trouble, all right.
Why? You going to do something about it?
I'm going to call Driscoll and tell him.
Oh, Doug, do you think you ought to? Couldn't you just... Oh, poor Sid. What about him, Doug?
I'm afraid that'll just have to be his problem. I've got a couple of my own.
Well, but do you have to tell Mr. Driscoll?
Look, I've been working for Driscoll for over 8 years. I'm one of the top men in the company. I met Sid for the first time last night. Now, which one am I supposed to be loyal to?
Yes, Driscoll here.
Mr. Driscoll, this is Doug Sellers.
Did you get that release signed?
Not yet. I just found out something I think you ought to know. The inventor, Sid Jones, the guy's not an American citizen. He's in the country illegally.
Say that again.
He's in this country illegally.
A spy?
No, I'm sure it's nothing like that. He's, I know him, Mr. Driscoll. I don't think he's a spy.
I might have known. Solar energy, my foot. He's a lousy spy. That thing of his is probably some kind of bomb or something. He's made you believe that...
Come on, Mr. Driscoll. I'm not that stupid. That engine that I saw last night was...
All right, I'll fix his wagon. You watch me. Thinks he can make a fool of Thomas P. Driscoll, does he?
What are you going to do?
Never you mind.
Oh, boy.
What'd he say?
He's decided Sid's a spy. I guess he means to blow the whistle on him.
You don't think he is, do you? Sid? A spy?
No, I don't know. I don't think so.
Shouldn't we go over and tell them? I mean, after all, if they're in trouble, it's our fault, too, isn't... Well, at least it's partly our fault.
Yes, things seem to be moving along very nicely.
Nicely? Sid, he thinks you're a spy.
Oh, Tootie, I'm sorry, but... Well, I always tell Doug everything, you know.
It's all right, Kathy.
Oh, please don't feel badly about it, either of you. It's all right. The patent office was interested, you say. That sounds very good.
Don't you think you ought to... Look, I mean, old Driscoll is going to do something. And that's for sure. And if you're not in this country legally...
It's all right, Doug. Really it is. Did you say this Mr. Driscoll gave you a paper he wanted me to sign?
Well, yes.
Do you have it with you?
Yes. Sid,
Hmm?
there is something very odd about all this. I mean, you're giving away... Sid, do you realize what you're giving away?
Yes.
What? Tell them, Sid. Don't you think they have a right to know after all that's happened?
Yes. I want to show you something, Doug. You and Kathy.
Oh, the TV. It's another of his inventions, Doug, the television. Did I tell you about that?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
Actually, it isn't a television set at all, except as you break the word down. Tele for distant seeing. Even so, it isn't that kind of distance. And I get only one picture on it. Always the same picture.
Only one picture?
Yes, I'll show you. That's the picture.
Oh, it's not very pretty, is it?
Looks more like a moonscape than anything else. Except for those mounds or domes or whatever they are scattered around. How come it's black and white?
There isn't any color there, Doug. In the scene we're watching, you'd see it if there were. It's just gray. There's no color at all.
Is it a movie? A science fiction movie or something like that?
Oh, no. It's quite real.
Well, it can't be the moon unless the other side has put domes up there and we don't know about it.
No, it isn't the moon.
Tell them, Sid.
It's our home. Tootie's and mine. That's where we came from. That's where we've always lived.
An alien world, old enough and weathered enough to look like our moon. Well, we've all heard or read stories about such places. That was fiction, of course. But it hasn't been so very long since it was only in fiction that men put on spacesuits and blasted off from Earth and later walked on the moon. Today's science fiction has an unsettling way of becoming tomorrow's fact. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Doug and Kathy Sellers are watching spellbound, but more than a little repelled, a television picture. Something like a television picture, at least, on a screen that becomes a full-length mirror when it's turned off. The picture is a dismal one, a bleak landscape, gray, rocky, and barren as the moon's surface, except for several dome-like structures placed here and there at apparent random. This, Sid and Tootie Jones claim, is their home.
There's no place like that on this planet, Sid. No place that I ever saw or heard of.
It's on this Earth. We're not space travelers.
Oh, I don't blame you for wanting to leave it, wherever it is.
Well, if you're not space travelers, then what kind of travelers are you?
Let's all sit down. It's a long story.
Shall I turn it off, Sid?
No. Leave it on. Somebody might come out of one of the domes. They'd be interested in that.
What kind of travelers, Sid?
You've already guessed it, I think. Yes, we're time travelers.
Time travelers?
Then when is that? That picture you've got on the screen.
Two questions there, really. Where and when? To answer the first, it's right here, Doug. Right in this very neighborhood, on this very spot.
Well, then...
When?
Yeah.
The year you're looking at is 3987. A little over 2,000 years from now.
And that's what this neighborhood looks like?
That's what the whole world looks like, Doug. Worse. This is a garden spot.
Oh, it's some kind of trick, isn't it? I mean, it's just something you invented.
More like something you invented. You, all of you, in the next few generations. That's misuse of the Earth's resources. All of your mistakes carried out to their final, inevitable conclusion. You're looking at the end product of your era's short-sightedness.
I just don't believe it.
Well, there it is. You can see it.
Well, then it wasn't it wasn't bombed out?
The A-bomb, the H-bomb, all the alphabetical bombs that came after? No, they were never used. Except to waste the Earth's substance and terrify its people.
There, on the screen. Somebody's coming out of the B7 dome. Can you see who it is, Sid?
No, not to be sure. Forex, most likely. I think it was his turn at B7.
What's he wearing that thing for? Looks like a spacesuit.
Well, that's what it is. We call them Atmos suits. There's no atmosphere now. None, at least, that's breathable. Except underground, where we convert it.
Good Lord.
Yes, we live underground. We come out now only to run tests. The toxicity of what's left of the atmosphere isn't very stable. We have to draw it in and purify it, so we need to keep abreast of what we're up against.
And pump the impurities back out?
Yes.
And that increases the toxicity?
Yes. The problem isn't solved. We're living by stopgap measures. We have some time, though. There's a lot of air out there, even though most of it is poison. And there aren't very many people to breathe what we salvage.
How many?
Well, in B7... Oh, no, you mean worldwide?
Yeah.
Oh, around 700,000. Between 7 and 8.
In the whole world?
Actually, that's a lot. It was down closer to 100,000 when we finally got the underground communities established. We were that close to extinction.
We're the only survivors. Everything else is gone.
We're here on a mission. You must have realized that.
What kind of a mission?
A very simple one. We're here to save the world.
Sergeant Wilson.
Yeah, I want to talk to the chief of police.
He's out of town. What can I do for you?
Listen, I'm Thomas P. Driscoll of Driscoll Motors. I want to report a spy.
Report a spy. You'd like to give me the details?
I can only give the chief the details.
No way, Mr. Driscoll.
I offer you a spy, a genuine spy, and you won't put me up. All right. I'm coming over there. By God, I pay my taxes and I'm entitled. I'll be over there in 10 minutes.
Did you say save the world? You're here to save that world 2,000 years from now?
That world, which of course is simply this one grown old. That's a dead world. It's beyond saving in our time. We have a few 100,000 people living inside it. Like people on one of your life rafts. If the people on the raft aren't rescued, they'll die. The same with our people. They'll die, or their grandchildren will, or their grandchildren. We few have survived the catastrophe temporarily.
And so you've come back here, back to our time with...
With the only treatment that can possibly save the world. We have a cure for its sickness, and we mean to administer it. Call me one of the doctors. There are many of us.
Many of you?
Oh, yes, one man could never do it. Your Mr. Driscoll was very right about that, Doug. We have many people in this time, some of them in very high places where pressure can be applied, where red tape can be bypassed.
Speaking of Driscoll, Sid, I think you ought to...
Don't worry about it. It isn't important. Now, will you let me sign that paper he gave you?
All right.
I've read that the people of your time set great store by pieces of paper with signatures on them.
What are these numbers you put under the signature?
Oh, that's just to make it thoroughly legal. That's my designation in my own time. 6D48M. We have numbers instead of names, although we still use nicknames. Mine actually is Sid from 6D.
My designation is 2T93K. Tootie. 2T.
That's kind of a cute name, though, once you get used to it.
Well, if you had time travel, why did you wait until the world got into such a state?
Time translation is a relatively recent discovery.
But why this particular time? Why not earlier or later?
Oh, no, irreversible damage has been done at this time. As a matter of fact, it was at this time and point that the depletion of resources began accelerating so rapidly that it got out of control. Any later would have been too late. Well, much earlier, you wouldn't have had the technology needed to use what we wanted to give you.
I hope I haven't spoiled it for you. For all of us.
No. If it doesn't work, it's nobody's fault but my own. I made the decisions. It was my assignment.
I told you I'd get to the chief, and you said he was out of town.
Orders, Mr. Driscoll. I still don't know why he took me off the desk and handed me the job. It's FBI work.
Well, don't you worry about that, Wilson. You think the two of us will be enough? If he should decide to shoot his way out or something like that.
There are 2 carloads of good men following us. The house will be surrounded when we go in, and there won't be a chance of us getting away.
Yes, there's a car stopping out in front now. Tootie, will you turn the screen off?
I already did.
Oh, Lord, it's old Thomas P. himself.
Mr. Driscoll.
And a cop.
Odd. I thought it would be your FBI. Oh, Mr. Driscoll looks very determined.
Mad as a wet hen, that's how he looks.
Well, he shouldn't be angry. He may make a great deal of the money you people prize so highly. Oh, you will too, of course, if things work out.
How can things work out if they're coming to pick you up?
There are many others, as I told you. My being found out shouldn't affect anything.
Maybe you could still get out the back way, Sid.
Oh, I'm sure we're surrounded. Oh, people are very impatient in 1975. I'll let them in.
Is your name Sid Jones?
Oh, that's what I'm called, yes. Won't you come in?
Put the cuffs on him, why don't you? He's your spy. What are you waiting for?
Jones, is it true that you showed Mr. Sellers, is it, that you showed him an invention of yours last night?
Well, yes, it's still down in the basement if you'd like to take a look at it.
Sergeant, you'll be making a great mistake if you arrest this man.
Have you lost your mind?
Sergeant, I can prove beyond any question that I am not a spy. Will you allow me to show you the proof?
Watch him, Wilson. He's up to something.
We got only your word, Mr. Driscoll. Go ahead, Jones.
Thank you. Tootie, will you help me with this?
Wilson, are you out of your head?
What's back of that looking glass, Jones? What's the glass got to do with this?
Well, that's what I'd like to show you. There's no danger, I assure you.
No danger, he says.
Just don't try anything.
Tootie?
The third button?
Yes, the third button.
What's happening? That's no mirror. Look at that thing.
It was turning all milky, foggy.
Wilson, why don't you do something?
He can't get away. Give the guy a chance.
I think it's ready now, Tootie.
Stop her! For God's sake, somebody stop her. She's disappearing into that looking glass thing.
Goodbye, Doug. Goodbye, Kathy. Thank you very much, both of you, for all you've done.
Stop right there, Jones. Stop, or I'll...
Or you'll what? He's gone, you idiot. You let him walk right through that looking glass.
It's changing again. Look, Kathy, it's making a picture. Oh, my God.
A park. It's a beautiful park with trees and flowers and people walking around.
And not in those miserable spacesuits either.
No. It's bright, pretty clothes. And children play... Oh, Doug, it must... Look, there's a dog, a little poodle.
For God's sake, what kind of mirror is that?
Break through it, you fool. Smash it. I don't care what it is. Smash it.
I guess you're right. Now, please stand aside, all of you.
What are you going to do with that gun?
Just use the butt of it to break the glass, ma'am. Now, please stand clear.
There's nothing back there but the wall. Just a plain blank wall.
Oh, I almost forgot. Here's that release you wanted Sid to sign, Mr. Driscoll.
I don't want the damn thing. I don't want anything to do with him and his magic mirrors. I don't want any part of any of it.
I don't think you really have a choice, Mr. Driscoll. That was a park we saw through the looking glass before the sergeant here smashed it. And if they have a park, we have solar energy. We couldn't change it if we wanted to.
A park where there was a desolate wasteland only a few minutes ago. But wait, it wasn't a few minutes ago at all, was it? It was over 2,000 years in the future. And what this implies is that there are at least two quite different futures, both possible, which in turn implies that we have, at this exact point in world history, reached a crossroad. I'll be back shortly. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised if one day, before too terribly long, we hear that solar energy is in the process of being harnessed. In any case, I believe that 6D48M, alias Sid Jones, has given us something to think about. Let's hope the right people do the right kind of thinking. Our cast included Ann Shepard, Jack Grimes, Evie Juster, Russell Horton, and Ken Harvey. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... I'm E.G. Marshall. A Chinese proverb holds that nobody's family can hang out the sign, "Nothing the matter here." There's wisdom in that, don't you agree? Think about your own family. Isn't there at least one skeleton lurking in your closet? At some time and for some reason, it will surely reveal itself. The consequences have raised Cain with ruling powers, business, and even love between two persons. That is why Dr. Tom Lodge, a young resident in a Boston hospital, has long safeguarded a dark family secret from his wife, Nancy.
Tom, what are you hiding?
Nothing, darling.
Now, that doesn't ring true. We don't have secrets between us. Or do we?
All right, now, look, don't get on your high horse.
Well, then don't treat me like a child. What have you done? Are you married to someone else? Is there a girl you left behind you? Did you kill someone on a hunting trip? Oh, Tom, please, tell me. I have a right to know.
Our mystery drama, The Recluse, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Tony Roberts and Patricia Elliott. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. When we are young, family, especially our immediate family, is to us the world in microcosm. And we know that we are part of a self-contained unit in which we are fed, clothed, and protected. When we become adults, however, we can view our parents and relatives more objectively. Uncle Bill never was really that amusing, was he? And why did Father always unthinkingly vote the straight ticket? Because he read only the sport pages. And so family unity becomes subject to the strains of objective thinking, as we are about to find out.
I'm home, darling.
So you are. What a treat. Give me a kiss? What happened? It's only 6 o'clock. Did the patient die?
You're too much, Nancy. Hey, something smells good.
Stew. Or call it beef bourguignon. It's all the same.
Oh, that's a sacrilege, and you know better. And no, the patient did not die. It was a hot appendix, and she'll be up on her feet tomorrow. Now, what's the news of the day?
Well, not good.
My mother?
No, arthritis is wicked, but I don't think it's a killer. No, it's your grandmother in White River. She died this afternoon. Your mother called.
I see.
Your mother wants us to attend the funeral. She can't.
Well, neither can I. I just can't up and leave the hospital. My mother should know that.
Well, somebody has to represent the family, and your mother and you are the only living relatives. You can't not go, Tom. You seem so unfeeling. After all, she is your grandmother.
I know.
Didn't you like her? I thought everyone liked his grandmother.
Well, sure, but...
You really adored her, didn't you?
Oh, come off it, Nancy.
Well, first your mother sounded as if she didn't care that her mother had died, and now here you are not caring either and feeling that her death is an imposition.
Hey, what are you so worked up about over this old lady? I mean, you never even met her.
Maybe I'm lucky. What was Mrs. Schuyler, some kind of witch?
No, but... Oh, well, let it go.
Why won't you talk about her, Tom?
Look, I don't remember her very well. I've kind of lost track. Hey, look, let's have our...
Supper will keep. You realize, don't you, that the more you evade the subject, the more you arouse my curiosity. Now, tell me about your grandmother.
Well, the Schuyler family has been in White River for hundreds of years, dating from before they built the inn, a place named Riverfront. My grandmother's lived there all her life.
An old inn? Oh, like the ones you see on the book covers of Gothic novels?
Yeah, something like that. It's on the edge of the river, and it's more than 100 years old. 20 rooms. Most of them were closed off when the inn was closed to travelers.
And you explored every one of them, didn't you?
As a matter of fact, I did.
But you don't remember her very well. Isn't that what you said? Okay, Doctor, what's the mystery?
There is none. Really. Grandma lived in 3 rooms and never went out. She's been a recluse since my mother and I left.
Why? Heartbroken to see you go?
No, not exactly. Hey, how about dropping the subject?
No, sirree. There's a skeleton in the family closet, and I want to know what it is, and I'll find out tomorrow.
Pardon?
When we reach White River.
Now, look.
It's all decided. We're driving up for the funeral.
But...
No buts about it. What is this dark secret?
It goes to the grave with her. My grandmother's death has laid that skeleton to rest. Forever. You stay here, Nancy, in the waiting room, huh?
Now, I'm not sitting here while Mr. Martin reads you the will. As your wife, I'm entitled to know the provisions of your grandmother's will.
What am I going to do with you? All right. Come in.
Come in, Dr. Lodge. Ah, Mrs. Lodge.
See? He expects me in his office.
Well, it's nice to see you again, Tom.
Thank you, sir. My wife, Nancy.
How do you do?
Hello.
Well, sit down, if you please. It's been several years, Tom.
Yes, sir. 6.
And you're a doctor in a big Boston hospital.
Oh, a resident.
How interesting. I telephoned your mother.
She couldn't be here for the funeral. Yes, arthritis. She's pretty much confined to her house.
Yes, so she told me. A tasteful service. Simple, but reverent.
Thank you for attending, Mr. Martin.
Well, your grandmother was my client and a friend. You didn't know her, Mrs. Lodge?
No, only by hearsay.
Is that so? Hearsay, indeed. Well,
Tom's told me that she was a recluse.
Well, I suppose she had become so. Of course, she was an old woman and set in her ways.
And what were those, if I may ask, Mr. Martin?
My grandmother was austere, self-righteous, and unforgiving. She turned her back on my mother and me 6 years ago, and we've never heard from her since. We learned not to care.
Oh. Why, Tom?
She never forgave my mother for marrying my father. Grandma considered him several cuts below her social level. Now, let's forget what's past and hear what Mr. Martin has to say.
Yes. Well, the provisions of her will are clear and simple. You, Tom, inherit her entire estate.
The old inn and the 15 acres surrounding it?
And the small house where Mrs. Meggs lives.
Tom, it's a fortune.
Well, I don't know about that, but... Well, the land is valuable, but the inn...
Well, it's in bad disrepair.
And useless.
I'm afraid that your grandmother let it go over the past few years. It's weather-worn and rotted.
And mice have replaced the ghosts of all those old travelers. Well, it'll have to be raised and the land sold.
Yes. Well, now, your grandmother left a codicil to her will, Tom, in her handwriting. Whatever is realized from the sale of the inn and the land is to be paid to the bank.
But why? Was she in debt? Is that the skeleton in the large closet, Tom?
Why don't we just leave it that way, Nancy?
Yes, might be best, Mrs. Lodge.
But it's not the truth, is it? A woman like your grandmother, why would she get herself into debt, and over what?
A family matter.
So it wasn't her debt. Tom, was it yours?
Look, darling, it's really unimportant.
I don't think it is. I want to understand what this is about. Did you know about this indebtedness? Is that why you and your mother lost touch with your grandmother?
Well, I'll file the will for probate, Tom. Do you want me to dispose of the inn and the land and carry out your grandmother's last wish?
Yes, I'd appreciate it, Mr. Martin.
Tom, how did you get into debt and for how much? I really do have a right to know.
If you persist, Nancy, you will regret the day you said, yes, I'll marry you.
Darling, no matter what you did, I'll never regret that decision.
You'd better tell her, Mr. Martin.
Yes, perhaps I should. Well, Tom's father was assistant cashier at the Merchants Bank over there across the street. Now, 6 years ago, in February 1970, Tom's father...
My father stole $70,000 from his bank and disappeared, and neither have been seen since, him or the money. Now, are you satisfied?
Oh, Tom, darling.
My mother and I were so ashamed that we slunk out of White River, and I'd hoped I'd never have to come back here and face the old neighbors. The sins of the father.
How cruel. Your grandmother renounced your mother and you for something your father did?
Well, that was my grandmother's way. And now, in the codicil to her will, she makes me responsible to see that her estate is sold and the proceeds paid to the bank. I still can't be free of what my father did. I'm still made to feel guilty because he grabbed a bundle and flew the coop. Now, do you understand why I didn't want to come here for the funeral? And why I hope my father has already had his.
Sit down, Ruth.
A cold wind. Coming on to snow.
A cup of hot tea will do you good.
Yeah. Nice of Tom to invite me to the funeral.
He always was nice as a boy.
Yeah, and a nice wife, too. What happened now, Lil? You got any idea?
He'll sell, is my guess. Except for Tom and his mother, the old lady was the last of the line.
Yeah, last of the Schuyler family. Well, I can't complain, but it makes me feel kind of peculiar that I won't be working the land no more. 40 years. Now, how about you, Lil? You pulling up stakes? Ain't your sister Faye someplace south? Lauderdale?
I'm thinking about it.
After all you did for the old woman over the years, I thought maybe she'd leave something to you. It's a nice little house, I'd say.
Not her ladyship. She was a tight one. Well, I better get up to the inn and light a fire for him.
Every once in a while on a snowy night, I wonder what happened to him, Lil.
To the father?
Yeah. Snowbound. The car's found stuck in the snow next morning. No sign of him or the money. Where'd he get to, Lil?
All I remember is he stormed out of the inn and disappeared.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Gone. Without a trace.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, it's just Ruth's dog. I'll chain him up in the barn.
Thanks, Mrs. Meggs.
Anything else I can do? I left bacon and eggs in the refrigerator and
No, nothing. Thank you. It's fine.
Well, then I'll say goodnight and get back while I can see my way. We'll have snow. I wouldn't wander around, Tom. The old place is falling apart and some of the floors ain't too firm. I'll say goodnight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good night. Good night, Mrs. Meggs. Ooh, it's creepy.
I hate this place. There's been a pall over it ever since what happened. I'll tell you one thing, Nancy. I am not spending the night in this mausoleum.
What did happen to your father? How could he have gotten away?
Search me. Police went all over the inn for days. There was no trace of him.
You lived here as a boy?
Yeah, sure. My friends and I used to play games here. You know, hide and seek. I remember those days.
And you were the hero. I mean, did you ever hide where no one could find you?
Oh, well, there were lots of places. Cubby holes, one room with a false wall, trap doors and some ceilings.
Oh.
It's a wonder one of us was never found.
Maybe that's what happened, Tom.
Huh?
But did you have a special hiding place? You knew the old inn better than anybody else.
Good Lord. The sealed room.
The what?
Yeah, the sealed room beneath the long clothes closet off the entry hall. Oh, but... No, it's impossible.
Is it? If your father couldn't have gotten away because of the snowstorm, he must still be here.
Or what's left of him.
Well, what have we here? Old deeds have a way of coming to light, and the skeleton in your closet can be made to rattle because of an inquiring mind. If a major premise and a minor premise are true, so is the logical conclusion. Tom Lodge's father disappeared. It was impossible for him to have left the old inn. Therefore, he never left the inn. I will return shortly with Act 2. It is unusual and unlikely for a person to disappear and never be heard of again. Exceptions are rare. Rip Van Winkle, to be sure, but that was fantasy. Dr. Livingston, and that was fact. Both were presumed to be lost, but after their disappearance, neither was accused of a crime. Tom Lodge's father was. He absconded with $70,000, and therein lies a difference. He was a criminal and in danger. What happened to him? Tom Lodge hopes to find out.
Strike another match, Nancy, and I'll let myself down the ladder.
Haven't we got a flashlight?
In the car. I'll get it later. I want to see if anything's in there right now.
You could slip and break a leg, Tom.
No. The ladder's strong. Let's strike a match. Oh, it's really black down here. I can't see a thing.
I'll hand the matches to you. I'm flat on the floor on my stomach. Reach up.
Okay. Now, let me see.
Oh, darling, be careful.
Don't worry. Oh, there's the pot-bellied stove and the wood scuttle, a chair, small table, cot, and... Good Lord.
Oh, what is it, Tom? Tom, answer me.
I'm coming up.
Tom?
Yeah. Look, let's get back to the common room.
Tell me, did you... Is there something there?
My father. His bones. A clothed skeleton.
Oh, how horrible.
I've got to think.
You said that the police went all over the inn, Tom. How could they have missed the sealed room?
I don't know. Nobody remembered it, probably.
Well, what was it for?
The caretaker, back around the turn of the century, he acted as a registration clerk and a handyman, and he lived down there.
In that hole in the ground?
Yes. It's a real room with flooring and walls of wood, and it was very snug and warm. After he closed the inn for the night, he lifted the trapdoor in the long closet in the hall and pulled it closed after him.
I see. Then the flooring in the closet was covered over.
With carpeting, and that sealed it off. Unless a person knew a room was down there, he'd never find it.
But you did, as a boy. Was the floor covered over then?
I don't think so. No.
So, the carpeting was laid over the trapdoor recently. 6 years ago? Right after your father disappeared?
Yeah.
Your grandmother must have known about the room, Tom.
Yes, of course.
Would Mrs. Meggs have known about the sealed room?
I don't know. Why?
Well, who was here the night your father disappeared?
No one. My grandmother and Mrs. Meggs. And, of course, my father.
Your father stole money. He came here, and 6 years later we find his remains in a sealed room. Why did he hide? And why did he die?
I can't answer those questions, Nancy. We'll never know the answers.
I know one of them. He came here and told your grandmother he'd stolen money from his bank. Why would he tell her?
No idea.
What if he'd been dipping into your grandmother's money and was caught and stole from the bank in order to replace it?
Oh, that's far out.
Well, your grandmother refused the money. That's why she wanted the proceeds from her estate to go to the bank, to help repay a debt of honor.
Hey, that's pretty far-fetched, darling.
Maybe. I have the answer to another one of my questions. Your father hid here because he couldn't get away. Was he a healthy man, Tom?
Yes. What?
How did he die? There he was, safe in the sealed room. Did he have a stroke, a heart attack? Did somebody bring him food?
Mrs. Meggs?
Could be. Tom, get the flashlight and let's examine that room carefully. Oh, I feel like I'm in a tomb.
It's my father, all right. Look, where I'm shining the light. You see this break in the skull?
Oh.
Now, that's how he died, Nancy. He was struck a hard blow. He was murdered. And look at this. His watch.
Huh.
The strap's rotted, but it's his watch, all right. Look, his initials are on the back.
Oh, let's get out of here.
In a minute. Now it's my turn to ask a question. What became of the money? The 70 grand.
Well, whoever murdered him took it. That was the motive.
Yeah, but it was hot money, Nancy. It was hard to use for a long time. And the sealed room would be an ideal place to hide it.
Where? Where could it be hidden?
And I went over the mattress on the cot. It's not there. And the small closet is empty. Oh, let me see.
In the stove?
Oh, why not?
Tom!
How about that? Look at this wad of money.
Wrapped in oilskin. Oh, I'm afraid, Tom. Leave that money and close off the room.
Well, there's only 15,000. 55,000 is gone. Someone squirreled it away.
Tom, let's go back to the hotel and think it through.
Okay. I'll telephone my mother. Maybe she'll know the answers to some of our questions. Gee, you are scared, aren't you, darling?
Of course I am. Someone committed a murder for money. We found it. If the murderer discovers that we know, he may try to kill us.
There, Shark. Down, boy, down.
Thanks, Lil. Have a chance to talk with Tom?
Nothing to talk about, Ruth. What's on your mind?
Well, if you don't sell the land, maybe I could tenant farm it for him.
I'd say he'd want to sell.
Yeah. Well, if I had 2 dimes to rub together, I'd buy it.
Oh, you can always get work, Ruth, so you said.
Yeah.
You change your mind?
Oh, I've been thinking about it, that's all. I'm getting on. The winters around here are mighty rugged. I wonder if they could use me down south.
Sure. An experienced field hand like you, I'd say so. Why, what got you thinking about moving south?
I guess you did, Lil. Talking about your sister down in Lauderdale. That's where you're going, ain't it?
Oh, I think so. Of course, if the old lady had left me the house. But she didn't. You got money laid aside?
Ooh, a little.
I could help you out, Ruth. Not with much, but enough to give you a stake.
Oh, no, it's mighty nice of you, Lil. When you thinking of heading on down south?
Soon as I can sell my furniture and pack, we could spell each other at the wheel.
Yeah. Oh, I'd like that.
Then it's settled.
I'll be back after I make quick inspection about the inn. If the snow's piling up, maybe I could drive Tom's car down here and put it in the barn. Otherwise, it might get stuck in the morning.
Yes, that's true. It's happened before.
Yep, I remember. Tom's father. Chains. That's what you need in heavy snow. Mr. Martin had 'em.
The lawyer?
Yeah. He left that night around 10 o'clock. I saw him drive away. Chains. That's what got him through. You didn't know he'd been to the inn.
Thanks, Mother. This has been very helpful.
Well?
My father did manage my grandmother's money, and he had begun to dip into it. So he dipped into the bank to repay her. That's why he absconded with all that money.
How did he think he'd get away with robbing the bank?
Oh, who knows?
Your grandmother must have been furious.
Well, it was through her that he got his job at Merchant's.
He must have loved your mother very much.
Yes. Well, I'm afraid he wasn't much of a banker.
Oh, it's all tragic, and they're both dead because a willful old matriarch couldn't form him into her own image.
Well, let's pay a visit to Mr. Martin, huh? I'll turn this money over to him, and he can give it to the bank.
15,000? What about the rest?
It's gone.
can't be traced now.
I wonder. The snow's beautiful.
You won't think so if it doesn't light up, darling. Driving is no fun in the North Country.
Come in, come in.
Thank you. Forgive us for calling at your home.
Oh, perfectly all right.
Oh, what a charming room.
Thank you. Well,
let me get right to the point, Mr. Martin. I found the remains of my father in a sealed room.
What? Your father?
He'd been murdered.
In heaven's name.
And here is 15 of the $70,000 he stole from the bank.
Oh, you stagger me, Tom.
Well, he didn't disappear. He was murdered and hidden in the sealed room, and the money, most of it, was taken away. I came to you.
Well, of course. I'll notify the police in the morning.
Not tonight. We're in danger, Mr. Martin.
Danger? I don't see how.
Well, if the murderer finds out what we've discovered, he'll come after us.
Well, who knows about your discovery?
Well, no one. Except you, of course.
You didn't speak to Mrs. Meggs?
No.
Why not?
Well, we think that she must know something about all this. She was in the house the night my father vanished. You know that, Mr. Martin.
I do?
Well, that's what my mother says. I talked to her half an hour ago, and she had it from Roof Box.
She'd had what from Roof?
That you were at the inn. He saw you drive away.
Oh, that. Well, yes, now that you remind me, I'd driven out to see your grandmother, but I left quite early.
May I ask a question? I don't mean to be impertinent, but were you aware that Tom's father was stealing from his mother-in-law?
Well, goodness, no.
You didn't check her account periodically?
Well, very seldom. I thought it was in good hands. Your father's.
My father stole for the purpose of making investments. You were his broker. Didn't you ever wonder where he was getting his money?
You're on dangerous ground, young man.
I know it, Mr. Martin, but we mean two different things. I'm not worried about slander. I'm worried about my skin. Nancy's and mine. We're in danger, and I think you know it.
200 years ago, Samuel Johnson remarked, "There is nothing which has been contrived by man, through which so much happiness is produced, as by a good tavern or inn." True enough. All gone now. Swallowed up in progress, including Riverfront, an old New England inn which has now divested itself of a murder and its remains. There are more surprises when I return shortly with Act 3. Other sins can only speak. Murder shrieks out. That metaphor by John Webster from his 16th century play, The Duchess of Malfi, best expresses the repugnance we feel when we learn that someone has been murdered. Murder cries to be solved. And Dr. Tom Lodge confronts one, that of his long-missing father. We still have 3 suspects, and one of them is the handyman at Riverfront, Rufus Boggs.
Lord Almighty, heaven help us. Go on, open up.
Come in, Ruth.
Oh, Lil.
Ooh, what's wrong? You're white as the snow.
He was there all the time, Lil.
What are you talking about?
Tom's father.
You sound crazy. Now sit down and go slow. Now, what's this about Tom's father?
I found him in a room in the cellar.
Tom's father?
I was going round the inn. I was riverside when they drove off, leaving all the lights on, and I went up to the door, and it wasn't closed tight. I opened it and called hello. And then me and Shark stepped inside, and he began to bark, and the hair went up on his back. Scared me stiff.
Go on.
He ran into that old hall closet and barked his head off. There's a trap door there. Did you know that, Lil?
No. A trap door to where?
Well, a room, sort of, under the common room. I had my flashlight, so I kneeled down and played the light around it. And I saw it. A skeleton.
Oh, my.
Stretched out on a cot.
Oh.
Which give me a terrible turn.
A skeleton?
Yeah. Tom's father. It has to be. That's where he's been these 6 years.
And they drove away?
That's right. We'll have the police swarming all over the place soon, and there'll be questions like, what do I know about it? And I don't know nothing, Lil, nothing.
Neither do I. Now, you leave the talking to me. All I know is Tom's father bolted out of the house and slammed the door behind him. That's the last anybody's seen of him.
And I was in the barn all evening, except when I left my room to quiet Shark. And that's when I seen Mr. Martin drive away. His car, anyway.
Well, we better go back up there, Ruth.
What for?
Well, they found out the murder.
He was murdered?
Well, that's my guess. The man wouldn't just stay in there and starve himself to death.
No, I guess you're right.
Tom and the wife made the discovery, and you can bet whoever killed his father is going to do something about it.
Like what?
Like get that evidence out of there and then kill them. Now, we've got to stop that, Ruth.
What's the gun for?
Well, I may need it.
Why don't we wait for the police?
No, there's no time. There's no time at all.
There was a message at the hotel desk?
Mrs. Meggs telephoned. She has to see me, and she's driving into town.
When did she call?
Half an hour ago. Sure to be here any minute.
You were pretty rough on Mr. Martin, darling.
Yeah, but his role strikes me as funny. I mean, funny odd. Look, he was my father's friend and broker. He must have wondered where the money was coming from for those stocks my father bought. On the other hand, people up here pretty much mind their own business. Oh, it's all very confusing.
Not all of it. There was a murder.
Mrs. Meggs.
Oh, Tom, the most dreadful thing's happened. Ruth's killed himself.
Oh, no.
Killed himself?
You found him out, and that's why he did it. You found the room and the skeleton.
Where did you find Ruth?
At the inn. The door was unlocked. I went in with Shark and turned on the light. And there he was, Ruth stretched out on the floor, dead, shot in the head. I near fainted. I ran back to my house. I didn't know what to do.
You didn't call the police?
Well, I phoned you. Well, then I chained Shark in the barn and went into Ruth's room. And I found the money.
He'd hidden it in his room?
Well, not all of it. Just about $5,000. I can't believe it, Tom. I can't believe it. I brought it to give it to you.
Ruth Boggs. He was such a gentle old man. Gosh, I don't believe it either.
He killed himself because he was found out.
Yeah. Well, I guess that should clear up the mystery. You'd better stay here in the hotel, Mrs. Meggs. I'll get you a room.
No. I'll go back and be there when the police come. And the ambulance. I'm half out of my head with grief, Tom.
Yes, it's a terrible shock, isn't it?
Oh.
Well, we'll be out in the morning if we can get through.
Oh, they'll have the roads cleared. Never fear. I don't know what to say. Good night.
That's a blow. Ruth Boggs. Gosh, I've known him since I was a little boy. Kind and patient. He was a little slow, but he was a good man. He must have gone off his trolley.
Mrs. Meggs is a liar.
Nancy, your imagination.
It's lucky for you I've got some. Ask yourself a few questions, darling. From what you remember, did Ruth ever go into that inn?
Oh, well, rarely. But, look, he saw us drive off, and maybe we left the light on us.
So he goes in, finds the skeleton, and shoots himself?
Well, that's what Mrs. Meggs says.
His dog is always with him?
Sure.
So the dog went into the inn with him?
Go on.
Then how come Mrs. Meggs heard the dog howling outside?
Yeah.
Mrs. Meigs had said goodnight to us. Why did she want to return to the inn? Not for the reason she gave, Tom. I think Ruth told her what he found, and they returned to the inn together, and she shot him.
Oh, that's crazy.
Is it? What about this? Where did she find the $5,000?
In his room.
Just like that? She could walk into Ruth's room and just like that find $5,000? If he'd stolen the money, he'd have hidden it.
Yeah, well, all right, that's the point. Her story does sound kind of pat, doesn't it?
Sure, because it's a lie. Darling, she murdered Ruth just as she murdered your father 6 years ago.
All right, but just saying it doesn't make it so. I mean, how do we prove it?
2 ways. The police can check on the gun used to kill Ruth, and they can also help us to find the rest of the money. I kept asking myself, where did it all go?
Well, for all I knew, it just flew away.
Oh, that's what I think, too.
Are you serious?
Very.
The money flew away?
Yes. You give me a day with the police, and I think I can find that money. And when I do, we'll put Mrs. Meigs behind bars for life.
Nancy, where have you been? I've been worried to death.
I told you where I'd be, darling, with the police. You want to hear something interesting?
Go ahead.
Every time your father placed a stock order, he placed a similar one from Mr. Martin and paid for all of it.
What?
That's right. I'll make a guess. Your father and Martin were in collusion. Your father used your grandmother's money with Martin's tacit approval.
You mean the two of them were dipping into the old woman's funds?
That's what it looks like to me. Your grandmother demanded an accounting, and to repay her, your father robbed his bank.
Oh, gosh, it gets worse and worse.
But it's going to get better and better, darling, because the police have supplied me with 2 very helpful pieces of information.
The gun?
Yes. They traced the gun. Rufus Boggs never had a handgun as far as the police can tell, but old man Meigs did, and he had a permit to carry it. The permit expired when he died, but the gun was never turned in. It was Meigs's gun, which was used to murder Rufus.
Well, that should clinch it.
Without question. She murdered Ruth. But what about your father?
Were the police helpful there?
Oh, very. Meigs has a sister living in Fort Lauderdale.
No.
Well, she has, and they are very regular correspondents. Remember what you said, Tom? That maybe the money just flew away?
Yeah.
Well, it did. Can't you guess?
You're telling me that...
Exactly. Now, let's call on her and see if she doesn't fall apart.
Well, it's still beyond me. Killing your father rent-free for over 30 years. That was part of the agreements when Meigs and me moved out here.
Yes, I know. Well, if you would like to stay on...
No, thanks. I don't want charity.
Have you thought about what you're going to do?
Well, Meigs left me a little insurance, and I kept it tucked away. I might move to where it's a little warmer than up here. Arizona, maybe.
Not Florida?
Pardon me?
Isn't that where your sister is?
Why do you ask?
Your sister confessed that there are 5 savings accounts in Fort Lauderdale banks in your name, Mrs. Banks. And the police here in White River want you to explain how it happens that there is a small fortune waiting for you down there.
Over $15,000.
It's no business of theirs.
Oh, yes, it is. I found $15,000 in the stove in the sealed room. You placed 5 more where you said Ruth had hidden it, $20,000. That plus the 15 makes $35,000. Half the amount my father stole from the merchant's bank.
How do you explain that, Mrs. Meigs? And how do you explain that the bullet that killed Rufus Boggs was fired by your handgun?
My handgun? I never in my life owned a handgun.
Your husband did, and he didn't fire that shot from the grave, did he? You murdered Ruth to save your skin, Mrs. Meigs, so you'd better tell me and tell me quick what happened 6 years ago to my father.
I didn't touch him.
He didn't crush his own skull, Mrs. Meigs.
Martin killed him. His friend, Martin.
Uh-huh. That's more like it. Go on.
Your father came to give your grandmother money. She turned him away. He had the money with him. Martin spoke to me, said he'd divide it. Half for him and half for me. I was afraid.
I'll just bet you were.
Well, then he struck your father and killed him. We hid the body in the sealed room. And
from time to time, you dipped into your half of the money and sent it to your sister for deposit.
And you murdered Ruth to cover the old crime.
Well, I didn't know what to do. I was crazy with fear. I just lost my head.
I doubt that, Mrs. Meigs. You deliberately murdered the old man.
Tom, please, be merciful.
If you and Martin don't hang for the crime, the court will be merciful. You're cold-blooded killers. You deserve to die.
The thief who understands his business never steals in his own neighborhood. An old Arab precept. But greed and opportunity usually go hand in hand. What a killer does not understand are the consequences of premeditated murder. Not for the victim, but for his relatives and friends. There are degrees of crime, from petty thievery to grand larceny. But murder is the worst and most repugnant. I will draw the curtain on the recluse when I return shortly.
The 1977 Buick Regal. It comes with Buick's terrific V6 engine. It carries 6 people and lots of Buick comfort. It's lean. It's maneuverable in city traffic. It's the most luxurious mid-sized car Buick builds. Yeah, this new Regal is pretty much everything a car should be. Except for one thing. It isn't yours yet. But it can be. Just see your Buick dealer for a test drive. Soon. Just about everyone.
Tom Lodge and his mother had lived for 6 years under a pall of shame. But then 2 deaths lifted the curtain, and the truth was revealed. What Tom's father did was wrong. What was done to him was worse. I can report with pleasure that Mrs. Meigs and Martin were sentenced to prison for life. And for all I know, they are still there, still a burden to taxpayers like you and me. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Patricia Elliott, Francis Sternhagen, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Where shall we go, Cap?
Down the steps behind the trees. There's a little piazza.
I'm so worried about you, darling. Maybe you really are sick. You just don't sound like yourself. Your voice is so strange.
Of course. You're not Cab.
We won't need this champagne anymore. Or this special masquerade. No, I am not sure, Mr. Goodwin.
Who are you?
Just a man with a purpose. You can see that I have exchanged the champagne glasses for this.
A gun?
Which I would not hesitate to use. Lover as you are, I am a desperate man, so keep walking. Across the driveway and around behind the Lombardy poplars. That's it. Don't try to do anything foolish.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Fear, it may be said, is a malignancy which, once the seed is sown in the human soul, spreads like a voracious and all-consuming fungus throughout the psyche, smothering it at last in death. No one knew this better than the justly celebrated author Robert Louis Stevenson. No one has ever expressed it more vividly, more frighteningly than he in his story, The Suicide Club. Our mystery drama, The Suicide Club, was especially adapted from the Robert Louis Stevenson classic for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Barry Nelson. Compulsion. What is it? What is it within most of us, perhaps all of us, that compels us to do this or that? What drives the alcoholic to take that first drink he knows will lead to drunkenness and almost certainly eventual death? What spurs a compulsive gambler to bet again and again, aware always that in the end it can only bring him to ruin? That was a question Victor Harris often asked himself, but could never answer, until a certain fatal night when he met a man who called himself John Smith.
Well, your health, Mr. Harris.
Yours, Mr. Smith, I think you said.
As good a name as any other.
And why did you invite me for this drink, Mr. Smith? It isn't customary, you know. More often than not, the strangers one meets at poker games remain strangers. Why?
You interest me, Mr. Harris. In fact, you intrigue me. Oh. The last hand we played, everyone else had dropped out, leaving just you and me. I admired the way you played. I admired your nerve. More than anything else, I admired your coolness, your indifference when you lost. $37,000, Mr. Harris. $37,000.
Your admiration is misplaced. Cool, indifferent, why not? $37,000 is nothing to me. I'm a millionaire, Mr. Smith.
Oh, are you?
Several times over.
Well, then, losing that much would mean little to you, if anything at all. Where's the thrill in winning or losing?
There isn't any. Not for me. Not anymore.
Then what point is there in play?
None. None whatever. Gambling of any kind bores me. But I go on because, well, Mr. Smith, I'm what is called a compulsive gambler.
I see. What would you say if I were to tell you that I can change your boredom into a thrill, the like of which you have never experienced before? There's a price tag, of course.
What is the nature of this thrill that you're talking about?
I'm talking about what might be called the supreme gamble, Mr. Harris.
The supreme gamble?
Yes.
That sounds like a matter of life and death.
It does, doesn't it?
Is it?
You're a gambler, Mr. Harris, and a compulsive gambler at that. I think you'll be willing to gamble an hour or two of your time to find out. Here's my card. I'll be expecting you at this address tomorrow night. 7:30 sharp.
Suppose I don't show.
Why, then, you'll never know what the supreme gamble is. And you'll go on being bored.
Yes? My name's Harris. Victor Harris. I believe Mr. Smith is expecting me.
Yes, he is. Come in. This way, Mr. Harris. Mr. Victor Harris, sir. Thank you, Lucas. Good to see you again, Mr. Harris. We'll join you in a few moments, Lucas. This, Mr. Harris, is the game room. In this room, every night, Saturday and Sunday excepted, the supreme gamble takes place.
But what is the supreme gamble?
First, tell me what you see.
Why, a room. Large room, tastefully and expensively decorated in 18th century style. And that large round table covered with a green cloth looks like a card table.
That's what it is.
And the people in evening dress, men in black tie, women in gown, all drinking champagne.
Their faces. Look at their faces. Look closely. Well, what do you see?
Why, their faces, they're all of them excited about something I can see. Yes, they all look as if, well, as if they're expecting something very exciting to happen at any moment.
They are. But not at any moment. Not until 8 sharp.
What happens at 8 sharp?
That you'll find out at 8 sharp. In the meantime, let me introduce you to one or two members of our club.
Oh? It's a club?
Yes. A very select club, Mr. Harris. Oh, Mr. Malthus, may I introduce Mr. Harris, a new member?
How do you do? How do you do? Correction, though. I'm not a new member yet.
He will be, Mr. Malthus. He will be.
See you a minute, Director.
Of course, Lucas. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Lucas called Mr. Smith director.
Yes, we all do. He's the director of our little club.
I see. Mr. Malthus, what kind of club is this?
You don't know?
No.
Then why are you here?
To tell you the truth, I'm not exactly sure, except... Well, Mr. Smith, your director, promises I'll experience the thrill of my life, the supreme gamble, he calls it.
It is that, Mr. Harris.
These people, you're here because you like to gamble?
Oh, no. No, not at all. I don't in the least like to gamble. No, I'm here because I'm a coward.
A coward? What do you mean?
Just that. I'm a coward. I'm afraid of...
Well, I see you two have become acquainted. But I'll take our new guest away from you now, Malthus. I see Iris Lawrence sitting all by herself as usual. Come along, Harris. I'll introduce you.
Wish me luck tonight, Director.
I do indeed, Malthus. I do indeed. Iris, let me introduce our latest member, Mr. Victor Harris.
I'm not a member, Mr. Smith.
Director. Call me Director from now on.
No offense, but I'll call you what I please until I am a member, if I am.
I doubt that you will be, Mr. Harris.
Why, Iris, what do you mean?
Just what I say. He doesn't look like one of us.
Oh, but he is. In a different way, for a different reason. I'll leave you two together. I've got to prepare a fresh deck of cards.
I don't think I got your last name, Mrs.
Miss Iris Lorne.
Well, you said that I don't look like one of you.
You don't.
Where's the difference?
Your eyes. In your eyes. That seems to puzzle you, Mr. Harris. Look into my eyes. Look deep. What do you see?
Sadness. Yes. Great sadness. The sadness of
death.
Death?
I'm dead, Mr. Harris. I've been dead for years.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention. It is time. Gather around the table, please. Our director will now deal the cards.
To Mr. Cranes, the two of hearts. To Mr. Shaw, the 8 of diamonds. Mrs. Harper receives the 4 of clubs. Next card to Mr. Burke, the 9 of spades. Miss Russell this time. Next card to Mr. Wolfson, the ace of spades. Since Mr. Morley has already drawn the ace of clubs, the game is ended. Mr. Wolfson, Mr. Morley, I will see you both in my office as soon as I've completed my business with Mr. Harris. This way, Mr. Harris. Oh, Lucas, champagne all around as usual.
Yes, Director.
Well, sit down, Mr. Harris. Drink?
Thanks, no. Just tell me, what's this all about?
Have you ever thought of committing suicide?
No, I've never thought seriously of suicide.
Well, many do, you know. Think of it seriously, that is. And some of these, quite a few, do take their own lives. But you'd be amazed, Mr. Harris, at how many people there are in the world who want to kill themselves. In fact, yearn to kill themselves, but haven't the nerve to do it.
So?
We do it for them. To put it more aptly, we arrange it for them once they become members of the club. The suicide club, we call it. Think of the gamble, Mr. Harris, the supreme gamble of your life. Think of the thrill of each night, staking your life on the turn of a card. Not a momentary thrill, but one that will make each day worth living because it may be your last.
The ace of spades, the ace of clubs.
Simple. Whoever in each nightly deal receives the ace of spades is killed. Everything, of course, is arranged to make his or her death appear accidental.
The ace of spades, the person killed. The ace of clubs,
the one who does the killing.
Then one is the victim, the other is murderer. Huh. You spoke of a fee.
Unnecessary evil, I'm afraid. The club's overhead is high, extremely high. Accordingly, so is the fee.
Which is?
Half your estate. Half of what you own.
Half?
That may sound unreasonable to you at first, but it all balances out, you see. What I mean is, there are members of the Suicide Club who have large estates, vast wealth. But at the other extreme, there are some who have virtually no estate, no money at all. Miss Lorne, for example. Alice, you met her. Practically penniless. She was quite well-to-do when she joined some time ago, but luck, the cards, has been against her. And in the meantime, she has spent everything she had on her habit.
Drugs. She's a drug addict.
Which is why she wants to die. It's the only solution to her problem.
What a shame. She's so lovely. Her life could be so worth living.
But isn't. Not anymore. Well, now, Mr. Harris, I promised you the greatest thrill you've ever had. I promised to cure your boredom with life for the remainder of your life. I'm ready to keep that promise with, as I said last night, the supreme gamble. Sign here. Yes?
I'd like to think it over.
You know what your decision will be. You're a compulsive gambler, Mr. Harris. Whether you join the Suicide Club now or later, you will join. I know it. You know it. To be bored is to be dead, as you so well know. Why not live a little? Why not sign? Now?
Why not? Yes. Why not?
Compulsion, psychiatrists say, is another word for decision. Deep in the very core of his being, a person has made a decision that gambling, drinking, whatever may be ruining his life is somehow necessary to his happiness. Bored, weary of a life of compulsive gambling which has lost its stimulation, Victor Harris, wealthy man about town, has joined the Suicide Club. Other members have joined because they want to end their jaded lives but cannot bring themselves to do so, and so it must be done for them. Victor's reason is different. A gambler who cannot stop himself from gambling, he has decided to take the supreme gamble. His life on the turn of a card.
Your first night, Harris. Bon chance. Good luck.
I'm not quite sure how to take that, Mr. Beg pardon, Director. I'm staking my life on the turn of a card. I grant you I'm a compulsive gambler, but my life? I wasn't quite prepared for anything like that when I came here for the first time last night.
I hope you're prepared now. We play in less than 5 minutes. Why not wander about, become better acquainted with your fellow members?
I'll do that.
Oh, and by the way, it's customary for new members to order champagne for everyone.
Oh? Well, I'll be more than glad to.
Lucas, champagne all around. On Mr. Harris.
Yes, Director.
See you at the table, Harris.
Yes. Miss Lorne, may I join you?
Oh, Mr. Harris. Please do. So, you did join?
Yeah, even though you said that I wouldn't.
I didn't say that. I said that you shouldn't. But even when I said it, you had no choice.
No choice?
Once you accept our director's invitation to pay this place a visit, you've had it. There's no turning back. No way.
Why not?
You'll find out. I did.
What do you mean?
He doesn't run this place for kicks. Or maybe he does, in a way. But what he's really after is your money. And according to the grapevine, we have one here, too. You've got plenty.
Well, according to the grapevine, you have none. You're penniless.
Now, yes. I was worth well over 100,000 when I joined almost 6 months ago.
And?
Oh, well, a lot of it, I don't know how much. I don't keep count. Went for heroin. Well, of course, you know I'm on dope.
Yes. And I'm sorry.
You? Sorry? For me? You're hooked as badly as I am. On gambling, they say.
I'm afraid that's the truth.
A habit. You can't kick. Just as I can't kick mine.
Look, Miss Lorne, Iris, if I may, I made a decision to join the Suicide Club last night. I can make the decision to leave it, too.
Can you?
Well, of course I can. Why do you say,
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention. It is time. Gather around the table, please. Our director will now deal the cards.
The tray of spades to Mr. Dowling. For you, Mrs. Cranes, the 4 of clubs. For Mr. Malthus. For Mr. Malthus, the ace of spades.
Oh. I've won at last.
Mr.
I've
Malthus.
won. I've won.
Mr. Malthus, remember the club rules. Control, Mr. Malthus.
But
Control.
I've won. This will be my last night on Earth. After all this time, my last night.
Mr. Malthus.
I beg pardon, Director. I truly beg pardon.
Let us go on. Mr. Robinson, 8 of diamonds. Miss Feitzen, 2 of spades. Mr. Whalen, 9 of hearts. Mr. Harris? Ah, Mr. Harris. Your first supreme gamble.
Yes.
What card shall it be, do you think? Here it lies on top of the deck. What shall it be?
Well, it can't be the ace of spades.
True.
Well, what is it?
I don't know. I haven't looked. Enjoy yourself, Mr. Harris. Feel the excitement of not knowing. Live the supreme thrill of wondering. What is this next card?
Turn it.
Why don't I put it aside and draw the others?
Turn that card.
As you wish. It's a club, Mr. Harris. The ace of clubs. Mr. Malthus, Mr. Harris, you will join me in my office in 5 minutes.
I'm no murderer.
You wanted a thrill you're about to find, I'm afraid.
Be seated, please. You there, Mr. Malthus. Mr. Harris, here.
When shall it be, Director? When is my moment to come? How shall it be done? And where?
Patience, Mr. Malthus. Patience. Your suicide will take place tonight at approximately 10:30. Is that satisfactory?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Good. Now, here are your instructions and a map to go along with them. This straight line represents the Uptown Express platform of the IRT subway at 42nd Street.
Yes.
This arrow indicates the direction from which the Uptown Express train will come into the station. At 10:30 tonight, you are to stand at precisely this spot that I've marked with an X.
X marks the spot.
Yes. Now, the platform will be filled with the after-theater crowd. You will take up your position at this spot and stand at the very edge of the platform. Clear?
Very.
Goodbye, Mr. Malthus. And Godspeed.
Goodbye. And thank you for all you've done.
And now, Mr. Harris?
I have no intention of going through with this. I'm no murderer.
Of course not. When you push Malthus in front of that train, you'll not be murdering him. You'll be doing him a service. Like all our members, he wants to die, but he hasn't the nerve to kill himself. You will simply be doing it for him. And that, as I see it, is not murder.
I see it differently.
That's too bad, Mr. Harris. I'm sorry, but frankly, there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, I think there is. I'm resigning from your club right now. Goodbye.
Mr. Harris, no one resigns from the Suicide Club. No one ever has. No one ever will. I couldn't possibly run that risk.
You have my assurance that I'd never say a word about...
Assurance. Assurances. What are assurances to me? No, Mr. Harris, there's only one assurance you can give me that I can possibly accept. Your death. Or, more properly, your suicide.
This is madness.
Perhaps. But if it is, it's only another form of madness, Mr. Harris. Like, say, compulsive gambling.
I won't argue with you further.
No, you won't. I've had enough of your argument. You know what you have to do tonight. You know where and when. Do it. Do it, Mr. Harris. For if you don't, I promise you'll wish you had. And as you already know, I keep the promises I make.
Mr. Malthus. Mr. Malthus?
What? Mr. Harris, you're just in time. The express will be along in a minute or two.
Listen to me.
Oh, we really shouldn't be seen talking together. Just stand behind me, and when the right moment comes...
Listen to me. I'm not going to kill you.
You're not?
I can't.
Well, you must. I can't do it either. Why do you think you're here?
To save you if I can.
Well, save me.
You don't want to do this. You don't really want to take your life.
You're crazy. Of course I want to do it. But I can't. I haven't the nerve. You must do it. You must.
No. No, we'll go somewhere and talk.
Talk? The train. You can see the lights far down in the tunnel. It's coming. It's coming. Oh, you will do it, won't you?
I can't. I've got to get away from here. I've got to get away.
Victor? Victor Harris.
Iris, what are you doing here?
I followed you.
Why?
Because I had this feeling.
Malthus! He must have found the nerve to do it himself.
No, Mr. Harris, I did.
Lucas, you shoved him?
The director figured you'd lose your nerve. It happens sometimes, and when it does, I take over. Well, see you, and you, Miss Lauren, at the club tomorrow night. 8 sharp, as usual.
You got it wrong, Lucas. You won't see me tomorrow night or any other night.
You got it wrong, Mr. Harris. If you don't show up tomorrow night, there won't be any other night. Not for you or Miss Lauren.
As Victor Harris watches Lucas vanish quickly into the crowd, surely he begins to realize what his compulsion to gamble has brought him to. To what? Why, to certain death, wouldn't you say? I would. Yes, you, listening to my voice, are Victor Harris, or, depending on gender, Iris Lorne. If you are Victor, you join the Suicide Club for a thrill. If you are Iris, you join because you were sick of life and wanted someone to do for you what you could not do for yourself, commit suicide, kill you. But whether you are Victor or Iris, you begin to wonder if you've made a mistake, a fatal mistake, now that it's too late. And so now, Victor, Iris, you are in a secluded cocktail lounge.
Iris, I don't understand.
What more can I say? I've made it plain enough. I followed you, Victor, because I couldn't bring myself to believe you'd kill Mr. Malthus.
And intended to stop me if I tried. Now, that's what I don't understand. Why did you intend to stop me? Well?
You won't believe me.
Try me.
I love you. I told you wouldn't believe me.
Well, it is a little hard to believe. We only met last night. In fact, we haven't spent much more than, 20 minutes at most in each other's company.
Well, how long does it take to fall in love?
I don't know.
I do. I found out when I met you last night. You don't believe me, do you?
I believe you mean what you say, but...
But what?
Look, we're both compulsive personalities. With me, it's gambling. With you, drugs. That means neither of us is totally in control of ourselves.
I love you, Victor Harris. It's as simple as that. And that's all there is. I love you.
Well, I'm honored and flattered. Iris, I mean that. But I'm afraid I don't feel the same way about you.
Oh, that's all right?
No, it isn't all right. I wish... Oh, well, what's the sense of talking about what I wish or don't wish or anything? We're in trouble, Iris. Real trouble. And what we'd better start talking about is how to get ourselves out of it if we can.
Do you think we can?
We can sure try. We better try. It's that or death. Waiter, check, please.
What are you going to do?
The only thing I can do. Go to the police. Lieutenant, that's the whole story.
Mm-hmm.
You don't sound as if you believed us, Lieutenant.
Tell me something, Miss Long. How long you been mainlining?
Mainlining?
You know what I mean? It's written all over you. Your eyes, the nose twitching, the long-sleeved dress. Pull up that sleeve and let's have a look.
It's no need. It's true.
Okay. What about you?
Me?
What are you on? Uppers, downers, mescaline.
I'm not on anything. I'm no drug addict. Look, Lieutenant.
Sounds like a pipe dream. A suicide club. Now, Mr. Harris, I've heard some far-out stories, but yours is... it's outer space.
I see. In other words, you don't intend to do anything.
We'll check it out, but word of advice?
Yes?
You and her. Kick the habit and try to get your feet back down on earth. Huh?
Oh, Vic, we've got to go to my place.
Oh, we're staying right here in this church till I figure out our next move.
I've got to have the fix. I'm going out of my skull.
It's that bad.
Oh, you just don't know. Vic, I've been almost 24 hours without one. We've been running all day. Central Park, Radio City Music Hall, now this church.
We couldn't go to my place or yours. The director, Lucas, they're sure to be looking for us.
I can't stand it. I can't.
You don't have to, Miss Law.
What? Lucas?
Right here in the pew behind you, Mr. Harris. Here, Miss Law. It's just a skin pop, but it'll hold you till we
Oh,
get...
give it to me. Give it to me. Oh, no.
Something wrong?
Not in a church. I won't. Not in a church.
Suit yourself. Let's go. The director is waiting. You heard me, you two.
Come on, Iris. And Iris.
Yes.
Good girl.
Mr. Harris and Miss Lorne, director.
Come in, come in. I was a bit worried about you two. Going to the police, revealing all about our intimate little club.
How do you know that we...
Had a visit today from a Lieutenant McPhee. He didn't mention you by name, but I have reason to suspect you know him. Big fellow, 6'2", shoulders like an ox. And not very bright, I'm afraid. Not very bright at all. Lucas showed him about. I couldn't be bothered. Lucas, tell them what happened.
Nothing happened. I showed him around. Just a private residence. What else?
As you say, what else? Well, now, champagne for you, Mr. Harris. And this for you, Miss Lorne.
I don't want your champagne. And she doesn't want that. Do you, Iris?
Why not? Why shouldn't I? I'm dying for it.
Then here, my dear.
Iris, no.
Oh, Vic.
Iris, no. Please.
I can't help myself. I'm all alone. I've been alone and I need something to comfort me.
Come here. Into my arms. Come.
Oh, Vic.
Come. I'll comfort you, my darling. I'll comfort you.
Well, how touching. How altogether. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this since the Suicide Club opened. Have you, Lucas?
No. No, I haven't.
However, life must go on, or to be precise, death. And it is time for our evening ritual. Come, Miss Lorne, Mr. Harris. Our little game of cards awaits us. For Mr. Dowling, the 5 of diamonds. Mr. Whalen, the 9 of hearts. Mrs. Lawton, the ace of diamonds. Mr. Whalen, the deuce of spades. For Miss Lorne, Iris, the ace of clubs.
Oh, Victor.
Steady.
For Miss Feitzen, the 8 of hearts. Mr. Hanson, the 10 of hearts. For Mr. Harris, the ace of spades. That ends the play for this evening. Miss Lorne and Mr. Harris will join me in my office, please.
Victor, I feel sick. I think I'm going to say...
Miss Lorne, wait. Where are you going?
To the powder room, you fool. She's sick.
Mrs. Lawton, do what you can for her. In my office, Mr. Harris. Well, now, Mr. Harris, it appears that Dame Fortune has frowned on you tonight. Regrettably, you have just experienced the final gambling thrill of your young life.
You arranged it, didn't you? You filth.
Now. Manners, Mr. Harris. No name-calling, please.
Smith, you're not going through with this.
Oh, yes?
I don't intend to die tonight or any other night for a long, long time. I'm resigning from this insanity you call a club. And so is Miss Lorne.
You know, really, if I hadn't the slightest idea you were going to be this wearisome, I'd not have let you join in the first place. I have already told you that we have but one form of resignation from the Suicide Club. Death.
Well, let me just tell you...
Enough. Your instructions are to leave here immediately and return to that elegant penthouse apartment of yours. Go to your apartment and stay there. And oh yes, if you have any idea of seeking help, such as going to the police or anything of that nature, don't. You will be very closely watched from the moment you leave. And any attempt to disobey my orders will result not only in your death, but Iris Lorne's as well.
Oh, Victor, what can we do?
Your instructions. Just how are you to kill me?
Kill you? I could never kill you, you know that.
But what instructions?
Just to come here and wait, that was all.
That settles it. They're going to kill us both.
What makes you think?
I was followed until I got here. The first thing I did was to call the police, or try to. The phone's dead. I had a gun in my desk drawer. It's gone. They'd been here, and they didn't miss a trick. And now, just telling you to wait. Now, Iris, we're trapped.
Oh, dear Lord.
Hang on now. We're going to the police.
Oh, we'll never get there. I was followed here, just as you were. They're watching our every move.
We can give it a try. It's a gamble.
Oh, Victor.
I just lost.
God, what are we going to do?
What can we do?
We won't answer.
No, that won't do any good. They've got a key. I'm sure. Now, look, there's just one chance. You answer the door. I'll stand behind it. And, well, Lord knows, I'm not much when it comes to fighting, but I can try. Go ahead. Open it.
Thank you, Miss Lorne. I was just about to use my key. Okay, I come in?
I can't stop you, Lucas.
No, you can't. And how about you coming out from behind the door, Mr. Harris? It wouldn't have done you any good anyhow. You're no match for me.
It might have been worth a try.
The director has given me his orders, and I'm here to carry them out. Everything can be done fast and easy if you cooperate.
And if we don't?
Don't give me a hard time, Mr. Harris, please. You got the ace of spades tonight. Miss Lorne got the ace of clubs. Following the club rules, Miss Lorne kills you. And this time we make sure it looks like suicide.
I won't do it. I won't do it.
You'll do it. Oh, there's going to be one little change, one little difference tonight. After you kill Mr. Harris, after he commits suicide, you might say, you're going to commit suicide, too.
What do you mean?
Let's all go into the kitchen and find out.
Why the kitchen?
That's where the stove is. The gas stove.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Move, Miss Lorne.
Look, Lucas. Look, you're being stupid. One suicide, the police will buy that. But two...
You never heard of a suicide pact between lovers? It says so right here. See?
What?
That's the suicide note you're leaving. See, it's typed, but signed Iris Lorne, Victor Harris.
There are signatures. How did
they forged them? The contracts we signed.
Just put the note on the table there, No. Don't just toss it there. Fold it neatly and... One chop at the back of the neck. He'll be out a long time. In fact, he won't be coming back. And now, Miss Lorne, turn on the gas.
No.
Miss Lorne.
I won't do it. I can't.
Let's see now. Drag her into his arms. Put his arm around her. Like so. Good. All we need now is the gas.
Okay, Eddie, he's coming around. Feed her again with the oxygen. Okay, Mr. Harris, snap out of it. Come on now.
Where?
Breathe deep. Come on now. Deep. Boy. That's the way.
Iris.
She's coming around fine. Gonna be okay, just like you.
Lieutenant McPhee, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, how did you...
I'm not as dumb as I look or act, Mr. Harris. I kind of put it on, you know, an act. Throw a lot of characters off their guard that way.
Smith didn't fool you.
No, I fooled him. When that guy Lucas took me on a tour of the house, I saw a lot more than he thought I saw.
Well, what could you have seen?
That big round table in the middle of the room. Oh, there was a vase of flowers on it, and like that, but there's a circle worn in the rug around the table, and nobody admires flowers that much, Mr. Harris. Oh, and I checked the sanitation boys and heard about the dozens and dozens of empty champagne bottles they picked up 3 times a week. All that, plus the accidental death of Mr. Malthus, as you described it. Oh, sure, I checked on that, of course. Well, it all added up.
You had us followed.
You and the lady have been tailed practically since you left headquarters. Okay, Eddie, she's had enough. Come on, little lady. Come on. Come on now.
Oh, Victor.
Iris.
She's going to be okay. Oh, by the way, Mr. Harris, you'll be glad to know we got a confession out of Lucas and Smith. And that's the end of the Suicide Club.
Oh, it's the end of something else, too.
Yeah? What?
My compulsive gambling. I'll never make another bet as long as I live.
Victor Harris never did gamble again. The Suicide Club cured him of that. And, oh yes, it cured Iris Lorne of drug addiction. Although I'm not so sure it wasn't having someone to live for, someone to love. They're married now. Victor never had a chance. Comes to that, what man has? Our cast included Barry Nelson, Marion Seldes, John Barragray, Dan Ockel, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Preceding Mystery Theater program is furnished by the CBS Radio Network. This is WOR New York and RKO General Station. It's 8 o'clock. Here's John Scott with the news.
Until now, this story has been top secret. Top Secret, the exciting NBC presentation starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Gazer in transcribed dramas of international intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Assignment 4, Escape, a story until now, Top Secret.
As an Allied agent in a Europe at war, my job is to fight Nazism and fascism in any and every way I can. In Hitler's Berlin, this is a dangerous job. I have been many things. A singer, a nurse, a stenographer, a manicurist. Right now, I'm the private maid, really the confidential companion of Emmy Goering, wife of the Air Marshal himself. Assignment 4 began a week ago, last Thursday. I was spending my afternoon off in the Tear Garden, sitting on a bench and throwing crusts of bread to the fat, pompous pigeons. Here, Pidgey, Pidgey, Pidgey. Come on. Oh, don't be afraid. Well, are you hungry or aren't you? Are you? Then here. Oh, don't be so greedy. I have a whole bag full of crust. Come on, come on. Here is another. Here, Pidgey, 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 Pidgey. Oh, you scared them.
I'm sorry.
Well, don't look so sad about it. There isn't exactly a shortage in pigeons. Look at that one. A big fat crust, and you can't see it.
Fräulein.
Yes?
Would you mind if...
Would I mind what? Oh, would you like to feed them?
May I?
Well, of course. I have a whole bag full of crust. Help yourself.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, not a whole handful. Just a crust at a time. If you give them too much, they will... Oh, no. Are you that hungry? Wait, please, don't go. And don't be embarrassed. Being hungry is not a crime.
May I finish them?
Why didn't you say you were hungry? And you are sick, too, aren't you? You are, I can see you are sick.
You shouldn't be talking to me. I'll go now.
Have you no money?
No.
Please let me help you.
No. I can't. I'll go now.
Were you bombed out?
Yes. Yes, bombed out.
And now you have no place to go.
That's right.
Then please come home with me.
No. That's very kind of you, but I'd rather not.
Don't be proud. There are many like you. Come home with me and I have something to give you to eat. I have a small apartment around the corner. Please come.
Why are you doing this?
Must there be a motive to everything? I will ask nothing of you, but that I be allowed to feed you, and you will ask nothing of me at all.
That was wonderful. I don't know how to thank you.
Then don't try. Don't even talk. How long since you have slept?
Oh, I don't know. 2 days, 3 days. I'm afraid I've lost track of time.
Would you like to sleep here?
No, I can't.
Why are you afraid of me?
No, I'm not.
You are. I can see it in your eyes. Look, my friend, I don't know who you are. I don't care. I do not use this apartment. You may stay here as long as you wish, or you may leave now. It's up to you.
Well, if... I'm so tired. Could I stretch out on your couch for an hour?
Of course you may. If you can sleep after that enormous meal, you must be very tired.
I was a bit of a pig, wasn't I?
I'm afraid the couch is too short.
Oh, no. It's wonderful. Wonderful. Well, demon reporting, sir. 9 o'clock. My hands are out. The hands fell out. No.
You are all right.
My hands fell out. My hands fell out. I fell out.
Wake up, wake up. You are all right. You are safe now.
How long have I slept?
About 5 hours. It is night.
Did I say anything in my sleep?
Oh, don't worry.
I have to go. I must get out of here.
If I were you, I would stay right where you are, Philip.
What do you mean?
I know who you are. You were clawing at your collar, your shirt opened. I saw your identification discs. You are Flight Lieutenant Philip George Cornelius, RAF. The door is locked.
Look here, I don't want to hurt you. But if you don't give me that key, I'll have to take it.
But of course I'll give it to you. Here. Take it.
I just don't understand you.
The door was locked to keep people out, not to keep you in. Now, will you sit down and listen to me?
Go ahead.
I'm an Allied agent. I'm on the same side as you are.
But your accent, how?
I was once the Baroness Karen Gaze of Vienna. Believe me, I hate the Germans as much as you do. Sleep here tonight. And keep away from the windows and don't answer the door. I will come back tomorrow and at noon. I think I can find a way to get you out of Berlin.
How?
Through my employer.
Someone important?
The wife of someone important.
Who?
Emmy Goering.
Emmy? Not the Emmy Goering?
Yes.
The Reichsmarshal's wife?
Mm-hmm.
You were working as a spy inside the Goering house?
Very successfully.
What's she like?
Well, sometimes she's kind, but sometimes she's a fiend.
Well, I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Remember, don't answer the door, and don't go to the windows. And don't worry. I know how to get things from women, too.
Well, Karen, you asked for a week off. I've said you could have it. But now I want my hair set and a manicure. Then I want you to go to... What are you crying about?
You are so good, so kind. No other woman in Berlin has your heart. I admire you so much.
I believe in being fair. You're a good maid, you work hard. Now stop sniffling and start on my hair.
Yes, Frau Göring. I'm sorry.
Well, are you in some sort of trouble? Well, are you? Answer me, Karen, when I ask a question.
No, I'm not in trouble. A friend of mine is in trouble.
Ah, a man. I knew it.
I have not seen him for so long, Frau Göring. He's a flyer. He was wounded. Now he's better. In a week, he reports back to his base.
So, what do you expect me to do? I said you could have a week off.
I was wondering if you could possibly...
Well, say it. Don't be timid.
Oh, I suppose they wouldn't allow you to.
You suppose what?
I suppose they wouldn't allow you to loan me a car for a week.
Allow me?
Yes. Fritz at the motor pool said that, well, he hinted that you couldn't.
Oh, he did he? If you want a car, you may have it. My little Opel, with gas. Now type a note to Fritz and I will sign it. Allow me, indeed.
Philip, it's me.
I thought you'd never come.
I brought you a suit, a razor, some underwear, and a shirt. And best of all, I've got a car for a whole week.
A car where?
Frau Göring loaned me her Opel with a tank full of gas and extra tickets. I've got to go to the motor pool and get it. I'll be back in an hour. In the meantime, you can clean up.
Where did you get the money for all this?
Never mind. Be dressed and ready to leave when I get back.
Karen?
Yes.
While you were out, the paper came.
You didn't go to the door. I told you
No, I
that.
heard the girl deliver it, and I took it in after she'd left.
What's the matter?
The second column, there. Read it.
In consequence of increasing air raids upon German cities, the High Command has made the decision that all enemy Air Force personnel who land on German territory will henceforth not be taken prisoner, but will be shot on sight.
If you're with me, they'll shoot you too, helping a prisoner to escape. You can't do it. I can manage somehow.
It's inhuman. Inhuman.
It's Germany.
We'll just have to risk it.
No, I'll risk it, not you.
It will be my way or not at all. I'll go for the car. Be ready to leave when I get back.
I can't get over you.
Tell me about yourself.
Oh, not much to tell. born in a little town called Brockenhurst, not far from Southampton. Took Lord Oxford, then came the war and I enlisted.
How brief a story can one tell?
Talking about it makes me homesick. I say, what's that? There are flashlights ahead.
Lean back and keep quiet.
No, run them down. Run them down.
I said keep quiet. There is a better way. Please do as I say, and for goodness sake, don't open your mouth. That accent would give you away in a second. I've heard some bad German in my days, but nothing like yours.
Sorry, Fräulein. Past the curfew hour. There's no private traffic out of Berlin tonight.
Have you looked at the license plate, Sergeant?
I'm not interested, Fräulein. Turn back.
Perhaps you will be interested in the crest on the bonnet. Go ahead. Use your flashlight.
Right, Marshals. Forgive me, Fräulein. I did not notice. I presume you have permission?
Your caution is praiseworthy, Sergeant. Just don't go too far. Here is an order signed by Frau Göring herself.
Thank you, Fräulein. I will raise the barrier. Proceed, Fräulein. Have a good journey. Heil Hitler.
You see how easy it is when one knows the right people? Now we are out of Berlin.
You're wonderful. You didn't turn a hair, and I thought I'd shake right out of my clothes.
A man with courage is a man who controls his fear. If you were afraid, you didn't show it.
Now where?
You'll find a map in the glove compartment. Get it out, please.
All right, huh?
Find the central autobahn, the main highway. It's a heavy green line.
Which direction?
South.
South? We'll never get to England going south.
And which way would you suggest?
Why, west, of course.
Yes? Through the entire German army, through occupied France, through the Channel Coast fortifications, then swim across the Channel. Is that your idea of best way?
I'm overruled. What's your plan?
A diagonal across Germany. Follow me on the map. Berlin to Leipzig.
Right.
Leipzig to Plauen. Plauen to Nuremberg. Nuremberg to Ulm. Then we go across...
Hold it. Ulm. Right. Then?
Across to Friedrichshafen, on the Bodensee. Then to Lake Constance. And there I'll drop you off. You can get a fishing boat across to Switzerland.
Switzerland? But I'd be holed up there for the rest of the war.
And what's wrong with that?
There are other names on this map, Karen. Belsen, Buchenwald, Dachau, Auschwitz. Rotten, horrible names like swords. I can't sit it out in Switzerland. What are you stopping for? Karen, why are you stopping?
Because I want to think.
Can't you get me back to England?
I am in this kind of work for one reason, the same reason you are, to fight. But, Philip, we are surrounded. Denmark occupied, Holland occupied, Belgium occupied, France occupied. There is no other way but Switzerland.
Please take me to Holland, please. I'll risk it for the Dutch. They'll pass me through the underground and I can get to the North Sea. Thousands of our boys have come back that way. I know that I'll be able... I've no right to endanger you. It's your decision. I'll go wherever you say.
We drove across Germany, from Brandenburg to Bielefeld. The Göring crest on the bonnet of the car opened every barrier. We drove by night, traveling the back roads. In the daytime, we slept. Wherever we could find a hidden place, on the bridges, in forests, in haystacks.
Karen, wake up.
What time is it?
It's dark enough to stop. It's 8:30.
I never knew a haystack could feel so wonderful.
Most of it's in your hair at the moment.
From where we are, it's hard to imagine there is a war at all.
Look at the sunset, what's left of it. Pinks and the reds.
If only the whole world could be like this.
Someday, perhaps.
I wonder.
Oh, I believe in miracles now after having met you. We're halfway there.
Münster is more than halfway.
How far are we from the town itself?
Oh, about a mile. But we won't go through it. We'll go around it. Then west to Coesfield, to Wessel. If we are lucky, we can reach Wessel.
Karen, listen.
Where are they?
There. Over there. Hundreds of them. Look, Karen, those are Lancasters. Sterlings.
They are going to bomb Münster.
It's a saturation raid.
We'll have to go back.
No, we're safer here in the open country.
We are only a mile from the center of the town. Please, Philip, let's turn back.
Karen, you can't race a Lancaster in a German car. We'll have to sit it out. Look, Karen, Canadians. Go ahead, boys. Give it to them. Give it to them. Blast them right off the earth.
Philip! Philip! Philip, speak to me. Philip, you can't die. I won't let you die.
It's no use, Karen.
Don't say that. Don't. You are going home. You are going home to England. Please, Philip, don't give up, please.
Leave me, Karen. Don't be a fool. Leave me.
Try to stand up, please, Philip.
No. It's no use.
Stop that. Stop it. We'll get you to a doctor. Somehow we'll get you to the doctor. Just a few steps more. Don't faint, please. Don't faint again. Don't be afraid. I've got my gun. Don't be afraid.
Kommen Sie rein.
Doctor, help us. My brother was hurt on the road to Münster.
Ja, come in.
Shrapnel in the shoulder.
On the couch, please, Fräulein. That's it. Easy, easy. Lean on me. That's it, there.
We were caught in the raid on Münster. He's lost so much blood.
Do not worry, Fräulein. You will expose the shoulder, please. I have no nurse.
Yes, doctor.
I will not be a moment.
You are safe now, Philip. You are safe.
There, his shirt, Fräulein. Well back.
Yes, doctor.
Oh! So good. He has fainted. That is an angry shoulder. What are those?
Identification tags.
RAF? You mean he's English?
Yes. Those are English dog tags.
Fräulein.
And this is a German pistol. You will remove the shrapnel.
Nein.
I've heard that doctors take an oath to help the sick, heal the wounded.
I'm a German. I cannot.
You're a doctor. You will. Well, doctor?
Very well. Scalpel, please, Fräulein. So, it is done.
Are you all right, Philip?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right.
Doctor, we want food.
At the point of a gun, Fräulein?
Doctor, I am Viennese. I am different from your stolid German women. It would not cost me a thought to kill you. I've killed before. Now food, and quickly.
I have some bread, some fresh milk. That is all.
Get it.
Should have shot him, Karen.
We will be across the border station in 2 hours. He will keep until then locked in his cellar.
I have a feeling that something's...
Lie back. Try to get some sleep. In another 2 hours, it will be all over. There's a bridge at Newmargen, and from there you can follow the Wall River to the sea. I'll wake you up at the border station.
Morgan, Colonel Dietz speaking. In my direction? What kind of a car? Opel. Yeah. Wounded man and a girl. Her brother. Oh, yeah. RAF. Doctor in Münster. Yeah, we will watch. I assure you they will not pass. Right. I'll be the Herren. Sergeant!
Jawohl, Herr Colonel. What is it, sir?
A man and a woman in an Opel, headed this way from Münster. He is an English flyer, and they are posing as brother and sister. You know the law. They will be shot.
Ja, Herr Colonel.
You will wait and see to it yourself. They will be here in an hour or two. Bring them to me instantly.
Sofort. At once.
And remember, Sergeant, you are on detention tonight and tomorrow.
Jawohl, Herr Colonel.
That's all. Watch for them. If there's any trouble, shoot on sight. Don't ask questions, don't argue, shoot. Now go.
Philip, wake up. We are coming to the border station. This is the most dangerous barrier yet, and the last. We are brother and sister, and we lost our papers in the Münster raid. Perhaps the Goering crest on the car will work once more.
What if they stop us? Shall we make a dash for it?
They won't stop us. Nobody stopped us yet. And for heaven's sake, don't speak. Pretend you're asleep.
Good evening, Fräulein. Your papers, please.
We lost them in the raid on Münster.
Turn off your motor.
Certainly.
Now, get out.
Sergeant, my brother is badly hurt. Shrapnel in the shoulder. He has lost so much blood.
Your brother?
Yes, I said that.
Get out of the car, Fräulein, and the man, too.
If you will look at the bonnet of the car, you will notice
I am not interested in the car. I am interested in you. Both of you. Get out, now. We are looking for a wounded brother. Herr Colonel, the prisoner, sir.
Bring them in, Sergeant.
March. I said march!
Anyone can strike a wounded man, Sergeant.
When I say march, you march. Now go on.
So, this is the wounded brother and his sister. How very interesting. And how very unconvincing. I would advise you to identify yourself, my young friend.
Don't say anything, Philip.
Fräulein, I will deal with you later. Now, Herr Lieutenant, who are you? Come, we know you are a British flyer. You will be shot in any case. If you identify yourself, you will have a cross on your grave. If you don't, you will be buried in a pit of lime. You have 3 seconds in which to choose.
I'm Lieutenant Philip George Cornelius, 2727 said Royal Air Force. I was shot down over Berlin 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, Herr Lieutenant. Sergeant, Colonel, you, Herr Lieutenant, will wait. Take the girl upstairs. I will deal with her personally.
Jawohl, Herr Colonel.
You may go, Fräulein.
Which way, Sergeant?
Fräulein, wait. Did he say you had come all the way from Berlin?
Yes, in 4 days.
You have perhaps friends in the underground in Holland, yes?
Why are you asking me this?
Fräulein, Germany is sick. With America in the war, we cannot win. I have tried many times to get out. I was a baker. I made bread. These Nazis, there is such a thing as a German who is not a monster.
What are you suggesting?
Take me with you.
You are not serious.
I'm partly Jewish. The colonel knows. He makes me do things that I do. Simply by a telephone call, he can finish me. That is why I struck you, brother. I must pretend to be brutal. I'm not naturally an animal, Fräulein.
You mean you will help us?
It is only 100 yards to the Dutch frontier. The underground will help a British flyer. If I get you out of this place, will you take me with you, yes?
But the colonel...
Will you take me with you?
Of course we'll take you.
Then I will deal with the colonel now. I've waited a long time for this.
If you refuse to talk, Lieutenant, what is it, Sergeant?
Goodbye, Herr Colonel.
Karen, come with me, please.
No.
We can get through Holland in the boat. Karen, I love you. There isn't much time to say it. I want you to marry me.
You would not sit out the war in Switzerland. My job is back in Berlin.
But you may not get back. This way is sure, please.
I'll get back. By the time they discover his body, I'll be at Münster. Don't talk anymore, Philip. Go.
Then after? Will you come to me afterwards?
Afterwards, perhaps.
If you want to.
I want to very much.
Leutnant, please!
All right. Hope for it, Karen. Pray for it.
Pray for it, yes.
Every day.
Leutnant!
I love you. Coming!
Goodbye, Philip. The little boat fled down the river into the darkness. He had gone, and something of me had gone with him. A week later, I was back in Berlin, in the private air raid shelter of the House of Göring. Just Frau Göring and myself.
You never told me, Karen, your friend, that you enjoyed the week together.
Very much, Frau Göring.
He has gone back to his base?
Yes.
But he will come back to Berlin.
Well, Yes. Yes, he will come back to Berlin. In fact, I have the feeling he is very close right now.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in NBC's Top Secret. Here she is again to tell you about next week.
Next week, a woman in an armchair, a sable coat, and the forgery that fooled Berlin. The story of a cast and a broken leg, and a theft. It is a story that has been, until now, top secret.
Top Secret, in part transcribed, is produced by Harry W. Junkin. The script by Alan Sloan. Featured with Miss Massey was Lester Fletcher as Philip. Other players in the cast were Louis Van Rooten, Bryna Rayburn, Carl Emery, and Earl Hammond. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. Fred Collins speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike, the cigarette that's toasted to taste better.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They taste fine. Tobacco is light. Tobacco is mild. Tobacco too. And it's toasted, yes, it's toasted, because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
This is Don Wilson. I'd like you to listen to just the last part of that song once again.
It's the toasted cigarette.
That's one important reason the Lucky tastes better. It's toasted. The fine tobacco that goes into every Lucky is toasted to taste better. It's toasted. The famous Lucky Strike process brings Lucky's fine tobacco to its peak of flavor. Tones up this light, mild, naturally good-tasting tobacco to make it taste even better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. That's why we say this. If you want real enjoyment from your cigarette, make it Lucky Strike.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted
starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, while September is one of the most beautiful months of the year, there's a certain sadness about it. Yes, many sad things occur at this time of year. Children have to go back to school, vacations are over, and people have to go back to work. The flowers wilt, the leaves die, and Jack Benny comes back on the air. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I want to discuss that introduction with you. On our final show of the season last May, you introduced me with an insult. And now the first show of the new season, you do the same thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack.
You should be. And before dropping the subject, let me remind you of the lyrics of that beautiful tune written about this particular month.
The September song?
Yes. Remember, Don, it's a long, long time from May to December. And it seems even longer when you're not eating. So watch it, Slenderella boy. Now, this is a new season, so we'll let bygones...
Hi, Jack. Hi, Don.
Bob Crosby. Bob, it's good to see you. You look wonderful.
Well, so do you, Jack. And you too, Don.
Thanks. I feel good, too. Tell me, Bob, where did you spend your vacation?
Well, Don, I didn't have a real vacation. You see, my television show on CBS, it's on 5 days a week, and, I was kept very busy.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, but it did have its compensations. I was paid every week.
So you were paid every week. What good is that? A man needs a little relaxation. I mean, money isn't everything. You ought to realize that.
Oh, Usher.
Yes, sir?
Can you tell me where Mr. Benny's broadcasting from? I must be in the wrong studio.
No, Bob, you're not in the wrong studio. It's just that I have a new writer, and he hasn't grasped my character yet. That's all.
Well, when he gets his first check, he will.
I guess so. They all do sooner or later.
Gee, I feel sorry for you, Bob, working all summer.
Oh, it wasn't bad, Don. Gee, I took every weekend off. Gee, last weekend I had a wonderful time with my brother Bing.
What'd you do?
Well, we did a little mountain climbing. Then we went into the woods and we hunted. Then we enjoyed some wonderful fishing in a couple of streams and lakes.
Where were you, Yellowstone Park?
No, in Bing's front yard.
Now, wait a minute, Bob. I know Bing has a big house and ground, but it's not that big. Aren't you exaggerating a little?
No, I'm not, Jack. In fact, it's an even money bet that Bing's place becomes a state before Hawaii.
God! Gary may have to go to Washington as a senator. It'd be better than going to Pittsburgh as a ball player. Well, I guess you're right, Bob. You can have a nice vacation just on weekends. Huh?
Oh, certainly, Jack. It's amazing what you can do in just 2 days. Why, a couple of weeks ago, Frank Remley and I went way up to the High Sierras.
You took Remley with you?
Yeah. Very unfortunate thing happened, too. We were climbing around a narrow cliff. All of a sudden, Remley slipped and fell about 30 feet to a small ledge, and no one could reach him.
That's terrible. What happened there?
Well, finally, one of those St. Bernard dogs with the brandy around its neck got to him.
Well, thank goodness. Where's Remley now?
Well, the last I saw of him, he and the dog were walking off, arm in arm.
Well, Remley always was an animal lover. You should see the tender way he treats an old crow. It's touching. Well, I remember once...
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Why, Dana!
Gee, it's sure good to see all of you again.
Good seeing you, Dennis.
I sure miss you, kid.
Yeah, you know, even though I hate to see our vacations end, there's something nice about all of us getting together again.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Benny. Here we are starting a new series.
Yes, sir.
Are you looking forward to a good season?
I sure am.
So am I.
That's good.
In fact, this will be the best season I ever had.
Why?
I'm quitting your show.
We just started. You're quitting the show?
Uh-huh.
Don, get me a chair. I know this is going to lead into something, and I want to be comfortable. You know? There we are. Now, Dennis, why? Why are you quitting my show?
Well, I think a man who is married and has 9 children should be in business for himself.
Dennis, look at me.
Yes, sir?
Dennis, do you have 9 children?
No.
Are you married?
No.
Then why would you say you're leaving my show because you're married and have 9 children?
I did that for your sake.
My sake?
I didn't want people to know I'm quitting because of the lousy salary you pay me.
What?
I grasped your character 12 years ago.
Now, wait a minute, Dennis. Look, I'm not going to get mad. It's the first show. I'm not going to get mad. Now, wait. No, I'm holding my temper, see? I'm not getting mad, am I? Am I getting mad? I'm not getting mad, am I? I'm not getting mad, am I? Now, Dennis, look.
Put your eyes back in.
I only want to ask you something. I'm not getting mad. Do I look mad? I'm not mad, am I? I'm not. Now, I just want to ask something. How can you say I pay you a bad... It's a darn good salary, isn't it?
Yeah, when you pay it to me, but all of June, July, and August, no money at all.
Well, of course I don't pay you during the summer. We're off the air those 3 months.
We are?
Oh, certainly.
Gee, and every Sunday I came down here and sang my heart out.
Well, Dennis, that's your own fault. When you came down here every Sunday and saw a completely empty studio, not a soul in it, what did you think?
I thought you were slipping.
Slipping?
And it's about time, too. Nobody can last forever.
Now cut that out! Look, Dennis, this is the start of a new season, so I'm not going to lose my temper.
But I thought...
No, I'm not going to get mad, Dennis. Just sing.
Yes,
Will
sir.
you?
Yes, sir.
I'm not getting mad. Just...
At last,
That was Dennis Day singing If You Love Me, and very good, too. I'm not mad. Dennis, I thought your voice sounded beautiful. The tone was superb, the range magnificent.
Not bad for a kid who's been singing his heart out all summer.
Look, Dennis, you can stop making things up. You didn't come down here and sing all summer. I happen to know that this summer you did a 4-week personal appearance at the Sahara in Las Vegas.
Yeah, that's right. I had a lot of fun in Vegas, too. I even did a little gambling there.
Dennis, you shouldn't gamble. You don't know the... Why, Mary!
Hello, Jack.
Hi, Mary.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary. Hello, Mary.
What were you fellas talking about?
What a big hit I was in Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah. I read where you broke records there.
Yeah, I'll say. When I left, they even dedicated a slot machine to me. There's a slot machine at the Sahara with my name on it.
Well, that's nothing. There's a slot machine at the Flamingo with Jack's blood on it.
Blood on it, blood on it. A little cut on the wrist. You make a big thing out of it. You come in on the first show, Mary. That's a fine greeting you give me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack.
Oh, sure. I bet you're not sorry at all. You don't see me for months, and that's how you say hello.
But I am sorry. And to show you I'm sincere, come here and I'll give you a big kiss.
Well.
Come on, let's get on with the show.
Oh, quiet, Dennis. You're just jealous.
A man with a wife and 9 kids is jealous?
Oh, be quiet. All right, Mary. Get ready. I'm going to kiss you.
Well, I'm ready, Jack.
There, Mary. How was that?
You lost more blood in Vegas than I thought.
Mary, if you're going to keep on like this, I'll be sorry that you didn't stay in Plainfield when you visited your family.
Well, say, Mary, were you in the East during the big heat wave they had?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and it was really hot. Everybody suffered but Papa.
Now, what'd your father do?
Well, every night he'd fill the bathtub with ice-cold beer and get in it.
Well, Mary, in a few hours, wouldn't the beer warm up?
In a few hours, he didn't care.
I know, but wasn't it kind of messy when he tried to wipe himself off?
He didn't have to. Brian Gold is a dry beer.
Well, I asked her, so she told me. You know, Mary, I read one day where it got so hot. Mary, what are you staring at?
Well, what's the matter with Don Wilson?
What do you mean?
Well, since I came in, he's been standing in the corner. Not saying a thing, just sulking.
Gee, you're right. Don! Oh, Don!
Leave me alone.
Don, what's the matter with you? What's come over you so suddenly?
It's not suddenly. Something I've been thinking about for 20 years.
Well, if there's something wrong, for heaven's sake, tell me about it.
All right, I will. Every year when we come back on the air, I start the program off by introducing you, and you come on and get applause. And then Dennis comes on and gets applause. Then Bob Crosby makes an entrance and gets applause. Then Mary comes on and gets applause. Everyone gets applause except me. It's not fair.
Well, if all you want is some applause, Don, we can fix that. Folks, how about giving Don Wilson a big hand? There you are, Don. How was that?
Wonderful, Jack. Makes me feel great.
Good. And, folks, I want to thank you for giving Don that big hand because never has so little made so much so happy so fast. So there. And now, Don, that your little heart has been lightened, would you mind getting the Sportsman Quartet up to the microphone for the commercial?
Oh, I will.
Oh,
Sportsman!
Hold it, Don. Hold it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What is it?
Well, I thought I ought to call and tell you your trunk arrived home.
My trunk?
Yeah, the one you took with you when you went out on that personal affairs tour this summer.
Oh, yes. Did you unpack it?
Almost. And say, there's a high silk hat in there that I never saw before.
Oh, yeah, be careful with that hat. I bought it from a magician who was on the same bill with me.
A magician's hat?
Yes, I'm going to use it on my television show next Sunday. He taught me a trick with the hat. I put in 2 rabbits and pull out 5 of them.
Well, he must have taught the trick to the rabbits, too. There's 40 of them now.
Well, I'll be darned. By the way, Rochester, how's the program coming over?
What program?
What program? My program, the one I'm doing right now.
Your program isn't coming over the air. I turned the radio on to the station a few minutes ago, and all they have is music.
Rochester, are you sure you tune into the right station?
Yes, sir, and all they have is a man playing an organ.
Well, that burns me up.
I know something that'll burn you up even more.
What?
He's getting laughs.
Look, Rochester, I better hang up and check into this. Just be sure and have dinner ready when I get home. By the way, what are we going to have?
Rabbit, what else?
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Jack, where are you going?
To see the head engineer. There's something wrong. Our program isn't on the air.
But, Jack, in honor of your first program of the season, the Sportsman Quartet's prepared a special number, and they're ready to do it.
All right, Don, let them sing it to the studio audience. I've got to go.
Okay. Take it, fellas.
Now we are back with our friend Jack here on the radio. For Lucky Strike, the smoke we like, it's toasted as you know. Lucky Strike, better taste. Yes, a Lucky Strike tastes better, you will like. LSMFT, Lucky Strike, take a puff and tree, the toasted cigarette. Yes, it's toasted, smoke Lucky Strike.
Gee, I wonder why Rochester isn't getting the program. There's probably something wrong with my radio at home. I can't understand CBS not sending my first program out. My second one I could understand. They think a little thing like that is going to make me quit. They're crazy. See, I wonder where I go to see the chief engineer. This must be it. It says George Foster, chief engineer. I'll go in. That must be him in front of the big electrical panel. Excuse me, are you the chief engineer?
No, I'm his assistant.
Well, I'm Jack Benny, and my radio program isn't going out on the air.
Who says it ain't?
I says it ain't.
Well, maybe it isn't.
Well, why isn't it?
I don't know, but it aren't my fault.
I'm not saying it am. Well, look, what is the reason for my show? What is the reason for my show not being broadcast?
Well, let me look at this control panel here. Oh, yeah, now I see what's wrong.
What is it?
Well, you see, Mr. Benny, when you talk into the microphone, it creates a series of electronic impulses which are converted to vibrating wavelengths at varying frequencies, which are instantaneously reconverted by a series of transistors. Then it comes through here to the master control panel, then they pass through the superheterodyne condenser, and the volume is then rheostatically controlled.
Oh, well, I still don't quite understand from your explanation why my program isn't coming out over the air.
It ain't plugged in.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah, certainly. You see, that's the plug hanging loose over there.
Well, for heaven's sake, plug it in.
Oh, I can't.
Why not?
Well, look, mister, I can pick up the plug, I can inspect the plug, I can dust the plug, I can polish the plug, but the union says only the chief engineer can plug in the plug.
Well, where's the plug? The chief engineer. Where's the chief engineer?
He went out for coffee. He'll be right back.
But I can't wait. I'm going to plug it in myself. I'll just pull this other plug out.
No. Don't pull that one out. That's one of the most popular programs on the air. Everybody's listening to it.
What is it?
Harry Horlick and his A&P Gypsies.
Well, of all, that program hasn't been on for years.
Gee, why don't somebody come down here and tell me those things?
Now, look, I've stood for...
Oh, here comes Mr. Foster now.
Oh, yes. Mr. Foster.
Yeah!
Mr. Foster, I'm Jack Benny.
Well, may I shake your hand? I've already drafted your character.
Never mind that. Your assistant here tells me that my program is off the air because that wire isn't plugged in.
Yeah, I know.
And he told me you're the only one that could do it.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, plug it in.
I wouldn't touch the nasty thing.
You better be careful. You'll be in lots of trouble when my sponsor learns about this.
He knows it was his idea.
Now cut that out. If you won't plug it in, I'll do it myself.
And that concludes tonight's Jack Benny program.
What?
We wish to thank his special guests, Harry Horlick and his A&P Gypsy.
Well, this is ridiculous. I'm going home and listen to Sam and Henry.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, the sweetheart of Lucky Strike, Miss Dorothy Collins.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They take fine tobacco, it's light tobacco, it's mild tobacco too. And it's toasted, yes, it's toasted, because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Friends, your enjoyment of a cigarette is just as simple as that. If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to taste better. Naturally, Lucky's better taste begins just where you'd expect it to begin, with fine tobacco. LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And then that tobacco is toasted. It's toasted. The famous Lucky Strike process tones up Lucky's naturally good-tasting tobacco to make it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. So next time, get better taste. Get Lucky Strike.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Who's that?
It's only me, Rochester. Any mail or phone calls?
Yeah, Mr. Frank Remley called. He wanted to tell you that he's opening at the Cine Grill at the Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel October 5th.
Oh, good, good. I'll go down and see him.
Mr. Remley said you'd enjoy it. He's got a special attraction this year.
A special attraction?
His vocalist is a St. Bernard.
Well, what do you know? I'll sure go down and see that. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Joseph Clerk, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Al Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Let's say it's a bright summer day with the sky high and blue, and you are half dozing in the shade of a tree out in the country or on your patio. A dense, dark shadow passes over you, and for the briefest moment, you shudder to the marrow of your bones with such intense cold that, for that moment, heart, breathing, feeling, life stops dead. You open your eyes and look up, but there is nothing in the clear sky. Then you will know that over you has passed one of the ghost planes. Our mystery drama, The Ghost Plane, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Richard Crenna and Janet Waldo. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
When you say Budweiser, when you say Bud, you said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say Bud,
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
For a lot of people, a full-size car is a downright necessity. Buick understands that, which is why they build LeSabre, a car with lots of standard comfort and convenience, a big trunk, and honest-to-goodness elbow room for 6. Buick LeSabre, free spirit in the family size.
And now, for a change, some good news for the working person. If you don't have a retirement plan where you work, the Emigrant Savings Bank has a nice little tax shelter you can take advantage of. It's their IRA Individual Retirement Account. It lets you deduct up to 15% of your annual earnings, or as much as $1,500 a year, and set it aside in a high-paying IRA plan. The entire amount is tax-free, including the interest it earns until after you retire. In fact, the more you save for retirement under this plan, the less taxes you'll pay each year. So when you finally retire, you'll have a lot more to fall back on than just your Social Security checks. Don't put off saving for your retirement. The longer you wait, the more taxes you'll pay. For information about Emigrant's individual retirement account, drop by any Emigrant office or call the Pension Department, 212-883-5800. They'll help set up your own little tax shelter because Emigrant wants to help. Emigrant Savings Bank, member FDIC.
Here's Ralph Flinger, better known as Mr. I Know Where They Are. Ralph, whatever became of Edwin Lowdy, the inventor of the bridge lamp?
Oh, yeah, so he's well up in his 90s now, but he still works every day taking chain-link fences apart.
A listener would like to know whatever became of a young daredevil named Warner Bromley, who flew a Zeppelin upside down.
Yes, he once tried to fly a Zeppelin upside down through the framework of the Eiffel Tower.
What's he doing now?
He inflates weather balloons for the government.
All right, Mr. I Know Where They Are. How about Stuffy Hodgson, Calvin Hoogerman, Jimmy Schwab, Fred Falvey, and Mary Backstage?
Oh, they're all to be found in the pages of the new Bob and Ray book, Right If You Get Work, along with Wally Ballou, Tippy the Wonder Dog, and many more fascinating characters.
That's Right If You Get Work, the best of Bob and Ray, at your bookstore now.
Incidentally, Edwin Lowdy claimed he invented the bridge lamp, but he didn't.
Well, he's in his 90s now. I don't see any point in reopening that controversy.
Right If You Get Work, the new book by Bob and Ray, is available now at book and department stores, published by Random House.
For all intents and purposes, the plane in which we are traveling is not different from any normal jet, a 707 or perhaps a DC-9, with two exceptions, perhaps. There is no first class, as if it were a charter plane, and it carries only 2 lone passengers, both of them apparently asleep. There are many other differences in this plane, but I leave you to discover those for yourself.
Wake up, Jenny. Wake up, Jenny. Wake up, Jenny. Wake up, Jenny.
Where am I? A plane? I wasn't going on a plane, was I? Who was I? If I am, where to? What for? I can't be awake. It doesn't feel... And yet I'm not asleep, I know that. I can hear the engines, feel the vibration. Oh, there's a stewardess. Except she looks so old. I never saw an old stewardess on a plane before. But at least I can ask her. Oh, why did she have to stop by him? I hope they don't talk too long.
Herb Moss, wake up. Herb Moss, wake up. Herb Moss, wake up.
I must have fallen asleep. It's funny, I don't feel tired. I can't remember. Chicago? St. Louis? No, I didn't have a town trip this week. Did I? It wasn't up at the lake. Well, then, how... Oh, stewardess!
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
The seatbelt light is out, so I guess it's safe to smoke.
In the rear of the plane, it is permitted to smoke.
Well, thanks. Yeah, how about rustling me up a double martini, real dry, to go with that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Moss. There are no drinks served on this plane.
Not even a little wine with dinner?
No meals are served either.
No. That's the way it is with charter flights, huh?
You could call this a charter flight, yes, sir.
It's not a through flight, I guess. There'll be some set-downs.
That's correct, sir.
Well, I hope for your sake business wasn't all that bad, just two of us. How many are you expecting at the next stop?
I don't know that yet. Excuse me. I think I want it up front, Mr. Moss. May I be of assistance, Miss Wallace?
I know you're going to think this is real dumb of me, but I fell asleep, and waking up, I'm so spaced out, I can't remember. I mean, where are we going?
I'm sorry, dear. I'm not allowed to tell you that.
You mean I'm some sort of prisoner?
Oh, no, not at all. You can go anywhere in the plane you like, except the cockpit, of course. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think perhaps the captain wants to talk to me.
Well, no, wait, please. Oh, just a minute. There's so many things I want to ask you.
It really wouldn't do any good. I wouldn't be able to answer.
Well, just one thing. Is this some sort of a hospital plane or something?
I've told you all I can tell you.
Oh, Lord, what is it? Some awful dream. Oh, I'm scared. Oh, Mom. Pop. Someone, please. I'm so scared.
Oh, excuse me, miss.
Oh. Hi.
Hello. Well, there are only two of us on the whole plane, so, well, to tell you the truth, I could use some company.
So could I. Wait a minute. I'll slide over so you can sit down.
Oh, thank you. My name is, just something that I should have it's my business card. Herbert Moss. I'm with Troy, Train, and Kenwood. That's an advertising firm. Well, as long as we're talking together, I think I should ask your name.
Me? Oh, it's Ginny. Ginny, she called me. Oh, wait a minute. Let me look in my bag. There ought to be... Yeah, here. My ident card. Ginny Wallace. That's me. Lousy picture, huh?
No, not at all. Nobody our age takes a bad picture. You also didn't seem to be sure of your name, Ginny. Ginny, right? But don't look so scared, dear. You have company. Why do you think I went groping for my business card? I wasn't sure of mine either.
No kidding. You weren't? Honest?
Honest. I'll tell you more than that. I don't know how I got on this plane. Do you?
No.
I can bet you something else. You probably don't know where this plane is headed for, do you?
No, I don't. And the stewardess wouldn't tell me.
Or me. Another thing. I've looked through all my pockets and I can't find any carbon copy of my ticket, luggage checks, anything like that.
I feel so scared. You don't think it's like one of those skyjack things and where the hostage is like, I mean, well, I could figure you, but why me?
Skyjack? No, I don't know it's possible, except...
Except what?
Well, why don't we know who we are? Remember where we're going. Let's try some questions. Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Sure. Two sisters and a brother.
How old are they?
Younger than me. Mary's 14, Margaret's 11, and Tommy's only 7.
And your mother and father?
Pop died a while back. Mom's alive.
You live with the family?
No, I was going to say I didn't anymore, but... Well, it's going sort of blank again.
All right, now let's not push it. Or you. All right, let's think about me.
Well, we know you work at an advertising agency. What do you do there?
I'm an account executive, vice president in charge of Magnum Brands.
Well, I bet you live outside the city and travel in commuter trains with bar cars and all like that. And I bet you're married, right? With kids near my age?
Yes. Brian's at college already, and Adrienne is... Yes, of course I'm married, and I live in Greenridge. Wait a minute. There's a picture of the kids a couple of years ago, and it's my wife, Nina. Here's some other pictures of the kids. And that's the house. And this one, too.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, whoops. Oh, you dropped one. Who's this?
Oh, that's my secretary, Barbara. Oh, good Lord.
What is it, Mr. Moss?
Well, nothing. No, it's nothing. I forgot to leave her some instructions about a meeting. What day is this?
I don't know. I don't even know the date.
I have a feeling it's terribly important for us to know just what this day means. To both of us. Jenny, what is it?
Oh, just the way you said it. You gave me goosebumps all over.
I know the feeling. I don't like anything about this. Look, on a plane like this, there should be more than one hostess. I'm going up front to get some information about where this plane is going. Why don't you go aft and see if there isn't another hostess in the galley?
You mean like in the back?
Yes, I'm going to check the pilot.
Okay, Mr. Moss.
Pilot? Pilot or somebody. I want to talk to you. I demand that you open this door.
This is your captain. Will all passengers please notice that the no smoking lights are on and that seat belts be fastened. Please resume your seats immediately. We are preparing to land. Passengers will resume their seats immediately and buckle their seat belts. Please put out all cigarettes. We are preparing to land.
Oh, we're falling, Mr. Moss. The plane is falling.
No, it's all right, Jenny. We're just diving a bit deeply, that's all.
I feel kind of sick to my stomach.
Now, slide in and sit down. Sit down. That's the girl. Now, keep your mouth open and swallow. And fasten your seatbelt. Hold it tight. Now, listen to me. I don't know what you plan to do, but when we land, whatever it is, I'm getting off this plane. I'd advise you to do the same.
I don't know. I mean, I've only got a couple of dollars.
Don't worry about that. I've got money and credit cards. You want to get off with me?
Oh, yes.
And the moment I tell you to, snap open your seatbelt and head with me for the exit.
This is your captain. We are about to land. Remain in your seats, as this will be a short stop. Do not unfasten your seatbelts on landing. We shall be taking off immediately.
Pig's eyes.
What's that?
Oh, we're down. That's funny. I never heard him drop that landing gear.
Are we all right?
Now, as soon as we come to a halt, snap open your seatbelt and follow me.
Yes, Mr. Moss.
Okay, now.
I can't. The buckle won't open.
As soon as I get mine. Oh, damn. Oh, I knew something was up. I sure would like to know what the devil is going on.
What is it, Mr. Moss?
These damn belts are gimmicks somehow. We're trapped in our seats. Whoever they are, they're not going to let us get off.
Who are they?
I don't know, Jenny. I'm afraid even to think.
Still, it is a good question. Who are they? Where is this strange plane headed with its cargo of only 2 passengers? Why is the hostess an elderly woman? And what is the rest of the crew like? And why have they stopped at, wherever they have stopped? And who else or what else is coming aboard? I'll return shortly with Act 2.
This is veteran broadcaster Wally Ballou chatting with some of the wise folks who are taking advantage of General Electric's Happy Birthday America celebration going on right now at participating GE dealers. Sir?
How do you do, Mr. Blue? It's a pleasure to talk with you.
Thank you.
I might say you look much older and smaller in person than you do on TV.
Could I have your name, please?
Stilskin, R.P. Stilskin.
And you're taking advantage of this big General Electric celebration going on right now.
Sure am. What an array of super values. GE radios, tape recorders, stereo systems. I don't know what to buy first.
Well, I might suggest a GE digital clock radio or one of a number of tape recorders. Buy one and you get a free Spirit of 76 portable AM radio. That's value.
Hey, I'll do that. How long is this event going to last?
Through March 15th. And this is Wally Ballou inviting everyone to visit a participating GE dealers and share in GE's Happy Birthday America celebration now. I didn't ask you what you do for a living, Mr. Stilskin.
I spend gold into subway tokens.
Now let's pick up some of that bad music.
My name is Tom Carvel. I'm sitting here with a graduate of Carvel Ice Cream College. What is your name, please?
Louise Barnhart.
Louise, you were the owner of a Carvel store?
Yes.
Where is it located?
Margate, Florida.
Okay. If I were a consumer, what could you tell me about Carvel Ice Cream as compared to any of your competitors?
Well, I don't think you can compare Carvel with any other ice cream. Because actually, it's the only ice cream that's freshly made daily in all the stores.
How about the weight of it?
Well, it weighs much heavier than many other ice creams that we've tried.
All right, the point we try to make is that if the integrity of the manufacturer is that great, why don't you put it in the package, okay? Now, if you weigh ice cream, Carvel, as compared to any other product, you'll find it's heavier. So you're a manufacturer selling retail, and you're located where again?
Margate, Florida.
Thank you.
Did you know that the estrogen pills used by 4 million women may cause cancer? Do you know why it's taking 15 years to take Red Dye 2 off the market? Do you know that the civil war in Lebanon could become the 5th Arab-Israeli war? Do you know how all of these events and facts could affect you personally? Your answer should be yes, because you should be reading the National Observer. The National Observer is written for people who want more from a newspaper. And now you can get the next 26 weekly issues of the Observer for only $6. That's less than 23 cents a week. And the National Observer will send you free a 248-page book that will give you advice on coping with college costs, how to escape a fire in your home, how you can actually make money from your trash. It will show you how to stretch your dollars on all subjects, from staying healthy to taking better and less expensive care of your car. It's free if you subscribe to the National Observer now. Call 212-757-5150. That's 212-757-5150. Out of town, call collect.
The strange plane rests on the ground, its engines idling easily, and nothing happens. In their seats, Ginny Wallace and Herb Ross have given up struggling with the seat belts, which refuse to unclasp, pinning them helplessly in their seats. The cockpit door remains closed. The sense of unimaginable and pending action is so palpable that both have dropped their voices almost to a whisper.
Can you see where we are, out the window?
Nothing.
No, rub the window off. I can't reach.
I did, but it's just that white mist, sort of like a cloud. I mean, outside.
No lights? No movement you can see?
No. What's going to happen to us?
I don't know.
What's that?
Bring them on board.
Who is it? I can't see over the back of the seat.
I don't know about the passengers, but it's the stewardess who was up front.
How did she get to the rear of the plane?
I don't know.
That's it. Mr. Schaefer in K1. Strap him in and...
Stewardess?
In a moment, Mr. Morris. Miss Newman in S1 and Mr. Downing in S2. Make them secure.
Stewardess, I demand to be released and let off at this stop.
Thank you, boys. As soon as you're out, we'll button up and take off.
Stewardess! Do you hear me?
Didn't you hear? Why won't you listen?
We are in the takeoff run. Please do not smoke and make sure that all safety belts are fastened. Not release until a light goes on.
Not release. Who has a chance?
Can't you stop it, Mr. Moss? Some way.
Yes, I can't, Jenny. I think you must be beginning to realize that as well as I do.
Wake up, Daddy Schaefer. Wake up, Daddy Schaefer. Wake up, Daddy Schaefer. Wake up.
Where am I?
plane?
Are you quite comfortable, Mr. Schaefer?
Who the devil are you?
The stewardess.
You gotta be kidding. An old team like you? Hey, what kind of an airline is this, anyhow?
At the proper time, you'll know. Excuse me, I have other passengers to attend to.
Wake up, Carol Newman. Carol Newman. Carol Newman. Carol Newman.
I don't want to wake up. I don't ever want to wake up. I took care about that. What am I doing on a plane? Who's this guy next to me? I don't fly tourist. Wait a minute. Let me think.
Wake up, Bruce Dowling. Wake up, Bruce Dowling.
No. Oh, no, I couldn't. Not now. Not now. I made the big chance. I can't blow it. I can't. Only I have. I know it. Damn motor is still running. It's still... What? I'm not under the car. I'm on a plane. It's all right. It must be all right.
Quite all right, Mr. Downing.
Yeah?
I say for the moment, it's quite all right.
Where are we headed?
On the passage you booked. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to make quite a few preparations.
Hey, wait a minute. Damn. What's the matter with this buckle?
He's messing around with it. I tried. Some new safety gimmick, I suppose. Won't release till the seatbelt light goes off.
Oh, well. What's the difference? You mind if I smoke?
No. If you have a stick, I'll join you.
Oh, no grass, ma'am. I mean, I'm strictly keep off the grass these days. Just straight old filter tip.
Did I ask for anything more?
You didn't have to. We're two of a kind. Right?
And what does that mean?
We've been down a lot of the same roads.
Yeah. I've been down the same roads, I guess. Just a few more of them than you, Sonny.
You weather pretty well. And a couple of years doesn't give you any right to that Sonny. You can call me Bruce.
Bruce will do. I'm Carol. I've got a case of the who the hell am I, how did I get here blues, too.
I was hoping you could clue me in.
About what, for example?
This flight. Where we're going. How I got here.
You think I'd be much help? You notice what I'm wearing?
Yeah. It's nice. Sort of. Yeah, I see what you mean. No use asking you if you've got a ticket.
Scarcely. In a negligee, you can pretty well tell everything I've got. I get a blanket from the hostess. Do you have a ticket?
Not that I can find.
And you have no idea how or why you're here?
No. Well, kind of hazy. But, no. Oh, damn. If we could only get out of these seatbelts.
What for?
You see that couple sitting down front? The older man and the chick in the jeans?
Yeah.
I've got a crazy notion they were already on the plane before it landed. Or anyway, before it picked us up. Maybe they have some answers.
What about the mean-looking kid with the frizzy up ahead? One with a knife he's trying to cut the belt with.
I don't think I want to tangle with that character. He's riding the edge of something.
This is your captain. We have now reached our cruising altitude. And for a brief period, till our next stop, we suggest you loosen your seatbelts if you so desire, and stretch out a little. Smoking is permitted in the rear half of the plane.
Mr. Moss?
Yes, Jenny?
What did you mean about me beginning to realize what's happening as well as you do?
Aren't you beginning to remember things?
I'm not sure. It's like a bad dream. Things that couldn't really happen have happened to me only. And the worst of all is... I don't know how to say it. How to explain.
You don't have to, Jenny. I know. I feel the same way. Sooner or later, we're going to have to face it.
No.
Ginny, my poor, dear little girl.
Excuse me for breaking up the love scene, but I'm looking for a couple of answers, man.
There's no smoking in this section of the plane.
You gotta be putting me on, man. There's 5 of us here. That's all there are. Who cares? Them other 2 are lit up.
In the proper section. And the lady beside me doesn't smoke.
Oh, you mean love child here? Don't let her give you no runaround, Dad. She not only smokes, turns on, but she's a user, I can tell.
Put that cigarette out, punk, or I'll run you aft and stick your head down one of the bowls.
Tough guy, huh? Still feel so tough?
A knife! Oh, Mr. Moss!
Take it easy, Jenny. I don't think he wants to try to use it. It's just supposed to scare me and try to prove what a big man he is.
Hey, now, don't ever kid yourself. I got nothing to lose. Now, let's answer me a couple of questions.
Such as?
Where's this plane headed for?
I don't know.
Now, don't give me that. You were here before we got or however we got here. You must know something.
Don't you know why you're here?
Hey, man, would I be asking you if I did? Hold it. What do you 2 want?
The same thing you do, apparently. Information.
Our seatbelts. Mr. Moss, we can loosen them now.
Yes, Jenny. I already have.
Come on. Let's start cluing us in. What is this, a prison ship or something?
And why would you think that?
Will you lay out... Hey, what's the idea to get up you're wearing?
I don't know. It's what I had on when I woke up here on the plane.
You mean you 2 were shacking up and he brought you aboard in your fancy nightshirt?
No, she doesn't mean that. The first time I met this lady was on this plane. I don't even know how I got here myself. And why don't you put that knife away?
And why don't you cool it? I ain't letting this out of my hand till I get a slant on what this whole gig is, see?
My name is Herbert Moss. This is Ginny Wallace.
Who cares about names?
We should get acquainted since we're all in the same fix.
Well, all right. I'm Danny. I don't know. Somebody must have slipped me a Mickey or something before I got carted on here. I can't think.
Jenny and I had trouble remembering who we were. How about you 2?
A kind of a voice whispered my name to me.
Yeah, me too.
That's how I knew my name.
Yeah, right on. Same with me. Like I was coming to. Wake up, Danny. Yeah, the old bag in the uniform. She said, Schaefer. That's it. Danny Schaefer.
Downing. Bruce Downing. That's me.
And the voice said Carol Newman.
Oh, well, great. Now we're all buddies, okay? But look, I'm asking you, Dad, what's going on? What do you know?
I told you nothing.
Don't give me that. I heard you say something to the love chick here when I came up. Something about face it. Face what?
Doesn't anybody know? Or guess?
It's all just bits, pieces, things that won't go together. I can't remember it straight.
Yeah, it's like that for me, too.
Mr. Downing?
Yeah. That's about the size of it. One thing I do... it doesn't tie in right away.
How about you, Dad?
Well, I'm beginning to remember a lot more than I want to.
All right, now what does that mean?
Now, answer me a question first. Do you remember anything?
Yeah. I remember plenty. I've held up stores, run numbers, lifted, hoisted cars, you name it, ever since I was 14 years old. But only to put something in my stomach. The last thing I do remember is I finally went for the big one. Murder 1. I was robbing a store and a cop tried to jump me, and before I could think, I had the shiv in him, and I knew he'd bought it. So that's to clear the air. I don't really care about none of the rest of you. All I want to know is what am I doing in this bleeping plane, and where are we headed, and how do we get off of here? And this time I expect an answer, Dad. Because I think you know.
I don't know exactly. I'm only guessing. For 2 reasons.
Spill them.
First, you all heard Danny. He's done plenty to be ashamed of, even if he wouldn't admit it. I think the first part of that statement is what all of us have in common. We're all deeply ashamed of something or things we've done. That's number one.
What would I be ashamed of? Or me? I didn't do anything wrong.
Shut up! What's the other thing we got in common?
Take a look at your windbreaker, Danny.
Yeah, what about it?
There's a hole in the front.
So what?
Unzip it. Look at your shirt underneath. Or pull up your shirt and look at your chest.
Hey, come on. What are you trying to pull?
I'm trying to answer your questions for you. And for all of us.
Okay. Hey. Oh, blood. What happened?
I'm guessing that police officer you knifed had a partner and that he shot you. Right through the heart.
I got a hole in my chest. Big slug. At least a 38. A hit like that, I must be... Oh, no, I can't be.
I'm afraid you are, Danny. I'm afraid all of us are.
You mean we're dead?
This is your captain. Will you please be sure that you are seated and have fastened your seatbelts? Please extinguish all cigarettes. We are coming in for a landing now. Thank you.
Better fasten up, everyone.
What for? Not me. I'm getting off this plane when it lands, understand?
They won't allow you to. You might as well follow orders. If he increases the pitch anymore, you'll be rolling all over the floor. You could break your neck.
What difference does it make if I'm dead?
I don't know that for sure. I'm only guessing because I think I remember that I am dead.
Has Herb guessed the truth? And if he has, what are the passengers who ride this strange plane headed for at this next landing? That is, supposing the pilot can pull the plane out of the screaming dive that has sent Dan scrambling for a seat and, for the moment, the welcome restraint of the seatbelt. I'll be back in a moment with Act 3.
When you say that, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say.
A lot of things, like a taste, smoothness, and a drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. A taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability that say, this beer, Budweiser, is the king of beers.
When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
You've worked hard to get where you are, and now would be a very good time to give yourself a little pat on the back in the form of Buick Electra, a car filled with room, luxury, comfort, the perfect place for you and your free spirit to get together. Buick Electra. Think of it as recognition for a job well done.
What's for dinner? Your ShopRite has the answer. Grade A oven-ready turkeys, toms or hens, 10 to 22 pounds, just 47 cents a pound. It's a low-calorie and nutritious meal at a great price. Check the ShopRite meat case for a lot more savings. Get your vitamin C with sun-kissed navel oranges, the large 88 size, 10 for 79 cents, or ShopRite frozen orange juice, the 16-ounce can, just 49 cents. There's a lot more for a little less at your ShopRite.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
New York in the 1890s. Mr. Louis Sherry's New York, a city of elegance. If J.P. Morgan wanted to dine in the style to which he was accustomed, he'd go to Mr. Louis Sherry's celebrated restaurant.
Good evening, sir.
The highlight of dinner at Sherry's was the ice cream dessert. Louis Sherry's ice cream still has that old-fashioned flavor, yet none of today's additives. It's made only from real cream, milk, pure cane sugar, egg yolks. Natural flavor, no artificial anything. you'll see that we haven't lost our taste for old-fashioned elegance. Mr. Louis Sherry's ice cream. The natural flavor of the 1890s in the 1970s.
Again, the great plane lies earthbound, or at least not in the act of flying. Again, swirling mists mask whatever may lie outside the cabin where 5 people sit imprisoned now. And again, the motherly but elusive stewardess superintends the boarding of new passengers. This time, only one, who is seated in the very rear. And now, with his arrival, there is a new surprise.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
Hey, look, I want to talk to you. I want to get off.
Please, quiet. We want to get off. Be quiet and listen to me, please. I have something to explain. This will be the last stop before your destination. The passenger who has just come on board is the Reverend Dr. Pell. He will join you as soon as you are airborne. I will not be with you for the rest of the flight. May I wish you all goodbye and good luck.
Wake up, Morgan Bell. Wake up, Morgan Bell. Wake up, Morgan Bell.
Oh, my beloved father, I do remember that article of the Acts of Religion which does concern the wicked, and such be void of a lively faith. Must I then be denied the partaking of the body of Christ in the use of the Lord's Supper?
What happened?
Nothing. We just stopped climbing and leveled off.
Then that means the seatbelt light should be going on any minute, and then the horn will tell us that we can get off and get out of here, right?
I suppose so, for all that means.
Hey, look, we ain't dead. I ain't buying any of that bull, understand? Now, I gotta get to a dock and fix me up.
Won't do any good. Too late.
How do you know? I mean, what makes you so sure?
Because I have a hole in my chest to match yours. Look.
Your shirt is covered with blood. Oh.
I had everything. A loving wife, fine children, successful career. I'm 48 years old. And my secretary was 22. I took advantage of her. Made her my mistress. Promised her a marriage I knew I had no intention of going through with. I was just leaving her apartment when the young man she should have married, emotionally insane, shot me. The last thing I remember was the bullet tearing into my chest. And then the blackness. That's why I know I am dead and why I am on this plane. Why all of us are.
Why? Why me?
He said it before. We all have something to be ashamed of.
What was your scene, man?
Mention anything an actor can do to claw his way to the top, and I've tried it. I won't embarrass little Jenny by naming him. I wouldn't want to hurt a lady's feelings.
I once thought I had talent as a designer. But I had another talent that men were more interested in. It was worth quite a lot of money, I found. It was after I'd been married and my husband walked out on me when I had a kid. I'm not excusing myself. But I did have to bring up my baby until she died. And by that time, as you can see, I wasn't all that young anymore, so much in demand, and what was there left to live for? I had uppers, downers, everything, so instead of my usual 2 before going to bed alone, I emptied the bottle. Excuse the hearts and flowers. But it seems to be let's take our hair down time. But I thought you'd broken out of the trap.
I had. At the expense of my best friend.
Yahoo!
An actor friend who was playing the part in Uranus. who got me the job as understudy. His first break, too. I slipped him a Mickey before the opening night performance. That's how I went on and got all the reviews. I thought I was a big star already, had it made. Bought myself a sports job and became a party boy. Invited now instead of hired. I turned that car upside down trying to make a right angle curve at 90. Damn right I'm dead, and I know it. And maybe I'm glad.
I killed my baby. I deserve to die.
Hush, Jenny. Jenny, hush. I love in that bed.
I loved him so. I wanted to be married. But Mom wouldn't give her consent. She thought he was too old for me. I thought if I was having his baby, Mom would have to agree about marriage. I waited till after 3 months. And I told her. Only he walked out on me. And it was too late. Too late for the hospitals to take care of me. So I didn't want his baby anymore. And I went to not even a doctor. Oh, it was murder. I deserve to die. We all do. And Mr. Moss is right. That's why we're here. And that's where we're all going. Straight to hell.
Oh, no. No, sir, not me.
Now, what do you think you're going to do?
I've been looking. The door to the cockpit is open. The shiv's enough. I'm going in there and skyjack this plane. I'm going to make that pilot turn back.
The belts are open. Come on, Bruce. We better get him.
What, do you think there's a chance?
I don't want that crazy kid to... What is it, Danny? Danny, what's the matter?
There's no one in there. No one. There's no one flying the plane. Good Lord. I'm afraid not, Miss Newman. Not yours or any of ours.
What do you mean, Father?
I'm not a father.
But you're still a minister. You could help us.
I wish I could, my dear. I wish that with all my heart, but you see, I am one of you. I've been listening to all of you, and I know now that's why I'm here. I no longer have any right to the name of a minister.
What brought you here to join us, sir?
The greatest sin of all. I renounced my God. I spent the last 4 years in Vietnam. I saw such suffering and misery without reason that... But I was too busy then to think of the scars it left on the mind. Was only returning to the United States, wanting to pray for those poor people I'd known and for the agony of our country and all the world that suddenly I found there were no more words. There was no more belief. Everything had been wrung from me. And my faith was gone.
How did you die?
By God's hand. I was passing a crowd, lost in my own thoughts and the struggle in my mind, and a policeman came to me and said there was a boy on a ledge, threatening to kill himself unless they found him a minister. I went up to that high place and out on that ledge, and I asked him to come in. And he said to me, "Father, why should I come back to a world where there is no God? Tell me, convince me that there is one, and I will come in." Where were the words of comfort that can only be spoken from the soul? I, who had picked this mission to devote my life to, had none to offer. And the blackness hit me. I felt myself reeling, and like Lucifer, I fell headlong into eternal damnation.
I wonder wonder whose is the greatest sin. And does it matter after all? I'd guess that religion has touched me less than any one of you. But I still have hope.
Hey, man, what are you talking about? You're the one put the whammy on us from the beginning. You're the one first put us all behind the 8 ball.
Whatever all of us did, we were human. Human, born to make mistakes. Big or little. If we didn't, we'd be God. Or gods. Each of us carries our private hell within us. I cannot conceive of anything beyond that as punishment. The whole idea of God surely means compassion.
What's that? We're landing.
Without any approach? In midair?
What does it mean? Hey, help me.
Hey, knock it off, Danny.
Hey, ain't you scared?
Sure. But not so much after what Mr. Moss said.
Plane's coming to a halt.
Luke, you said we were two of a kind.
Yeah.
Then can I hang on to you? I'm terrified.
Sit down, everyone. Let's not waste time.
Who are you?
Traffic control, of course.
Are we in hell?
Not yet.
May I ask where we are?
This is sort of a halfway station. We have your dossiers. You have all made mistakes of greater or lesser value. That's neither here nor there. You have reached what is usually called the point of no return. That is, the point on a journey where you are exactly halfway. And so you have a choice. Do you wish to continue, or would you like to go back to where you were before the moment of finite death?
You mean we are not condemned everlastingly?
No one has judged you as yet but yourselves. None of you returns to face an easy life, but if you want to, you may.
You mean there is a God who offers us a second chance?
Of course. Everyone deserves that, don't you think?
I wonder if the memory of this tale will haunt you. And if, perhaps, as it does, that mistake, that hurtful or even vicious action you may have taken may give you a moment's pause to reconsider and perhaps to try to repair the damage. For all of us, there is a second chance. At least once. I'll be back shortly.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, the sinus medicine that relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip.
You mean Sign-Off?
Exactly.
Compare Sign-Off tablets with anything you've ever taken for sinus. No sinus tablet you can buy relieves more symptoms. Sign-Off gives you a full dose of pure aspirin plus a powerful sinus drainer. Sign-Off works fast to help sinus pain while you drain.
Signeoff.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
Do you know about the new ways to relieve tension, sinus problems, aging symptoms? Do you know about the surgeon who uses vitamin E to help people with circulation problems? If you don't know, you probably don't know Prevention, America's largest health magazine. All this vital information has appeared recently in Prevention, and each month, over 1.5 million subscribers depend on Prevention for the same kind of helpful information about living healthier, happier, longer lives. Try Prevention for yourself. 12 issues, only $5.85, and the editors will also send you the Good Health Cooking Guide free. Now, to order Prevention, send no money now. Just phone 757-5650. In New York, that's 212-757-5650. Out of town, call Collect. Or write Prevention, WOR, New York 10018. If you don't like the first issue, cancel and keep the issue and the free cooking guide. You'll owe nothing. But do phone today, 757-5650 for Prevention. Men, women, European health spas have a new membership for you that's very special for two good reasons. First, it will cost you only $4.33 a week average for a 2-year program. Secondly, you get all the services and facilities that have made this one of the world's most preferred health club organizations. Your very own private membership and the luxury of the European health spas. Did you ever think a European Health Spa's membership would cost so little? From your very first visit, you'll feel the exhilaration of doing something great for your body. You'll feel a glow come to your face, the excitement of feeling stronger, more vibrant, more alive. And you'll receive your own exercise and nutrition program to help you keep that feeling. Do it now that you can afford it. They'll even give you a complimentary first visit. There's a special low-priced membership waiting for you at European Health Spas. $4.33 a week is an average cost based on the cash price of their new 2-year membership. This special new membership good at one spa only. Call now for details. The number is in your white pages.
Our cast included Richard Crenna, Janet Waldo, Casey Kasem, Virginia Gregg, and Sam Edwards. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and General Electric. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Mystery Theater has been brought to you in...
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Joan Blondell, Alan Ladd, and Laird Krieger in This Gun for Hire. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I was looking the other way when Paramount released This Gun for Hire. I thought it was just another gangster picture. Then I heard people talking about it at lunch in the studio commissary. Letters began to come in from you, asking why we didn't broadcast it. In self-defense, I saw the picture and discovered that it is not just another gangster picture. It's a prime example of how to maintain suspense in a motion picture or any other kind of drama. I discovered, too, just why This Gun for Hire made a new star overnight. His name is Alan Ladd. He's here tonight to co-star with Joan Blondell, and he brought another gifted member of the film cast with him, Laird Krieger. Alan Ladd has just finished a new picture at Paramount called Lucky Jordan, but he won't make another for some time to come. We'll tell you why later. This Gun for Hire casts Joan Blondell as a hostage, a very lovely hostage, held prisoner by a gangster named Raven. That's the part Alan Ladd plays. As an adventure story, it's on the top rung of the ladder, and as a drama of character, it's sprung a few surprises on Hollywood. It takes all kinds of plays, from comedy to drama, to make a good theater. But good plays all have one thing in common. They get as much applause from a housewife in Omaha as from a stenographer in New York. And it's that transcontinental appeal that this theater depends on, both in plays and in Lux toilet soap. Beauty is among the products of every state in these United States, even though it may not be listed in the geography books. If you examine the list of hometowns where all of Hollywood's lovely stars come from, it proves the point. They cover the country from the Atlantic to the Pacific. And since Lux toilet soap always follows in beauty's footsteps, you'll find that from ocean to ocean, too, and at most of the crossroads in between. Now the curtain goes up for a thrilling drama, This Gun for Hire, starring Joan Blondell as Ellen, Alan Ladd as Raven, and Laird Krieger as Gates, with Jack LaRue as Michael. shabby rooming house on the San Francisco waterfront, a man climbs the creaking stairway to the second floor. On the dimly lighted landing, he stops for a moment and glances back down the stairs to make certain he's not been followed, then moves slowly toward a door. His finger reaches for a bell. At last, the door is opened on a chain. A half-hidden face peers at him through the opening.
Yes? What do you want?
Is your name Baker?
What do you want?
I was told to come here. You were supposed to give me a letter.
Who sent you?
A fellow named Gates.
Wait a minute. All right. Come in, my friend. Just wanted to make sure there was no mistake. Sit down, friend.
Oh, we got company?
Yeah, get the gentleman a drink, Pearl.
Sure. What'll you have, mister?
Nothing.
We're having some coffee ourselves. Bring another cup, Pearl.
All right.
What is this, Baker? You're supposed to be alone.
Oh, Pearl's my secretary. Don't worry, she's all right. Well, did you bring the money?
It's in the briefcase.
$10,000?
$10,000. Where's the letter?
I've got it. Don't be so impatient. What did you say your name was?
I didn't say.
Well, I'm funny. I always like to know who I'm dealing with.
It's Raven.
Thank you, Mr. Raven. You know, it's lucky they sent you today. By tonight, that letter would have been on its way to Washington. And that would have been too bad for your boss, wouldn't it? Especially that little part about the formula. But for $10,000, I'm willing to forgive Mr. Gates anything. Even that nasty little word he used about me. Blackmail.
I don't know anything about it. You wanted a letter.
You mean you don't know what's in it? Oh, you should. Then maybe you could get $10,000, too. Here you are, see? Addressed to Senator Burnett in Washington. Subject, the preparation of bromine. Formula attached, and a few remarks concerning Mr. Willard Gates. I even had the stamps on it. Airmail.
Give me the letter.
The, money, please?
I was told to get the letter first.
Very well. Here.
Okay.
You're not a very trusting soul, Mr. Raven. But I am, you see.
Yeah? Well, that's great.
You...
Oh.
What happened? What? You shot him. You killed him.
He said he'd be alone. Too bad he wasn't.
No, don't! No!
Paper, evening paper, chemist and woman murdered, 2 dead in mystery killing, murderer at large.
Chemist and woman murdered, 2 dead in mystery killing. Yes, it was nicely handled, my boy. I compliment you.
Yeah? I'll take my cut now, Gates.
Taught Mr. Baker a lesson in morality, didn't you? Ugly people, blackmailers, only one way to pay them off. Sure you won't have a Sunday with me, Raven? Marshmallows. Very good.
All I want is my cut. I'm broke. You got the letter you wanted? I want money.
Oh, yes.
You through with this, mister?
No, just a moment, young lady. There's still some marshmallow left, if you don't mind. Just leave the dish, please.
I will if you'll let go my hand.
Oh, it's a lovely hand. Dainty and sculptured.
Yeah? I'll bet you read palm.
I'm an expert. How'd you guess?
I guess.
Yes, Raven, my boy, my client is most grateful. He really needed that letter.
I need the $1,000. Where is it?
I have it. It's in this envelope. But I don't advise your counting it at the soda fountain.
Your boss must have plenty of letters, Gates. Who is he?
Oh, he's very shy. I couldn't discuss him.
Hey, what is your line anyway? You're not a finger man.
I'm shy, too. You have a peppermint?
No.
My boy, I suggest you don't open that envelope here.
Is there $1,000 in this?
Certainly.
They're all tens.
You didn't expect 1,000 ones, did you? What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Who trusts anybody?
Direct from the bank, as I promised.
And all new, huh?
Yes. Though I see your point, of course. If the bills were bad, you couldn't very well complain to the police, could you?
I'm my own police.
What do you mean? What would you do?
First, I'd find out who you're stooging for. The shy boy. Then I'd give him what I gave Baker.
No, no. I can't stand violence.
Then I'd whittle off a little of that blubber you carry around on your stomach.
Such a warped sense of humor. Oh, I forgot. Here, Raven, a little gift from me. 2 orchestra seats to the best show in town. I ought to know. It cost me plenty. That's my one vice, backing leg shows. Here, 2 on the aisle.
No, thanks.
Oh, go ahead. Take your girl. You must have a girl or a friend.
What?
No. Live alone, work alone. Have a peppermint?
No.
Excellent for the digestion. Raven, tell me something. How do you feel when you kill a man?
I feel fine.
Really? Well, I'll have to be going. Goodbye, Raven. Be good.
Yes?
Lieutenant Crane, there's a man named Willard Gates with me.
Gates.
From Los Angeles.
Oh, send him in.
Lieutenant Crane.
Yeah, sit down.
I'm Willard Gates, Nitrochemical Corporation of Los Angeles. My firm wants to know what the police up here are doing, if anything, about the man who robbed our paymaster.
We're working on it, naturally.
He's been reported here in San Francisco. Don't you know that?
Yes, of course we know it. That's why I'm on the case. I'm from the Los Angeles force up here on my vacation until this happened.
Well, I hope you can get some results. It's been a week now since the robbery. The stolen bills are all new and all tens. Why hasn't an arrest been made?
I'll tell you why. Because the man may not even be here. All we can do is wait for him to pass one of those hot bills. Now, if he does that, we've got him.
I hope so. You know that Mr. Brewster, the president of Nitro, has offered a reward.
Oh, yeah. 5,000 for a 20,000 bundle. That's kind of unusual.
Is it? Well, it's just because Mr. Brewster is so upset over it.
Well, it's his dough.
Remember, we want him. Dead or alive. Preferably dead after what he did to our paymaster. And quickly, too, or we'll go higher up. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Go milk a duck.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Brewster. This is Gates. No, I'm still in San Francisco. I have the letter you wanted, Mr. Brewster. And the formula. Yes, I think our troubles are over. A man named Raven got it for me. Oh, no. I wouldn't worry about him. The police here are very cooperative, Mr. Brewster. I don't believe he'll even have a chance to talk. Yes, I'm coming back tonight. What? Well, there's someone I'd like to see here first. Well, it's a girl. A theatrical agent wants me to see her act for my club in Los Angeles. Oh, but I'll be in the office in the morning, Mr. Brewster. Goodbye, sir.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Gates? The girl can dance, can't she?
She's very clever and very lovely.
She'd fit right into your Neptune Club, Mr. Gates. You can hire her for 150 a week. What do you say?
I say yes, by all means.
Now you're talking. All right, Miss Graham, that's enough.
How'd you like it, Joe?
I'm your agent, honey. I always like you. What's more important, Mr. Gates here likes you. You're hired, Ellen.
Yeah, what for?
Neptune Club, Los Angeles.
I'm Willard Gates, Miss Graham. I own the Neptune Club. Your act is very charming.
Thank you.
I wonder if we two might have dinner together tomorrow night in Los Angeles.
Dinner? Well, I don't know.
Now, if you're going to work for me, Miss Graham, I think we ought to get acquainted.
Well, all right, Mr. Gates.
Here's my card. I'm leaving for Los Angeles tonight. Oh, call me in the afternoon sometime.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Fletcher, for digging her up.
For 10%, I'd dig up my wife's mother.
Tomorrow night, then.
Tomorrow night in L.A. Goodbye, Mr. Gates.
Bye. Bye, Mr. Fletcher.
So long. All right, Miss Graham. He's hooked. Go change your clothes.
Look, Mr. Fletcher, I don't get this.
Come on, we've got to see somebody right away.
Now, wait. You're no agent, I know that. All of a sudden, you take a big interest in me and tell me I ought to work for Gates. Well, that's all right with me, but I want to know what goes. What's it all about?
Talk takes time. We haven't got it. Hurry up, get dressed.
Come in, Fletcher. Right on time, I see.
How are you, Senator? This is the young lady I told you about. Miss Graham, this is Senator Burnett.
Senator? Oh, so you're the mystery.
Oh, no mystery about me. Just a hick lawyer the voters got stuck with. Did Miss Graham get the job, Fletcher?
Yeah, and I think Gates is hooked.
I shouldn't wonder. I am, too.
Oh, now, Senator, I have a boyfriend.
She doesn't mean me. Well, goodbye, Senator. I don't think you need me any longer.
Well, thanks, Fletcher.
So long, Miss Graham.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Graham, you look a little puzzled by all this.
I am, and it's not just a little.
Well, I'll try to clear it up for you. You know about my committee?
Hmm?
You read the papers?
Well, yes, but I...
Well, how about your history books? Remember Benedict Arnold?
Sure. The all-American heel.
Yes. Well, there's a handful of those heels in this country today. We are trying to expose them.
It's okay by me.
My committee thinks Gates is one of them.
Him? The nightclub angel?
Well, in the daytime, he's an executive of the Nitrochemical Corporation in Los Angeles. In between times, he's been seeing men who are suspected of being foreign agents. Yet our investigators can't turn up anything definite.
And that's where I come in.
Yes. Will you give it a try?
Well, it isn't exactly like deciding to go to a beauty parlor.
Oh, worried about the boyfriend?
Well, I don't know what he'll think when he sees me with Mr. 555.
I don't either. By the way, who is your boyfriend? Is he here in San Francisco?
He is now, but he's from Los Angeles. As a matter of fact, he's in the police department there. Lieutenant Michael Crane.
A police lieutenant?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Miss Graham, this might seem strange, but if you go through with this, I wouldn't want you to tell anybody, not even your lieutenant.
Well, that might be tough. He's a pretty fresh guy.
Do you think you can handle him?
Sure. What do I do, Senator?
Yeah, who is it?
It's me, Annie. You want me to clean up your room, Mr. Raven?
Yeah, come in.
It's after 2 o'clock, Mr. Raven. I tried all morning to get in here.
Well, you're in here now. Go ahead and clean up.
That cat don't help me any.
Here, cat. Come on. Come on, here's your nook.
There ought to be a rule against cats in a boarding house. Now look what he done. He knocked over the milk. Get out of here, you dirty cat, you.
Let that cat alone.
Oh, you take your hands off me.
Don't ever touch that cat, do you hear?
You're hurting me. Let go.
Go on, beat it.
Cat, look at my dress. You ripped it, you see?
Beat it, I said.
Ought to buy me a new one.
Shut up. Here. Here's $10. Now get out.
It's the least you can do. You and your cat.
Get out. Come on, cat. Come on, I'll get you some more milk.
Oh, listen, Alan, what's this about a new job? I don't have to leave San Francisco yet for a week, maybe. Why, it's perfect.
Except for one thing, Mike. I'm going to Los Angeles.
But I don't. Hello?
Lieutenant Crane, Sergeant Wilson is here, and he wants to...
I'll see him later, and don't bother me. What do you have to go to Los Angeles for?
I told you, Mike, a job. That was my good news. I thought we'd be down there together.
Well, how long are you going to be there?
I'm not sure yet. I'm leaving tonight.
Look, Sugar, what does it take to get you to darn my socks and cook my corned beef and cabbage and sort of confine your magic to one place and one customer?
Oh, Michael, I would have died if you'd let me go away without saying something. I want my guy, Mike. I want a home and some kids.
Well, honey, you've got your guy, but I understand kids take time. Well, we'll get married Sunday. How about it?
Mike, I'd love to, but my job, I can't quit on them.
Why not?
Listen, darling, it isn't... Well, it's not really the job. It's something else. I'll marry you the minute you get to Los Angeles, but it must be there.
Why?
I can't tell you why.
Well, this is a fine start.
Michael, listen.
Hey, Mike.
Look, Wilson, not now, please.
This can't wait. One of those hot bills was just passed.
A new 10?
Yeah, in a dress shop.
Who passed it?
Some girl. A guy named Raven gave it to her. He lives at the place she works.
Got the address?
Sure.
We'll get some men over there quick.
Okay.
Hello?
Michael.
Hello, get me Dolan. Hurry up.
Michael, I'm leaving on the 7 o'clock. Southern Pacific. Now, please.
Yeah, if I can. So long, Ellen. Hello? Hello?
How'd they find out?
Please, Mr. Raven, let me alone.
How'd they trace me here?
You're hurting my arm.
Cops all over the place. You got them after me, didn't you?
Mr. Raven.
Come on, get out in the hall.
Take the second floor, Dewey. Okay. The rest of you stay here.
Now get in that phone booth.
Mr. Raven.
Get in that phone booth. All right, now stand in front of me so they can't see. You hear?
Yes,
Now
but...
lift the receiver. And you're talking to somebody.
Yes, sir.
Say hello. Say hello, Miss Stewart.
Hello, Miss Stewart.
Louder. Tell her what's up.
They're after Mr. Raven.
Why?
Because he passed a stolen bill in a dress shop.
What do you mean, stolen?
You ought to know.
Talking to the phone? How'd they know it was stolen? They have the number of the bill?
Yes, Mrs. Stewart. The dress shop had the number from the police department.
Gates. Stolen from where?
I don't know.
You do know?
I don't remember it. It was some chemical company in Los Angeles, a payroll.
All right, now listen. Hang up here. Go out to the booth down the hall. When you get to the window, look down the street and yell, "There he is." You understand? The back window.
Yes, sir.
All right, now go ahead. I'm going out the front way. You get them all back here. Remember this. If they get me, I'll get you.
Yes,
Go
sir.
on.
There he is! There he is! Down the street!
Martin, bring those men around to the back, quick!
A ticket to Los Angeles, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Compartment to Los Angeles.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gates. Leaving us?
Yes, for a while.
One ticket to Los Angeles.
Yes, sir. Well, new bills, huh? Haven't seen
Never
any
mind
new
the bills. Give me a ticket to Los Angeles.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
In just a moment, Alan Ladd, Joan Blondell, and Laird Krieger will return in Act Two of This Gun for Hire. Now, let's look in at a party where the guests are being entertained by that most popular of pastimes, fortune-telling. A young lady is listening to hers.
Now, let's see. You were born between January 22nd and February 19th. Then you are under the sign of Aquarius. That means progress ahead. And looking at you, my dear, I'd say it means romance ahead, too.
Well, would that all fortunes were as easy to tell as a Lux girl. A girl with the charm of smooth, radiant skin. The kind that makes keen eyes linger and admire. Yes, a lovely Lux complexion makes any woman attractive. And if your skin isn't as fresh, as soft and smooth as you'd like it to be, why not make this test? Try regularly for 30 days the Lux Soap Active Lather facials that famous Hollywood screen stars use. Here's what they do.
Just smooth the creamy active lather well in. Rinse with plenty of warm water, then splash with cold. Pat the face dry with a soft towel. This beauty facial leaves skin soft, flower fresh.
Yes, you'll discover this simple Lux Soap care really works. Active Lather, you see, removes stale cosmetics thoroughly. Every trace of dust and dirt. Screen stars say it's like smoothing beauty in. To use Lux Soap's gentle, creamy lather. Why not get some fine white Lux toilet soap tomorrow? You'll be delighted with the new loveliness this real beauty soap will give your skin. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of This Gun for Hire, starring Joan Blondell as Ellen, Alan Ladd as Raven, and Laird Krieger as Gates, with Jack LaRue as Michael. Southbound from San Francisco, the night train speeds toward Los Angeles. Ellen Graham is on this train, and Willard Gates, and Raven. The girl has been asleep in the coach. When she wakes up, she reaches for her purse, glances through it quickly, and then stares at the man in the opposite seat.
Are you that broke? Come on. I know you're not asleep. Hand it over, mister.
What do you want?
You know what I want. My $5. It was in my purse, and it was the only $5 I had. One corner was torn off.
I don't know what you're talking
Now,
about.
look, mister, don't make me call the conductor. Just hand it over, and we'll forget it.
All right. Here.
Thanks.
I'm no pickpocket. Gotta find somebody in L.A., and I'm short of cash. I wouldn't have taken it.
Oh. Well, that's too bad. I can break this. You want to borrow $1?
I'll get along.
Well, I hope your friend owes you something.
No.
Now I owe him some.
I don't get it. If you're broke, how can you pay him?
Oh, I can pay him. He's a fat man who likes peppermints.
And you're going to pay a debt with peppermints?
Yeah. First I find out who his boss is. Then I pay both of them, see?
No, I don't see.
Well, forget it.
Yeah, I will. Night.
Night.
Hello, long distance. I'm calling Raymond Brewster in Los Angeles. Person. What? Hello, Mr. Brewster. This is Gates. Listen, I haven't much time. I'm in Salinas on my way down. Mr. Brewster, listen. Raven is on this train. I just saw him. I don't know. You better call the police. Tell them to pick him up at the station. They can identify him. He has a deformed left wrist, like it was broken. Yes, he's traveling alone.
Train number 6 from San Francisco on time.
Let me see your left wrist, please. Okay. Let me see your left wrist, please. All right, go ahead. Let me see your left wrist, please. Okay.
Are you sure you don't want that dollar?
I don't need it.
That's right, I forgot. You're going to collect from the guy you owe the peppermints to.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So long.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
See those men? The cops. They're looking for me for a job I didn't do, and they're not going to get me. You're going to help.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Take your coat and fold up in your arms.
What for? I'm not...
Do what I tell you. Fold up your coat and carry it like you were carrying a baby.
Listen, I'm no sucker.
Do you hear me?
Yeah. You can take that gun out of my back. Makes me uncomfortable.
All right. Now go ahead. Walk. I'm with you. We're together, see?
Okay.
They won't stop a guy with his wife and kid unless you tip him. Don't.
I won't. Don't worry.
All right, just look straight ahead and keep going.
Let's see your left wrist, please. Okay. Your left wrist, please. Okay. Let's see your left wrist, please. Okay.
Well, you made it all right. Sorry I can't have breakfast with you, but I've got a rehearsal. You won't be needing the baby anymore, will you?
Wait a minute. I got a job to do.
Well, you don't need me. Nobody knows you're here. Go ahead.
Somebody does know. You know, and I don't like it.
What are you going to do?
Stick with me for a while.
What for?
I want to know where you are.
Listen, I'm not... Taxi! Taxi!
Shut up!
Taxi!
Come back here! Come here!
Hollywood, quick!
Nitrochemical Corporation, good morning. Mr. Brewster? I'm sorry, but you can't speak to Mr. Brewster just now. He's in conference. Nitrochemical Corporation, good morning. Just a moment.
Bungling idiot, Gates.
Mr. Brewster...
I gave you a job to do, Gates. A job involving millions of dollars, and you botched it.
I didn't botch it, sir. Here's Baker's letter and the formula.
Raven got those, and then you let him slip through your fat fingers. Is that all?
Well, there's one thing. I don't know whether they're working together or not, but there was a girl on the train with Raven.
You said he was alone.
I didn't see her until this morning.
You know anything about her?
She's a performer I just hired for my nightclub.
Apparently you want to commit suicide.
I didn't know that when I hired her. And now I'm afraid to turn her over to the police. They wouldn't believe anything Raven said, but they might believe her.
You're a fool. Get down to that club of yours and take her out somehow. Find out all about her and get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Ruby.
Mike.
Hi, Ruby.
Well, swell. When'd you get back from Frisco?
Oh, this afternoon. Say, is Ellen around?
Well, no, she isn't.
Well, where is she?
She went out to dinner about 2 hours ago.
2 hours ago. I don't get it.
Well, neither do I. She went out with Willard Gates.
Gates?
Yeah, that fat wolf.
Where'd they go?
Well, she didn't say.
Well, that's great. That's fine. Thanks, Ruby.
Oh, Mason. Are the lights on yet?
No, Mr. Gates. I just called the company. The lights are off all over Hollywood.
Well, bring some candles, will you, Mason?
Yes, Mr. Gates.
Cocktail, Miss Graham?
No, thank you.
You know, Miss Graham, when I was a little boy and it thundered like that, my mother used to say, God is angry at someone. He couldn't be angry at you, could he?
I don't remember breaking any commandments.
You know, you're a very intriguing girl. I want to know all about you.
That's a big little word, all.
Well, practically all. Have a peppermint.
What?
A peppermint. Good for the digestion. Try one.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, I will.
You know, I looked for you on the train last night. Thought we might be in the same car. I tried the observation car, the diner, the pool.
I was in the chair car.
Oh, really? Isn't that uncomfortable?
Not for an old trooper. That is, of course, unless you're unlucky and your neighbor snores.
Were you unlucky?
Oh, no. I sat with a very charming old lady. She told me all about her farm in Iowa and how her grandmother came out in a covered wagon, and she said... What's the matter?
So you do know him?
What?
You know him?
What are you talking about?
You were with Raven on that train. I saw you.
What have you got to do with him?
He's after me. And you're helping him. He'll use that gun, the gun he used on Baker. Why did you get mixed up in this? I hate violence. But don't think I won't protect myself. Mason! Mason!
Yes, sir.
I'll have to leave now.
Oh, no, not yet.
I'm sorry,
Did
but
you
I...
want something, sir?
Yes, my coat and purse, please. I'm leaving.
Is she leaving, Mr. Gates?
No, I don't believe she is.
Now, get away from me. Get away! Let me go!
That'll hold her for a while.
What did you do, Mason?
I tied her up and put her on the couch.
You didn't hurt her?
No, never even scratched her. We're a cinch, boss. In a couple of hours, the bridge over the reservoir will be deserted. And now look...
Don't tell me. I don't want to know anything about it.
But this is a work of art. You see, the ropes come off. I tie sash weights to her ankles with soft catgut.
Please. That's a horrible word.
Now get the angle on this. She disappears 2 weeks, maybe 3. Then the catgut dissolves. And she floats up. No marks on her anywhere. A suicide. Now, isn't that beautiful?
It's loathsome. Be sure no one sees you.
Don't worry, I'll take the other car. And when they find her...
Don't tell me.
Okay. It's just between me and the reservoir.
I'll wait down at the Neptune until you come. No, I wish she had stayed in San Francisco.
You know, you're all upset over nothing, boss. Eat a good dinner. It'll calm you down.
Such a lovely young girl. It's revolting. Come to the club as soon as you can.
Yes, sir. What is it?
I want to speak to Willard Gates. Does he live here?
Who shall I say is calling?
Nobody.
Mr. Gates isn't at home. There's no one here but me.
Yeah? I'll take a look around.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't let you in.
Come on, get out of my way.
You can't come in.
This gun says different.
Oh.
All right, now come on, back up. Oh, so there's nobody home but you. What's his pocketbook on the table?
Mr. Gates had a guess. She left it there.
Who's that?
Stay out of that room.
I'm giving the orders. Open that door there.
Listen, you can't walk in here and...
All right, sister. Just a minute. There.
Oh, I was afraid that gag was going to choke me.
All right, come on, take it easy. I'll get these ropes off you.
Oh, gee, I never thought I'd be glad to see you again.
What are you doing here? What's Gates got against you?
He saw us on the train. I'm your girl.
How'd he catch up with you?
I work in this nightclub.
Yeah? Where is he now?
He went back there to wait. They were going to get rid of me.
Yeah? You got a dressing room down there, haven't you?
At the club, sure.
All right, come on.
What for?
I want to talk to Mr. Gates alone.
Wait,
Now, look, I'm not going to hurt you. You treated me okay, but you do what I tell you. Come on. All right, just keep walking. Go right to your dressing room. Don't speak to anyone.
What are you trying to do? I can't help you.
Which one is it?
This one here.
All right, go on in.
Oh, here you are.
Michael.
Well, where have you been? Who is this guy?
Michael, don't. Don't hit him.
Watch it, mister. Shoot awful straight.
Michael, it's Raven. Do what he says.
Stay where you are, mister. I'm leaving, and I'm taking her out of here.
Raven, huh? Well, there's a dragnet out for you, Raven. It won't do any good to hurt her, so use your head.
You better stay put. Don't move out of this room until we get clear. All right, sister, back up. Back up!
Hello, this is Crane. Raven just left here. The doorman said he was heading south. Send a call out, but tell him to be careful. He's got Ellen with him.
We're right here, Mike. Somebody reported a man and a woman headed toward the gasworks. Must be them, all right.
Is he in there now?
He must be. We've had the whole works surrounded since 10 o'clock. Nobody's come out.
How many men have you got?
About 20. But there's a lot of buildings and things inside those works. We'd go in.
Oh, no. Just watch the outside. We'll have to wait until it's light before we can do much.
Well, that's what I figured.
Meanwhile, send for a searchlight, just in case he makes a break. Oh, and get a sound truck so I can talk to him.
Okay. Charlie, call headquarters and get a sound truck.
Why don't you let me go?
You're going to help me find Gates.
If I yelled just once, you know, they'd come in here and get you. Even in the dark.
If you do yell, it'll be just once.
Okay. Look, I've been thinking. We both took a beating from the same guy, didn't we?
Yeah, Mr. Gates.
I think I know where he'll be in the morning.
Where?
But you gotta tell me something first. I want to know what you've got against him.
I did a job for him. Paid me off in hot money so he could put me where I couldn't talk.
What was the job? Well...
It's your turn to talk now.
But you haven't told me.
Your turn now. Where is he?
He's a nitrochemical.
Thanks.
What was that? Is that a cat?
Yeah. Hey, cat. Here. Come here, fella.
What's a cat doing in this place?
Oh, you're hungry. Yeah, it's hungry. But we ain't got nothing for you, Tuffy.
Listen, Raven.
That's the cops.
Raven, I want to talk to you. You're trapped. You can't get out. We're moving in when it's daylight, so we don't want to shoot unless you make us. Come on, talk it over. Raven, do you hear me? Raven!
Yeah, I hear you. Is that your boyfriend?
Yes.
Why don't he lay off on me? I don't want to knock off a friend of yours.
He's a policeman, and you're wanted for murder.
Yeah?
You killed Baker. Gates told me. That's the job you did for him. But who's the man behind Gates?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, maybe I can help you. You must have some idea who it is. How much do you know about the job you did?
Baker was blackmailing the guy behind Gates. He was going to send a letter about him to Washington. He gave it to Sweet Tooth.
What was in it?
Piece of paper with some kind of arithmetic on it, a formula, he called it.
Like a chemical formula?
Now, how do I know?
Was the letter going to Senator Burnett?
Huh? Yeah, that was his name. Hey, you know, I'm glad this cat came in here. Cats are good luck. Hiya, fella.
You like cats, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, they're on their own. They don't need anybody.
Well, this one could do with a friend. So could you.
They're trying to make me go soft. Well, you can say, Doyle, I don't go soft for anybody.
Okay. You know, I've been figuring something. That chemical formula.
Yeah?
I bet I know what they're going to do with it.
What?
They're selling it to the enemy.
So,
So tomorrow, maybe they'll ship it back in bombs.
Hey, is there somebody outside?
Listen, do you hear what I said? It's important. This war is everybody's business. Yours, too.
Mr. Gates is still eating his peppermints. That's my business.
Why don't you stop thinking about yourself for a minute?
Well, who else is going to think about me? They're coming in. Keep down and don't move.
Hey, Charlie, how'd you like to be worth 5,000 smackers, dead or alive?
I wouldn't care for him dead.
Hey, hear that?
What?
That's meowing.
Quiet, fella.
Oh, it's a cat, so what?
Yeah, but what's it doing in there?
How do I know?
Maybe we ought to go see.
Come on, they don't pay off on cats. Anyway, it stopped. I'll be gone by now.
Yeah. Hey, you know what I'd do with 5,000 bucks?
What?
The first thing I'd do would be to run down.
You can let the cat go now. They've gone. What's the matter with you? Let it go.
Choked it. I couldn't help it. It's dead. It's dead, and I killed it. Killed my luck.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Alan Ladd, Joan Blondell, and Laird Krieger in Act 3 of This Gun for Hire. Haven't you often heard people say something like this?
I haven't met her, but I certainly like her looks.
Yes, we'll consider him for the job. His looks impress me.
Yes, looks are important. And as a matter of fact, you can usually tell by a person's appearance a great deal about the qualities of that person. And, you know, that's true of soap, too. Lux toilet soap, for instance, attracts the eye with its charming, distinctive sampler wrapper. Then when you unwrap it, you notice its whiteness. And if you run your fingers over the fragrant cake, you'll find it smooth and firm to the touch. Lux toilet soap is hard-milled, you see, made to last and last. And you need never worry that Lux soap won't live up to its fine appearance. That smooth, fragrant white cake is a promise of rich, creamy lather. Active lather that's quick and abundant, even in hard water. Lather so gentle that Hollywood stars say it's like a caress on the skin. And they use Lux toilet soap daily for their million-dollar complexions. Yes, you can trust your precious complexion to Lux toilet soap and know that you simply can't buy a finer toilet soap at any price. It's pure and mild as only the best of ingredients can make it. And it costs you so little because millions of cakes are sold every year. 9 out of 10 screen stars use it. So don't miss out on a real beauty bargain. Get some luxurious white Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Remember, lovely screen stars say,
it's a real beauty soap. Here in Hollywood, we've used Lux toilet soap for years.
Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the curtain, we'll put our stars on the witness stand. But now here's Act 3 of This Gun for Hire, starring Joan Blondell, Alan Ladd, and Laird Krieger, with Jack LaRue. The police searchlights play on the steel frame of the gasworks, and dark figures roam the outer fringes of the deserted buildings. Somewhere, deep in the shadows, are Raven and the girl he is holding as a hostage. The killer kneels on the ground, gazing at the limp and silent form of the cat.
You got the break, Toby. I'd like to crawl down there with you and sleep.
Why don't you get some sleep?
No good. I'd only dream. Every night I dream. I read somewhere about a kind of a doctor, a psycho something. If you tell your dreams, you don't have to dream it anymore.
That's right.
You wouldn't laugh if I told you, would you?
No.
Oh, it's a woman. Dream about a woman. She used to beat me. Whip the bad blood out of me, she said. My old man was hanged. My mother died right after that, and I went to live with that woman. My aunt. She beat me from the time I was 3 till I was 14. One day, she caught me reaching for a piece of chocolate. She was saving it for a cake. A crummy piece of chocolate. She hit me with a red-hot flat iron. Smashed my wrist with it, see? She grabbed a knife. I let her have it. She stuck a label on me. Killer. Shoved me in a reform school, and they beat me there, too. But I'm glad I killed her. Only I don't like to dream about it. Oh, what's the use? There's nothing I can do about it.
There is something you can do. Don't kill anymore. You're just killing her all over again. That's all you're doing. Look. You don't really want to get Gates. You don't want to kill him.
What do you want me to do? Send him some peppermints?
I want you to make him spill the whole works. Who's behind him, names, everything. I want a signed confession. That's more important than killing him. It's important to your country, don't you understand me?
Come on, take your hands off of me.
No, please.
Get away from me. Go on. Go on, get away.
All right.
Raven, listen. Are you coming out? Raven, we can see now you haven't got a chance. Are you coming out? All right, then we'll come in and get you.
Come ahead, Copper.
He's right. You haven't got a chance. There's too many of them.
Listen, I got a proposition for you. You still want that stuff from Gates?
Of course I do.
All right, help me out of here and I'll get it for you.
Help you?
Oh, it was that hot air last night. That flag waving. All right, come on, make up your mind. Okay, I'll shoot it out with him, and I hope your copper gets the first slug.
No, wait a minute. Promise me you won't use that gun anymore. Don't kill. If you promise that, I'll help.
All right.
It's a deal. What do I do?
You go out first, across the yard. Don't run or they'll know it's a woman. Here, take my hat and coat. Wait till they spot you, then get under something, stall as long as you can, and come out with your hands up.
You want me to go now?
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You, gonna marry that copper?
Yes.
Is he the right guy for you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead now.
Get over that way, Ed. Straight out, you man. Here we come, Raven. This is your last chance. Are you coming out? Right, I'll come out.
He's coming out, Mike.
Hold your fire.
There he is. He's coming across the yard.
Keep coming, Raven. Keep your hands up.
He's moving awful slow, ain't he?
Yeah, it's funny. Quit the stalling, Raven. Keep moving.
If he drops his hands, Mike, let him have it. Don't take any chances.
Stay out in the open, Raven. Raven, get away from that pile of lumber. Hey!
He's ducked behind it, Mike.
All right, men, close in.
Watch out, you men! Careful!
Get the tear gas ready. We may have to smoke him out.
There he is. He's laying down on the ground.
Don't move, Raven. Don't lift a finger. Quick, Ed.
All right, Raven. Stick your hand in here.
Oh, wait a minute.
Come on.
Wait a minute.
Hey, it's a girl.
Michael.
Oh, Ellen. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, but listen.
Where is he? Where is he? Where did he go?
Michael.
Don't stall. You're helping him get away. Where did he go?
I don't know.
Ed, keep the boys moving. Cover every foot of this place. Okay. Now, look, Ellen. What's going on? Are you going to talk? Why did you help him? Where did he go?
I can't tell you.
Well, use your head, darling. That guy's a killer. How did you meet him? What were you doing with him?
I can't tell you.
This isn't a cop asking, darling. It's me.
He saved my life.
Where?
At Gates' house.
Oh, Gates. What was he doing there?
I don't know.
Oh, Gates, huh? So that's who he's after. Then he's headed for Nitro. All right? So are we.
Hello, yes, this is Gates. Mason, where are you? Well, have they got him yet? Have they got Raven? Escaped? But they had him surrounded. Well, get down here right away. I need you.
Well, Mr. Gates.
One moment. Yes, Mason, I'll be expecting you. Come at once. Well?
Mr. Brewster wants to see you right away.
Oh, yes, I'll be right there.
Mr. Gates, what's the matter? You nervous about something?
Nervous? No, I'll be there in a minute.
All right.
Hello, Miss Bailey.
Yes, sir.
Cancel all my appointments. I can't see anyone.
Yes, sir.
Don't move.
Miss Bailey.
Get away from that thing.
Yes, sir.
Don't answer.
Yes, sir.
Throw that key, cut it off.
Did you call me, Mr.
Get away from that desk.
Listen, you can't kill me, Raven. I'm not to blame. You wouldn't kill an innocent man, would you? It's all his fault. I was only acting as his agent.
Oh.
Mr. Brewster. He's the one.
Is he the boss of this outfit?
Yes.
Where is he?
In that office over there.
All right, come on. I want to see him.
It was his fault. He wanted it done, I swear.
All right, shut up. Open that door.
Yes.
Well, come in, Gates. What delayed you?
Is that him, Brewster?
Yes.
What is this, Gates? Who is this man? What do you want?
My name's Raven.
Raven.
Mr. Brewster, the police are outside.
Close that door.
What?
Close the door, I said. Now lock it. All right, Gates, you lock the other door.
Yes.
What were you saying about the police?
They're outside. They want to see Mr. Brewster.
They will, but not yet. We got business to do. Are you a secretary or something?
Yes, I am.
Well, sit down and write.
Write what? What do you want him to write?
The things you're going to tell me, Brewster, so you can sign it.
Don't be a fool. Incidentally, you can put that gun down. There's no necessity for it.
I'll hang on to the gun. What was in that letter I got from Baker?
Letter?
Come on, talk.
You'll have to tell him, Mr. Brewster. He'll kill you.
Shut up.
Suppose you tell me, Gates.
It was a formula. A secret formula. Baker knew we were making it.
Be quiet.
He was writing to someone in Washington to tell them.
Write that down, you. Senator Burnett, huh?
Yes.
You fool.
Were you selling that formula, too?
Now, wait. You look like a young man who knows a good thing, Raven. Now, why don't you...
Come on, talk.
Answer him. Answer him. Tell him. He'll kill you.
Stop whining.
I'll tell you. The new formula. Brewster sold it to the highest bidder.
You've just committed suicide, Gates.
You got that down?
Yes.
All right, give me the pad. Now, sign, Brewster.
I will not sign it.
You'll sign. Go on.
Wait, listen. How much do you want, Raven? I'm a rich man. Name your price.
Take that pen and sign while you still got a chance.
Very well. Very well.
All right. You're next, Gates.
I'll sign it. I'll sign.
Mr. Brewster, put down that gun! Mr. Brewster! He's killed himself. He's killed himself.
One final double cross. Now, that's one out of the way. But you're still left, aren't you, Gates?
No, I told you. I was only an agent. Believe me, it was Brewster.
There's something else. You tried to kill that girl.
No.
That girl's my friend.
She's not your friend. She told the police about you.
Shut up.
They called me up.
You lie.
Oh, why are they here then? She told them you were here.
I promise I'll never kill again. You're the one exception.
No, you can't. I'm innocent. Don't.
There he is.
Let him have it.
Well, here it is. A full confession signed by Brewster and Gates. So this was it. This is what you were trying to get, Ellen.
Yes.
Not much use moving this guy, Mike. He's through.
Okay.
Can I speak to him, Michael? Can I?
Sure, go ahead.
Is it very bad?
No. No, it's kind of nice. Gonna rest now.
Yes. Yes.
You didn't tell the cops I was here, did you?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so. You know, when they came through that door, the cops, I didn't shoot.
I know.
Did I do all right for you?
Yes. You did fine.
That's good. That's good, I'm glad.
Michael, he's...
Come along, darling.
Michael. Look. He's smiling.
This gun is no longer for hire. But for the kind of acting that makes any audience applaud, we'll bring Joan Blondell, Alan Ladd, and Laird Krieger back for a curtain call.
Well, thank you, Mr. DeMille. Last week you had Dick Powell here. This week, Joan Blondell. Lux kind of runs in the family, doesn't it?
If you need a few actors for next week, Mr. DeMille, I have a suggestion.
I never have enough of those, Joan.
We have 2 children that aren't working.
Do they take direction well, John?
I refuse to answer on the grounds that they might be listening. I never know what they'll say when I get home. When I came back from touring the camps in Newfoundland last month, Ellen said to her brother as I came in the door, "Hooray, Mommy's home from war."
Well, Joan, I think this would be a great time for us all to wish Alan Ladd the very best of luck in the adventure he begins tomorrow morning.
Yes, by this time tomorrow, he'll be Private Alan Ladd of the United States Army.
Well, thanks, everybody.
Give us your address, Alan. We'll write you one of those new V-mail letters.
Well, I'll have to wait till I get overseas, Joe.
That V-mail's certainly a swell idea for speeding up the mail, Alan.
Yeah, and all you need is a special kind of stationery, which you can get free at the post office or buy at any stationery store. Write your letter on this, and then the government photographs it along with a lot of others, and sends the film abroad. There it's blown up to readable size again.
Well, the Army and Navy recommend it because it saves a fantastic amount of cargo space. 1,800 letters converted into V-mail are only about as large as a cake of Lux soap. Out of 10 million letters already sent, not one has been reported lost because the original is kept here until the film reaches the other side safely. V-mail is fast, too. It's generally sent by air at no extra charge.
Well, let us know when you get to camp, Alan, and I'll send you a package. Let's see, I'd better put some Lux soap in it. Everybody likes that. Men like the lather, and women like it because it's so kind to their skin. We use it at our house all the time.
Confidentially, Joan, we have Lux soap in our house, too.
Assuming that you haven't got a play that fits Joan's children for next week, Mr. DeMille, what are you going to have?
Next week, lad? Well, next week we have a very unusual offering in the Lux Radio Theatre and a very unusual star. You've heard of him on this radio program, on his own radio program, and with Fibber McGee and Molly. You've seen him in the...
Break it up, boys. Break it up. Hot stuff. Coming through.
Here, just a moment.
Well, here I am, Mr. DeMille. Hope I'm not late. To be or not to be, that's the question. A horse, my kingdom for a horse.
Just a moment, please. Who are you?
Oh, Juliet, wherefore art thou, Juliet? How's that, Mr. DeMille? I think I'm going to be all right in this dramatic stuff. Where's the script, please? When do we begin?
Wait a minute. You're not. Oh, no, you couldn't be.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm afraid you are. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Gildersleeve.
Well, where's the script, Mr. DeMille? What kind of a part am I playing?
Did you come here tonight to act?
Well, I didn't come here to wash my face, as Lux would have it. Lux. To be or not to be, a horse. My kingdom for a horse.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I ought to let you in on something, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
You are on this program next week.
Oh, little early, huh?
Yes, but I've got a great part for you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, something dramatic, huh? That's my strong point, CB. Heavy drama. The heavier, the better. I see myself as a lover. I hold the heroine in my arms. She looks at me. I look at her. I kiss her again, and I smother her face with kisses. You sure I'm a week early, CB?
Well, don't worry. We'll give you plenty of rehearsal.
Rehearsal? Oh, fine. Say, tell me, this part that I'm playing, what is it? Charles Boyer stuff or Gable stuff?
Well, no, it's Gildersleeve stuff. We're going to give you a part that really fits your personality.
Oh.
Shy, retiring, unassuming, a shrinking violet.
Yes.
You're playing the title role in the show-off.
Oh, this is going to be one of my bad days. Good night, CB.
Good night. Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve. Good night. Now, Joan, where were we?
You were going to tell us who the star is for next week.
Well, something tells me that won't be necessary right now.
Well, let me review the facts. Next week, our play is George Kelly's great comedy, The Show-Off. And our stars are the great Gildersleeve, alias Harold Perry, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi.
Well, if I can find a radio wherever the Army puts me, Mr. DeMille, I'll be listening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. And good luck to you, Alan. Ladies and gentlemen, this week brings the birthday of the President of the United States. As in recent years, there will be a public celebration of the day, with all proceeds being used in the fight against infantile paralysis. This epidemic disease is a greater enemy than ever in wartime. So won't you join the March of Dimes tonight? Give a dime or a dollar or as much as you can afford. And send it direct to the White House in Washington. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents the great Gildersleeve, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi in The Show-Off. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Starring with Joan Blondell tonight were Alan Ladd, who is currently seen in Paramount's Star-Spangled Rhythm, and Laird Krieger, who appears in the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production, Hello, Frisco, Hello. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, who was also in charge of music for the picture Powers Girl. Heard in tonight's play were Charles Seal as Wilson, Gloria Blondell as Annie, Norman Field as Brewster, and Arthur Q. Bryan, Vicki Lang, Paula Winslow, Jane Bierce, Leo Cleary, Jeff Corey, Fred Mackay, Boyd Davis, and Earl Keane. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear the great Gildersleeve, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi in The Show-Off.
A word about food shortages.
The government says that 3 out of 4 of us didn't get enough vitamins and minerals even before the war.
Science tells us people who don't get enough vitamins and minerals become tired, nervous, low in resistance.
So don't take chances. Take Vims, the amazing low-cost tablets that have the 6-vitamin formula doctors endorse. 3 vital minerals also. Remember Vims. It's VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Get that Vims feeling.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Oh, yeah, what a mess. Dust everywhere. What will Robert think of us, Charles? You know how particular he is and how he notices everything. It won't take him many minutes to see that the house is really disgustingly dirty. Oh, I should have liked him to come back and find the place spick and span, instead of which you'll see it simply crumbling with decay.
Oh, nonsense, Margaret.
Look at that hole in the landing. You might have broken your leg last night. That's dry rot. I suppose the whole house is riddled with it. When one thinks what the place was like that last summer before they went to Africa and what it is now, it'll be a shock to him, Charles.
Why? Everybody knows how things have changed in the last 5 years.
Well, I was looking at my hands this morning. Hideous lumps. Can't get any of my rings on. Robert will just have to understand that I'm practically a scullery maid nowadays.
All things great and beautiful, all creatures great and small.
Nurse.
All things wise and wonderful.
Nurse.
The Lord God made them all.
You see, I've offended her somehow, so she simply ignores me. And I have to try and run this enormous house with an idiot like that. It's really impossible. Why we keep her, and every day she seems to get deafer and more obstinate. I shout at her till I'm hoarse, and she simply ignores me and starts singing hymns. What's the matter with the fire, dear?
It won't burn.
Well, you must dry the wood. I've told you that.
I did dry it. What with collecting it and chopping it and drying it, it's a day's work to have a fire in the house.
Really, when one thinks of the drudgery, simply to keep alive, we might as well be living in the Middle Ages. Oh, for heaven's sake, leave it. It's not cold.
It's October. We usually start in October.
October. Horrid, mournful month. Such a lot of squirrels, you see, her pretty little creatures. But at least we might have cleaned the window, though heaven knows nobody wants to see the garden now. Oh, I wish Harry wouldn't do that so close to the house. He'll shoot one of us someday. He's not fit to be trusted with a gun. It's really too dangerous at his age.
He's coming up the drive. He's got a pigeon.
I dare say. And who's going to pluck it? I suppose if I ask him to be a little more punctual and tidy while Robert and Elizabeth are here, he'll just tell me I'm fussy.
Lady, what am I to do with this
listen to her shouting like a mad thing. It's worse than having a child in the house to look after.
Milady!
Yes, nurse, I'm coming. Of course, she's entirely forgotten what I told her to do. I get so tired of explaining, and then having to do it myself.
Milady!
I'm coming, nurse.
See my pigeon, Charles? Let no one say I'm not useful about the house. Here's our dinner. Where's Margaret?
She's upstairs, getting the room ready.
Oh, quite brisk out. I suggest a fire. We'll feel the cold coming from Nyasaland.
The damn thing won't burn.
You want to dry the wood, my dear fellow. Fancy seeing Robert again. How long is it?
About 5 years.
Well, it'll be great fun. If we could get hold of that young scamp, Frank, the party would be complete. Both the prodigal sons home again.
I think Margaret will have all she can manage without Frank.
Oh, poor old Margaret. Bless my soul, what does it matter? Let them all come, I say. But she worries too much, that's her trouble. In my opinion, we should all lead the simple life. Bread and cheese and eggs and things like that. But Margaret worries. She becomes apoplectic over trifles. You must have noticed it yourself.
Yes.
Incidentally, did you see who died last night? Peacefully at his home at Braceridge?
What? Not Piggy Payton?
Yes, Piggy. Oh, I can't help laughing, Charles, when I remember how he used to boast of his cold bath and his beastly exercise. Only 78, too. Younger than me. I must get Margaret to put some buttons on these trousers. Margaret!
She's upstairs.
Oh, well, she can do it later. I must go and get the weather book.
Charles!
Yes?
Did you remember to see Mrs. Timms yesterday?
Yes, she can't come. She's got rheumatism.
Oh, how hopeless they are, these people. Didn't you tell her that our son and his wife are coming home from Africa?
Yes, I did, dear. I did.
I suppose I must go down on my knees and scrub the floors myself.
No, my dear. Leave the floors.
I can't leave the floors, Charles. We can't live in a pigsty. Oh, look, how disgusting.
It's only Harry's pigeon.
Well, I suppose I should be grateful he didn't put it on the sofa. He never thinks how much extra work his untidiness means. He just behaves as if we had a dozen servants in the house, all ready to clear up after him.
Max 51, Min 44. Max 51.
Harry, is that the place for a pigeon?
Oh. Sorry, Margaret, I just forgot.
Harry, dear, while Robert and his wife are here, I must ask you to try and be a little more punctual and tidy. You see, forgetfulness gives me so much more work to do, Harry. And as it is, I really don't know how I'm going to get through it. So you will try, dear, won't you?
Oh, my dear, of course. And if you want me to do anything, just say the word. Any drawing of water or hewing of wood, why, count on me, my dear. What did I say the maximum was? I thought it was 54.
51.
Are you sure? I thought it was 54.
Nurse, take that pigeon to the larder, please. That pigeon, take it to the larder.
You know I don't like touching feathers, milady.
Oh, nurse, don't be such a damned old fool.
And don't you call me names, Mr. Harry, please.
Well, you are a damned old fool. Don't like touching feathers, indeed. Here, take it.
No, I can't touch it, Mr. Harry. I should faint dead on the floor.
Nonsense, you silly old woman. Here.
Oh, Mr. Harry, don't, Mr. Harry.
Oh, Harry, dear, for goodness sake.
Just a poor, harmless little birdie.
Oh, no, don't let him, milady. Oh, Mr. Harry, don't.
Harry, don't.
No.
Oh. Is one to do? How can I get through all the housework with a lunatic like that to help me? Really, Charles, this house, it makes me feel quite desperate.
Well, dear, you mustn't worry.
That's all anyone ever says to me, you mustn't worry. How would we eat? How would anything ever get done unless I worried? Nobody realizes what it means to try and run a huge barracks of a house like this and keep it reasonably tidy and clean. Nobody understands. Endless work, shoutings at nurse, petty little annoyances. You know, I feel quite worn out with it.
My dear, please.
Poor old nurse. She gets crazier every day like the rest of us. No. Where did I put my weather book? Yeah. You're sure it was 51?
Yes.
Max 51. Min 44. Rain, nil. Wind, south, west, fine. Well, why do I keep this book, eh? I mean, what on earthly interest is it to anyone?
I suppose one could look up the weather last year and compare it, so to speak.
Yeah, that's true. And if one didn't do this, one would have to do something else. Have I met Robert's wife?
Of course you have. Don't you remember?
What's she like?
Quiet, a widow with a child about 10. Well, it'll be 15 by now.
We must have some photographs somewhere. Oh, yes, here we are. All the family albums. Now, what's this? Winton, 1904. Oh, too early. Oh, I say, look, Charles. Robert's christening. Oh, I remember it as clear as if it were yesterday. Look at Margaret. She's simply radiant, simply beautiful. Oh, she ought to see this. Margaret!
Oh, better leave her alone. She's busy.
Oh, damn it, she's always busy. I say, what a party that was, eh? Champagne and all the fun in the world. And you and I and Ronnie Fraser went out and shot the snipe bog before breakfast. And there was ice on it, do you remember? And we went plunging into it, damn near frozen to death, and the snipe were whistling about all round us, and the sun coming up in the frosty air, and the grassy white. Beautiful, beautiful morning. 100 years ago. Good God, what's that?
Well, that must be Robert and Elizabeth.
Oh, they're confoundedly early. Here, I'm not ready. My trousers, Charles.
Charles!
I'd better change, eh? What do you think?
Charles!
Coming, dear. Yes, you'd better change, Harry. Go along.
Yes.
Mother, darling. Father, how are you? It's been a long time.
At last, darling.
Come in.
I can hardly believe you're here at last. How we've longed, how we've thought of this homecoming. And Elizabeth. And Felicity. Why, she's grown up.
Yes, isn't she huge?
Such a pretty girl. And so like somebody. Who's it? It'll come to me presently.
Come in. Here, give me that. I'll see to that.
Oh, this lovely old house. I've been so looking forward to seeing it again.
Our poor old house. Well, it's got so terribly shabby. We feel simply ashamed of ourselves, Elizabeth. But what can we do?
Father, leave the luggage. I'll look after that.
All right.
Oh, it's a beautiful house.
Oh, the size of the place, Elizabeth. The size of it.
Where's Uncle Harry?
Oh, goodness knows. Poor Harry. He's got very old, I'm afraid, and so absent-minded. All day long I have to be behind him. Harry, dear, it's tea time. Harry, don't forget your medicine. Harry, you've never changed your shirt, and so on and so on. It's just like looking after a child. When one's trying to cook and clean and housekeeping, it's so wearing, so tiring. Where is he? Where's my baby boy? Master Robert. Well, there now. Oh, come and give Nursey a kiss, lovey.
Hello, nurse. How are you?
Oh, isn't he splendid, milady? Oh, what a man. And quite fat, too. Oh, quite a chubby. He was always the chubby one. And Master Frank was thin. And Master Frank used to call him Little Butter Tub. And then they'd have such fights. Oh, Lord, bless my soul. Have you forgotten Mrs. Robert, nurse? Mrs. Robert? Why, of course not. The very idea.
I remember you, nurse.
Welcome to Winton, Mrs. Robert. Welcome and Godspeed.
Thank you, nurse.
Listen to her. I'm an old woman, and I say just whatever comes into me head at the time, dearie. I shall be 78 next April. She's 83 now.
This is my daughter Felicity, nurse. Do you remember?
But, saints alive, it's Mrs. Harry. It's Mrs. Harry Denham, the spit and image of her the day she came to this house 45 years ago. Milady, look. You know, there is a likeness. It's quite extraordinary.
How strange.
It's what I've always said. It's reincarnation. That's what accounts for it. When we die, we all get born again and come back to earth as children. And so we all go round and round forever until the day of judgment. And have you come all the way from Africa, dearie?
Yes, nurse.
Oh, imagine it. No wonder you look tired. I'll go right away and make you a nice cup of cocoa.
Oh, please
don't bother, Nurse. I'm not a bit tired.
You can't stop her, my dear. She makes cocoa all day long. She sings hymns and makes cocoa till I nearly go off my head. But what can one do? She's a faithful old soul.
Yes, but she can't be much help to you. Really, it's about time the old thing was pensioned off, Mother. Now, if you had one really efficient cook-housekeeper...
My dear boy, it's out of the question. Who'll come to a huge old-fashioned place like this, miles out in the country, to look after 3 old dodderers like us?
Ah, well, now we come to the root of the matter, Mother. It's this house. The fact is, of course, it's simply absurd you're trying to keep this place any longer. Elizabeth and I both agreed about that. It's sheer drudgery for you.
Of course, it's a lovely place.
Oh, it was.
Oh, don't, Robert. It breaks my heart to see it gradually falling to wreck and ruin. Everything rusts or rots for want of paint. The roof leaks. There's dry rot in the staircase. And only yesterday a window on the 2nd floor fell right out of its hinges when I went to open it. And look at my garden. A wilderness. Nettles and creepers and convolvulus wherever you look. And everything choked and swamped and overgrown with weeds. Desolation. Before the war, we could afford to pay a gardener, but now the stupidest oaf asks £300 a year. I mean, a man not fit to plant cabbages. What can one do?
Yes, from what little I've seen of England since we've been home, I'm simply horrified at the state of things. Money appears to have no value. The working class think of nothing but working a 5-day week for ridiculous wages. How long the country will be able to afford it, I don't know.
Sorry about that wretched fire. The damn wood won't burn.
Wouldn't you like to come up and see your room, Elizabeth?
Yes, thank you.
I only hope you won't be too uncomfortable. I put Felicity next door to you.
Yes, you go up, dear, while I have a chat with Father.
All right. Once upon a time, Elizabeth, your room used to have the nicest view in the house, looking right down the avenue and across to the lake. But now you can barely see the lake, but it's dry and residential.
Well, Father, how's everything? What news?
Oh, much the same, you know. Mm-hmm. Of course, your mother and I aren't getting any younger, but there it is. We get along somehow. Sit down there by the fire. Not that there's much warmth to it.
Yes. But I must say the old place is looking a bit the worse for wear. I had no idea things had got quite so out of hand. Why, you can hardly get up the drive.
Things have changed in the last 5 years.
And the fact is that this house is far too big for you, Father. It's really becoming impossible.
Yeah. Have a cigarette. There's a box somewhere.
Oh, no, thanks. After all, these places are simply anachronisms nowadays. Nobody can possibly afford to keep them up. A house like this is simply a millstone round one's neck.
True.
Elizabeth and I have been very worried by Mother's letters.
Letters? What letters?
Well, the letters we used to get in Africa. I think perhaps you don't quite realize what a strain this place is on her. How tired she feels of the perpetual housework. And then think of the situation here. 2 miles from a tiny village, no car. The nearest doctor 6 miles away. Why, you can't even leave the place. Why, I don't suppose you see a friend from one year's end to the next.
We do live pretty quietly, but then at our age we don't want a social life anymore. In the afternoon we generally sleep. Sometimes we all 3 go to sleep like this in a chair.
Joyful and triumphant, come ye to Bethlehem. Cocoa, my lady, cocoa, cocoa.
All right, nurse.
Now drink it while it's hot, or it loses its value. Sing choirs of angels, singing angels.
Poor old nurse, mad as a coot.
And that's another thing, Father. Old Nurse is a charity that you can hardly afford.
No, I suppose we can't.
Perhaps while you're here, it's rather difficult to get rid of her. But if you decided to leave this place and take something smaller and more convenient, well, that would be a good opportunity.
Leave this place? You mean sell it?
Yes. And as it happens, I think I've got a buyer for it. A friend of mine in Whitehall was telling me that the Ministry of Agriculture are looking for a big place in this part of the world to turn into a kind of technical college for young farmers.
Good Lord.
He was extremely interested when I told him about this place. Extremely interested. As a matter of fact, it's a chance in 1,000, Father. Seems to me absolutely providential. They'd give you a fair price and take the whole thing off your hands, lock, stock, and barrel.
They would, eh?
After all. Doesn't really matter to you what the place becomes, does it? Doesn't do to be stupidly sentimental about these things. And actually, I'm absolutely convinced that you'd all three be much, much happier in a small house in Salisbury or Cheltenham or Bath.
I don't like Bath.
Well, I just said Bath anyway, of course.
One always seems to be walking uphill in Bath.
Well, don't go there then. I just mentioned it as a possibility.
I see. Cup of cocoa?
No, thank you.
We've rather got into the cocoa habit. Nurse likes making it, so we drink it.
I hope you don't think I'm interfering, Father.
Oh, good gracious, no.
Perhaps I'm quite wrong in thinking that you're not entirely happy here. If I am, please say so. But the impression I got from Mother's letters was that you all felt the house was far too big for you. Now just think how much better off you'd be in a small, labor-saving place on the outskirts of some pleasant town.
Outskirts? Why the outskirts?
Well, right in the middle, if you like, of course.
Well, you said outskirts.
And I need hardly tell you that the kitchen is right at the other end of the house. The miles one walks in this house. Often at the end of the day, my ankles are so swollen and my feet so sore, I can hardly hobble upstairs to bed.
It's dreadful.
Time and again I ask myself, what pleasure is there in such a life? I mean, what's the point of it all?
Have some cocoa, Elizabeth?
No, thank you, Father.
I must say I entirely agree with Mother. And if you'll only let me, I think I can sell this house for you almost immediately.
My dear boy, who would buy such a hopeless white elephant?
Oh, but I've just been telling Father. The Ministry of Agriculture are extremely interested. All I need to do is to put a call through to London, and they'll send a man down to look over it at once.
Robert, really?
Yes, of course. If you'll say the word, I'll do the rest. If you'll let me take charge, I'll guarantee to have you settled in a comfortable little house by Christmas.
Oh, Robert, if only you could. We need help so badly.
Naturally, I didn't expect that you'd make the effort to move without help. One gets into a rut.
One does. How well you understand, dear. Oh, what a relief it'd be. What a joy. Charles, do you hear?
Yes. We must have a serious talk about it. Of course, there are various considerations.
Naturally, but...
He means Harry. What would Harry say?
I hardly see why Uncle Harry should raise any objections, after
Didn't
all.
his wife die here?
Yes, that's quite right. Nearly 40 years ago.
It's all
Wasn't
the same.
she quite young?
25.
So beautiful. So beautiful. I remember her skating here one Christmas just a month before she died. She wore a red dress with a white fur muff and a white fur cap. She skated so gracefully, and we all laughed at Harry because he couldn't catch her. I remember him standing in the middle of the lake, quite exhausted, and shouting, "Penny, you witch, come here, come here."
Yes, he always called her Penny.
Poor Penelope. I never passed the lake without thinking of her.
Yes. All the same, one has to be reasonable.
I'm sure your father and mother will want to talk it over quietly by themselves, Robert.
Well, naturally. That's obvious, Elizabeth.
In the meantime, let's talk of something more amusing than our domestic worries. How was Nyasaland when you left?
Yes, I've been longing to hear all about your work, dear. No cocoa, Elizabeth?
No, thank you.
I ask you to look at the amount of cocoa that idiot nurses made, about 2 gallons. It's waste.
Charles, I say, Charles, the most extraordinary
Do
thing.
be careful, Harry. I told you not to run downstairs, dear. He's so impulsive, Elizabeth.
Do you remember?
Harry, dear, you know how I hate old photographs. Do put them away.
Hate them? Oh, my dear, don't be ridiculous.
Well, I do hate them. They remind me of the good days that are gone, when one was young and happy and without cares. And the less I think about them, the better. They only make me want to cry.
No, my dear, no.
Do put them away.
Yeah, of course. That's as you say, my dear.
By the way, Frank told me he was trying to get down for a few days.
Frank, you? How splendid.
Oh, I do hope he can come.
We haven't seen him for weeks.
What's the rascal up to these days?
I gathered he was a personal assistant to some company director.
Another job, eh? How the devil you managed to produce 2 sons as different as Robert and Frank, I'm damned if I know, Margaret. Here's old Robert, never lifts his nose from the grindstone, the backbone of the colonial service and all the rest of it. And Frankie, the scoundrel who never holds any job for a couple of years.
That's not quite fair, Harry. Frank's been very unlucky.
Unlucky? Of course, he can't do wrong in your eyes. Doesn't he know it, too?
Oh, if only he'd married the right sort of woman.
Ah, but the right sort of woman would have had more sense than to marry him. The eternal butterfly. That's Frankie. Shh, shh, shh. Listen.
What is it?
I keep hearing noises.
Oh, you know what it is, dear. Blood pressure. You must be more particular about your medicine.
You see? Well, that's the state I've got into now. I hear noises that aren't there. Just a sort of amiable lunatic. I ought to be in a home.
Nonsense, dear.
Oh, it's a nice thing, I can tell you, to walk about hearing noises.
Oh, let's all have a glass of sherry.
Oh, yes, we must celebrate the homecoming.
Not me. Bad for me.
Oh, one glass, dear.
Well, if you're not all frightened that I shall start having hallucinations, you'd better pour it for me, Charles. Now, when I was Robert's age... How old are you, Robert?
43.
43. Well, when I was 43, I... What were we talking about?
Sherry, Elizabeth?
Thank you, Father.
Margaret? Harry? Well, Robert, Elizabeth, here's welcoming you home.
Indeed, yes.
And here is a satisfactory solution to all your troubles.
Our troubles? What troubles?
Felicity! Is she upstairs? Come along, dear. Sherry.
Here I am.
Penny.
Harry. Robert, hold him.
All right, Mother.
He's fainted.
What's
Harry.
the matter with him?
It's Felicity. We should have warned him. She does look so like Penelope. It's all right, Harry, dear. It's only Robert's girl. It's only Felicity. Oh, what a joy to have someone quick and sensible in the kitchen instead of that old fool nurse. All the washing up done in 20 minutes.
Oh, saucepans again.
Now, what did you all like to do?
There's so much to do. Such an embarrassing choice of different entertainments. Let's all go into the garden and look at the weeds.
You know you have a rest in the afternoon, dear.
Oh, for a man of my age to rest is simply ridiculous. Damn it, I'll be resting for good and all before long.
Oh, don't, dear.
No, I'm going to take my grandniece by marriage round the garden. You'd like to see the garden, wouldn't you?
Very much, Uncle Harry.
Good girl. Come along, Frank, you lazy rascal.
All right.
Now, don't get too tired, Harry, or you won't sleep.
All right, my dear. I'm not made of cotton wool. If the boat hasn't rotted away altogether, Felicity, we'll make your wretched Uncle Frank row us round and round the lake.
What are we to do with him? He's so excited, and tonight, you know, he'll be tossing and turning and swallowing sleeping draughts, and then he'll be impossibly bad-tempered in the morning.
But he's so amusing, and he has such a wonderful spirit.
Yes, but...
A bit of a trial to live with, I imagine. These amusing people usually are, in my experience.
Oh, if I could tell you how weary he makes me some days. Charles, dear, do go to sleep if you want to. I'm sure Elizabeth won't mind.
I don't want to go to sleep. What's going on?
Nothing, dear.
Oh, that's good. Oh.
Of course, Frank and Harry adore each other. Two of a kind, you know. I suppose Frankie hasn't talked to you about his new job, has he, Robert?
Only casually. I gather he's a kind of private secretary to the director. He didn't seem to think it was likely to be permanent.
Poor Frankie. He doesn't seem to be able to find anything satisfactory. It's so worrying.
Oh, my dear mother, the fact is that Frank simply won't settle and work.
Well, how can you blame him? He did so wonderfully well in the war, Robert.
The war was 20 years ago, Mother. Really, to drag the war into it.
It seems terribly hard to chain an adventurous spirit to an office stool.
I'm afraid there's a great deal of sentimental nonsense talked about adventurous spirits and office stools. Naturally, nobody likes hard work. I really have very little patience.
Oh, look at Charles. Sleeping like a child. I haven't the heart to wake him, but he promised to get me a bag of flour in the village.
Oh, I'll run down in the car.
Oh, will you, dear? Oh, that would be kind. So dreadful to have to make use of you when you're here on holiday, but what can we do?
As if it matters.
The more I think of it, the more convinced I am that you must leave this place. I'll have another talk with Father and Uncle Harry.
Oh, no, not Harry, dear. Let me speak to Harry. One must be careful and tactful.
Yes, all right, Mother, but I would like to get some kind of decision as soon as possible. We don't want to miss the chance of a good sale, simply by being tactful.
Oh, of course, dear. I'll speak to him today, while he's in a good mood. Now, I'll just go and get ready, shall I? I hope you both like fish pie, by the way. Lovely.
Oh, yes, very much.
Harry's so fond of it, I try to make it whenever I can.
Oh, how they've aged in 5 years. I suppose one should have expected it, but it's a bit of a shock. It's quite impossible to carry on a conversation. Either they interrupt you or they simply go to sleep.
Poor dears, yes. They all look so tired.
And this house, I'm appalled. The dirt everywhere. The atmosphere's terribly depressing.
In a way, it suits them, you know. I think if this house were mine and I was 70 or so, I wouldn't want to leave. I should get attached to the cobwebs and the weeds.
Why do you think I'd interfere if they were happy here? But look at the miserable letters we've had for the past 2 years. And how relieved Mother was when I said I could find a buyer for the place.
You think they'd be happier somewhere else?
Oh, don't you?
I don't know. Do you remember how happy we thought we'd be when the war was over? We seemed to be just waiting, marking time till we could have a new and wonderfully happy existence.
Do you mean you're not happy?
No. But it seems to me that, well, that places and circumstances don't really make very much difference.
I can't agree with that at all.
I might have known that wretched boat was rotten. Look at me.
Frank, Father's asleep.
Oh. I went clean through the bottom. Oh, Harry laughed himself silly.
You better go and change.
Frankie, dear, what have you done to look at your trousers?
Oh, I've just been playing in the lake. I went through the bottom of the boat.
Oh, those old boats. They're all rotten, just like everything else in the house. Are you coming to the village with me, Robert?
Oh, yes, right. Coming, Elizabeth?
Well, if Mother will excuse me, I'm trying to patch up some things for Felicity.
Of course, my dear. Have a nice, quiet afternoon. Sometimes all three of us go to sleep after lunch, then the house is as quiet as a grave.
I hope Felicity isn't bothering Uncle Harry, Frank.
Bothering him? He's delighted with her. Didn't you see him staring at her all through lunch? She's a pretty girl. You know, when I last saw her, she was just a child. Makes one feel damned old.
We're all getting on.
Oh, I'm 41. Going grey, too.
Grey?
Yeah, look. No, just round the ears. Robert said to me this morning, you know, you'll have to think seriously of settling down in some permanent job. At your age, he said, one can't go on chopping and changing.
Oh, I can hear him.
Well, of course, he's perfectly right. In the business world, one wants to get in at the bottom and move steadily upwards. Like yeast. Unfortunately, that's a very boring process. Anyway, I'm not married. No responsibilities.
You could remedy that. You ought to.
You've forgotten, have you?
Forgotten? What?
Something I told you 12 years ago, when you were a merry widow. It's you or no one, I said.
Oh, Frankie, one says those things when one's young.
Now, you had a child and wanted security, of course. Well, you got it, Lizzie.
Lizzie. Don't let Robert hear you call me that. He hates it.
Does he not? I like it. Lizzie. Lizzie. Oh, damnation take it.
What was that?
Oh, nothing, Father.
I must get busy.
Lizzie, I could have worked, you know. Oh, I don't say I would have done as well as old Robert, but honest to God, we wouldn't have starved.
Frankie, dear, what's the good?
Well, give me an incentive. Give me a reason, or I'd have sat in a blasted office as good as gold. You'll never believe this, of course. But I still love you.
Frankie, don't.
Oh, Lizzie. What the devil have you done?
Frankie, please.
Thank you. What are you doing?
No, nothing, Father. Elizabeth and I are just gossiping about old times.
Oh, my good Lord, listen to that fool of a nurse. That's because she's excited. Nurse, shut up!
Oh, don't stop her. Come on, Lizzie. Let's dance.
Don't, Frank. Don't be a fool.
Come on.
Frank, let go.
What's this? What's going on? I say, look at your mother, Phyllis.
Frank, you're a fool.
Oh, a tea dance. Oh, splendid.
Now tea, everybody ready for tea.
Oh, don't be an old fool. We've only just had lunch.
Tea it shall be in 20 minutes, and I'm as good as my word.
I bet you've never been in a madhouse like this before, Felicity. This is something special, I can tell you.
I'm going to change.
Well, I suppose I must get some more firewood. For goodness sake, stop nurse making tea, somebody. It's only 3:30.
Shall I go and see what she's doing?
I wish you would. She gets so excited and then one doesn't know what to expect.
Felicity, you're not worrying Uncle Harry, are you, dear? You know, he usually rests in the afternoon, don't you, Uncle Harry?
Oh, that's only because there's nothing else to do. I don't want to rest. I feel full of energy.
Oh, good. Then I'll just go and see Nurse.
What a boy your Uncle Frank is, eh? Oh, what a rascal. But he does us all good. He cheers us all up.
He was a pilot, wasn't he?
Bombers, 34 raids on Germany.
I went up in an aeroplane once. I was sick over Aden.
Very good place to be sick over, I should say.
Have you been to Africa, Uncle Harry?
India, Africa, China, North America, South America, been everywhere.
What were you doing?
Doing? I don't know. We're just traveling about. Those days, you know, you could buy a ticket and go where you wanted. 40 years ago, that was. Just after my wife died.
I see.
She died here, in this house, in January. So then I went away for a year or two. Then I came back.
I see. You'll be sad to leave this house, then?
Leave this house? Bless you, I shan't leave this house. Not until I leave the world, that is. Oh, what will I want to leave it for?
Oh, I don't know. Only I thought I heard Father say... something. Of course, it's a wonderful old house.
It is. It's a proper house. Not one of your miserable modern biscuit tins. Every stick and stone in this old place has its own story for me. I can walk round it and see my whole life in its walls and buildings and pictures and trees and paths. I'm sleeping in the same room now as I slept in when I was a schoolboy home from Eton. Sometimes when I wake in the morning and see the same furniture, the same pictures, I lie in bed thinking, what, still here? Still alive? Am I 8? Am I 18? Am I 80? Am I 180?
Can't quite imagine what it's like to be so old.
Of course you can't, my dear girl. Just look at this hand of yours. Soft and smooth as anything. Then look at mine. All bones and wrinkles like an old bird's claw. And yet, once it didn't look so very different from yours. Not as pretty, of course, and never as clean, but something like it all the same. It takes some swallowing, doesn't it?
Oh, it must be sad to be old.
Sad? The young think so, but the old are too tired to worry about it much. Besides, one has plenty of time to get used to the idea. But I admit there are moments, sometimes in autumn, about this time of year, I begin to think, shall I see another spring? For all the years and seasons that ever can ensue must now be worse and few.
Don't, Uncle Harry.
Oh, my dear girl, what on earth's the matter?
Oh, I'm sure you'll live for years yet.
Oh, I'll live to be 100 and have a telegram from the Queen. Oh, what a curse I should be to everybody. Listen. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It's the old clock. Do you hear it?
Yes.
It isn't very loud, but when it stops, I know at once.
Oh, I love this house. I could live here all my life.
Aha, I'll hide you in the secret passage.
Is that a secret passage? Oh, you must show me.
No, not a word. It's supposed to be unsafe, but that's all rubbish. But between you and me...
Wouldn't you like to go to sleep?
Yes, I wouldn't mind. Mark you, that was... As soon as I get off, that idiot nurse will come screaming in here.
I'll keep her out of the way.
Yes, a good girl. And you'll sit quietly and read, won't you? You won't hum, will you?
Hum?
We have to have the vicar to lunch sometimes. Perfect fool, of course. And after lunch he sits and hums like a blasted bee. Always keeps me awake. Thank you, my dear.
You comfortable?
Exquisitely.
Now I'll go and get a book.
Yeah. Good girl. Good girl.
It should be interesting. It means promotion eventually.
Oh, good, dear. Well, Felicity, dear, have you been round the garden?
Yes, I have.
Where's your mother?
Oh, she's in the kitchen, and Uncle Frank's changing his trousers.
Felicity,
Yes?
I want you a minute. Come into the dining room.
Harry, dear.
Mm.
May I speak to you?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Oh, dear, I hardly know how to start. I sometimes wonder, dear, if you quite realize how wearing it is for me to try and keep this great big house going without proper help.
Yes, dear. Yes, of course.
Because I know we only use a few rooms, but think how inconvenient everything is, with the kitchen right away down that long passage, and everything in it so old-fashioned and difficult. And now it's October again, and the evening's drawing in. Perhaps you think this house doesn't mean as much to me as it does to you. But really it does, dear. All the happiest days of my life have been spent here. And I have 1,000 golden memories of gay times we've all had together in the dear old place when things were easier. It seems a cruel sort of tragedy that now, at the end of our lives, we can't live peacefully and comfortably in our own home. But we can't, Harry. I really feel I can't face another long, lonely, cold winter here. Working and working all day just to go wearily up to a cold room at night. We're all of us getting too old, too frail. And remember, dear, others have had to sell, too. And after all, dear, as long as all three of us are together, as long as we face it cheerfully and bravely, I feel sure there may be years of happiness and security still in front of us. If I weren't all so tired and worried, I wouldn't snap at you so. And we'd all feel fresher and better tempered and more ready to laugh and enjoy what little of life remains to us. Harry.
Yes. What is it? Tea already?
Oh, Harry.
But what's the matter? Were you saying something, Margaret? Damn it, I believe I dropped off to sleep. Yes, I believe I did. Right off to sleep.
More tea, anybody? No? Elizabeth, you're not cold?
Not in the least, thank you. It's a lovely evening.
Yes. And I expect this is the last time we shall have tea on the terrace. The old chestnut tree is losing its leaves. That usually means no more tea in the garden. Now, Mr. Podger, is there anything else you want to see for your report?
Well, I think we've about covered the house, Lady Denham. Let me see, cellars, yes. Perhaps we could take a look at the outbuildings presently, if it's no trouble.
Oh, none at all.
As well as the stables, I believe you spoke of potting sheds.
One with a roof missing.
Blown off in a gale.
Oh, that's really of no importance. The ministry naturally anticipated that a good deal would have to be spent on repairs and alterations. Oh, for instance, some of the larger bedrooms will have to be converted into cubicles. There's the central heating to be installed, and I dare say the lighting will have to be rewired. Or then, naturally, we shall redecorate throughout. So you see, the old place will get a thorough wash and brush up, Lady Denham.
But that will cost thousands.
Oh, yes, indeed.
And how many students do you anticipate accommodating here at one time?
Oh, 30 or 40. Then there'll be lecturers and staff, of course.
Oh, but that's quite impossible, Mr. Pargeter. Where would they sleep?
That's the object of the cubicles, Mother.
Some of the larger rooms could easily accommodate 4, and with extra tables in the dining hall, 30 would be very comfortable.
Crowded but jolly, as they say.
30? A bear garden?
Surely we can allow Mr. Pargeter to know how many the place will hold.
Oh, yes, of course, dear. I was only thinking. Oh, dear. I can't look at that herbaceous border without wanting to cry. Really, it used to be a picture. One feels positively ashamed now to invite anyone to look round such a desolation.
Well, I very much hope that if you return here in a year or two's time, Lady Denham, you'll see the place partially restored to its former glory. Perhaps you'll call me a Philistine, Sir Charles, but upon my soul, I like to see fine old places being absorbed into the life of the country. I like to see it.
But of course, everything should belong to everybody. In fact, it's a scandal that we should live in a house like this.
Oh, not a scandal, of course, but hardly a practical proposition now, is it?
My brother is only joking. But of course, Pargeter is right. However much one may regret it in individual instances like this, it's an inevitable outcome of the country's changed economic situation.
It will make a marvellous college. The old walls will ring and ring again with the cheery cries of the agricultural students. Milko!
Oh, Frankie, you are foolish.
You needn't shout, Mr. Frank. I hadn't forgotten the tea things.
She thought I was shouting for her.
Yes, nurse. Clear, please.
Look what I found in the summer house.
Oh, my old parasol after all these years.
I told you left it there and you wouldn't believe me. People would do a lot better to listen to me. It isn't the young ones as has all the sense for all their high talk.
Now, don't natter, Nanny. I suppose I'd better take that tray or you'll drop it.
I'll do no such thing, impertinent.
You take the tablecloth and don't talk so much.
Oh, there's sauce for you. And many a time I've given him a good smacking for his pains. Oh, the young swellhead. What days we come to in our old age and miserableness.
She's been here with us ever since my first child was born, Mr. Pargeter.
Very touching, these old family servants. Oh, now, if I'm to catch my train...
Well, Robert will run you to the station, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, of course. But before Mr. Pargeter goes, I think it would be a good thing if we could get matters on some kind of definite footing. Now that you've seen the place, Pargeter, perhaps you'll be able to say whether or not the ministry is likely to be interested.
Interested? Certainly. Oh, there's no doubt about that at all. Of course, I can give you no actual guarantee, but provided the property is available at a fair price, well, I don't think you'll have to look further for a buyer, Sir Charles.
That is very satisfactory. We will discuss the matter very thoroughly and keep in touch with you.
Well, naturally, immediate availability would be an added attraction.
Oh, I don't think there need be any undue delay. I think it's more or less decided. Isn't it, Father?
In a way.
We shall have to sell a good deal. We have rooms full of junk. What one collects in a lifetime.
And that's a detail, of course. That can be arranged.
We shall have to find somewhere to live. That's another detail.
And then, of course, there's Harry. Incidentally, where is he?
He went off with Felicity.
Poor dear. I'm afraid she must be getting very bored. Harry! Harry!
Father, perhaps you'd like to show Mr. Pargeter to the stables. I'll go and get the car round in 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, very well. Come along, Pargeter.
If it's no trouble, Sir Charles.
We'll go round by the greenhouses, then you can see the worst. We used to have capital grapes here. That's over 20 years ago, of course. But grapes take time.
Harry! Luckily, he didn't understand what Mr. Pargeter was doing here, or we'd have had a scene. Harry! Harry, where are you?
Really, Elizabeth, it's exasperating. After all the letters that Mother wrote, after all the discussion we had yesterday, and now they can't give a straight answer to a straight question, do they or do they not want to sell the house? When I talk to Mother, she says quite unequivocally, yes, so does Father. But to Pargeter, it's of course we shall have to discuss it, and of course there's my brother to consider. It makes me look such a fool, for one thing. If I'd known that they were going to vacillate and discuss and consider, I wouldn't have wasted the man's time by bringing him down here.
Yes, it is annoying. But I suppose it's hard for them to decide at their age to leave a house they've lived in for so many years.
Well, very well, then, let them stay. What does it matter to me? But there, it's a lesson not to interfere. How much wiser to ignore the situation completely, like Frank, merely to be amusing and cynical. Heaven knows, I don't expect gratitude. But at least I'm genuinely attempting to help them. Whereas Frank... Well, of course, Frank has so much charm, hasn't he?
He's much the same as he always was, I think.
Women always find him attractive. You do, don't you?
Well, I find him quite amusing.
Yes, you laugh at his jokes, I've noticed.
There's no harm in that, is there?
No, there's no harm in it. But it makes me feel somehow inferior.
Inferior? Oh, Robert, that's ridiculous.
Possibly. But Frank has always made me feel like that. And yet which of us has worked? Which of us has made some sort of a success of his life? What's Frank done since the war except drift from one meaningless job into another? Yet I'm the one who's always made her feel a failure.
I can assure you that no one else thinks you're a failure. No, it's simply that you and Frank have got quite different temperaments, that's all.
Oh, you say that. But when you're talking to him, you look quite different. More animated, more cheerful. Younger, somehow.
Well, in front of other people, one makes an effort that isn't necessary with one's husband. What's the matter, Robert? You've never talked like this before.
This house, this whole situation gets on my nerves. This tumble-down beauty, this wilderness of a garden, this everlasting harping on what is past. Nothing irritates me more. It's like living in a badly kept museum. I'm very fond of my parents, as you know. But really to live with them, to endure so much vacillation and untidiness and loose thinking, I confess I find it almost intolerable.
I suppose we all get queer as we get old. One must make allowances, darling.
5 years ago, one could carry on an adult conversation with them. Now it's necessary to make alliances. It seems to me that old age separates people from the adult world just as childhood does.
You've tried very hard. You've nothing to reproach yourself with.
They've let the ivy grow on that wall. It's beginning to pull it down. And there's so much creeper on the east side of the house that you can barely see the windows.
Yes, Frank.
You taking Pargeter to the station?
Oh, yes.
Oh, well, he's fidgeting a bit.
Well, there's plenty of time.
What about driving into Salisbury and seeing a flick? I don't think I can stand another family evening by the fireside with Mother explaining how to make egg sauce without eggs. We could leave in about an hour and get a meal in Salisbury.
Yes, perhaps.
Wouldn't they think it rude?
Oh, of course not. Give them a peaceful evening to themselves. We can take Felicity.
Robert!
Coming! Oh, I shan't go, Frank. But you take Elizabeth and Felicity by all means. It's quite a good idea. Coming, Mother.
Can't let up for a minute, can he? They wouldn't mind being left for an evening, but not Robert. Oh, dear, no. However, we've got his imperial blessing, so we may as well go. 6:30 suit you? They usually have a decent sherry at the George. I'll phone them up and order a meal.
No, I think I'd sooner not, Frank.
Oh, now, don't be silly.
Really, I'd sooner not.
Why?
I don't want to go without Robert. He seems to be rather miserable.
Miserable? Why?
Oh, various reasons.
Well, he'd much better go out and amuse himself for a change. Extraordinary chap. Oh, well, cinema's off then. We'll see something of each other in London, shall we?
Of course.
What does old Robert do in the evening? Does he like an occasional late night? Dancing, for instance?
By the time he gets home, he's pretty tired.
I know. Pipe and slippers. Would he have any objection to my taking you out occasionally?
Objection? No, I don't think so.
Good. And once in a while we might step out together,
Perhaps.
Perhaps. You sound awfully enthusiastic. In plain language, you mean no?
I don't think it's a very good idea, Frankie.
I see. And why not?
What's the point, after all?
Point? Well, must there be a point? Can't we go and amuse ourselves without there being some dire purpose behind it? Can't we have a perfectly innocent evening out?
You're kidding yourself, Frankie. A perfectly innocent evening out is not what you want at all, is it?
You're bored with old Robert. Anyone can see that.
Can they? And you all console me, is that it?
You know what I feel about you.
No, Frankie, don't.
Oh, don't be so damn virtuous.
Listen, I don't say my marriage is perfect, but I'm not breaking it up and making Robert suffer just for a bit of excitement with you, however much I might possibly enjoy it, and, well, that's that. Oh, give it up, Frankie, do. Go back to London. You might just as well. You aren't really going to get any change out of me. You know, it's high time you found yourself a girl and married her and settled down.
Settled down. Oh, to hell. Must every...
Hey, Frankie, come here, you scoundrel. I want to show you something.
Yes, another time, Uncle Harry. Another time.
No, it won't be another time. Oh, curse the fella.
Show me the underground passage, Uncle Harry. I do want to see it.
Ah, that. Well, now, if I show it to you, not a word to anyone, Felicity, eh?
Of course not.
You see, there's some nonsense about it being dangerous, but the last time I went down, it was as safe as houses. Smells a bit, of course. Runs right under the house, and... But soft, we are approached. Shh, no, not a word.
Harry, we were looking for you, dear.
Well, you found me.
Felicity, dear. Charles and I want a word with Uncle Harry.
Very well.
Ah, here's Robert. Well, did your Mr. Pargeter catch his train?
Yes.
I couldn't make out what the devil he was doing here. I suppose he wanted a subscription for something.
He came to look over the house, dear.
Oh?
Uncle Harry might as well know that he came with a view to buying it.
Buying it? Oh, is that all? Of course, it's all very well for us to laugh, but sooner or later this poor old house will be a damned institution of some sort. You mark my words. Look what happened to Ackley. As soon as poor old George Reevey drank his money away, a girls' school. And what a shoot that was, eh, Charles?
A fine shoot.
Oh, on a windy day I've seen pheasants coming out of that hill covered looking like starlings and doing 70 miles an hour. Now old George is living in a private hotel in Bognor, walking up and down the promenade in an overcoat and changing his library books at the chemist. Oh, pitiful. We can thank our stars we've not come to that yet.
I really think we must decide once and for all what the future of this place is to be. Naturally, Pargeter wants to know just where he stands. Is the house available, or is it not? And I should just like to say this. As far as I'm concerned, it's a matter of complete indifference whether you stay or sell. I came here with the intention of helping, that's all.
But of course, dear, we know that.
I'm very dense, of course, but I don't quite follow this conversation. What does Robert mean about the house being available? How can it be available when we're living in it?
But, Harry, dear, the point is, do we want to go on living here? Now that we have a chance to sell the place, oughtn't we to accept it?
Sell it? Sell Winton? In God's name, why?
Well, dear, don't you see? It's really far too much for us, Harry.
I think perhaps you don't quite realize, Uncle Harry, what a strain it is on Mother, trying to manage a huge old house like this without servants.
I do get so tired, Harry, desperately tired.
The more one thinks of it, the more impossible it seems.
Yes. I see.
If we were all 20 years younger, Harry, dear, but at our age... There are days when I hardly have the courage to get myself out of bed in the morning to start the long, dreary day's work.
Yes, of course.
Goodness knows I've tried. I've ransacked the village to try and get help. But you can't get people to come 2 miles, especially in winter.
I know.
Oh, Harry, dear, do say something.
But me? I've got nothing to say. It isn't my house. Besides, I don't do the cooking and the cleaning and the rest of it. I eat 3 meals and run about amusing myself. So if you people want to sell the place...
Oh, want to sell? Harry, you know we don't, dear. It'll break our hearts to leave. Oh, don't be unkind, dear. I can't bear it.
Yes, I'm not being unkind. I'm being accommodating.
Oh, Harry, dear. Poor Robert, what a nuisance we are to you.
Nonsense, Mother.
3 old cronies sitting round and wondering what on earth to do with themselves next. Really, what purpose is there in our lives?
Now I love these philosophical speculations. The purpose of life. Of course, if we decide there is no purpose, the whole problem is solved. We can all go and jump into the lake hand in hand.
Can you joke, Harry? Don't you see the tragedy of it all?
Tragedy? What's tragic about it? Here we are, 3 old upper-class anachronisms scratching about in a house that's 15 sizes too big for us. That's not tragedy, it's farce. Pantaloons, that's all we are. Now then, the great decision. To leave or not to leave? Well,
the decision should be left to the person on whom the brunt of running of the place falls, to Margaret.
There. Now the whole responsibility's been put on me. What can I say? It isn't fair.
Let's try to talk about the matter calmly, Mother.
Oh, dear. Won't anybody help me?
We are all trying to help.
Of course we are. Shh. I could have sworn I heard that damn cat again. Huge ginger brute. Puss.
Of course, there's the future to consider. I don't mean our future. There's not much left of that. But Robert will never live here, I imagine. Nor will Frank. And if we can get a decent price from this fellow, what's his name?
He hinted at about 11,000 with the land, of course.
Oh, I don't call that much of a price for one of the finest 16th century houses in the country. Wouldn't look at a penny under 20,000 myself.
It's a lot of money, Uncle Harry.
It's a lot of house.
There'd be a few thousand to spend on it, remember?
Oh, nonsense, my dear fellow. It's as sound as a bell. Lick of paint here and there, a few weeks' work in the garden.
Weeks, my dear Harry. Have you any idea to take years?
Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, we're not discussing that, are we?
No, of course we are not. Really, I don't know what we are discussing. We sit here talking and talking, but we only go round and round in circles. And the end of it will be that nothing will be decided as usual. And we shall just go on living here exactly as we have done for the last 10, 20, 30 years. Oh, yeah, it's beginning to get chilly. I might as well go back to my kitchen.
Very well. Then that's that.
What?
I must tell Pargeter that the house isn't available. I promised I'd give him an answer in 24 hours.
Yes. Yes, of course, dear. Very well.
Am I allowed to speak?
Of course you are. Only do be quick, dear.
And I give it as my considered opinion that we should go.
Oh.
Out with the suitcases and trunks, pack everything, sell the whole place lock, stock and barrel, and tomorrow to fresh woods and pastures new.
He doesn't really mean it, do you, dear?
I mean every word of it. In a situation of this sort, there's only one thing to be done, to act. Don't sit about and talk, act.
But, Harry, you know quite well...
Now, don't argue with me, Margaret. I know what I'm talking about. If we sit here, we shall regret it. We shall gloom, we shall talk of lost opportunities and missed chances. And don't deny it, you want to go. And so does Charles. And damnation take it, so do I. Change, contrast, movement, why, that's the spice of life. Certainly we'll go. And we'll do it properly. We'll travel. Curse it, we're not too old. How about a trip to Rome, eh? Why not? Haven't I thrown my coin into the Trevi? Imagine it, the Spanish steps, the sun, the brightness, the warmth, the music. Bring me maps, timetables, railway guides, and we'll plan a journey. We'll plan a new life, confound it, a new life.
A new life. Robert!
Yes, Mother, I'm coming. Just doing the labels.
I finished my dressing case, dear.
I'll fetch it in a minute.
Mr. Robert, where's my trunk?
I told you, nurse, it went to the station yesterday with the other heavy luggage.
There, now I shall never see it again.
Of course you will. You'll see it at the station in a quarter of an hour.
That's as it may be, we shall see. It's all very well to be sure, but it's better to be safe.
It couldn't possibly be safer.
Fine words, butter no parsnips.
Now, tell me frankly, Robert, do I look ridiculous in this hat?
Oh, of course not.
It's so strange to be dressing up for London again. I can't believe I'm seeing this old room for the last time. Can't realize it.
A good, strong cup of cocoa before travelling is the best thing out, my lady.
Why is it when one leaves a place that one remembers only the happy times one has spent in it?
That's what my father used to say. If you were going off to be hanged, you'd be sorry to say goodbye to the condemned cell.
Do you suppose Uncle Harry's luggage is ready?
Oh, I'm tired of trying to help poor Harry. He packs things, unpacks them, packs them again. It's best to leave him alone, dear.
Yes, but he's only got about 10 minutes. However, we shall be here to clear up if we can forward anything he wants.
And they picked up of the fragments that remain, 12 baskets full.
She keeps saying things like that this morning. Nurse, dear, I do hope you'll be all right.
My sister will meet me at Charing Cross Station and take me to our home in Orpington.
I'd better go and help Uncle Harry.
Well, nurse, you'll be happy there. She'll look after you.
I'll have nobody looking after me, my lady. The day I can't look after myself, I'll jump out of the window and have done with it. And I'll make that very clear, I can tell you.
You've been so brave, nurse, so patient with us, so loyal, so trustworthy all these long years.
I've never taken a thing, my lady, not so much as a lump of sugar. And let anyone say I have. Stupid and headstrong, that I may be.
No, of course not.
Oh, yes, I am. But God either gives you brains or he doesn't. And it's no use complaining.
But nobody could have been a better, kinder friend to us. Nobody. I'm ashamed when I think how often I've spoken sharply and impatiently to you.
Ah, if we could all swallow the hard words we've spoke, the world would be a happier place, my lady.
Well, all ready, nurse?
My sister will meet me at Charing Cross Station and take me to our home in Orpington.
Good, capital. Well, it'll be a change for all of us,
Change and decay and all around I see.
Did you tell John to bring the car in plenty of time, Charles?
Yes, I did. He couldn't believe we were leaving the place. Decent fellow, John.
I remember when he was born. His mother was the baker's daughter and no better than she should have been.
All our old friends in the village. It'd be like leaving part of ourselves behind.
What you want to leave for, I don't know. Flying about the country at your age, it's not right, my lady.
I'm sure you don't mean to be impertinent, nurse, but don't say things like that. It's hurting.
Sheer foolishness, if you ask me.
No.
I say what I think. It's a fault with me, I dare say. But when a thing's ridiculous, then ridiculous I call it.
Harry! Harry! Well, surely he's ready by now.
Here I am. Plenty of time. He didn't start for 10 minutes yet. And he forgot the old fox's mask.
Are you taking that thing, dear?
Well, of course. Haven't kept it for 40-odd years just to lose it now.
Perhaps you'd like it stored, Uncle Harry.
No, I wouldn't. I know it's silly, but there it is. This mask means something to me, and I'm taking it with me. Best day's hunting any man ever had in his life.
The trouble is, it won't go in a suitcase.
What the devil does that matter? I'll carry it. My weather book, too, I'm taking that.
Harry, dear.
In heaven's name, Margaret, why not? Confound it, I kept these records for 20 years and more. I'm damned if I'm stopping now.
Very well, dear.
Thank you.
All this work we are giving you and Elizabeth Robert is really too bad.
No, I don't mind in the least, Mother. I only hope you'll all be comfortable and feel that the trouble was worthwhile. I'm told it's an extremely comfortable hotel. They don't mind giving you breakfast in bed and that sort of thing.
Quite used to dealing with octogenarian cripples, eh? Just the place for us.
Anyway, it will certainly be a good rest for Mother, Uncle Harry.
Yes, of course. Of course.
Here's the lunch. I put it all in one basket.
How kind of you, dear.
But isn't there a restaurant car?
Yes, dear, but it's usually very crowded.
Well, if you don't mind me hiccuping for about 70 miles, you know what I'm like with sandwiches.
We don't seem to be able to do the right thing today, do we?
I'm just warning you, that's all.
Well, you shall go along to the restaurant car, dear, and have the proper lunch.
I shall eat sandwiches if they choke me.
Harry, dear, do you think you've really got everything?
Haven't the least idea.
Shall I just run up and have a look round?
If you would, dear.
Aristocrats waiting for the tumbril. It's a far, far better rest I go to now than I have ever known. Nobody appreciates it, of course, but this is actually a historic moment. This is the fall of the House of Denham. There's been a Denham at Winton Manor since... When, Charles?
Since 1572.
Since 1572. And now we pass, unwept, unhonoured, and unsung. Here we go, shuffling out of our inheritance with no more ceremony than if we were cattle being driven to the slaughterhouse.
Oh, Harry, dear, now you'll only upset yourself.
No, I shan't. Thank goodness I'm perfectly capable of looking at the thing objectively. It's a fine house. Solid, well-proportioned, light and spacious. We shall not look upon its like again. It was built in the days when Englishmen valued craftsmanship, when the shoddy, the pretentious, the ugly, the inferior would not have been tolerated. We should be proud to have lived here. Even if we have capitulated at last, we may, I suppose, be proud to have delayed its surrender to the barbarians. Lower the flag and let the enemy advance. Eyes look your last. Arms take your last embrace.
Now look what you've done, Harry. And just before the taxi comes, it's all right, nurse. Mr. Harry was only talking.
Everything passes away.
Oh, nonsense, nurse. Things don't pass away at all. And if they do, it can't be helped. You talk as if you were the only person who was sad to leave. You might credit me with some feelings as well.
Everything passes in time.
Nurse, please, surely we needn't have a scene now, need we?
Sorry I spoke. Very sorry. Shan't say another word.
Fast falls the eventide.
Oh, shut up, nurse!
Oh, there, now everybody's turning against me.
No, they are not, nurse. Only do stop crying.
I think I heard the taxi.
No, nothing. He may come any minute, though.
Mother, I found these dresses in one of the cupboards in Uncle Harry's room. I don't know if you'd like them all packed for storing.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Yes, of course. Those were hers. I suppose it would be too much to suggest another case.
But of course we can take them if you want to, dear.
We can, eh? No, a lot of trouble, though. A lot of silliness carrying old dresses about. I'll burn the lot.
Burn them? Now?
Now, at once. A bonfire.
Would you like me in case the taxi comes?
No, I'll do it myself. No one help. At least, you'll come. Hey, Felicity, you're the girl for a bonfire, aren't you?
Yes, I'll come if you like, Uncle Harry.
Good, come along with me then. Come on. We'll make a great fire. And I know where there's a can of paraffin to start it off.
Oh, dear paraffin, and he's got his only decent suit on.
If you'd left them where they were, Elizabeth, they'd have forgotten all about them.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't think.
There's an end to them. Beautiful dresses, too. The finest money could buy. Second best wasn't good enough for Mrs. Harry.
I hate waiting when I'm ready. Where's this damn cab? 1:45 at the latest, I told him.
It's just on 1:45 now.
Will you come to the sale, Robert? I couldn't bear it myself.
Oh, yes, I'll come, certainly.
How are the mighty fallen, and the weapons of war perished.
There's Harry's bonfire.
Oh, it's very near the summer house.
Oh, there they go. The flames devoured them. Beautiful dresses, silk and satin.
He has to use plenty of paraffin.
The taxi.
The taxi. Oh, now we must hurry.
No, there's no need to hurry. I think if we get the luggage on first, I hope he's brought his trailer.
My ticket. I've no ticket.
We'll get your ticket at the station, nurse.
Now, don't you lift anything, Father. I'll send him in.
Shall I go and take my place in the car, shall I?
Yes, nurse, very well. There'll be no peace till she's out of the way.
Morning, lady. Morning, sir. Just leave everything. I'll load up.
Good morning, John.
Is this the lot? Nothing upstairs?
No, there's nothing upstairs.
All right. I'll get these in easy.
Margaret, have you got any silver?
Where's Harry now?
I'll run out and tell him.
I'm so frightened Harry will give way at the last moment, and then I shan't be able to stop myself crying, too.
No. Have you got any silver? I've only 2 sixpences.
There'll be plenty of room. I think if you'll go out now, Mother. I suppose Harry's coming, is he?
Oh, yes, dear.
I'll take these out to the cab.
Well, that looks like the lot.
We're going. We're really leaving. Don't let me cry, Charles.
No, my dear. Don't think about it. That's the best.
Goodbye. My house. My home.
That's right. Now, if you've got a couple of half-crowns in your bag...
Uncle Harry, the taxi's here.
Uncle Harry! Harry,
taxi!
Would you believe it? It's worse than a child. He's done it on purpose, of course. Uncle Harry! No, he must be in the garden.
I couldn't see him by the bonfire.
And where's Felicity? She's with him, I suppose. Damn little fool.
Robert, darling, don't get so angry and excited. I expect he's just washing his hands or something. I'll go upstairs. Perhaps he went in the back way.
Now, where can he have got to?
Harry!
It's simply infuriating. No doubt he'd like you to miss the train.
Oh, no, dear, I don't think so.
Oh, you think he's simple, Mother, but I don't. I believe he's been working up to this. He means to upset all our plans. I felt it all along.
Robert, dear, I'm sure you're wrong. Harry wouldn't do that.
I'm wrong, am I? All right, then. We'll see. But mark my words. You'll never leave this house. Never.
There's nobody upstairs. I think he must be somewhere in the garden still.
Robert's very upset. He seems to think Harry's doing this on purpose.
Surely not.
That's what I said.
Curious thing, no sign of him. Fancy him getting himself lost at a time like this. Ah, there goes the summer house.
Not burning. Oh, how dreadful.
Oh, just falling down anyway.
Uncle Harry! Uncle Harry!
If we're to make sure on the London train, sir, it'd be as well to get off in a minute or two.
Yeah, but we can't, John. Mr. Harry's disappeared.
Well, we've a little time yet. But I don't like cutting the London train too fine. It waits for no man, milady.
Well, we can't go without him, that's certain.
There's no sign of either of them. I've looked everywhere. I'm afraid they're hiding.
Hiding, my dear boy?
Well, if anybody can suggest any other explanation.
Oh, goodness, what was that?
Milady, Mr. Harry, Miss Felicity. Oh, sakes and mercy, what a sight, what a mess. Oh, my Lord and Saviour, just look at the both of them, all covered with mud and dirt, and Mr. Harry limping.
All right, nurse, all right.
Harry, what on earth? Harry, dear.
Oh, don't all shout and scream. Give me a drink.
Felicity, what's happened?
We went down the underground passage, and it fell on us.
Fell in the damn thing.
Oh, Harry, you might have been killed, both of you. Charles, the brandy, dear.
It's all very well saying brandy, but where is it?
Well, you have to go down to the cellar.
Buried alive, it's a warning. As clear as daylight, it's a warning.
Oh, shut up, nurse.
I can't understand why
It
you...
doesn't matter why, dear.
I never have got out without the girl. He was a proper little rabbit. Pulled her old uncle along like a good one.
Oh, it was horrible.
Come along upstairs, darling. We'll change those muddy clothes.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It was only that Uncle Harry wanted...
Oh, if it matters, dear. Thank God you're both safe.
I shall go and make some cocoa.
Now, take my arm, Harry, dear, and we'll go up and get those things off you. You must lie down for a bit, and Charles will bring you a nice, strong drink.
Felt like a blasted mole digging away. Well, we hadn't gone far down when the confounded roof caved in behind us.
Oh, how dreadful.
It fancy being such a damn fool to take the girl down. No fool like an old fool. This is my best suit, too. Have to stay here till it's clean.
Now, don't you worry, dear. Come along upstairs. You'll be all right, dear. You'll be all right when you've had a nice rest.
Ah, Mr. Robert. Might have been a nasty accident there.
You can fetch in the luggage, John. They won't be traveling today.
Time like an ever rolling stream bears all its hills away. They fly.
Nurse is singing again. Everybody's delighted, Elizabeth. And of course the pretense that they've simply postponed the move until Uncle Harry's better is quite childish. They could have gone today if they'd wanted to. Last night, Father told me that in view of the doubtful situation, Partaker had better regard this house as unavailable for the time being. In plain language, they mean to stay, and I've simply wasted my time.
Yes, it's a shame. It really is. You've tried so hard.
It's a curious thing, but I seem to go through life trying very hard and effecting very little. Just as if I don't work.
You've always worked tremendously hard.
And always been rather disliked.
No.
You know it's true. I've always been unpopular, just as I'm unpopular here in my own family. I sometimes wonder how it was you ever consented to marry me.
Goodness, you're in a morbid mood this morning.
Yes. I feel isolated from everyone.
Everyone feels that sometimes. No relationship, however satisfactory, alters the fact that, well, a part of us always exists in solitude.
Did you read that in some book?
I don't know, perhaps I did.
I must join a decent library this winter. I never seem to get time to read in Africa. I intend to take more time off, too, so that we can go to concerts, theatres, so on. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Of course, very much.
Sometimes imagine that you That you must find our marriage rather unsatisfactory?
Now, what on earth makes you think that?
I don't know. Too. That one day you would meet somebody attractive and amusing, like Frank, say. And that you'd leave me. And then I'd be completely alone. If that happened, I don't think I could go on living.
It won't happen.
But do you swear? Do you promise?
Of course I do. Do you depend on me so much?
I depend on you completely.
How strange.
It's a confession of weakness.
Of love, too. It makes me happy.
Well, that's something, I suppose. Got a stiff neck this morning. Too many draughts in this place.
I'll rub it for you tonight, darling.
Harry has been singing in his bath, which means he's quite recovered. But he will lie and boil himself, and the doctor particularly told him not to. Have you both had breakfast?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, what a joy to come down and find food already on the table. Oh, dear. Tomorrow morning, when you've gone, I shall be at it again. And soon it'll be dark in the morning, so very depressing. Still, one mustn't complain.
I'll go and get you some fresh coffee, shall I?
Will you, dear? Oh, thank you so much. Charles is just coming. You want to make an early start, I expect, Robert?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'd like to get off fairly soon.
Yes, indeed. By the way, I hope this man Parkinson won't be too upset about our decision.
Pargeter. No, I'll go to see him and explain things.
Oh, yes, do. It's better than writing. Tell him that really we can't be hurried.
I didn't think anyone was hurrying you, Mother.
Oh, well, you know what I mean, dear. And after Harry's accident, we all felt it would be unwise. Perhaps later on. We'll see. And goodness knows, nobody dreads the long winter months here more than I do. I suppose we shall muddle along somehow.
Here's some more coffee.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning, Father.
Robert's going to see Parkinson, dear.
Oh, good. Give him our apologies and all the rest of it. Tell him we've decided to think things over. Next year, perhaps.
Next year, he won't want it anyway.
Well, somebody else will, probably. Somebody might like it as a lunatic asylum. There'll be 4 patients to start with.
It was so good of you, Robert, dear, to have gone to all this trouble.
I should think so. Very good.
No, it's no trouble.
I hope you don't think us ungrateful, dear. We know you meant it very kindly.
Of course not. I'll just go and put the luggage on the car. If you'll excuse me.
I hope he's not vexed with us.
Oh, I'm sure he's not.
Vexed with us? Why should he be?
Well, I thought he seemed a little short in his manner. Perhaps it's my imagination. After all, he couldn't expect us to let Parkinson have the house without really thinking the matter over.
You see, he thought you were unhappy here and really wanted to leave.
In a way, of course, that's rather true. It is dreadfully hard work. I don't think anyone quite realizes.
Good morning, everybody.
Come along, Harry, dear. Coffee's getting cold.
Well, how is everybody this morning? Have you had breakfast?
Yes, I think Robert wants to make an early start.
Oh, quite right. Mustn't let the grass grow under his feet. Duty, stand, order, the voice of God, etc. Pass the butter, Charles. Great fellow, Robert. Man of blood and iron.
Not really, you know.
You're not to laugh at Robert, dear. Nobody could be kinder or more thoughtful.
My dear, I yield to nobody in my fervent admiration of your eldest son. And you'll be taking my Felicity, too?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I've got to think of getting her ready for school.
Oh, there's a little bird flying about in the passage upstairs. A little robin cheeping and fluttering against the window.
Well, let it out, fathead.
Let it out. I'll do no such thing. When a bird flies in through the window, that means happiness in the house.
You're a superstitious old witch, nurse.
You can laugh your fill, Mr. Harry, but no bird do I turn out of this house. The warnings are clear for them that have ears to hear. We could do with a bit of liver, me lady. There's not a scrap of meat in the house. Very well, nurse. I'll go and see about it. She's always asked me to buy liver. She simply loves it.
Morning, Uncle Harry.
Morning, Robert.
If you'd like to get your hat on, Elizabeth.
Yes, I won't be long.
Back to work, eh, Robert?
Yes, that's right.
You must come again in the spring, dear. For all its wildness, the garden looks quite colourful then.
The spring, that's looking forward.
Goodness, yes. Oh, the long, long winter months. Every year I wonder how we shall ever get through them.
You must try to take things easily, Mother.
I wish I could. But in this huge house...
If I live till next April, I shall be 81.
Of course you'll live, dear. Don't say such things.
There's no of course about it.
We're ready now, Robert, if you want to start.
Oh. Well, Mother, I think we'll be saying goodbye.
Must you, dear? Well, it's been very nice having you, all of you.
We've enjoyed it very much.
Yes, we have. I'm afraid you haven't. We've been so tiresome, haven't we? Upsetting all your plans.
I hadn't any plans. I was merely trying to be of some use, that's all.
It was so kind, dear. And if ever we do think of moving, we shall certainly tell Mr. Parkinson.
Goodbye, Father.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Uncle Harry.
Goodbye, my boy. And what about my Felicity? When's she coming to cheer up her miserable old uncle again?
Oh, soon. Quite soon, I hope, Uncle Harry.
Perhaps next holidays, if it can be arranged.
Oh, next holidays. I'll be standing watching for her then like Mariana on the moated Grange.
Well, if you're ready, Elizabeth.
We'll come and see you off.
Perhaps at Christmas we could have a party with Frankie, too.
Yes, that's it, with Frankie, too.
He only said, my life is dreary. She cometh not, he said. But you will come, Felicity, eh? It's a promise, eh?
Yes, I promise to come, Uncle Harry. Goodbye.
Oh, until the holidays. Until the holidays.
Goodbye.
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 Bye, Father.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Well, that's that.
They're off.
Now I must just sit down and think where to begin. Having guests is very nice, but it does disorganize one's life. Nurse!
We shall have to start fires again in the morning. Damn chilly.
Ooh, the winter. Nurse! I suppose she's making cocoa.
Where's my weather book? Yeah. Minimum 32. Yeah. What did I say? Frosts are going to start early this year.
Oh, don't. Felicity's a sweet child, but what an appetite.
My Felicity.
Oh, now I must get busy. I'll make you a list for the village, Charles.
Yes, very well. And after lunch, I'll cut some wood.
Yes, we must all get busy. The only thing. I never did like the autumn. Give to the boys October. But not to me, thank you. Dead leaves everywhere. Howling winds, most depressing time of the year. Gets in my confounded chest, too. Aren't you going to light the fire?
Yes, I am.
You know, we ought to go away for a change. Do us all good. Different food and different faces. Different conversations.
Where, for instance?
I don't know. London, Torquay, Bath, anywhere.
Well, we must talk it over. That's it. We must talk it over.
Now, let me see. October 17th. Max 44. Min 32. Wind west northwest. Cloudy and dull.
Oh, the little bird has flown right down the long passage and out of the window at the end.
The little bird has flown.
Nurse! Nurse! Nurse!
That was Sybil Thorndike as Lady Denham and Lewis Casson as Sir Charles in A Picture of Autumn by N.C. Hunter. Harry was played by Philip Ray, the nurse by Mary O'Farrell, Elizabeth by Rachel Gurney, Robert by Hayden Jones, Frank by Nigel Stock, Mr. Pargeter by Godfrey Kenton, Felicity by Tracy Rogers, and John by John Pullen. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Charles Lefaux.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, host for certain dark and mysterious ceremonies that are celebrated regularly at this time and place. Why do we do it? Why do we teach children certain proverbs or maxims, or give them various bits of cautionary wisdom which in actual practice prove at worst to be false and at best irrelevant? For instance, we say, all the world loves a lover. Really? Half the people in his own hometown were out to kill Romeo. And how many friends did Don Juan have? The truth is, being a lover can turn out to be the most hazardous occupation of them all.
Oh, my darling.
I beg your pardon.
My beloved.
You must be making a mistake.
It's no mistake. No mistake. I love you.
I've never seen you before in my life.
I adore you.
Please, this is a public place. People are staring.
Oh, hold me.
Now, look, lady.
Kiss me.
I don't even know you.
Love me. Love me. Or I'll kill you.
Our mystery drama, Demon Lover, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Time Magazine and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Why are so many love stories written? Well, writers love them. A writer doesn't have to prove or justify anything as far as love is concerned. His characters fall in love because he commands them to, for any reason or for no reason. And isn't that also the way it is in what we are pleased to call real life? Look at some of the romantic combinations of your own acquaintance. Can you figure them out? Why do people fall in love? Here, we deal in answers. And so, we're about to meet Professor Albert Morrison.
It's 2 a.m. I know it is 2 a.m., even though there is no clock in the room. And they've taken my wristwatch from me. There was nothing malicious about that. Evidently, they fear I could break the crystal and do myself some injury. Of course, I could ring for the orderly, and he would tell me. The big heavy one, Joe, he's on tonight. And for all that he looks like a gorilla, he's really very kind and gentle. I don't have to ask anyone. I can see the sky. And I can tell by the location of Cassiopeia. You see, I can center the whole constellation between the 2 middle bars of the window. Well, it doesn't really matter what time it is. I don't think I'll be going anywhere. But the fact is, I am right about the time because I hear Joe outside with my 2 o'clock medication.
You asleep, Doc?
No.
I got your pill. I spiked some grape juice for you.
Thanks, Joe.
You know, you're supposed to drink it with water. But I know how much you like grape juice.
You're very kind, Joe.
I think you're getting a bum deal. You know, after all, what'd you do? You killed a dame. Well, so what? One less dame in the world. Who's going to miss her, huh? Doc?
Yes, Joe?
I quit fighting City Hall.
City Hall?
Yeah, the wheels. You know, the establishment. You know what I mean. Look, they
want to think you're nuts? Okay, leave them. Go along. Play ball. Then they'll say, oh, well, we got to give him therapy and return him as a useful member of society. Huh? You follow that?
Yes, I think so.
And so you play the game with him for a year or 2 years, just to make it look good. You follow that? Huh? And before you know it, you're free. You're out of here. And it's like nothing ever happened. And believe me, Doc, in your whole life, nobody's ever going to give you a better chunk of advice.
Thank you, Joe.
Now, tomorrow, I got it through the grapevine. You're getting a new doctor.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah. Somebody who wrote a couple of books, and so she's suddenly a hot property.
She?
Yeah, Dave. So, she'll be out to score points. So just lead her along, you know? Leave her find out you ain't with us.
Look, Joe, I can't play a role. The truth is that...
Truth. Oh. That's the trouble with you educated guys. You worry about the truth.
A new doctor. Why am I being given a new doctor? And a woman doctor. I don't like this. I was feeling very comfortable with Dr. Rader. Is that why we're changing doctors? Because I'm comfortable? Oh, listen to me. I'm becoming paranoid. Actually developing a persecution complex. These people are only doing what has to be done. After all, according to the circumstantial evidence. But why a new doctor? And why a woman? What kind of game is she going to play with me? I've already told the entire story, Dr. Mallow.
I know you have, Dr. Morrison. It does seem odd that we call each other doctor.
I have a Ph.D. in astronomy. I don't insist on being called doctor.
Nor do I.
But since I am the patient, it is altogether fitting that I call you doctor.
You are the patient, and I am the doctor. Why? Because these are the roles that have been assigned to us by society. Who knows? It is entirely possible that I shall be helped more than you by our sessions.
I see. A brand new technique.
Why do you say that?
Oh, I've become an authority in psychiatrists. We have the austere ones, the friendly ones, the clinical ones, and now, you.
How do you classify me?
Well, you seem to be a we're both in this thing together type.
Well, we both are. Tell me, what happened?
Doctor, why do you persist? Why do all of you persevere in this pathetic little game?
I'm not aware that it's a game.
I was under the impression that absolute truth between doctor and patient is the cornerstone to any success in this type of relationship.
I am new to this case. I have no preconceived...
You saying you know nothing about me?
Nothing.
Am I to assume that you never have read the papers, looked at a news program?
The news media can only examine the skin of the orange. What lies beneath is beyond their capability.
I see. We have here a phrase maker.
It's the truth.
Therefore, you intend to peel me as if I were an orange, to reveal my hidden juices.
With your help.
Doctor, why aren't you honest? Why doesn't everybody come clean? You're out to prove I'm crazy, and you know it. We'll play the game. But I'm sane, Doctor. I am as sane as you are.
You could be making a self-damaging statement.
You know, you're very soft and very gentle, with just a touch of wry humor. Very much like Dorothy was. Same blonde hair.
Dorothy?
Is it possible? Are they that diabolical?
Who is Dorothy?
My wife. She was my wife. She died 5 years ago. She was the only woman I ever loved.
And I remind you of Dorothy.
In many ways. So they have found what they think is a psychological softening up process. They'll expose me to you. It won't work. I'm sane.
Tell me what happened.
For the 987th time, I was in the Logan cafeteria in the faculty administration building when a woman I had never seen before in my life threw herself at me.
Don't just tell it. Try to relive it. Try to reveal to me what it looked like, felt like.
All right. It passes the time. I have already said I was in the Logan cafeteria. I generally don't eat there, but on Fridays they have New England clam chowder. So I bought myself a bowl, and I found a quiet table, and I was enjoying my clam chowder. It was thick with large, succulent clam chunks. God was in his heaven, and all was right with the world, when suddenly she hurled herself at me, knocking the clam chowder to the floor in the process. I remember I said, "Madam, please," but she threw her arms around me, began to cover my face and mouth with kisses. "Please, madam, please."
Oh, I love you. I love you.
You must be making a mistake.
Darling.
What is the meaning of this? Please, who are you?
I must have you. Always.
Madam, this is certainly some mistake.
No.
Now, please.
No. Don't push me away. Take me. Love me.
You have confused me with someone else.
No, I know who you are, what you are. Now I know why I was born, to love you.
I tell you, this is all a mistake. I wouldn't want you to make...
Love me now.
Look, can't we discuss this?
Love me here.
Rationally,
love
please.
Me.
We're starting a scene. People are looking all over.
I don't care. I defy the world. I don't care.
Excuse me. Please, excuse me.
Oh, love me.
Please, will you excuse me?
I adore you.
Excuse me. Somehow I broke away from her. I ran to the door into the street. I ran all the way across the campus. I didn't stop running till I came to my apartment. When I arrived there, the phone was already ringing. Hello?
Orison, this is Clemens.
Yes?
Clemens, Jim Clemens, President Clemens.
Oh, yes, sir.
Get over here to my office at once.
Jim? Mr. Clemens. President Clemens, sir. Oh, boy. Well, Doctor, when the president of the university says, "Get over here," you get over there. And I did. And he was loaded for bear. He harangued me for 10 solid minutes before I could get a word in edgewise, and when I finally did, he refused to believe it.
You expect me to believe that?
It's the truth.
Now, I warn you, Al, don't insult my intelligence. I know how you feel about me. I know how you all do. I got the job because I know how to raise money, not because of any intellectual brilliance. Now, you look down on me, but don't you think you can take me in with a story like that?
I haven't told you a story. I said I never saw that woman before in my life.
That's a one-sentence story, and it is a lie.
I was sitting there minding my own business, enjoying my clam chowder, when this woman attacked me.
Okay. I expect trouble with my political science people, with my arts people. But you fellows, you astronomers, you never bothered anybody.
That's not true. Galileo and Copernicus presented the authorities with a great deal of trouble.
I mean in 400 years. Oh, Al, help me out.
What are you talking about?
Her name, it's Maria Capuchin. She's an exchange professor. She's considered the leading poet of her country. She's delicate, ethereal, shy.
Clem, are you serious?
You attacked her.
100 people in that cafeteria saw her attack me.
Not quite. She passed by your table and you seized her.
Why?
Because you're crazy. No, you're not crazy. You're mentally unbalanced. You're having a nervous breakdown.
I can't believe what you're saying.
Al, the exchange program between our country and hers, well, a lot of people don't want it to work. We can't have any scandal. You see, they love her back home. If you can't come off as a nut, we'll have an international incident on our hands.
I don't care.
The government wants us to preserve her reputation at all costs.
How about my reputation?
We must all make sacrifices.
We? What sacrifices are you going to make?
You need a new telescope at the observatory? We can get a government grant.
The answer's no.
Albert.
That woman is crazy. That's the kindest word I can think of to describe her. She threw herself at me for no reason at all.
Think it over. Think of what's at stake.
All right, what is at stake?
Many things. For one, the foreign policy of our country. For another, peaceful relations with one of the most powerful nations in the world. But, most important, I would say, your job. Now, Albert, will you think about it?
It's always something to think about when the boss puts the proposition in just that light. Well, here we have Albert Morrison a quiet, retiring professor of astronomy locked up in an institution for the criminally disturbed, recounting the story of how he got there. So far, he seems more sinned against than sinning, but you know by now that you never get the full story in the first act. And I shall return shortly with the second. There I was, minding my own business, when this beautiful blonde threw her arms around my neck and started making passionate love to me. I tell you, I never saw her before in my life. This is the story that Albert Morrison, an astronomy professor, is telling Dr. Florence Mallow, a psychiatrist, in a state institution for the criminally disturbed. How did things get this far?
You insist you never saw Maria Capuchin before.
It's true, Doctor.
But you changed your story. I have it here.
I know. That's a lie.
This affidavit of yours is a lie.
Yes.
Why did you sign it?
They brainwashed me.
Are you serious?
Doctor, what do you think brainwashing is? Weeks? Months of physical and mental torture until at last the exhausted and ravaged psyche collapses? No. It can be done in an hour. Even less. By playing on what a man believes in. Honor, duty, responsibility. That's what he convinced me of, finally. Don't threaten me, Clem. Before you fire me, I'll quit.
Albert, please. Now, I wouldn't do that, but there are times... Look, Albert. A man has to make sacrifices for his country. The more peaceful contacts we can have with her country, the better for our economy. Albert, it is the policy of our government, our democratically elected government has chosen in relation to her country. And who are you to sabotage relations between us and them? Especially since you believe in peace. This stubbornness of yours could cost friends of yours their jobs. Now you must help us.
All right, Clem, let's make sure we understand each other.
We do.
I was minding my own business, and she simply attacked me. Now, that's what happened, isn't it?
Yes,
but for public consumption, and for reasons that we understand, we're saying that I was the aggressor.
Precisely. Now, just sign this affidavit that you've been feeling psychologically disturbed for quite a while, and you request psychiatric help.
I still don't know if I'm doing the right thing.
Albert, we are in your hands. You must save us.
All right. Well, when do I have to go to the nut house?
Oh, please, Albert. It's a sanitarium.
When?
Now, I suppose. I mean, why wait?
Well, I have some things to take care of. Papers I want to finish. I'd like to work on them tonight. Could I go in the morning?
Absolutely.
All right, Clem. Goodbye.
Albert, I know how you feel. But believe me, one day we'll both look back on this, and we're going to laugh.
And that's why you signed this affidavit?
Yes.
Very well. You returned to your apartment. What did you do?
I put some things in order. I wrote another chapter in my book, and then...
Yes?
Then the bell rang. I opened the door.
And she was standing there.
Yes. She was standing there.
Oh, my beloved.
Oh, no. Please, I'm busy.
Why, my beloved, do you spurn me, reject me?
Just a minute. Let me close this door. Very well. We had no audience like the one in the cafeteria. You have no one to play to.
Play?
What is this act all about?
Oh, I love you.
You've never seen me before. Admit that.
I love you.
Look, I understand that you are the great love poet. Poetess back in your own country. Now, what are you out to do? Get some publicity?
I love you.
That needle is stuck.
I adore you.
Why me? I have 10, 15 years on you. What do you want from me?
I worship you.
Fine. Let it be the way you say. Love, adore, worship. Let's assume that you fell in love with me at first sight. That happens. But I didn't fall in love with you.
Take me.
I don't want you. You understand? I don't want any woman.
The memory of my wife is enough for me.
I must have you.
You speak English. Don't you understand it?
I will have you.
I don't want to be impolite, but I must ask you to leave.
I shall never leave you.
Please.
I was born to love you.
Can't I make you understand?
It is the will of the gods that I love you. I shall not disobey them.
What gods?
The gods. Can't you hear them?
No.
The gods are speaking. Fulfill your destiny. Love each other.
Are you sure you're not writing a poem?
We must not. We cannot. We shall not defy the gods. Oh, please, take me in your arms.
Please, don't force me to do something.
There's another woman.
There was another woman.
She must step aside to give you up.
She is dead.
She claims you still. She must give way.
Whether she does or she doesn't, Mr. Puchin, quite frankly, I am not interested in you that way.
No other woman shall have you.
No other woman does have me.
Dead or alive, she shall give you up.
Let me call you a cab and you can go home.
This is my home.
Now, just hold on.
You are my home. Isn't that what the goddess Isis declared to Ra, the immortal lord of all creation?
I wouldn't know.
Obey the gods and love me.
Now, look, I am very sorry, but I just can't.
But you must. You must love me. No other woman can have you. I'll kill you first.
Now, just hold on a minute.
I must kill you. It's the will of the gods.
That pistol of yours is small, but it can certainly do the job, so don't point it at me.
Say you love me.
I really can't do that.
Then die.
No, you don't. Now, you let go of that thing, you idiot.
I must kill you.
Let go.
She fired at me and missed. We struggled. I tried to get the gun away from her, but she was stronger than she looked. It went off, and the bullet went right into her heart. She was dead.
And that's your story.
You don't believe a word of it?
I neither believe nor disbelieve it. We have here the task of reconstructing the past. And what is the past? A series of memories that fade and become distorted with time.
I don't doubt it. However, the net result of everything you'll discover is that I am a psychotic killer.
That is one conclusion. There are others, an infinite number of others.
According to the district attorney, she came to my apartment to seek justice. I had betrayed her love, her trust. I had used her, and then callously flung her aside. She confronted me, and I killed her.
That's one story.
Now, it would be better for international relations if I were a psychotic rather than a deliberate seducer. Therefore, that's the verdict you folks have to come up with.
I want your side of the story.
I just told it to you.
No, you just showed me the orange. What's under the skin?
Nothing.
What are you holding back?
Nothing.
Then how do you account for her behavior?
I'm not supposed to account for it. The woman was psychotic.
Maria Alexandrovna Chepuchin, 30 years old, one of the foremost poets of her country. She deals in strong modern images.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
She was a leader in the movement away from classicism. Her ideas are crisp, current, contemporary. They sparkle with the latest slang, the burst of youthful ideas. Now, how do you account for what she said to you? It is the will of the gods that I love you. I shall not disobey them. And the gods are speaking. Fulfill your destiny. Love each other.
She could have been writing a poem.
She was not writing a poem, because that is not the kind of poetry she writes. She doesn't write about the ancient gods. It is a completely foreign idiom to her.
I can't help it. That's what she said.
But why?
I don't know.
Please, Albert, think.
Look, I'm tired. I'm fed up. I can't fight it anymore. I'm crazy, okay?
No, it is not okay.
Now, let me tell you what really took place. You see, we happened to meet on the campus grounds one night. And it was just one of those things. I thought she just wanted a lark the way I did.
Yes?
And she took it seriously. She was a very emotional girl. Then when I said all affairs must one day come to an end, she made quite a scene. She actually confronted me in public. Well, the way 100 witnesses can tell you. She was becoming more trouble than she was worth, and so I simply lost my temper one night, and in a fit of uncontrollable rage, I shot her.
For over a month, you have told an entire battery of police officers and psychiatrists one story. One straight, simple, uncomplicated story. And that story insists that she was the aggressor. That you didn't even know her. That she came to your apartment and you were forced to kill her in self-defense. Am I stating the case?
Yes.
And now suddenly, we have a complete turnaround. You admit you seduced her. Why? Why have you changed your story?
I suddenly decided to tell the truth.
Is it the truth?
What do you people want? I tell you finally the story you want to hear. The story that will be best for all concerned, and it still doesn't make you happy.
I want the truth.
What's important about the truth?
Without it, all of us will be lost. Now, why did you change your story so abruptly? Why?
Why? I can't tell you now, Doctor, not now. Don't ask me to tell you now, because you won't believe it. How can you? I can hardly believe it myself. I've changed my story because I've fallen in love with you. Oh, I know patients think they're in love with their doctors, but I know. You're Dorothy. Dorothy, in every tone of your voice and every light that shines in your eyes. Dorothy, in your smile. Dorothy, in the way you hold your head. You're Dorothy, come back to me again. Dorothy, reborn.
Why have you changed your story, Albert?
Because I'm ready to play the game. The game Joe advised me to play. I'll let you cure me, Florence. I'll let you nurse my sick mind back to health. And then I'll declare my love for you.
Hey, it's breakfast time, Professor.
Wonderful, Joe. I'm hungry.
Hey, way to go, Professor. Knock them all off. Minerals, vitamins, proteins. The whole church talking about you and that Dr. Mallow.
Oh, what are they saying?
Positive results, pal. You are now listed as a cooperative patient. You sleep good, you eat good.
I feel good.
Hey, Doc, keep it up. I mean, look. I see you finally took my advice.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's the ticket. Dummy up. Don't admit nothing, not even to me. But just string her along, and you can be out of this joint by Christmas. And Doc, she ain't a bad-looking dame. And the grapevine says she goes for you.
What was there in your behavior that could have inspired
I don't
her?
know.
Albert, I thought we agreed never to use that phrase. Instead, we would pause, think, and try to come up with an answer. Obviously, you were doing something to her.
Yes?
Something in your manner incited her to...
Yes?
Well, think.
No. Now, I better not say this.
Say anything that comes into your mind, no matter how silly it may seem to be.
Well, it's not something that was altogether of my doing. Perhaps another agency was at work here.
What other agency?
She spoke of the immortal gods. You remember she said she was following the will of the gods?
The gods. But we are modern, rational people.
I'm only telling you what exists in my mind.
Enough for today, Albert.
I'm not tired.
Perhaps not. But I am.
Yes, I can see that you're tired, my darling. And it's because we are no longer patient and doctor, but lovers. Lovers. Not one word of love has been spoken between us, but each of us knows how we feel. And soon, my darling Dorothy, I mean, Florence, I can trust you with the answer. Because, you see, my dearest, I know the answer now. I know now why that woman threw herself at me. I know why she had to kill me. And very soon you'll love me enough so that you'll believe me.
Very well. What does he know? Does he really know why poor Maria actually threw herself at him? If he does, he knows more than we do, and even more than she did. Well, all knowledge is usually revealed in the third act, and I shall return shortly. There are many aspects of love, and at this time, we deal with love not as a sweet, sublime, satisfying emotion, but as a violent, destructive force that brings sorrow and death. We can't help these things. It's how matters work out for some people, and how it has worked out so far for Professor Albert Morrison.
Suddenly it all falls into place. It's remarkable how so many discoveries occur in a sudden flash of insight. We stagger and stumble in the dark, and without warning, the white-hot idea illumines every nook and cranny of our consciousness. I know why that Maria became infatuated. No, not infatuated, fell in love. Not even fell in love, but was consumed. I know. There's only one answer, and it was so obvious. All the time I was wearing the sweater. Dorothy's sweater. Dorothy, even in death, you'll be the one to save me. Remember that sweater, Dorothy? Remember, it was my birthday. I hurried home because your gift was always sure to be something wild and wonderful.
Happy birthday, darling.
What is that?
What do you think? It's a sweater.
Well, I know it's a sweater, Dorothy, darling, but what is that all over it?
Egyptian designs.
Why?
Well, because they're bold and colorful and exciting.
Well, I'd look like a walking tomb with all these pictures and lines.
Oh, you don't like it.
I love it.
Well, darling, it's just that you always dress so conservatively.
And you're about to change my entire image.
I'll tell you where I got the idea. See, I was in the library and browsing through a beautiful book of ancient Egyptian culture. There were these fantastic designs.
Well, they're fantastic, all right.
Now, this central figure, this woman, she is the goddess Isis.
Really?
The goddess of love. She exists in practically all pagan mythology. And you see these little birds?
Mm-hmm.
And these squiggles that look like snakes and, well, everything. Well, it's a message.
You mean this says something?
Oh, yes. Yes, these aren't just any wild colors and pictures woven into your sweater. They say something definite and very interesting.
Well?
Well, you see, the translation was printed right next to the design, and it says, Memnon, an Egyptian noble of Memphis, joined the Greek general Phistos of Sparta in a war against the Scythians.
Who were the Scythians?
Oh, a warrior people who lived in what is now the Balkans, parts of Russia. Anyhow, our hero Memnon asked his patron goddess Isis for a charm which would protect them against the wild Scythian warrior women. Isis did reply, "Weave my charm into your battle shields, and the wild Scythian women shall fall madly in love with your men." And thus...
That's what it says?
Yes, darling. You can read it for yourself.
The idea was that the Scythian warrior women would fall in love with Memnon's soldiers?
And thus be conquered.
They would just see this design on the shield.
That's all. That would do it.
Scythia. Well, I better not wear this sweater when there are any Russian women around.
You never know about these ancient charms and things. Maybe you better not.
If you want the truth, I didn't wear it at all. I was too self-conscious to be seen in it. So I would make excuses. The occasion was too formal for a sweater, or the weather was too warm. Darling Dorothy. She understood, but she never took me to task. I always intended to wear the sweater. A few months after my birthday, she died. She left me. I must make Florence Florence is so much like Dorothy. And Dorothy always believed me.
I see you ain't touched your breakfast this morning, Doc.
I am not hungry.
Hey, you ain't going back to being nervous again, are you, Doc?
No. It's just that this is going to be an important day for me, Joe.
Well, you're doing fine, Doc. Yeah, you got this rap as good as beat, you know.
Today is the day that I must tell something very vital to Dr. Mallow.
Oh, no sweat, Doc. You know, you can feed that chick anything you want. You know, she digs you.
Joe, could you do something for me?
Just name it, Doc.
Look, as soon as you can, could you get over to my apartment? I don't have the key.
Oh, I know where to keep your things. I can swipe it.
Look, I have a sweater there with long sleeves. It's blue, red, and black, and yellow.
Oh, hey, man.
With Egyptian-looking designs on it. Now, could you bring it here?
Doc, it's done.
I know it's hard to believe, Florence, but it's the truth.
And so you insist that this charm of the goddess is what made Maria Chipuchin throw herself at you?
Yes, it has to be the answer.
Why?
What other answer is possible? I know I never encouraged her in any way.
In any way that you are aware of?
She is the one who spoke about the goddess Isis.
No. You are the one who said she spoke about it. I have only your word for that conversation.
Florence, do you doubt my word? I thought you cared for me.
I do care for you, Albert.
How do you care for me? The way a doctor cares for a patient?
Yes.
Or the way a woman cares for a man?
My personal emotions are not at issue here.
Oh, they are. They are. I thought you were in love with me.
Why?
Because I'm in love with you.
Oh.
Is that all you can say? Oh?
Albert, I do care for you.
And I just asked you how.
I don't want to go into that, not now.
Why not now?
Because it's too premature.
If we're in love, we're in love.
How do you know you are in love with me?
Love is something you know. You just know.
On the other hand, you can still be in love with Dorothy. You think I am Dorothy.
I know you are not Dorothy.
Well, I'm enough like her.
I'm in love with you.
Now, getting back to the goddess, Isis, and the sweater.
I was wearing the sweater that day in the cafeteria.
But why? You said you never wore it.
I can prove it. There were witnesses. They would testify to the fact that I wore a crazy-looking sweater. Show it to them. They'll recognize it.
But why did you wear it that day?
Because it was my birthday. And I couldn't stop thinking about Dorothy. I felt I had to be close to her. And so I wore the sweater that she had made with her own hands.
And there, in the cafeteria, Maria Chipuchin saw the design.
Maria Chipuchin was obviously a descendant of those Scythian warrior women.
But we can't prove that she could read Egyptian picture writing.
She didn't have to read it. Her ancestors couldn't read it either. It was the power of the goddess Isis that commanded them.
How can you, a man of the 20th century, a doctor of philosophy, an astronomer, a scientist...
I'm only telling you what happened.
Where is the sweater now, Albert?
In my apartment. I sent Joe to bring it. You'll see. You'll read the charm. You'll see how authentic it is. I tell you, Maria did talk about the goddess Isis. I don't care if she was modern. The goddess Isis possessed her soul through that charm. She lost her will, her reason.
I can prove to you that what you are saying is nonsense. That there's nothing to it.
How?
Come in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the session was over, Dr. Mallow.
What do you have in that bag, Joe?
It's all right, Joe. Just leave it here. Thanks.
And now, please, excuse us.
Yes, ma'am.
I said I would prove to you that this is nonsense. Now, put on the sweater.
But how will that prove any...
Do as I tell you. I'll explain later.
You're the doctor.
All right, now. Let me tell you why your theory holds no water at all. I deliberately neglected to say something when you told me your story about Isis. Albert, if it's true, then why don't I...
Florence? Florence, is something wrong?
Oh, Albert. Oh, my darling. Oh, my beloved.
Florence.
Come to my arms.
Florence, what do you
I
say?
adore you. I love you. Tell me that you love me.
Yes, I love you. I do love you.
Embrace me. Kiss me.
Dorothy, I thought I'd never hold you again.
I don't know what happened to me. Suddenly I realize I can't live without you.
Dorothy, you've come back.
Never let go of me.
Never.
Hold me closer, closer. Oh, my beloved, say my name. There's poetry when you say it. Florence, oh, come say it. Say it.
You're not Dorothy.
I'm Florence. I'm your own beloved Florence.
You're not Dorothy. Let go of me. Let go.
No.
Let go.
Don't push me away.
I said let go.
I love you. I have to obey the gods, the immortal gods.
You're crazy. You're like the other one.
Beloved, hold me. Love me. Don't cast
You're
me
not
aside.
Dorothy. I thought you were Dorothy. I was so lonely.
You're mine. Mine. You belong to me.
I'm sorry if there's been a mistake.
Isis orders me to love you.
What kind of nonsense
And therefore
are you
you must love me.
All this stuff, how can you, a psychiatrist, be taken in by it?
You love
I
me.
can't love you. I love Dorothy.
Dorothy! She must give you up.
No.
The gods command it. No other woman can have you. I'll kill you first.
You're crazy.
If I can't have you, she won't have you either.
I don't have to listen to this.
I will strangle you with my own bare hands. Isis, give me strength.
Don't try.
Isis, help me to fulfill thy command.
You're choking me. Let go.
Ooh.
Doc, you hungry? You gotta eat. I know you hate to be fed. I'll unstrap your hands. Okay. Here.
Joe?
Yeah, you're Joe. Oh, man. Man, you went and you did it again.
I couldn't help it. It was self-defense.
No kid.
She was choking me to death.
That little bit of a gal.
She had the strength of Isis in her fingers.
Yeah?
I had to hit her. I must have hit her too hard. She fell back and hit her head against...
Killed her like that, huh? Hey, what makes you do it, Doc? I mean, one time I dig, but, gee, 2 in a row.
I don't know. I just don't know.
She was okay. I mean, for a dame. She worked hard, you know. She come to this country. She was just a little kid. She made her own way, you know. Gotta hand it to her.
You say she came to this country when she was just a little kid?
Uh-huh.
Where did she come from?
I don't know. I hear it might have been Russia, Yugoslavia, you know, one of them places.
Russia?
What's the matter, Doc?
That was what you wanted to tell me.
Yes, that was what she intended to tell him. That she was also a descendant of the wild Scythian warrior women. And see, the charm would have no effect on her. That's what she intended all along. However, somewhere on the journey between superstition and enlightenment, she became sidetracked. I, on the other hand, shall return here shortly. What is really different since 3,000 years ago? When the ancients wanted advice, they asked the oracle of Delphi, who was the priestess of Apollo. She listened to all the facts and then made her prediction. We, on the other hand, feed our facts into a computer and let the computer give us the answer. Was the priestess of Apollo always right? No. Is the computer always right? No. But you can always be right if you listen to us 7 times each week. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Marion Seldes, Bryna Rayburn, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Lux presents Hollywood. Radio Theatre brings you Gary Cooper in The Westerner with Walter Brennan and Doris Davenport. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I have a telegram here from Helen Hayes. She says best wishes to you and the Lux Radio Theatre. May your 7th season be so good it surpasses the other 6. That's just like Helen Hayes, wishing good to others. So this seems the right time, Helen, to wish you all success in your new program. But it'll be hard to top the performances you've given us in the past. I'm going to be one of your listeners next Sunday night, September 29th. I wouldn't miss the Helen Hayes opening broadcast on the CBS network for anything in the world. Good luck, Helen. We'll be listening. A few weeks ago, on a flight across this continent, I had a bird's-eye view of the jagged mountains and broad plains, the quiet towns and bustling cities, the haystacks and the smokestacks. A bird's-eye view of America. It was a panorama of achievement, a vision of freedom fulfilled. There was a script in my hand that went well with what I saw. It was the script of tonight's play, The Westerner. A play about some of the men who dreamed America and made the dream come true. To those men, Samuel Goldwyn paid a tribute in his motion picture just released. And to them, we dedicate this radio production with the same stars you'll see on the screen. Gary Cooper, Walter Brennan, and Doris Davenport. The Westerner is a story of the march of empire toward the setting sun, of men who shoot first and ask questions later. It's the story of one man in particular in this rough scramble for land and power, a man with a sense of justice and a way with a gun. His name is Cole Harden, and he's played tonight by Gary Cooper. Ordinarily, Gary is no easier to pin down for a date at a microphone than he is for a speech at a banquet. But this time, I had him right in the cast of my Northwest Mounted Police, and I got my man. We're proud to present a play like The Westerner because it's part of the old American tradition, and it's brought to you by a modern American tradition, Lux Toilet Soap. We think that American women are the most beautiful women in the world, and we're mighty proud that so many of them use Lux Toilet Soap to help them stay that way. As our curtain rises, it's a signal for action, romance, and excitement. We begin Act 1 of The Westerner, starring Gary Cooper as Cole Harden, with Walter Brennan as Judge Roy Bean, and Doris Davenport as Jane Ellen Matthews. In the throes of rebirth, after the war between the states, America moved west, where the land was free. First came the cattlemen, and with them, Judge Roy Bean, who took the law into his own hands, administering justice according to his lights. His court was a barroom. His sentences were swift and to the point, the strong limb of a tree and 6 feet of rope. Then into his stronghold moved another army, the homesteaders, who plowed the soil and fenced the fields to bring security to their wives and children. War was inevitable, a war out of which grew the Texas of today, and the bloodiest battleground of that war was west of the Pecos.
Quiet! This is a hanging, not a shindig. All set, Judge. We're ready to swing the homesteader.
Shad Wilkins, you've been tried and found guilty of the most serious crime west of the Pecos. To wit, shooting a steer. Got anything to save yourself before the sentence this court's executed?
I told you those cowherders shot at me first. I didn't mean to kill that steer on purpose. I was aiming at the man.
It's your bad luck you missed him. That's the trouble with you sodbusters. You can't shoot straight. But when I move that horse out from under you, by gobs, you'll hang straight. Shad Wilkins, may the Lord have mercy on your soul. Ah! All right, boys. Everybody over at the bar. The drinks are on me.
That's what I like to hear. Come on over the bar, fellas.
Now, I'll propose a toast to the greatest woman in the world. There's a picture right up there. To the fairest flower that ever bloomed, Miss Lily Langtry.
Here's out, Judge.
Hold it, boys, hold it. You there, stranger. Why ain't you drinking? Didn't you hear the toast?
Yes, to Lily Langtry. I thought you meant your friends. I didn't know that included me.
And that includes every man that drinks at my bar.
Glad to join you. Have you ever met Miss Langtry, Judge?
No, I never met her. I never met the sun, and never shook hands with the moon, and I've never been introduced to no clouds.
Hey, that's all right. Too bad Lily Langtry couldn't have heard that.
Did you ever see her?
No, I was in England once when she was playing at the Empire, but I didn't get around to it.
Oh, you was in England once, and you could have seen her, but you never got around to it, huh? Get out of my bar.
Huh? Well,
get out of my bar. Go on, get.
Yeah, sure. I didn't do anything. I just... Yes, sir.
To the Jersey Lily, boys. Miss Lily Langtry.
Whoa.
Hey, what's going on out there, Chickenfoot?
Looks to me like Blackjack's bringing in another prisoner.
Prisoner, huh? Hand me my law books under the bar.
Get in there, go on, keep moving. Give us room, boys.
What you got there, Blackjack?
A horse thief, Judge.
Prisoner to the bar. Chickenfoot, the law.
Order in the court. Hear your court of vinegaroon now in session.
Where's the prisoner? Which one's the prisoner?
I guess you're talking about me. Are you Judge Bean?
That's right. Why?
Well, nothing much. I've heard of you.
So there's a lot of people. What's the charge, Blackjack?
We caught him on Chickenfoot's horse that was stole last week.
A horse, Pete? Where's he at?
Right outside.
Let me see. Well, so it is. Pete.
Guess we got a case, all right. People of Vinegaroon again. You can use any name you like.
Cole Harden.
What are you doing in Vinegaroon?
Oh, just passing through.
Homesteader?
No.
Where do you hail from?
Well, no place particular.
Where you heading for?
No place special.
Oh, saddle bum, huh? Well, it's all right to live on a horse if it's your own horse. Chickenfoot, swear him in.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth shall help you? Take off your hat.
Now, Cole Harden, I'll tell you.
Here, let me
Just a
in.
minute.
Here, order. What do you want in here?
Are you Bean?
Yes, ma'am, Judge Roy W. Bean.
My name's Jane Ellen Matthews.
Yes, Miss Matthews, what can I do for you?
What have you done with Shad Wilkins?
Shad Wilkins?
He was working in the fields when some of your wranglers came up and took him away.
Shad Wilkins. Oh, yeah. He was hanging around out here a while back, but he ain't around now.
Your men not only took him away, but they tore down the fence. Not a stick of it was left standing.
That's so.
Yes, that's so, and you needn't pretend you don't know about it.
Well, it don't surprise me none. It's against the law to build fences hereabouts.
What law? Whose law?
Mine.
Now you listen to me, Mr. Bean.
Judge Bean.
You're no more a judge than I am.
I wouldn't say that if I was you. I might consider it contempt of court.
It's contempt, all right. You call this a court?
I do, and it happens to be in session right now. Southeast, get the young lady a chair. Now you sit down, Matthews, and I'll tend to your case in a minute. Cole Harden, you're charged with stealing a horse. Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Where's Exhibit A?
Huh?
Where's the horse? Bring in the horse, Chickenfoot.
Oh, yeah, sure. Look out.
Miss Matthews, when cattle can't get to water, they die.
There's miles of river on each side of our homestead.
This country's unfenced rangeland. It always was and it always will be.
Get in there. Oh. All right, Judge, there he is. Whoa, boy.
Cole Harden, it's my duty to inform you that the larceny of an equine is a capital offense, punishable by death. But you can rest assured that in this court, a horse thief always gets a fair trial before he's hung. Chickenfoot, that's your horse?
Oh, sure he is.
Ownership of the horse clearly established. It belongs to Chickenfoot. That's my ruling.
Well, I don't contest it, Your Honor. Maybe the horse does belong to Chickenfoot here, but I didn't steal it.
How'd you get it then?
I bought it.
Order in the court. That all you got to say?
That's all.
No, it's not. I'm not going to stay here and see anybody railroaded like this.
Miss Matthews, I don't recollect you as summoned as a witness in this trial.
What kind of a trial is it when a prisoner isn't even allowed to have anybody speak for him?
You an attorney, miss?
I'm as much an attorney as you are a judge.
You know this man?
No, I don't.
Ever seen him before?
No, but...
Can you prove he didn't steal the horse?
No, but...
Then he don't need no lawyer. This man was caught in a stolen horse, and in this jurisdiction, that's prima facie evidence. The case is closed, and that's my ruling.
Yes, and it's just like all your rulings.
The courtroom will now be cleared of everybody excepting the judge, the jury, the prisoner, and the witnesses. I guess that means you, Miss Matthews.
I'll go. I don't want to see any more. Murder, that's what it is. This man hasn't got a chance, and you know it. But you never give anybody a chance. You didn't give us one when you stampeded the cattle over our crops. You thought you'd starve the homesteaders out, but you didn't. You can pester us and rob us and kill us, but you can't stop us. Because there'll always be more coming, more and more. And we'll stay on our farms in spite of you and your courtroom and your killers.
By gob, she's all right. She'd make a good cattleman. If it wasn't for Lily, I'd marry her. Gentlemen of the jury, you heard the case. Again, the accused, pro and con. And now I guess you better retire to consider a verdict. Chickenfoot, you better take Pete out for a little fresh air.
All right. Take him out, Bart. I got work to do. Jury to the rear. Come on now. Come on, Bart. Take him out there easily.
You suppose it's all right for the prisoner to take a drink?
Why, sure. We don't aim to inflict no cruel or unusual punishment on a man, even if he is a horse thief.
Join me, Your Honor.
Don't mind if I do. Don't spill none of that liquor, son. It eats right into the bar.
Well, here's to the most beautiful lady. The beautiful lady on the wall, Miss Lily Langtree. Say, is that a bullet in her face?
Yeah, and the man that fired that bullet was hauled out of here feet first.
Is that so? Well, he ought to be. Any man that'd shoot at a picture of Lily Langtree ought to be killed. It's just retribution.
You admire Miss Lily's, too?
Well, that's putting it mildly. She's the most beautiful woman I ever met.
Met? You mean to tell me you met Lily Langtree, the real her in the flesh?
Oh, many times. Wonderful actress.
How'd you get to know her?
Well, that's a long story, Judge. Mighty fine liquor. What do you call it?
Rub of the brush. Go on. Did you get to know her real well?
It's got character.
I said, did you get to know her real well?
Now, Judge, a gentleman never discusses a lady in a barroom.
Who said it's a barroom? This is a courtroom. Tell me, is she as pretty as them pictures?
The picture's never been made that can do justice to Lily Langtree.
See, is she good-natured?
An angel. I'll never forget the night we met.
Yeah? Go on. What's she like?
I'll never forget it as long as I live. You've been down around Llano Bay, ain't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, you know how it is at sunset? You can look out and that water ain't exactly blue, and it ain't exactly purple. It's a kind of color a man can feel, but he can't put a name to.
Yeah?
Well, that's Lily's eyes.
By gobs. How about her hair?
Her hair? Oh, well, that's a tough one, Judge. Well, you know how bright and coppery and gold-like a young chestnut horse is running in the bright sun?
Yeah.
Well, her hair is something like that in the daytime.
You mean it's different at night?
Well, not different, but just sort of more so.
By gobs.
I got a lock of her hair.
But you mean to tell me you actually got the real... well, I don't suppose you'd ever part with that lock of hair, no matter what a man is willing to give.
A man don't trade things like that.
Oh, of course not. See, let's have a look at it.
I haven't got it with me.
Where's it at?
It's with my stuff in El Paso.
El Paso, huh?
Uh-huh.
Suppose you could ride for it?
Sure.
Wouldn't take long to get here by mail coach?
Oh, about 2 or 3 weeks.
2 or 3 weeks, huh?
Yeah, about.
Jury's ready, Judge.
Come on in. Well, what's the verdict?
Why, you know what the verdict is. Guilty.
Haddon, there's only one thing you can do. You're sentenced to hang. That's my ruling. Turn loose the prisoner's hands, boys.
But, Judge, you just ruled that...
I didn't finish my ruling. The court sentenced the prisoner to hang, but the court didn't say when. So long as there's reasonable doubt...
What reasonable doubt, Judge?
We caught him with Chickenfoot's horse. There ain't any room for doubt.
Order! I've been talking to the prisoner. He's a friend of Lily Langtree's. Stands to reason no friend of Lily Langtree's goes around stealing horses. Leastways, there's a reasonable doubt. His sentence is suspended for 2 or 3 weeks until I can look into the matter further. That's my ruling. Court's adjourned.
The man get a drink now?
Sure he can. Hi, Evans.
Evening, Judge.
What'll it be?
Jersey Lily special.
Ain't seen you for some time, Evans.
Nope. Been up north. Just rode in.
Pardon, mister.
Yeah? What's on your mind?
I heard you say you've been up north. Say, you don't happen to have a twin brother, do you?
No, I haven't.
Then maybe you better pay me that money you owe me.
You're loco, brother. I don't owe you nothing.
You owe me $60.
Get away from me.
$60.
Get away, I tell you.
Say, look, mister, I don't happen to have a gun on me. But I want that money, and I want it now.
Why, you...
Let him have it, Evans.
Give him room, boys. Give him room. You know the rules of the court. No interfering in differences of opinion. Say, that was pretty nice work, Hardin.
Thanks. Now, with the permission of the court, I'll just take my $60 out of his pocket.
Just a minute. I ain't so sure that's legal.
Yeah, well, it is in this case. You see, this friend of yours is the man who sold me that horse.
What? And he's the fellow that stole it from me. Get him up off that floor. I'll knock
Take it easy. Stand right where you are.
Look out, Chickenfoot. He's got you covered.
Put away that gun, Evans.
I'm going out that door. Anybody makes a move, I'll drop him.
That goes double for me. Put down that gun.
I'm warning you.
Come on, you. Oh. You got him, Judge. Right through the heart.
That's where I aimed. How much he got in his pockets?
Let me see. 50, 60, 80, $84.06.
He's fined $80 for disorderly conduct and $4.06 for carrying concealed weapons. Now you men get some rope and string him up.
String him up? Why, he's dead already.
We hang horse thieves, don't we? String him up like I tell you.
Well, all right.
Cotton, you can have his horse and outfit. Come on, have a drink. Rubber the brush?
Rubber the brush.
Say when, son.
When?
I guess I can match that. When? Well, son, here's to a lock of Miss Lily's hair. That's coming from El Paso.
Right.
Better have another one on that. Make it a good one this time. Say when, son.
When?
Good boy. Say when. Oh.
Morning, Judge. Time to get up.
Huh? Who are you? Who are you?
Sorry if I woke you. I was just leaving.
Oh, you was. Well, Oh, stranger. Come here quick.
What's the matter?
Straighten out my neck, will you? Grab hold of my head now and jerk it quick. Oh, thank you. Where's my neck? You see, I was hung once, but my friends cut me down in time. Now, when I don't live right, why, the crick comes back on me. Now, who are you, anyhow? What are you doing here?
Well, don't you remember? I'm the fellow that filled out the inside straight on one Chickenfoot's horse. He's waiting outside for me now, saddled and ready to go. Well, so long, Judge. Nice to have met you.
One Chickenfoot's horse. Inside straight. I never saw him before in my life. Man, it's crazy. By gobs, that lock of hair. Hey, you! Come back here! Come back! Come back, you!
What's all the excitement, Judge?
Get out of my way. I gotta catch that fella. Get me a horse. Anybody's horse. Quick. Hey, you! Pull up that horse! Stop! Do you hear?
Sorry, Judge. I'm in a hurry.
Pull up that horse, or by gobs, I'll pull you down off it.
Try it.
All right, I will.
Hey, look out!
Why, you crazy old...
That lock of hair. Lily's hair. You promised to write to El Paso for it, don't you remember? We drank on it. When are you going to do it, huh? You ain't going to crawfish.
No. The first post office I come to.
Oh, my neck. Straighten her out with you, son. Thanks.
Why, you mangy old scorpion. You might have got us both killed. Here, Pete. Come on, feller. That's a boy. Come on now, easy.
Hey, son. Where you going?
California.
What do you want to go to California for?
See the Pacific Ocean.
It's just like the Gulf down at Atlanta Bay.
It's bigger.
Why don't you stay around Vinegar a while? We could have a lot of fun together, you and me. We could talk about Lily and...
No, I'm on my way.
Listen, it's a great country here west of the Pecos. Fella could really make something of himself. Why, when I first come here, I didn't have nothing. Now I'm boss of the whole section.
That's mighty fine, Judge.
You know, I sort of caught into you the first time I seen you. Why don't you put in with me?
Well, I tell you, Judge, it's nice of you to ask me, but I'm heading for California, and nothing short of hanging can stop me.
Wait a minute. You can't go. You're under suspended sentence for horse stealing.
Why, you hung Evans for that.
You're under suspendence anyhow. Who are you? What do I know about you? How do I know they ain't looking for you? You're under arrest for disorderly conduct, for disturbing the peace, for vagrancy, and you're on your way back to town with me, and that's my ruling.
Sorry, Judge.
Come back here.
Thanks for everything.
Come back or I'll shoot.
No, you won't.
I won't, huh? I'll show you.
So long.
By gobs, he stole my gun.
In a moment, Gary Cooper, Walter Brennan, and Doris Davenport come back to the microphone for the second act of The Westerner. But now, Mr. DeMille has a special guest here on our stage to introduce to you.
Just before our broadcast of September 9th, ladies and gentlemen, the telephone rang and my secretary informed me that Russell Patterson, the famous artist, was calling from New York. I was reasonably certain that Russ didn't want to use me as a model, and he didn't. However, that call led to the appearance here tonight of the lovely Miss Vera Gilmer, the modern cameo girl. Miss Gilmer, will you and Mr. Ruick tell the story from the beginning?
We certainly will, Mr. DeMille, and thank you.
Well, Miss Gilmer, suppose you tell us what you were doing about 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, Mr. Ruick, I was a photographer's model in New York. But it seems like 2 years ago. So much has happened.
Just how did it all happen?
Well, Russell Patterson called me up one day and asked me if I'd like to go to Hollywood. I thought perhaps one of my friends was playing a joke on me, but I said yes anyway. Then I discovered it wasn't a joke at all. He had picked me as the modern cameo girl.
And the trip to Hollywood?
You see, Mr. Patterson listened to the Lux Radio Theatre and heard about the Scarlett O'Hara brooches you're offering, and he seemed to think that I was the modern cameo girl.
I quite agree with Russell Patterson.
Well, he telephoned Mr. DeMille from New York and told him about the idea, and it seems that Mr. DeMille said, send her out. So here I am, just after my first trip in a plane, in a TWA Stratoliner at that.
I'll bet that was thrilling. But tell me, isn't that the original Scarlett O'Hara brooch you're wearing now?
No, it isn't. It's one of the brooches you're offering on the program. And I brought along a whole set of matching pieces, a ring, bracelet, pendant, and earrings. And, of course, a brooch to present to Miss Vivian Lee.
What have you been doing since you came to Hollywood, Miss Gilmer?
Well, the first day I was in town, Mr. DeMille asked me to have lunch over at Paramount. After we'd talked for a while, he said he might have a part for me in his next picture, Reap the Wild Wind.
2 weeks ago, a model in New York, and now the modern cameo girl with a chance for a part in a DeMille picture.
I can hardly believe it. But one thing I do know. This Scarlett O'Hara brooch I'm wearing is one of the loveliest jewelry pieces I've ever seen. My friends, among them some of New York's most style-conscious models, have commented on how timely cameo jewelry is and how nicely it fits in with the newest fashions. I just know everyone would like you to tell how to get one of these simulated cameo brooches for themselves.
Well, thank you for coming to the Lux Radio Theatre, Miss Gilmer, and good luck with your movie career. Now, here's the way to get a Scarlett O'Hara brooch, designed after the one Vivian Lee wore in Gone with the Wind. I know you'll want one, because it's so rich and distinctive looking. The brooch is simulated cameo, and the pure white head is beautifully contrasted against an ebony background. The lovely gold-finished setting has a classic Grecian border design that tells you right away of the fine craftsmanship that went into the brooch. It has a safety clasp, too. Now, to get this fine, expensive-looking jewelry piece, just buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and ask your dealer for a handy order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it with the 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers and 15 cents in coins, no stamps, please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that address. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. Your Scarlett O'Hara brooch will be mailed to you promptly. And with it, you'll receive an illustrated order blank for additional matching pieces. Ring, bracelet, pendant, and earrings. All beautifully designed and all at amazing bargains. Get your Lux Toilet Soap and send the 3 wrappers and 15 cents in coin for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch tomorrow without fail. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Westerner, starring Gary Cooper as Cole Hardin, Walter Brennan as Judge Roy Bean, and Doris Davenport as Jane Ellen Matthews. West of the Pecos, the land shall be free for the grazing of cattle. That was Judge Bean's law, enforced by a roaring six-shooter. On the homestead farms, hired hands dropped their tools and ran, leaving the crops to wither in the sun. Only the braver souls remained to plead and beg and fight, and one of these was Jane Ellen Matthews.
You're cowards. That's what you are. Afraid of your own shadows. This is our land. It belongs to us. We have a right to be here, and it's our duty to stay here.
We hired out for farm work, miss, not a civil war. This is no fit place to homestead in.
Land's no good when there's all this lead flying over it.
If you'd shoot back, maybe they'd stop bothering
We
you.
did shoot back.
So did Chad Wilkins, and he ain't a-trying it no more.
Shad Wilkins is only one man. My daughter's right in a lot of ways. She says you've a duty to stay, and it is a duty. To open this country, make it free,
We're
not
sorry,
a lawless...
Mr. Matthews, but we don't want no part of it. Come on, Jack.
And they call themselves men.
I told you what it'd be like, Mr. Matthews. My hands quit the same way yesterday.
But you're going to stay. You're not going to leave Wade.
I own my land. I'll stay all right. But we've got to do something and do it fast, or there won't be a hired hand left in the country.
What can we do?
We can fight fire with fire. There's enough homesteaders left that feel the same way I do. We can give Judge Bean the same thing he gave Shad Wilkins.
No, Wade. That's not the way. Just more killing and more bloodshed. We can't win like that.
Maybe. And I gotta get over to the farm.
Aren't you going to stay for supper?
I'll be back.
Father,
Yes?
you suppose Wade meant what he said?
Yeah, there's no telling about Wade. I was thinking, though, maybe if some of us did see Roy Bean, appeal to him for justice...
Justice. If you'd seen him yesterday pretending to try that prisoner. Well, the man didn't have a chance. He...
What's the matter?
Oh, that man. The one I was just... I saw him plain as day looking in the window.
Well, you're seeing things, Jane Ellen. They hanged that man.
I saw him, I tell you.
Who's there?
Evening. Am I intruding?
Oh, no, you're not. It's just... I thought you were a ghost.
I guess you're partly to blame. I'm not. I just stopped by to thank you.
Father, this is Mr.
Harden.
Welcome, Mr. Harden. You mean to tell me Bean tried you and you didn't hang?
Well, your daughter was my lawyer. I guess she's the one that got me off.
I knew you weren't a horse thief.
Thanks. What made you so sure?
Oh, I just knew.
Are you working anywhere, son?
No, I'm heading for California.
I see. Well, Mr. Harden, I suppose a body that's just been hanged is apt to be a bit hungry.
You can stay for supper.
Well, I don't want to put you out any.
Oh, no, not at all. Sit down here, Mr. Harden.
Thank you. You're very kind.
I think he likes it here, Jane Ellen. Wouldn't surprise me if we've got him.
What's he doing now?
Out feeding his horse.
Looks good and strong. Probably could take the place of 2 men.
I was thinking that. I was also thinking you might add on a little more welcome.
How do you mean?
Oh, just keep smiling at him, and if it should come up natural-like, you might mention what a handsome man he is. Can't do any harm.
Father, I'm not going to.
Look out. Everything all right, Harden?
Fine, thanks.
Good. I'll go see about your bunk.
Oh, don't trouble.
No trouble at all.
Can I give you a hand?
Oh, no, thanks. Just sit down and make yourself comfortable.
Well, I won't argue with you. If I had to wash dishes, I guess I'd give up eating.
Well, what do you do about the dishes when you're home?
Home? You mean in a house?
Well, you live in a house, don't you?
No, ma'am. My house is all out there. All one room with the sky for a roof.
Pretty big place.
Yep, got some space to rent.
And California's your next stop, huh?
California. Yeah, but I don't stop. Oregon next, I guess.
Well, all places aren't just the same. Wouldn't you rather stay a little longer in some places?
Nope, they're all the same. Beautiful when you leave them. It's like the turtles. They carry their houses with them. If I had to build me a house, I'd have it on wheels.
Not me. I'd want my house so that nothing could ever move it. Down so deep that an earthquake couldn't shake it, and a cyclone would be just another wind going by.
Well, you say, who wants to be a turtle? And I say, I hope you'll be very happy in your house. Well, I guess I'll be getting along.
Oh, say, wait a minute.
What?
I'll bet I know something we would agree on.
What's that?
Well, in about a week now, we're going to husk the corn, and I'll bet you'll agree that that's fun.
Huh? Husking corn fun?
Yes.
I'd rather wash dishes.
Oh.
Well, It was a fine supper and good cooking.
Oh, Mr. Hardin.
Huh?
You're a very handsome man, you know.
I doubt that, but I'm a very, very tired one. Good night.
Good night.
Get out of there! Hey, get out of that corner! Go on!
Shoot, go on.
Get!
There he goes. Oh, that was fine, Mr. Hardin.
Yeah. Huh. If anybody told me yesterday I'd be playing tag in a cornfield with a lot of cows, I'd...
If we had some men that would ride fence, there wouldn't be any cows in the cornfield.
That's right, isn't it? You know, you were sure cute last night, Miss Matthews.
Well, what was cute about me?
Well, in the first place, I've never been so welcome anywhere in my life. And when I said I didn't like picking corn, well, that was when you were cute.
Now you're making fun of me.
Well, it's more fun than picking corn.
Jane Ellen! Hardin!
Hey, say, look at your father. I wonder what's up.
Father, what is it?
I tried to stop them. They wouldn't listen to me.
Wade.
Oh, yes, it's the wrong thing to do. I begged them not to.
Who? What happened?
Wade Harper's rounded up some of the men. The homesteaders. They're going to town to lynch Judge Bean.
When did they leave?
About an hour ago. They took our wagon.
Well, get off that horse, quick.
Where are you going?
Into town. Where are you?
Thunder and lightning. You back from California ready?
Hey, you got to get out of here and don't stop for nothing.
Did you ride to El Paso?
Hey, listen, just get on your horse and get because they're after you.
Did you ride to... Who's after me?
The homesteaders. They're going to string you up.
Why, that bunch of plow-pushing, sod-busting...
They're outside right now, a whole wagon load of them.
A wagon load? Why, I can handle a train load of them. I'll tear their livers out.
Get in that back room.
What for? Let go.
I'm locking you in there till they leave.
You're locking nobody in. I'll shoot my way out.
Get in there.
Open up! Open this door!
Morning, gentlemen. What'll it be?
It'll be Roy Bean. Where is he?
He's out for a while.
Oh, that's because you came down here and warned him.
I told you Judge Bean is out.
All right, we'll wait.
Make a move and I'll kill you.
Wait, Judge.
I'm handling this. Keep your hands up, all of you. Cole, start collecting them shotguns and set them down this end of the bar easy like. Go on.
Drop your rifles, boys. He's holding the cards right now. Now, Judge, I'll take yours.
Let go, you crazy.
Thanks. The drinks are on me, gentlemen.
We're not drinking with you, Hardin, or him either.
I ain't serving none of my liquor to no bunch of tomato-kissing, plow-pushing...
Now, Judge, we don't want any harsh words to spoil this friendly little get-together.
Get-together? Why, this pack of weasels invade the dignity of my courtroom, come in here armed with malice aforethought to kick up a rumpus?
Now, look, you being a judge, you know there's always two sides to any question. Now, these men have come here with a legitimate grievance.
We're not asking you to speak for us, Hardin.
No, not me either.
Well, that makes it unanimous. I'm going to talk for the both of you. There's a law here against fencing land that seems nothing short of murder to people raising crops. But it's common sense to men running cattle. I've seen this kind of war before. The cattlemen came in first, and then the homesteaders moved in and fenced them out. They had crops for a year, and then a dry spell, a drought. So the homesteaders moved out, and the Russian thistle and the gypsum weed moved in. And the big spaces were all broken up by little quarter sections. And the homesteads left empty. And the houses caved in, and the land no good for man or cattle.
Yeah, you spoiled the land in the east. Now you come here to spoil this land.
Well, this here's a big country.
Yeah, but it ain't big enough for cattlemen and homesteaders, and it never will be. Now clear out of here. That's my ruling.
All right, Bean. We're going. We're going back to build our fences.
If you do, you better build coffins along with them. You sure told them off, son.
Yep, and now I'm going to tell you off. I'm sorry I stopped them from lynching you. They got a right to defend their homesteads.
This ain't homestead land. You just said so yourself.
The government didn't say so.
I'm the government here. By gobs, I don't see how you can talk up for scum like that.
Well, they proved up on their land, and they've got deeds to it. When you make war on them, you're making war on their women and kids, too. Those people were starved out last year. I heard about those cattle being stampeded over their crops. And there's too many strays running loose in that valley right now. Only they're not strays.
What do you want me to do? Arrest them cattle and fine them a couple of dollars apiece for trespass?
Now, look. Those people don't take up much room with their little shirt-sized pieces of land. Why don't you be a real judge for all the people? Why don't you try to see their side of it and help them instead of fight them? Make peace around here instead of war. There's plenty of room for everybody. Then everybody'd look up to you. Then someday maybe they'd put up a statue out there in the street. A statue with carving on it to Roy Bean, a real judge.
What are you doing? Catching a fish?
I guess I'm wasting my time.
Hold on, wait a minute. Did you write that letter to El Paso yet?
No.
You promised we drank on it.
I didn't have to write it. I had that lock of hair on me all the time.
You did? Well, why didn't you give it to me then?
If I'd have given it to you, you'd have hung me, wouldn't you?
Might have at that. Let's have a look at it, would you?
I haven't got it on me.
Suffering, bleeding Chickamauga. Where's it at?
Well, I left it over at the Matthews place.
Oh, how is she?
Huh?
Come on, I'll ride right over there with you.
No, you won't.
You mean you're going to crawfish? You ain't going to give it to me?
Sure, I'll give it to you.
When?
When the last steer's out of that valley.
All right. I'll pass the word around to the boys.
No, you don't. You're going to help run those cattle out, and I'm going along with you to see that it's done.
Why, don't you trust me, Cole?
When I was a kid, I had a pet rattlesnake. I was fond of it, but I wouldn't turn my back on it.
You all right.
I'm going back now and gather my stuff.
And that lock of hair.
Yep, the lock of hair. I'll remember. Morning, Jane Ellen.
Why are you stopping? California's that way.
Oh, I don't seem to be in favor here. Anything wrong?
They told me you spoke up for Bean, Mr. Hardin.
Well, I did try to tell them Bean's point of view.
Why didn't you tell him ours?
Well, I did that, too. And we got together. You won't have to patrol your fields any longer. The judge gave me his word. They'd round up all the cattle in this valley and take them out of here.
You think he'd keep his word?
Well, I'm going along with him to see that he does.
You mean it, don't you?
Yes'm. Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to say.
What?
Let me look at you. No. No, you're not the prettiest girl I ever saw.
Well, that's good news. Who asked you?
But you got the prettiest hair I ever saw.
Oh, thank you.
I never saw anything like it. Could I clip a lock of it?
No, you can't.
Will you clip one?
No, I won't.
Kind of a deadlock, isn't it? But I sure would like to have it. You don't suppose I could sort of talk you into it, do you?
I doubt it.
Mm-hmm. Well, sit down, will you? I brought along a pair of scissors. You know, just in case.
Gosh, a lock of Lily's hair. It's genuine, ain't it?
Cut it off with my own hands.
By God.
Remember, you said every steer out of the valley by harvest time, and that's around next week.
They'll be out. You got my word.
I hope so. They're figuring on a little celebration. I'd hate to disappoint them.
It's hard to believe. Not a steer around for miles, and the crop half reaped. It's too good to be true.
Don't be so gloomy, Wade. We're celebrating the occasion, not brooding over it.
Just the same, it's funny. I don't trust him, Mr. Matthews.
Well, shall we go back?
No, Cole. Not yet. There's something I want to show you.
All right.
Tell me something. What'd you ever do with that lock of hair?
Your hair. Why,
Show it to me.
Nobody can see that. Not even you.
Look, Cole. There's what I wanted to show you. The best piece of homestead land in the whole country. Used to belong to one of the hired men that left us, and now it's anybody's. You just claim it.
Yeah, say, that's a fine piece of land, all right. Yep, say, look at the feed up on those slopes over there, and that strip along the bottom's fine for wheat or corn.
And that little knoll right there. It's just begging for a house.
Do you know how to build a house?
No.
Well, you have the kitchen there and the bedroom there and the parlor right smack here in the middle.
Yes, and it would have to have the right things in it, too.
What sort of things?
Oh, fires and lamplight. The smell of coffee in the morning and sound of rain on the roof.
You make it sound pretty nice.
Couldn't be on wheels, though. It'd be there to stay.
When you talk about it, it don't sound bad.
Coal.
Hey, what's that?
I don't know. Look, fire! The wheat fields are on fire.
What's happened? Go to your homes, everybody! Protect your houses! Who did it? Judge Bean and his men. They've set fire to every field in the valley. Go to your homes!
Bean and his men. You told me he promised to let us alone.
He gave me his word.
Our whole crop's burning to the ground. That's how good his word is, and yours, too.
Jane Ellen.
You knew we were going to be burned out. You must have known. That's why you herded all the cattle out so they wouldn't be burned with the crops.
You don't believe that, Jane Ellen.
Get away from me. Don't you touch me. I hate you. I hate you.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Gary Cooper, Walter Brennan, and Doris Davenport, will bring you Act 3 of The Westerner. While we're waiting, I'm going to ask Sally to read you a letter from Mrs. Henry R. Stearns of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Mrs. Stearns is one of the thousands of women who asked the makers of Lux Toilet Soap to send her one of the exquisite Scarlett O'Hara brooches that we first told you about on this program 2 weeks ago. You ready, Sally?
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Stearns writes, Dear Mr. Ruick, I get so much pleasure out of wearing my lovely Scarlett O'Hara brooch. I think it only fair to tell you and the makers of Lux Toilet Soap about the sensation the brooch caused the first time I wore it. The day I received the brooch, I wore it on a plain black dress that afternoon, and all the members of my bridge club were crazy about it. My husband and I were having some friends for dinner that same night, so I wore the Scarlett O'Hara brooch on a turquoise blue dress. The brooch was just as effective on the turquoise color as it had been on the black dress. Everyone spoke about the brooch. Why, even my husband admired it. And it usually takes him a while to notice that I'm wearing anything new. I can't tell you how much I'm enjoying my Scarlett O'Hara brooch and how grateful I am to the makers of Lux Toilet Soap for the opportunity to own such a lovely pin.
And because I'm sure that every woman will enjoy her Scarlett O'Hara brooch just as much as Mrs. Stearns, I'm going to urge you to send for yours right away. Just go to your dealer, buy 3 cakes of gentle white Lux Toilet Soap, and ask him for a handy order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper and enclose it with the 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and 15 cents in coin. No stamps, please. Address the envelope to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. Your Scarlett O'Hara brooch will be mailed to you promptly, and soon you'll be enjoying it. You'll love the design of the simulated white cameo head against its glistening ebony background, and you'll appreciate the expensive-looking gold-finished setting. So don't miss out on the chance to own one of these exquisite Scarlett O'Hara brooches. Get 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap and send the wrappers and 15 cents in coin for your brooch tomorrow. Remember the address. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how to get additional matching pieces to complete your Scarlett O'Hara ensemble. There's a ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings, all of the same lovely design and all at amazing bargain prices. This offer is good only in the United States. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain rises on the 3rd act of The Westerner. Throughout the night, the fire rages, sweeping across the green valley, turning the houses to heaps of gray ash, the fertile fields to a sea of smoldering black. In the desolate dawn, The homesteaders move slowly across the plain to a new and more friendly land. But there's one who stays behind, a victim of hate and lawlessness. Jane Ellen's father, buried now beneath the soil he loved so well.
Man that is born of woman has but a short time to live. He cometh up and is cut down like a flower. He fleeth as if it were a shadow, and never continueth in one stay. In the midst of life, we are in death.
Jane Ellen, I just heard about your father. I came to see if I could help you.
They ran him down with their horses. Judge Bean's men. He tried to stop them, and they killed him.
The wagon train's left. The homesteaders have all gone, Jane Ellen.
I'm staying. Nobody's going to drive me away from my land. Not with cattle or fire or killing my father or anything else. I'll be here long after Bean and his gang of murderers are gone.
Sure you will. And me too.
I don't want you. I don't want any of Roy Bean's friends around me. I don't need your help. I can do what I have to do alone.
So can I. I'll be back, Jane Ellen.
So this town, heretofore known as Vinegaroon, is hereby christened Langtree. Langtree, Texas. No man ever give a woman a whole town afore, but I'm a-doing it. And from now on, this whole section's gonna bloom like the Jersey lily herself. Quiet! Quiet! I ain't through yet. Miss Langtree's coming soon to play a night over at Fort Davis. And I want every legal resident of Langtree, Texas, to go over and see the godmother of this here town. A town of cattlemen, for cattlemen, and by gobs run by cattlemen. Now, in honor of this great occasion, I'm dishing out free beer to one and all. And anybody found sober after sundown is liable to arrest for disorderly conduct. And that's my ruling. Let her go!
I'd like to see you for a minute, Judge.
Why, Cole, by gobs, man, I'm glad to see you. Why, I never wanted to see a man so much before in my life.
What for?
What for? Why, don't you know what for? She's coming to Fort Davis. Lily Langtree's coming to Fort Davis.
Lily Langtree?
Lily Langtree, yeah. And you and me are going over there together. You're going to introduce me to her. By gobs, I'm going to meet her. I just can't believe it.
I want to talk to you, Judge.
Yeah, all right. And look, what I got to tell her when I see her. See that sign over there? Langtree. That's the name of this town. A great town after a great woman.
I said I wanted to talk to you.
Sure, Cole. This is a great day. I tell you, it's the greatest day in the history of Texas. Come on inside. Sit down, Cole. I'll fix you a drink. Say when, son?
When?
Huh? What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Quite a fire, wasn't it?
Huh? Oh, the fire. Yeah, wasn't it, though?
Yeah. Too bad.
Yeah.
I wonder who was behind it.
Oh, fire don't need nothing behind it. Fire has a way of moving all its own. Here's how, Cole.
Wait a minute. Before I drink with you, Judge, I want to know you had nothing to do with it.
Me? Why, how can you say a thing like that? Didn't I round up all them cattle for you? Wasn't I right in here in town when the fire broke out? Didn't I? Well, I was. And what's more, I ain't got no idea who done it. Now, drink up. Don't you believe me?
No.
Now, listen, son. I told you how it was, and I don't want you calling me no lie. Now, drink hearty.
Will you swear by that?
There ain't no reason it should be, but I'm willing. All right. I swear I had nothing to do with it. I swear by the revised statutes. By gobs, if there was a Bible in town, I'd...
Where's that lock of hair?
Huh?
That lock of hair, where is it?
Right here with me.
Let me see it. Will you swear on that? Will you?
All right, it was me. I burned their houses and the crops. I run them varmints out, and if you think I'm sorry, you're crazy. I'm proud and glad to rid the country of them. It was either them or us, and now the range grass will grow back. And someday the cattlemen will put up a statue of me out there in the street, and they'll write on it, to Judge Roy Bean. He give us back the land.
You get warrants in Fort Davis.
Yeah, that's where they get them, but they don't know how to spell my name. It's been tried before.
I'll get one.
Cole!
And this time, you're going to get what's coming to you.
Cole, you and me's friends. I done what I had to. You think I was wrong. But if it was my own son come over here with a warrant, he'd have to be first on the draw.
I aim to be. Unless I get it in the back before I get out of here.
So long, Cole.
So long, Judge.
Raise your right hand. Do you, Cole Hardin, solemnly swear to carry out the duties of deputy sheriff according to law and in the best interest of the state and citizens thereof?
Yes, sir, I do.
Here's your warrant for Roy Bean. Good luck, Hardin.
Quiet! Go ahead, Chickenfoot.
I tell you, I seen Cole Hardin over in Fort Davis. I was buying those tickets for little Langtry for you, and I seen him coming out of the sheriff's office with a star on his shirt.
Got a one-track mind, ain't he? A deputy, huh?
If I was you, Judge, I wouldn't go anywhere near Fort Davis to see the best actress ever was.
Me neither.
How do you know you ain't heading into a trap?
Them hombres is just waiting down there for you.
Why, you pack of yellow bellies? Chickenfoot, give me them tickets.
You mean you're going to Fort Davis alone?
Not by a jugful, I ain't. You're all going with me as a god honor right up the Opera House. But I'm going in alone. I bought out the whole house just for me, see? I ain't sharing the Jersey Lily with no one.
Come on, get one.
Bean and his runner, come on! Get off this tree! Bean and his men! Everybody off the tree! Beans, Clever! Beans! Let's get out of here!
Town's kind of deserted, Judge.
Yeah. They must have heard I was on my way.
There's the Opry House.
Pull up. All right, boys, tie your horses over there. Take your places outside the theater and stay there. I want strict privacy all during the show.
You'll get it.
I'm going in now. Chickenfoot, give me one of them tickets.
Right this way, sir. Your seat's over here.
My seat's anywhere I want to sit.
Oh, yeah. Yes, certainly, but...
Right here'll do. When does Miss Langtry go on in the play?
Well, as soon as the curtain goes up, sir.
Well, when's that?
Well, when the audience is here. You're the first one, and
I'm the only one.
Yeah.
So we can start right now.
Oh, but I don't...
Don't you hear good? I'm the audience. I'm the only one here.
Except me, Judge.
Why, you?
Don't make a move for your gun. Usher, you better beat it.
Yeah, yes, sir, certainly.
Now look, Judge. I'm coming over there. I'm coming over to get you.
Yeah, you better come a-shooting.
I'm hoping that won't be necessary. Just keep your hands where they are, Judge.
Deputy now, hey, Cole?
Yep.
That star on your shirt makes a right good target.
Yeah.
I hate to do this, Cole.
Maybe I'll beat you to it.
All right, let's see.
Judge.
Now you see what you done? You stopped the show. How are we going to see Lily? Waited a long time for this. Now it's too late.
No, it isn't. She's back there now waiting to see you.
What?
She knows all about you. She wants to meet you. She told me so herself.
She wants to meet me. Help me stand up.
There she is. She's coming right here.
I can stand alone. Turn me loose. I tell you, that's my ruling.
Miss Langtry?
Yes?
Miss Langtry, I'd like to present an old admirer, Judge Roy Bean.
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you, ma'am.
Judge. There's your house, Mrs. Hardin. the last nails driven, and the last stones in place.
Not a wheel in sight. Oh, Cole, it's wonderful.
Look. Say, look across the valley.
Why, it's the homesteaders. They're coming back again.
Yep, wagons as far as your eye can see. Coming back in peace to build a state. It's the promised land.
Gary Cooper, Walter Brennan, and Doris Davenport are back at the microphone without 6 shooters. Things are a little calmer in the state of Texas these days, aren't they, Gary?
Well, we were all down there last week, CB. It was pretty lively around Fort Worth and Dallas.
And we all had a grand time at the premiere of The Westerner. The people in Dallas and Fort Worth really got out the red carpet for us.
But nobody shot at us.
Maybe they liked the picture.
Gary, I think your idea of audience criticism may be just a bit dated.
It's the Judge Bean influence.
If my memory doesn't fail me, the judge was not exactly fiction.
No, sir. He's a lot too real for the good health of quite a few people. As a matter of fact, CB, we met a fellow that used to work for him while we were making the Westerner.
Yeah, the judge hired this fellow to hold up a train.
Oh, was there any gold on the train?
No, just Lily Langtry. That was the judge's way, rather, of inviting her to the town of Langtry.
How romantic. What happened, Gary?
Well, the feller missed the train.
Yeah, and the judge never let him come back to town again.
I suppose that's why he's still alive.
Oh.
You know, Mr. DeMille, this is the first time I've ever been in the Lux Radio Theater. But I'm a regular listener and a regular Lux soap user, too. As a matter of fact, I was a good customer of yours long before I started working in pictures. Lux soap agreed with my skin from the very first time I tried it. So, naturally, I've used it ever since.
Another Lux soap booster, CB.
The more the merrier, Gary. And I think we'll have a lot of boosters for next week's play, too.
What's it going to be, CB?
Next Monday night, Walter, we're going to have Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray on this stage. And you'll hear them in the play, His Girl Friday. It's adapted from the Columbia Picture success and brings Claudette to this microphone as a wisecracking girl reporter. Fred McMurray is the boss editor, but bossing a reporter like Claudette Colbert is no easy job. Add the fact that the reporter was formerly the editor's wife, and the sum of the situation for us is a brilliant comedy romance next Monday night.
Well, that sounds good to me, CB, and I'll be in the audience. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mr.
Good night. That was great play acting tonight, partners. Oh, Gary, check your guns at the stage door. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray in His Girl Friday. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here is important news for those of you who live in communities not operating on daylight saving time. If you live in a community which does not operate on daylight saving time, you will hear this program beginning next Monday night, 1 hour later than heretofore. Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as Chickenfoot, Fred Shields as Wade, Harry Humphrey as Caliphate, Donald Curtis as Blackjack, John Deering as Shad Wilkins, Brooks Benedict as Bart, J. Michael as Evans, Ted Arthurs as Hod, Hal K. Dawson as theater manager, Forrest Taylor as farmer, and Gloria Holden as Lily Langtry. The stars of the Westerner appeared tonight through the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn. The Scarlett O'Hara brooch, offered you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, is designed after one worn by Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind, the Selznick International picture produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
K-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Am an American.
Year after year, Jell-O keeps getting better and better. And today, Jell-O is richer, more delicious than it's ever been before. The reason for this extra goodness is a new Jell-O process that locks in Jell-O's famous flavor and makes it even more tempting, even more enjoyable. Jell-O is a beautiful dessert, radiant with color and glistening with goodness. And its 12 flavors, so tangy and refreshing, makes you think that you're actually tasting the ripe, juicy fruit itself. Yes, Jell-O's marvelous flavor is gloriously good, a flavor that everybody loves. And now that it's locked in, Jell-O's grand flavor reaches a new peak in pleasure. But prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the tiny Jell-O particles and notice the way Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out with a rush of delicious fragrance and flavor. Ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O. You'll find that Jell-O is better and richer than ever now that its flavor is locked in.
Played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, next Tuesday, March the 17th, is St. Patrick's Day. So, instead of my usual hackneyed introduction this evening, you can sit down now, Jack. Sit down.
Oh,
So, instead of my usual hackneyed introduction, it gives me extreme pleasure to bring to you a young Irish lad who has become a great success on this program.
Irish? I wonder if he means... No, he told me to sit down. Could it be...
Jack, will you please keep quiet?
Okay.
And here he is, folks, that golden-voiced tenor from the Emerald Isle, Dennis Day.
Well, take a bow, Dennis.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Dennis Day talking. And sure, 'tis a grand pleasure to be addressing all you lovely people.
Listen to the blarney.
And, folks, right now I'd like to tell you a little story about Pat and Mike.
Oh, fine.
Well, Pat and Mike were walking down the street when all of a sudden a parrot flew out of a pet shop right in front of them.
A parrot, eh?
And Pat turned to Mike and said, "My, hasn't that thing got beautiful feathers? What do you suppose it is?" So Mike said, "Sure, I don't know. Let's go and catch it."
So?
So they chased it, and finally the parrot turned around and said, "What the heck do you guys want?" And Pat tipped his hat and said, "Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. We thought you was a bird."
Very good, Dennis, very good. Now, go and sit down.
Sit down? Gee whiz, Mr. Benny, I thought I was going to do the whole program tonight.
No. Don thought that on account of it being so close to St. Patrick's Day, it would be a nice gesture to introduce you first. But that's all.
Oh.
You see, Dennis, you haven't had enough experience to handle the whole program. Well, let's get going. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking.
What are you trying to do, hold me down?
No, I'm not trying to hold you down, kid. But for heaven's sake, you can't be master of ceremonies. You're too young. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking.
He hates me because I'm young.
I don't hate you, Dennis. I simply can't take the chance of letting you handle this program. You might be a flop.
But, Jack, on the other hand, he might be very good.
Don, either way, I'm taking a chance. Now, let's drop it. Hello again. This is Dennis Day talking. And sure, folks... Oh, nuts. This is all your fault, Don Wilson. You had to introduce the kid. You had to be topical.
Well, I thought it was a good idea, Jack. After all, our listeners may be tired of the same old thing week after week.
Oh, so now I'm an old thing. Well, Mr. Wilson, I'd watch my step if I were you, because the time of year is fast approaching when your contract comes up for renewal.
I'm glad you brought up the subject, Jack, because I may not be with you next season.
I'm sick and tired of it.
Oh?
You may not be with me?
Well, now, here's the situation. I've had a splendid offer to do the announcing on the Baxter Beauty Clay program.
Beauty clay?
Yes. They offered me a very nice salary and all the mud packs I can use.
Well, Don, after all these years, if a little mud can come between us, well...
There's a difference in salary, too.
Mud or money, you ain't loyal. That's gratitude for you.
Hello, Jack. How are you?
Hello. How do you think I am?
Well, what's the matter with you? You look like somebody just stole your rubber heels.
They better not, sister. I've got my license number branded on them. I'm taking no chances.
I'll bet your hot water bag is safe, too.
And so is my teething ring. I can go along with a gag. Anyway, if you want to know why I'm upset, it's because I've discovered that my pal Don Wilson is a traitor. A big, fat traitor. He wants to leave me for the Baxter Beauty Clay program.
Well, why not? They made us a swell offer.
What do you mean, us?
They want Don, Phil, Dennis, and me.
What?
Can we put in a word for you, Mr. Benny?
Keep out of this. Well, Mary, all I can say is I have fine appreciation after all I've done for you.
After all you've done for me?
Yes. When I first met you, you didn't even have a pair of stockings.
What are you talking about? There was a whole counter full.
I mean of your own. And another thing, young lady, who put you in show business? Who started you out in vaudeville?
I started in vaudeville with my sister Babe.
What an act that was. Tumblers, the bouncing Livingston. A lot of us helped to kill vaudeville, but you and your sister jumped on it.
Now, wait a minute, Jack Benny. You never even saw our act.
I did, too, and I'll never forget your sister Babe. She was so nearsighted, she used to take bows with her back to the audience.
She knew what she was doing.
Oh, yeah?
And furthermore, she's not nearsighted.
She's not, eh? Well, I'd like to have a nickel for every weighing machine she said hello to. Fine name she picked out, Babe. She looks more like Babe Ruth. Well, we got a program to do tonight, and as long as you're all working for me temporarily, you might as well do your song, Dennis.
Okay. I'm going to sing The Garden Where the Praties Grow, and I dedicate it to Mr. Baxter and his beauty clay who is listening in.
Baxter's beauty clay. What burns me up, I've been using that clay for years.
You must have been growing radishes in it.
I tried it on my face, too. Anyway, I'm talking about friendship and appreciation and gratitude for my own cast.
Should I sing now, Mr. Benny?
Wait a minute, Dennis. I just happened to think of a little poem that fits this situation to a T. It's entitled Loyalty and was written by Otis J. Cribblecobbler. Now, let this sink in. Loyalty. Ahem.
Hey, where's that music coming from?
Like in the movies, it just comes. Loyalty. Real friends are few and far between. They'll never tarnish or turn green. They'll stick with you through stormy seas. They'll go through heat or even freeze. So when you've a friend who is a friend, do not kick him in. The end. Now remember that, all of you, before you think of deserting me for another program. Sing, Dennis. That poem didn't sink in very well. Maybe I'll have to give the gang more money or something. I don't know.
Have you ever been in love, me boys, or have you felt the pain? I'd sooner be in jail myself than be in love again. For the girl I loved was beautiful, I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the praties grow. She was just the sort of creature, boys, that nature did intend to walk right through the world, me boys, without the Grecian bend. Or did she wear a chignon? I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the praties grow. Says I, my pretty Kathleen, I hope that you'll agree. She wasn't like your city girls who say you're making free. So see, I like me parents, and tomorrow I'll let you know if you'll meet me in the garden where the praties grow. She was just the sort of creature, boys, that nature did intend to walk right through the world, me boys, without the Grecian bend. Now did she wear a chignon, I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the pretties go. Oh, the parents, they consented, and we're blessed with children 3. 2 boys just like their mother, and the girl the image of me. And now we're going to train them up the way they ought to go, for to dig right in the garden where the pretties grow. She was just the sort of creature, boys, that nature did intend to walk her through the world, me boys, without the Grecian bend. Now did she wear a chignon, I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the pretties grow.
The Garden Where the Praties Grow, a special St. Patrick's Day song sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that was swell. Stick with Uncle Jack and you've got a brilliant future.
Well, I'd love to, but Mr. Baxter has made me some wonderful promises.
Promises?
If it's promises you want, you're with the right guy now.
I deliver the goods, too. Dennis's contract called for a raise this month, and he got one.
Some raise. Just put high heels on his shoes.
A raise is a raise. It all depends on how you look at it.
Gosh, I turned my ankles 10 times this week.
Well, watch it. Don't be so clumsy. Anyway, Dennis, you better think twice before you listen to anybody else's promises. You know, they don't always... Here comes another traitor. How do you do, Mr. Harris? Feeling fine, I trust?
Mr. Harris? Why, all the formality.
If you mean formality, Phil, which is my guess, the reason for my frigid attitude is because I found out that you're a snake in the grass.
Why, I haven't even seen grass for 10 years.
Well, you've seen snakes. That I know.
Snakes, are them those wiggly things that come just ahead of the elephant?
I don't know the order of their appearance, but that's what you are. Imagine leaving me for Baxter's beauty clay.
Jackson, I wouldn't leave you for all the beauty clay in the world, and heaven knows I'm a mess.
What?
Hey, Phil, you mean you're not going to walk out with the rest of us?
No, sir. Look, Jackson, I got it all figured out. We don't need the rest of this bunch at all.
We don't?
No, next season we'll have just you, me, and a 100-piece symphony orchestra.
100-piece orchestra?
Yeah, you lead one end, I'll lead the other, and let them bump.
Well, it's a novel idea, Phil, but offhand, I don't know of 100 musicians that would stoop that low. No, if my gang wants to leave me, I'll just quit radio, that's all.
Are you sure you don't like that symphony idea, Jackson?
No, it stinks, Phil. But thanks just the same. I'll just quit radio.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I think this has gone far enough. We did have an offer from Mr. Baxter, but we're not going to accept it.
Not much.
That's the truth, Jack. Why, we couldn't leave you or Jello. We're all locked in together.
That's a plug if I ever heard one.
Oh, wake up, Jack. The whole thing was just a gag.
Oh, a gag, eh? God, you fellas really had me going. I've heard about your other offer. You had me so worried all week, my hair was falling out. See?
I thought that thing was guaranteed.
Good, Mary, good. Well, let's get going on. Let's get going on with the program, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, immediately after a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra, we are going to present a special surprise attraction in which we will definitely expose for the first time... Excuse me. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Bennett, this is Rochester.
I'm busy now, Rochester. What do you want?
Well, boss, I got to send in my income tax by tomorrow night.
Yes?
And I'm a little short of that green stuff that ain't grass, yet it ain't hay.
Why, Rochester, do you mean to say you have to pay tax on that small salary you get?
I better. Mr. Morgenthau sent me a blank with RSVP on it.
RSVP?
Rochester Thin Velvet Tonto.
Oh, I see. Well, Rochester, tell me, how much does your income tax amount to?
It all depends on my dependents. Is it okay if I put my brother down as a dependent?
Well, I don't know. Can your brother work?
He can, but it's not Jason.
Well, look, maybe your brother can't work. Maybe he's incapacitated.
Beg your pardon?
I said maybe your brother is incapacitated. He's too weak.
Or any man that can stack up sirloin steak and eat 'em like flapjack ain't into anything.
Well, and in that case, you cannot deduct him as a dependent. In fact, Rochester, I wouldn't bother with any deductions. If I were you, I'd just send in a check for the full amount.
A check?
Yes.
Well, can you suggest a good bank that can go along with the gas?
No, but I'll be happy to lend you enough to pay your tax, Rochester.
Thanks, boy. So long.
So long.
Oh, say, boss, Mr. Benny.
Now what?
Can I deduct for the stock market losses?
Why, of course. Wait a minute. What stock did you have?
Well, I took an awful beating in African Cubes Incorporated.
You can't take off for dice. Goodbye. That guy is always in trouble. Play, Phil, and then we'll have our big surprise of the evening. I Said No, played by Phil Harris and his Biltmore Bowlers. Biltmore meaning the hotel where the boys are working, and bowlers meaning they should play in an alley. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Gee, thanks for the plug, Jackson.
You can't insult the guy. It's amazing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our surprise feature attraction. No doubt a few of you heard Fred Allen's program last week, in which Mr. Allen very modestly devoted most of the show to his own life story.
Well, I thought it was very funny.
We won't go into that. Now, when Mr. Allen presented this soggy saga of his miserable life, he completely overlooked one very important incident which marked the turning point in his crummy career. Now, in order to bring to light this hidden chapter of Mr. Allen's drab existence, we are going to present the life of Jack Benny.
What's that got to do with Allen?
Because I'm the guy that... Be patient, Mary. We'll come to that. So here we go, folks, with the life of Jack Benny. First, I am born. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
The scene, ladies and gentlemen, is the little farmhouse of Mr. and Mrs. Zeke Benny, located on the outskirts of Waukegan, Illinois. The date is February 14th. The year...
Let's go! A goo-goo.
Well, what is it, nurse? Boy or girl?
Congratulations. Congratulations, Zeke. It's a bouncing baby boy.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's bounce it.
A fine start I got.
6 years later, and Jackie Benny, our hero, is now a handsome little fellow with big blue eyes and long gray curls.
They were golden, and they came way down to my ankles.
You must have looked like a weeping willow.
Quiet.
We find Jackie practicing on his violin while his old music teacher stands by with a look of rapture on his face.
How was that, Mr. Lindsay? I said, how was that? Am I getting any better? I said, am I getting any better?
Oh, have you been sick?
Oh, well, someday I'll be a great violinist.
10 years later.
I'm playing it by heart now, folks.
And then came 1917, the World War, somewhere in France. Later, and Jack Benny starts his vaudeville career as a concert violinist.
I thank you.
Wait a minute. What's all this got to do with Fred Allen?
We're coming to that. Continue, Mr. Wilson.
The scene changes. It's a cold winter's day in 1927. And Jack Benny, now a vaudeville headliner, is appearing at the Electric Theater in St. Joe, Missouri.
St. Joe. They love me there. Yeah.
As Mr. Benny is about to enter the stage door, a ragged, unkempt stranger with icicles on his adenoids approaches him and says,
Pardon me, mister, but would you please give me a nickel for a cup of coffee?
A nickel?
Yes, sir. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten for days. I'm starved, I tell you, starved.
Then a nickel won't help you, my good man. Here's a $10 bill.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, stop kissing my hand. It's nothing. Poor boy.
Oh, but I'll never forget you for this. Never, never.
Don't wipe my shoes. It's quite all right. Tell me, my good man, what is your name?
Sullivan. Fred Sullivan.
Fred Sullivan.
Remember that name, ladies and gentlemen.
And that voice.
Remember that Jack Benny gave him $10 when he was starving.
And remember his words when he said, I'll never forget you for this.
Years later, and Fred Sullivan is now Fred Allen, a successful juggler in vaudeville.
See why I told you to remember that name, folks?
And it's a cold winter's day in New York City, and Mr. Allen is about to enter the stage door of the Palace Theater when a ragged stranger with a long black beard and a tin cup approaches.
Pardon me, sir. Would you please give me a nickel for a cup of instant postum?
Please, get away from me, you bum, or I'll take my gold-handled cane and give you 2 lumps for your postum.
See what a rat he was, folks? But I'm hungry, starved, I tell you, starved.
Out of my way, you derelict. Fink's mules are just taking their bow, and I'm on next.
Very well, but I'll tell Variety about this. Mr. Sullivan?
Sullivan? Who are you?
Wait till I pull off this false beard. All right, who am I?
Jack Benny.
That's right, the man who gave you $10 when you only asked for a nickel. And the man who's going to beat you to within an inch of your life. Take that, out, and that, out, and that.
Leave me alone.
And that,
I'll get the money
and that.
back. Help that, out.
Well, Have you had enough, Alan? I knocked him silly, folks. And that's how Fred Allen became a comedian. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the incident Mr. Allen was ashamed to reveal on his program last week. Playfill.
Here's a grand Jell-O treat, friends, that will really bring you compliments galore. A good-looking, swell-tasting dessert that you'll be proud to serve again and again.
It's Cardinal Pear Mold, rich, juicy pears embedded in a shimmering mold of bright red raspberry Jell-O. And what a tempting treat it is. A dessert that looks gloriously gay and inviting, and in taste, downright delicious. Yet it's so simple and easy to make. All you do is just dissolve one package of Jell-O imitation raspberry flavor in a pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in canned sliced pears, mold, and serve plain or with whipped cream. It's a dessert that will lend color and enjoyment to any meal. A bright, shimmering dessert, simply full of delightful flavor. Try it and see what a big hit it makes with everybody. Tomorrow, make up this tangy combination of juicy canned pears and beautiful red raspberry Jell-O. Remember, Jell-O's new locked-in flavor makes Jell-O extra rich.
This is the last number of the 24th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time.
Say, Jack, did you really give Fred Allen a $10 bill when he only asked for a nickel?
Oh, it may have been a 20 or a 50. Who knows? I couldn't see very well. It was snowing.
You mean to say you took off your shoe in the snow?
I carried a wallet then. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O Show is written by Bill Maher and Eddie Beloy. The part of Fred Allen was interpreted on our program tonight by the RKO player Peter Lind Hayes.
Remember this name, friends, Jell-O pudding. It's the name of 3 grand puddings made by the same folks who make Jell-O. There's Jell-O vanilla pudding, a smooth, luscious pudding with the delicate, creamy flavor of real vanilla. Jell-O pudding is not only swell as a pudding, but ideal for cream pies, tarts, or as a cream filling for cakes. So when you order Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There was a little girl who had a little curl right in the middle of her forehead. And when she was good, she was very, very good. And when she was bad, she was horrid. Is the true wisdom of this world contained in a nursery rhyme? Probably. Because we can all be either good or bad, depending on, well, each case is special. What does it take to make you behave badly?
I would not wear that pearl if I were you, ma'am. You wouldn't. And why not? You wore it once when you were the beloved of an Indian Raja. 100 years ago, you were the favorite wife of this Raja in Delhi, India. He gave you that pearl, and you were murdered for it. What are you saying? I'm saying, if you wear it again, you'll be murdered again.
Our mystery drama, Borderline Case, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Gann and stars Mary Flersham. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Mr. James M. Barrie wrote a fine and funny play called What Every Woman Knows. And what does every woman know? Why, that she's the smart one, operating behind the scenes, pulling the strings, planning the moves. And what really makes her smart is that she does it all without anyone really being aware of it. Meet Miss Janie Summers, who is 15 years old and lives in Chatham Springs, New York.
We didn't always live here in Chatham Springs, up north near the Canadian border. We used to live in New York City, where my father was a detective, a member of New York's finest. So what are we doing up here in El Boondocks? I'll never forget the day I came home from school.
Hi, Janie.
Hi, Mom. What's wrong?
Oh, what makes you think something's wrong?
Okay. I walk into the kitchen and I see that paper bag you're using for the garbage. It's the kind they have at Stansel's, which means you were shopping there this morning. But we hardly ever buy at Stansel's because it's the most expensive supermarket in the neighborhood. However, it's the only one that carries those fantastic frozen pizzas I go ape over. For some reason, you feel you have to sugarcoat a pill. You think you have to do something nice for me. So, what's wrong?
We're moving.
Moving?
Yes, dear. We have to move.
Moving? But, Mom, I have a chance to be head cheerleader.
I know, Janie.
And Jerry.
Jerry?
The boy I've been telling you about. The Greek god.
Oh.
I mean, he looks like a Greek god. He's just starting to notice me. Oh, can I have the pizza now?
It's in the refrigerator.
Uh-oh. We must be moving far away. It's the extra large size.
Yes, dear. We are.
Not out on the island, I hope.
No, upstate.
Westchester? Hey, that might not be too bad.
No, darling, I mean upstate. Chatham Springs.
Which is where?
Well, if you go a mile further, you're in Canada.
Mom, you can't do this to me.
Darling, we don't have a choice. It's Daddy.
Daddy?
Well, he hasn't been well.
Why didn't I know?
We weren't sure.
What's wrong?
It's his lungs. He has to get away from the big city.
Oh.
So we chose Chatham Springs for 2 reasons.
2 reasons?
Well, first, the air. Second, there's a job for Daddy.
What kind of job?
Sheriff.
Sheriff?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mom, how could Daddy be a sheriff?
Oh, when they heard he was a detective first grade.
But, Mom...
And on the New York City Police Force.
But Daddy isn't really a detective.
Jenny, how can you say that?
He's a basketball coach. That's in the winter. In the fall, he coaches football, and in the spring and summer, baseball.
Well, dear,
Daddy does a terrific job, but it's with the Police Athletic League. It's not being a cop.
Janie, it's being a certain kind of cop.
Sure, Mom, but not the kind of cop you have to be if you're a sheriff.
Oh, I know.
Daddy is not now, nor was he ever, the kind of policeman who walked around with a badge and a gun solving crime.
Well, fortunately, there isn't too much doing up in Chatham Springs.
Truer words were never spoken. So, the next thing I knew, I was enrolled in Chatham Springs Regional High School. The kids dressed pretty much the way they do back in New York City, except these kids wore denim because they actually pitched hay and shoveled manure, plus whatever it is you do on a farm. Of course, it was kind of isolated.
How'd you like a job this summer, Janie? I spoke to old Mr. Perkins at the hotel.
The hotel?
Yes, indeed.
The Chatham Springs Spa.
You mean that big old 1880s-looking place in the hills?
Sure thing.
They still use it?
They sure do. The cream of society comes here for the baths.
Oh, say, maybe Janie can meet a rich millionaire.
As distinguished from a poor millionaire.
Oh, she'll meet millionaires, but they'll all be 80 years old. It's very exclusive.
Daddy, if all these rich people gather here, don't they attract crooks?
Crooks?
Where there's honey, there's bees.
Well, that's why the town has a sheriff. Now, if you ladies will excuse me, I'll take my 7 p.m. cruise downtown and see if anybody swiped the sidewalks. Keep the coffee hot, Louise.
Oh, now I know why they need a sheriff. It's the summer months.
Did anyone tell Daddy about the summer hotel and the crowd it attracts before he took the job, Mom?
No, they just said it's a quiet little out-of-the-way place with plenty of hunting and fishing where nothing hardly ever happens.
What's Daddy going to do if there's a robbery at the hotel? School closes early up here, and I reported to the Chatham Springs Spa Hotel. It's the kind of place you see in the movies. This old hotel filled with statues and paintings and velvet and marble. And old people. Rich old people, creaky with age. Most of them have been coming here, since they were alive. Old Mr. Perkins, the manager, told me what I was supposed to do.
Mainly, for the most part, just stay behind front desk.
But what do you want me to do, Mr. Perkins?
Hand out the mail, I suppose.
Is that all?
Well, smile.
Smile?
It's mostly an elderly crowd up here, and a pretty young, smiling face kind of peps up the whole place.
You mean you hired me because of my smile?
Youngster, you've got the brightest smile in Chatham Springs.
So, I started to smile. I don't know how long I stood there smiling, but I was suddenly brought down to earth by this voice. This groovy voice.
Hi, gorgeous.
And there I was, staring into the deepest green eyes I'd ever seen in all my entire life. He looked to be 24, maybe 25. But it's all right. I need an older man, a mature man. He was tall and slender. Oh, and those eyes, those green, green eyes.
Any mail for Mr. Doggett in Suite 322?
I'll look.
Thank you.
Well, no, I'm sorry. You're Mr. Doggett's secretary, aren't you?
Yeah, that shouldn't have been hard to figure out.
I also just figured out why you're mad.
Mad?
Angry.
What makes you think I'm angry?
Do you deny it?
Well,
You've just been down to the tennis court.
Hey. You been spying on me?
They just painted the fence. It's still wet. That shirt you're wearing costs about $30 in the men's shop.
Yeah, I'll never get this paint off the sleeve. Yeah, they should put up more signs.
No wonder you're angry.
Well, you must admit I conceal it beautifully. That is, from everybody but you.
Another flash of the green eyes, and he was on his way. Bad sign. He didn't ask my name, nor did he tell me his. I may have handled him wrong. I may have appeared a little too smart. This can scare a fellow off. Well, a fellow, yes, but not a man. A mature man, like Mr. Doggett's secretary. Mr. Perkins? Who's Mr. Doggett?
Oh, he's a man invented something for the automobile.
What?
I don't rightly remember. Must have been 40, could have been 50 years ago. I think every time anybody buys a car, he gets 50 cents or a dollar. It mounts up.
What's his secretary's name?
He's too old for you.
Oh, I don't mean Mr. Doggett.
I know who you mean. Tom Barlow's too old for you.
Tom Barlow. I just knew it would be a strong name like that. Tom Barlow with the green, green eyes. He was usually busy with Mr. Doggett, looking over papers and one thing or another. The rest of the time, he liked to play tennis, a game I had never had a chance to develop. So, there he was, for at least an hour a day on the courts with our lady social director, Miss Jenny Croydon. She's at least 32, and she dresses kind of 1968-ish. But out on that tennis court, she was something else. She wore a cute little short white outfit.
Come. This, my girl, is no place to dream. Come alive. I am Mrs. Elvira Tottenham. The keys to my room, if you please.
She was tall, stout, with flaming red hair. She wore an electric blue dress, and her fingers seemed to sparkle as she waved them. Then I saw it was because of the diamond.
Well, now, what are you staring at?
What was I staring at? It hung from around her neck. It was a pearl. Yes, a pearl. It was the size of a small marble, and it was gray. A gray pearl. I couldn't turn my eyes away from it.
What are you staring at, girl?
I was staring at the pearl, the gray pearl. And as I gazed into the gray, it seemed my eyes were getting lost in the gray. I was surrounded by gray, floating in gray, everywhere, gray. And I heard voices.
Kill her. But she's the Raja's favorite wife. Kill her and take the pearl. Take the pearl where? Who'd be fool enough to find it? It's worth millions. There's no pearl in the world to match it. But what would we do with it? To own it. To have it. I'll have no part of it. The door to the harem is guarded by a single slave. Your knife for him, my knife for her. But hurry, before it grows light. Not a sound. Now, stab him. Now. That was well done. Now, inside, quickly. She's awake. Don't let her scream. The pearl. I have the pearl. Hurry. Let us leave here. No, I must hurry. But you have all the time in the world. What? The pearl. The Star of Delhi. It's mine. Mine alone.
My keys, young woman. Whatever are you thinking about?
What was I thinking about? What had I just seen? What had I just heard? It was so real. But how could it be? How could I have heard and seen slaves and harem and a beautiful woman murdered for a smoky gray pearl?
Yes, indeed. How? Can it be the quiet life in Chatham Springs is starting to tell on little Janie? In her reverie or dream or whatever it was, she heard the pearl referred to as the Star of Delhi. Now, she'd have no way of knowing that, would she? Suppose it should turn out that the pearl is actually named the Star of Delhi. Where would that leave us? Exactly where we are, right here, waiting for Act 2, which I shall bring in just a minute. Great price, as we are told in the Bible. But a pearl of the greatest price seems to be the smoky gray, hung from a pendant around the neck of an imposing dowager, Mrs. Elvira Tottenham. And it seems to have captured the attention, riveted the gaze of our young heroine, Janie Summers.
I kept looking at that smoky gray pearl, and as I looked, I could hear voices. 2 men. They were sitting around a small table in a kind of room.
I have the pearl, Sahib. I don't believe you, Bahadur Khan. The promised price, 100,000 rupees. That's the pearl. Why does the Sahib want the pearl? What can the Sahib do with the Star of Delhi? Show me the pearl. 100,000 rupees first in British pounds. You have the money? In this chest. Now the pearl. Behold, Sahib, the Star of Delhi. Yes, it is the star. And now, Sahib, I am to be paid? Oh, yes, Bahadur Khan. You shall be paid.
The native, the one who was called Bahadur Khan, fell dead to the floor. And the Englishman picked up the pearl, the Star of Delhi. He looked at it and looked at it. He held it up, and a mist, a gray mist, seemed to flow from the pearl. Then the whole room disappeared in the gray mist. I saw faces, all kinds of faces. A judge in a deep black robe with white hair. A man with a scar. A man with one eye.
Young lady, are you dead or stupid? I want my key.
Mrs. Tottenham. There's some difficulty. Welcome again to the Chatham Springs Spa.
Perkins. Still alive, I see.
Forgive me, madam, but why shouldn't I be alive?
Well, you're not getting any younger.
Who among us is?
I come back each year to see the toll the time has taken. Mrs. Stuyvesant Tresvant.
She passed away.
Oh. And old Doggett.
He's still with us.
I shall outlive them all. And who is this young thing at the desk? What's your name, girl?
Janie Summers.
Janie's father is the sheriff.
Then you better behave yourself, girl.
Janie, this is Mrs. Tottenham. She stays with us every year. Now, give her the keys to room 324. I'll have your bag sent up, Mrs. Tottenham. I hope you'll enjoy your stay with us.
I doubt that. I doubt that very much.
She says that every year.
Mr. Perkins, what is that pearl she wears around her neck?
The pearl. Oh, yes, the pearl. That's famous Star of Delhi.
How did I know? How'd you know what? How did I know it was called the Star of Delhi?
Well, everybody knows it's called the Star of Delhi. It's the most famous pearl in the whole world. It was given by an Indian Raja to his favorite wife, and she was murdered by a man
named Bahadur Khan.
Oh. Well, then you do know the story.
No, I don't. I really don't.
Well, Mrs. Tottenham sat down with me one night and told me how this thief, Bahadur Khan, and a Confederate stole into the Raja's harem, murdered the wife.
And then Bahadur Khan knifed his pal.
Say, who's telling this? As I was saying, old Bahadur Khan then sells it to some English soldier of fortune who pays him by shooting him. Then this Englishman gets himself strangled, and, well, before you know it, that pearl is leaving a trail of blood around the world and back.
I know.
You heard of them bad luck jewels that are supposed to bring nothing but misfortune? Well, that there is the granddaddy of them all.
All the time Mr. Perkins was talking to me, there seemed to be a mist over my eyes, a grayish mist. Because of it, I couldn't see very clearly. If I could, I would have seen something that would have scared me very much. But I'll tell you about that later. Meanwhile, I was scared enough as it was. I was so scared, I decided to
quit. You mean you want to quit your job?
But why, dear?
I told you why. It's the pearl, the Star of Delhi.
Oh, that?
It brings death to everyone who owns it.
That's just a legend.
People who own pearls like to make up dramatic stories about them.
It increases the value.
These aren't made-up stories. I went to the library, looked up some old newspapers.
You don't want to believe everything you read.
Even when they mention dates and places and the results of trials held in court.
All right, let's assume it's true.
Louise, how can a thing like that be true?
For the sake of argument, the bad luck only comes to the owner of the pearl or to the one who steals it or buys it. Isn't that true?
Yes, Mom.
Well, then, how does that affect you?
I looked at that pearl, at the smoky gray pearl, and you know what? I feel that I must have it.
Janie.
I know it's wrong.
But, Janie, you're not that kind of person.
Oh, what kind of person?
The kind of person who would steal. You're not a thief or a murderer.
Neither were any of the other people who took the Star of Delhi. None of them were thieves and murderers originally. The first man who stole it, Bahadur Khan, he was the Raja's cousin. He was a most honest, a most trusted man.
He may have been fooling the people.
What are you trying to tell us, Janie?
I don't trust myself when I'm near that pearl.
But why?
Janie, you were never one for diamonds and jewelry.
I know. But that pearl...
Yes?
It scares me. I looked at it for the first time, and I saw all those things, and how can I account for that?
Well, there's an explanation.
Yes, Daddy? What?
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but there has to be some explanation. Well, look, I got to get down to the office. See you ladies for supper.
Mom, what should I do?
Now, you said the pearl scared you, but you didn't really tell us why.
I didn't want to say it in front of Daddy.
Is it because you're afraid you'll want to steal it yourself?
Yes.
Well, don't worry. You won't.
You don't know how it is. I look at that pearl and there's nothing else in the whole world.
It'll be different next time.
How?
Janie, there are 3 types of people in the world. Honest people, thieves, and borderline cases. Now, the honest people never steal. The thieves always steal. The borderline cases think they're honest, but they bend with the strongest wind.
Then I guess I'm a borderline case.
Oh, no, you're not. What you were doing was having fantasies.
Doesn't that prove that there's something wrong with me?
No, it just proves you're alive. Now, are you going back to work at the hotel?
Well, I don't suppose I would have quit in any case. After all, Mr. Green Eyes is there.
Hello, Jeanie.
Who told you my name, Tom?
Same person who told you mine. Well, how are things?
Just fine.
Hey, that's a cute blouse.
Oh, do you really like it?
Oh, yeah. Green's my favorite color.
Mine, too.
Now, what do you suppose can be keeping Jenny Croydon? We had a 1:15 date to play tennis, and oh, there she is. Excuse me, Janie. Hey there, honey.
You shouldn't wear your disappointment in plain view, my girl.
Neither should you wear your pearl.
What are jewels for if not to be shown? He's a very ordinary young man. Not all that young. You may think he's handsome, but what do you know about men? I see you're no longer impressed with the Star of Delhi.
I think it's beautiful.
But that's all. You don't get lost in it. Good for you. I can tell by your eyes.
But isn't it dangerous to wear that pearl?
Look inside my handbag, girl. I have something to show you.
What's that?
A sheriff's daughter, and you don't know a .45 caliber pistol when you see one? Notice, it's a .45, not a dainty little .22. With a .45, you could stop a rampaging elephant if you hit him in the eye. And my girl, I could hit him right square in the middle of his eye.
elephant has very small eyes. Not that we advocate this kind of sport. We are, if anything, strict conservationists. However, we must take the world as we find it and deal with people as they are. Well, we have, if I may revive a popular expression of 2 decades ago, a pistol packing mama and a pearl of fabulous price. Will there be fireworks? Don't you just know it? Act 3 will be along shortly. Full many a gem of purest ray serene, the dark unfathomed depths of ocean bear. That's a poem by Mr. Thomas Gray, which talks about the hidden treasures of the world. However, a treasure that's out in full view is the Star of Delhi, a smoky gray pearl which Mrs. Elvira Tottenham wears round her neck. Historical fact tells us that everyone who owned this pearl met with untimely, violent death. Mrs. Tottenham is also armed with a .45 caliber pistol, a most lethal weapon.
But, Mrs. Tottenham, isn't it true it's been bad luck to own that pearl?
What's luck, girl, but a string of coincidences? If they go your way, they're good. If they go against you, they're bad.
But still...
I dare anybody to come at me in broad daylight. And at night, I lock my door and sleep with my Colt 45 beneath my pillow.
But aren't you being foolish?
I've been around for 80 years. I can't expect to live forever.
But there are thieves who...
Nonsense. No self-respecting thief would risk his life to steal the Star of Delhi. Who would buy it?
But one person after another has stolen the pearl for more than 100 years.
That's right. And you can tell who those thieves will be.
How?
They're the people who look at it and get lost in it. You can read it in their eyes, and I know who they are.
Who?
Yesterday, you were one of them.
Me?
Yes. Yesterday, you were lost in it. You would have done anything to get it.
Oh, no.
But today, your common sense has prevailed.
Who else besides me still is lost in it?
Green-eyed Tom Barlow. Blue-eyed Jenny Croydon. Brown-eyed Bill Perkins.
Are you saying that...
What I'm saying loud and clear is if I should be found murdered in my bed one morning and the pearl is missing, you may tell your father they are prime suspects.
Not Tom. Not Tom Barlow.
Believe me, Tom Barlow is like growing pains. You'll outgrow him.
Lost in the pearl, in the Star of Delhi. How were they lost in it? Did they see the same story I did? All the murders and robberies? I tried a little test. I waited till Tom Barlow came into the lobby again.
Janie, did anybody ever tell you you have an absolutely beautiful smile?
What happened? Did she give you the air?
Did who give me the air?
Miss Twinkletoes. Jenny Croydon.
Oh, hey, I love both of you. I'd even marry both of you, but bigamy is illegal.
Not everywhere. Is it illegal, do you suppose, in India? I wonder how many wives Bahadur Khan had.
Who?
Bahadur Khan. Bahadur Khan. 4 syllables, and each seemed to strike at him as if it were a deliberate thrust of a knife. His face became chalky white, and the green light died in his eyes. Bahadur Khan, the name of the first assassin. Once again, I saw the dim, dark hallway, the massive door, the 2 men, and the 2 voices.
We'll kill her and take the pearl. But what can we do with it? To own it. The door to the harem is guarded by a single slave. Come, help me. Your knife for him,
my knife for her.
And I saw them move stealthily towards the huge, well-armed slave who stood by the solid wooden door. He didn't see them, and suddenly there was a knife in his back. He dropped to the floor.
And now, for her.
I watched what I didn't really watch the first time. I saw the one killer, the one named Bahadur Khan, move toward the divan. I saw a young woman asleep. The first time I had closed my eyes, but this time I forced myself to keep them open. As he came nearer and raised the knife, I looked at her face. It was the face of Mrs. Tottenham. And the man with the knife had the greenest eyes I ever saw. It was his face, the face of Tom Barlow. Then he turned quickly and stabbed his friend. As the man fell to the floor, I could see his face. It was Mr. Perkins.
Janie, what was that silly question you just asked me about some guy named Bahadur Khan? I don't know. What kind of a name is that? What are you staring at?
Nothing.
But you're staring at something. Something.
His eyes. I'd been hypnotized by his eyes ever since I'd met him. But now, there was something about his eyes that was different. Something I'd noticed in my dream. Or was it a vision? One eye was greener than the other. But her life is in danger.
I hear you.
And you can just sit there and eat.
Now, honey, I can't assign myself or a deputy to guard her 24 hours. You see, Janie, there are some people who ask for trouble. Your Mrs. Tottenham is one of them. She flaunts her wealth, constantly tempting, attracting.
But surely you can do something.
I did. I warned her she was acting foolhardy.
Did you check on Mr. Perkins and Tom Barlow to see if they have police records?
I did, and they haven't. They're what your mother would call borderline cases.
Would you do something for me, Dad?
I'd do anything for you, honey.
Would you, in your official capacity of sheriff, call the chief of police in Delhi, India?
You mean Delhi, Indiana?
No, Dad. Delhi. I guess now they call it New Delhi. And check on a man named Bahadur Khan. He was murdered in a jewel theft about 100 or so years ago.
Janie, are you serious?
Dad, I have to know. Please, put on your official voice. Get New Delhi, India on the phone, just like this. Operator, this is the sheriff's office in Iroquois County. We want to talk to the chief of police in New Delhi, India. That's fine. Have the overseas operator handle it. Just one moment, sir. Daddy, I got the chief of police in New Delhi.
Janie.
Remember the man's name, Bahadur Khan.
A chief? This is Sheriff Summers of Iroquois County, New York. Summers. No, I don't believe I got my blue at Harrow. Must have been another Summers. Chief, we'd like to find out if you could tell us about a fellow named Bahadur Khan.
He was killed in connection with the robbery of the Star of Delhi.
Killed in connection with the robbery of the Star of Delhi? That's right.
About 100 years ago.
About 100 years ago, give or take. You will? Hey, Chief, that's very nice of you. Why, yes, sir. I'll wait for your call. Oh, what a nice, neighborly fella. Said it's no trouble at all. Call me right back. Oh, but, honey, what can this possibly tell you?
I don't know, and I could never explain it.
How do you like that? Has the chief of police in New Delhi found it already? How about that? Sheriff Summers. What? When? I'll be right there.
Dad, what happened?
Mrs. Tottenham.
She's been murdered.
5 minutes ago. Okay. Everybody here? Perkins? Barlow?
Yeah.
Miss Croydon? Mr. Doggett?
Yes, sir.
Are any employees missing?
No, sir.
All right. So we got everybody who's in the hotel.
Oh, we're fortunate this didn't happen at peak season.
Now, according to the story I get from everybody, at 5 minutes to 10 tonight, you all heard a shot.
Right, from Mrs. Tottenham's room.
You all ran to the hallway and you went in. Mrs. Tottenham was lying there dead. And the pearl, the Star of Delhi, was gone.
That's right.
Yeah, it was gone, but look, Sheriff. Her .45 caliber pistol was lying on the floor. It had just been fired. As I reconstruct the killing, the intruder entered the room. He had a key. My daughter, Janie, tells me it isn't hard to get one. And Mrs. Tottenham woke up. She went for her gun under the pillow. The intruder struggled with her. The gun went off and killed her, and then he grabbed the pearl. The broken chain was still on the bed. Now, I'll start asking questions.
And he did. Daddy wasn't bad, but he got nowhere. Jenny Croydon was in her room. Tom Barlow was out walking. Mr. Perkins was in the hallway on the floor above. And so it went. Nobody had seen the killer leave. Well, I wasn't listening to answers. I was busy checking legs, trouser legs. I was so intense that Daddy noticed it.
Janie, what are you doing?
Looking for the killers?
What are you talking about?
Daddy, you couldn't watch Mrs. Tottenham 24 hours a day. She didn't want to hire private guards. So, I decided if we couldn't stop anyone from going into her room, at least we could find out who did go in there.
I don't understand what you're saying.
All right, everybody might as well hear this. Last night, I got some ordinary thread. I rubbed some chalk on it. I stretched the thread across Mrs. Tottenham's doorway, just about a foot off the ground. Against the white door, it would be invisible. But anyone going in that door would break the thread with his foot. Therefore, he would have a white chalk smudge somewhere between his knee and ankle. Are you looking for it, Mr. Perkins? There he is, Daddy.
Stand still, Mr. Perkins.
I didn't do it.
I must inform you of your rights.
I don't have the pearl. You can search me.
You could have hidden it.
I did go in there to steal it.
You admit that?
I had to have it. I got the key to her room. I figured she'd be asleep. I stowed in there. But I saw that in order to get it off her neck, I'd have to kill her. Well, I stood there, and she opened her eyes. She looked at me, and she said,
Perkins, what is this? You're not a thief. You're not a murderer. Don't force me to kill you.
Mrs. Tottenham, please, put away that pistol.
Why should I? Why shouldn't I kill you? The law would be on my side.
Please, I don't know what got into me.
You had a moment of weakness, Perkins. The lesson will last you your whole life long. Go. We'll say no more about it.
That's what happened. When I went out, I was so nervous, I must have neglected to close the door all the way. The real killer could have happened by and you don't believe me. But it's true. Every word. It's true.
Get it, Janie. Mr. Perkins, you're not required to say anything at all.
But I'm innocent.
Hello?
Janie, that chief of police called from India. He said...
Who is it?
Mom, the chief of police from India called.
Another time. I'm busy.
He says Bahadur Khan, who first stole the Star of Delhi, was 30 years old.
Dad, it's about Bahadur Khan.
I'm crying out loud. I'm tied up here.
And among other things, he only had one eye.
He what?
He had one eye, and he was an officer in the...
Mom, I'll call you back.
Mr. Perkins, I'm sorry, but I'll have to ask you to come along with me.
But I'm
I'm innocent.
Dad, if we could find the pearl in someone's possession, that would prove he was the thief and the killer, wouldn't it?
Search me. I don't have it.
Of course not. Tom Barlow has it.
Do you, Tom? Well, if I do, it was because it was planted on me. Perkins could have slipped it into my pocket. I did no such thing.
Dad, you better be ready with your revolver. Tom Barlow may be armed.
Hey, Jeannie, what do you say?
I'm sorry, Tom. But my mom knew about people like you. Borderline cases. You happened along the hallway. You saw the door to Mrs. Tottenham's room wasn't quite closed. And so...
Sheriff, your daughter's a little girl
I'm not a little girl.
Who makes up stories.
But Mrs. Tottenham woke up. And in the struggle, you killed her. You snatched the pearls. You ran.
You can't prove that.
You've got the pearl.
Where have I got the pearl? Sheriff, search me. I demand to be searched. Now, Janie...
Daddy, Bahadur Khan had one eye. And so does Tom Barlow. The other one is glass. And inside that green glass eye is a smoky gray pearl.
Well, where else could it be? Smoky gray pearls and green glass eyes. And smart teenage girls. Mix well, and you get a solution to a story of murder and robbery. And if you stay here for a minute, you'll get even more. Is there a moral to our story? Of course. None of the evil in this world is committed by the good people. Not all of it is brought about by the bad people. For the most part, evil is the work of those who could be either good or bad, depending on how things work out. The borderline cases. It's good to be good. It's bad to be bad. But the worst thing you can be is neither. Or both. Our cast included Mary Persham, Bryna Rayburn, Ken Harvey, Russell Horton, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by General Electric Citizen Band Radios and X-Lax.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from the stage of the Ritz Theater in New York City, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Oh Gee, Oh Gosh, Oh Golly, I'm in Love. When you come to the end of a perfect day, there's certainly a grand feeling of peace and contentment about it. And that same feeling of contentment applies to the end of a perfect meal. That is, if you find a bright dish of shimmering Jell-O there to greet you. Jell-O, ladies and gentlemen, is really the ideal way to end the meal. It serves as a fitting climax to everything that has gone before, and it leaves you with a mellow mood of true satisfaction. Because Jell-O is a swell-looking, swell-tasting dessert, gay with glorious colors and rich with a tangy goodness as refreshing as the ripe fruit itself. So make your next meal a bang-up success by serving Jell-O in any one of its 6 delicious flavors. Incidentally, friends, this is National Restaurant Week, and I hope a great many of you will take the occasion to drop in at your favorite restaurant, where you'll always find Jell-O, one of the most popular desserts in the menu. Be sure to ask for the Jell-O flavor you like best. gee, oh, gosh, oh, golly, I'm in love, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that tonight marks the 9th radio anniversary of our Master of Ceremonies. So without further ado, we bring you a man who for 9 long years in the field of radio has worked, slaved, worried, and looks it, Jack Benny.
Who ain't what he used to be, talking. And, Don, despite your left-handed approach, I want to thank you for remembering my radio anniversary. It's darn sweet. Well, you're entitled to it, Jack. 9 years is yes, it is, Don, and 6 of them with the same sponsor. It's fun looking back, though.
Well, tell me, Jack, when you made your radio debut, your first sponsor was Canada Dry Ginger Ale, wasn't it?
Well, that was my first big program, Don. But before that, I did an early morning broadcast for Bixby's Bonnie Biscuit Batter. For the lazy housewife. Our slogan was Bixby's Batter as light as a feather. Oh, it was very popular.
Bixby's Biscuit Batter. I don't remember that program, Jackson.
Well, Phil, as I was telling Don, we went on very early in the morning, from 7 to 7:05. It's, just a short broadcast.
Oh, well, that explains it. I seldom get up at 7 a.m.
Phil, you seldom get in at 7 a.m. We've been in New York now almost 3 weeks, and I'll bet you haven't been to bed once.
Well, it ain't my fault. I can't find my hotel.
Can't find your hotel? Phil, for your information, you checked in at the St. Moritz the first day we got in town.
The St. Moritz?
Yes.
I better write that down. I got to get some sleep tonight.
That's not a bad idea.
Say, Jack, getting back to Bixby's Biscuit Batter, what sort of a program was it? Did you give morning exercises and all that?
No, Don. I used to read recipes and poetry. I was known as Happy Jack, your 7 o'clock whistle. And my theme song was so cute. Would you like to hear it, fellas?
Sure. You remember it, Jack?
Do I? I wrote it. Get a load of this. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up, you little sleepyhead. Get your body out of bed. It's Bixby Batter time. Wake up. Wake up. Oh, Mr. Smith and Mrs. Jones, do not be a lazy bones. It's Bixby Batter time. Whether you sleep on your tummy or on your back, wake up with Happy Jack. It's 7-1. There. How's that, fellas?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, that'd be pretty corny nowadays.
Yeah.
Corny nothing. That's class, bub.
Thanks, Hezekiah. Anyway, Don, my listeners liked it. It was a pleasure to start each day off with a smile.
But I can't understand how you could be Happy Jack at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, that was nothing, Don. Before I got that job, I was on another program that went on at 5 a.m.
5 a.m.?
Yeah, the only fan letters I got were from 4 roosters and a sleepwalker. Anyway, it was good training.
Say, Jackson, what's the name of my hotel again?
The St. Moritz. Write it down. Anyway, Don.
I wonder if I got a room with a bath.
I hope so. Anyway, Don, it was good training, and it gave me a swell start in radio.
Ah, but I can't get over it. Broadcasting at 5 o'clock in the morning. You didn't have a sponsor then, did you?
I certainly did. I was on the air for Newton's non-roll nightshirt. Their slogan was, your kneesies will never feel the breezy. I was on the air for 13 weeks, and I think I'm the only guy that bought one of those nightshirts.
And you're still wearing it. Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. And you're wrong again. I don't wear a nightshirt. I sleep in pajamas, coat and pants.
And a cap.
All right, I maybe have one outfit like that, and you make an issue of it. You know, you might at least congratulate me on my 9th radio anniversary.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. Congratulations on your anniversary. And may you continue to spread joy and sunshine for many years to come.
Well, thanks. Did you make that up yourself?
No, that was on the telegram. I was too cheap to send you.
Oh, well, it's a thought that counts, I guess. You know, Mary, you ought
Hey, Jackson, what street is the St. Moritz on?
Central Park South, for heaven's sake. It's our last night in town. He's worrying about what hotel he's stopping at.
Our last last night in town. Are we going back to Hollywood tomorrow?
Yep, first thing in the morning.
Gee whiz, and I promised Mom I'd get over to Plainfield and see her again. I better call her up right away.
Oh, yes, Mary. Your folks do live here in the East. How are they?
Mama's fine, Papa's fine, my sister's married, and Uncle Otto, who came to visit us 8 years ago, is staying for a third term.
Well, there's all the news in a nutshell. Go ahead and call your mother up, Mary, and make it snappy.
Okay. Hello, operator. Give me long distance, please.
Hey, Don, have you seen Dennis around anywhere?
Well, yes, Jack. He's there someplace.
Long distance? I want Plainfield, New Jersey, please. The number is 223J.
Hurry it up, Mary. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Congratulations on your radio anniversary.
Well, thanks, Dennis. Say, what's that you're hiding in back of you?
Oh, that's a cake I brought for you. It's got 9 candles on it, one for each year.
A cake? Well, that's just...
Hello? Hello, Peter's Meat Market? Will you please run upstairs and call Mrs. Livingston to the phone?
Peter's Meat Market?
Oh, is that you, Mr. Peters? This is Mary, remember? Oh, I'm fine. Say, Mr. Peters, do you still give away garters with leg of lamb?
Mary, hurry up and get your mother.
Will you call Mama, please? Okay, I'll wait.
How do you like the cake, Mr. Benny?
Oh, it's swell, Dennis, and the candles are all lit, aren't they?
Well, blow them out, Jack. It's your anniversary.
Okay. Hold her steady, Dennis. Here goes.
Well, you got one of them.
Yeah, hold it closer, Dennis.
Here you are.
Darn it.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mama. This is Mary. Look, Mama, I won't be able to come over tomorrow because we're leaving for Hollywood. Yes, first thing in the morning.
What's the matter with me?
What's that, Mama? Oh, that's Jack. He's got asthma.
I haven't got asthma. I'm trying to blow out these candles.
Well, I'm ashamed to tell her.
I'll get them. Don't worry.
Listen, Mama, couldn't you come into New York tonight? The only chance I'll get to see you.
See him flicker, fellas?
Well, all right, Mama. I'll expect you the first thing in the morning. Oh, you saw Buck Benny Rides again last night? Well, how do you like Jack as a cowboy? He what?
Well, everybody else likes me. Now hang up.
All right. Goodbye, Mama. See you tomorrow.
You should stop asking your mother what she thinks of me. She's always got those same 2 words.
And what a delivery.
Well, I don't like it. Now, Dennis, it's about time for a song, so go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Benny. Aren't you going to blow out the rest of the candles?
Never mind. Just sing your song. Everybody's so worried about me. There. That's got him. Doggone it.
Here's the chair, Jack. You better rest for a while.
Thanks, Mary. Thanks.
Somewhere there's music, how faint the tune. Somewhere there's heaven, how high the moon. There is no moon above when love is far away too. Till it comes true that you love me. Night would shine if you would come to me soon. Until you will hold still my heart. How high the moon. Somewhere there's music. It's where you are. How far the darkest night would shine if you would come to me soon, until you will. How still my heart, how high the
That was How High the Moon from Two for the Show, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, this is the last number you're going to do from New York. Next week, we'll be back home in California.
Gee, it'll be good to see the sun again, won't it?
Now, wait a minute, Dennis. It might have been raining and cloudy most of the time, but the sun was out all day today.
I think that was just a publicity stunt for the opening of the fair.
That's possible. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week...
Hey, Jackson, how do you spell St. Moritz?
Never mind, I'll take you there. Heaven. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Phil, next time, stay at the YMCA. It's already spelled out for you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week, tonight, the Benny, even our best friends won't tell us players, will present their version of that well-known Wednesday night taffy pull, the Fred Allen Show, The Hour of Smiles. Thank you, Bean Blossom. Now, being a martyr, I will play the most unattractive part, that of Mr. Allen. Don Wilson will be Harry Von Zell, and Phil Harris will be Peter Van Steeten. You think you can handle the part, Phil?
I don't know. I'm a little more blasé than he is.
Well, at rehearsal, folks, he said blazy. You'll handle it all right, Phil. Now, let's see. Who else do we need?
Am I going to be in it, Jack?
Yes, Mary. You're going to play the part of Portland Hoffa.
Well, that's the best half I had today.
Mary, let's not get into Allen's type of material too soon. Now, Dennis?
Yes, please?
In our play tonight, you're going to be a bottle of Salopatica. So go over in the medicine chest and sit down.
Okay. Oh, boy, Salopatica.
What a kid. Gee, I wish I could be that happy.
Why don't you empty your swimming pool and dive in?
Thanks. Well, I guess we're just about set now.
But, Jack, how are you going to play the part of Fred Allen? Your voice isn't anything like his.
Don, all I have to do is put a clothespin on my nose. I've got one right here. And now, folks, this little satire will go on immediately after the next number, which will be played by Peter Van Harris and his Deadpanna Troubadour. Hit it, boys. That was Alice Blue Gown from Irene, played by Peter Van Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our tabloid version of that Wednesday night weenie bake, that sand in the spinach of life, the Fred Allen Show. Mary, hand me that clothespin.
Here you are, Jack.
I want to Allenize my nose here. Wait a minute. Just a second. I want to get that.
Good. Let's see now. Me. That's him, all right. Okay, let's go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Harry Von Wilson welcoming you to the Hour of Thrones. 60 minutes of eggs and music. Eggs with our star comedian, Fred Allen. Music with Peter Van Harris. And our three songbirds, the Merry Mucks. So duck, everybody. It's the Fred Allen Show. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's the man you've all been waiting for. The pride of Boston. That New England boiled comedian, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know, Harry, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio tonight. Ho, ho, ho. I was walking down 6th Avenue, and a panhandler asked me for a $1 bill for a cup of coffee.
$1 bill?
Yes, he claimed there was a hole in his pocket, and a coin would slip through. Ho, ho, ho. Thank you, folks, thank you. Well, so much for good, clean fun. And now let us turn to the latest news of the week. Harlem, New York. This dusky community is still carrying on a celebration for Rochester Van Jones, butler to Jack Benny, the radio comedian. Ho, 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 ho. News of the Week interviews Mr. Van Jones. Pardon me, Mr. Van Jones. I'm a reporter, and I'd like to ask you a few questions. Tell me, have you been having a good time up here in Harlem?
Have I? This turban I'm wearing is full of ice cubes.
I see. Now, Mr. Van Jones, I understand you're in the employ of a Mr. Jack Benny. Is that correct?
I work for him, all right.
Now, what sort of a man is Mr. Benny?
He's very pleasant, very pleasant.
I see. Well, is he hard to get along with?
Oh, no, sir. He's the finest man I ever met. Pure gold, pure gold.
Now, there are rumors, Rochester, that Mr. Benny is rather tight and you have trouble getting your salary from him. Is that true?
Oh, no, sir. He not only pays me handsomely, but frequently.
I see. And you're sure all of this is the truth?
Definitely.
Well.
That clothespin don't fool me none.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Van Jones, and I'll see you later.
The funniest thing happened to me on the way to the studio tonight. I was walking down 6th Avenue, and a panhandler asked me for a nickel.
Only a nickel?
Yes, he said he had his pants fixed with that $1 you gave him.
Well, that's very funny, Spokane, and I wish this eagle would get off my hat. Shoo! Now, what about our guest tonight?
He's right here, Mr. Allen, and his hobby is a most unusual one.
Really?
Yes, this gentleman is an amateur street cleaner.
Well, that's very interesting. How do you do, sir?
Hiya, chum.
Now, young fellow, how did you happen to develop such an unusual hobby?
Well, I tell you, chum, I'm walking down the street one day, and all of a sudden I see some mug in a top hat throw away a longie.
A longie?
Yeah, a cigar. A butt that has possibilities.
I see.
So I fixed it up, and I've been doing that ever since.
Oh, you're a bump.
Yeah.
Well, one more won't hurt this show.
40. Now tell me, my retriever of nicotine. Tell me, what type of men throw away stogies with the greatest possibility of salvage?
Well, bankers mostly. But once in a while, I get some actors.
Yes, actors are notoriously carefree.
Yeah, all but Jack Benny. That guy don't throw him away till his bridge work is on fire. Well,
thanks for coming up. Now get out. Wait, fellow, wasn't he? Now, Harry.
Yes, Fred.
As the farmer said to the horse thief, where's my plug?
Ladies and gentlemen, we now take you to a typical American home. The husband speaks.
Oh, Lulu, where's that tube of Ipana?
It's right there, honey, right behind that bottle of sal hepatica.
There's nothing behind me.
Dennis, screw your top on.
Well, Lulu, I gotta brush my teeth.
All right, then run down to the drugstore and get some Ipana.
Young man, as long as you're on your way to the drugstore, don't forget to stop at your neighborhood grocer and buy a package of Jell-O. It is economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors.
You tell him, Harry.
And remember, young man, insist on genuine Jell-O and look for the big red letters on the box.
Well, so much for sponsorial spouting. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our own musical madcaps, the Merry Mucks, will render a special arrangement of that popular song entitled, She Was Only a Pipe Maker's Daughter, But Oh, What Stems. Swing it, Mucks.
Ma, he's making eyes at me. Ma, he's awful nice to me. Ma, he's almost breaking my heart. I'm beside him. He wants to marry me. Be my honey.
Bust around.
And he gets older now. He's leaning on my shoulder, Ma. He's kissing 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 Ma. He's kissing
All right, for heaven's sake. My goodness.
Well, we gotta break it up tonight.
He's making eyes at me, sung by the Merry Mucks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, look at that man in the control room waving his finger at me. Our program is running overtime, folks, but that always happens. I ad-lib like mad. But we still have a few minutes left for the question of the week.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Roundtable, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. These little sessions are entirely unrehearsed.
Oh, yeah?
Portland. Continue, Harry.
Fred now takes his place at the round table where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. Ready, Fred?
I'm all set, Harry. Where are the 3 participants tonight, Portland?
Right there, Mr. Allen. The first one is Mr. Abner J. Lum of Inner Zipper, Alabama.
Good evening, Mr. Lum.
Hello, Ma.
Our next guest is Miss Minnie Tonka of Minneapolis, Min.
Minnie Tonka. Well, glad to have you with us, Miss Tonka.
Tonka very much.
Now, who's our third guest, Porty? Oh, there I go, ad-libbing again.
The name is blurred here, Mr. Allen. I can't make it out.
Oh, yes. What's your name, Mr.
Jerkfinkle.
Oh, fine.
Yes, the name is Logan Jerkfinkle.
Well, I might as well make the best of it. Now, Logan, here's the question of the week.
Quiz me, kid.
All right, here it is. Do you think the National Labor Relations Board presents the optimum hope for the... Oh, my goodness, there's that man in the control room again, with all my ad-libbing and everything. I suppose we won't have time for the question. Wait, I'll find out. Have we got time for the question, Tommy?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, have we got time for the question?
I don't know. Hey, Phil, have we got time for the question? I don't know. Hey, Phil! Let it go! Let it go! I forgot what it was anyway. My goodness, play, Peter. I must stop this ad-libbing.
Ladies, do you ever find yourself at a loss when it comes to thinking up something new for dessert? Well, then here's something you'll be mighty glad to know about. A few months ago, we introduced on this program a swell new Jell-O recipe. It's called Jell-O Pudding Whip. Perhaps you've already tried it. Judging from the letters that we've been getting, practically everybody has. But just in case you haven't heard about it, let me recommend Jell-O Pudding Whip as a mighty special treat. and one that's downright easy to prepare. And here's how it goes. Take 1 package of Jell-O, any flavor, and 1 package of Jell-O vanilla pudding, and make them up as you usually do. Then chill the Jell-O and whip as directed on the box. Next, chill the Jell-O vanilla pudding and add to it whipped Jell-O, beating constantly until blended. Then mold and get all ready to enjoy something really distinctive, really delicious. It's a treat that's truly out of the ordinary. So the next time some special occasion calls for a special dessert, remember Jell-O pudding whip, a unique combination of creamy Jell-O vanilla pudding and Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 31st program, Darn This Clothespin, in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. Mary, help me pull this clothespin off.
Oh, leave it there. On you it's becoming.
All right. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theatre brings you Laurence Olivier and Edna Best in Goodbye, Mr. Chips. And as a special guest, Mr. James Hilton, author of our play. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Thanksgiving comes but twice a year. Some of us will carve our turkeys this coming Thursday. Others will celebrate November 30th. I don't think the date matters very much. Canada celebrates Thanksgiving at still another time. Perhaps we really need more than one Thanksgiving Day to cover all the things we have to be thankful for. Freedom above all. Peace, good health, and those we love. Apropos of Thanksgiving, the Lux Radio Theatre has received a letter which we value highly for its friendly spirit. It says in part, in addition to the big things in life, I'm thankful for many smaller things which add to the joy of living. Among these is the Lux Radio Theatre, which is a highlight of the week for our family. And another highlight which helps us in many ways every day in the year is Lux Flakes. So here's wishing you and the Lux Radio Theatre and Lux Flakes many happy Thanksgivings to come. We appreciate Mrs. J.J. Carter's gracious letter. And tonight, we're also grateful to Mr. James Hilton. But stories like Goodbye, Mr. Chips are still being written. In my opinion, Chips is one of the most engaging characters in literature since Dickens. I was particularly delighted with the success of the picture because it was directed by my assistant director of Silent Picture Days, Sam Wood. Our cast tonight is headed by 2 stars who are making their first appearance in the Lux Radio Theatre, Laurence Olivier and Edna Best. Mr. Olivier is an actor who refuses to take his stardom very seriously, and that makes him an ideal Mr. Chips. When Laurence Olivier learned that in the Hollywood idiom he was considered terrific in Wuthering Heights, his answer was, I wonder how I did it. As Catherine, we have Miss Edna Best, distinguished star of the London and New York stage. Miss Best is in Hollywood for the RKO picture, Swiss Family Robinson. Now we pay a visit to the peaceful quadrangle of Brookfield School, where during the past few hundred years, many thousands of boys have investigated the mysteries of Latin grammar. And we pay a visit to a gentleman who is a tradition at Brookfield, a certain Mr. Chipping, commonly called Chips. The curtain goes up on the first act of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, starring Laurence Olivier in the title role and Edna Best as Catherine. When you're getting on in years, between 80 and 90, you get very sleepy sometimes, and the hours seem to pass like lazy cattle moving across a landscape. It was like that for Mr. Chips, as the autumn term progressed and the days shortened, till it was actually time to light the gas before evening classes. For Mr. Chips, like some old sea captain, still measured time by signals of the past. And well he might, for he lived at Mrs. Wickett's, just across the road from Brookfield School.
Mr. Chipping, shall I light the fire?
Oh, Mr. Chippin, are you awake, sir?
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Wickett. Is that the bell for call over?
Yes, it is, sir. Well, I'd best stir up a fire.
Thank you. And you might bring me a cup of tea before prep, will you?
The tea's right there, an old pot of it, sir.
Oh, so it is. And the cake, Mrs. Wickett. You didn't forget the cake, did you?
There's a walnut cake if you'll only take the trouble to look, sir.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mrs. Wickett.
You're expecting the boys in, sir?
No. I've learned never to expect anything, Mrs. Wickett. I always make a point of being taken completely by surprise.
Well, I'd a mind to go visiting this evening,
Had
sir.
you? Well, run along. I'm quite old enough to take care of myself.
Very well, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Wickett. Mrs. Wickett, the door. Mrs. Wickett. Oh, well, never mind. Do it myself. Well, hello.
Please, sir, does Mr. Chips live here?
Mr. Chips? Yes, he does. In fact, you're looking at him.
Oh.
Well, what can I do for you?
I was told you wanted me, sir.
And who told you that?
The boys, sir. They said go over to Mr. Chips and ring the bell and tell him he wants to see you.
I see. Well, you better come inside. Now, sit down.
Thank you, sir.
The boys were quite right, you know. I did want to see you. I wanted you to have some tea with me.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I haven't seen you before. How's that?
I've only just come out of the sanatorium, sir.
Huh?
I've been there since the beginning of the term. Measles, sir.
Yes, well, that accounts for it. Tell me, what's the name?
Linford, sir.
Tell me, Linford, what do you think of Brookfield? So far, I mean.
Well, sir, I'm not quite sure yet.
I know. But you'll like it when you get used to it. Just now, you're a bit afraid of it, eh?
Well, yes, sir.
Yes, so was I at first. But that was a long time ago. 63 years, to be precise. Yes, when I first went into Big Hall and saw all those boys, I tell you, I was quite scared. But it didn't last long. I soon made myself at home, so will you.
Were there a lot of other new boys that term, sir?
Eh? But bless my soul, I wasn't a boy at all. I was a man. A young man of 22. A master.
Oh. But, sir...
Yes?
If you were 22 then...
Yes?
You must be very old now, sir.
Well, I'm certainly no chicken. Yes, when I came to Brookfield in 1870, the place was just the same then as it is now. Even the names of the boys were the same. Ainsworth, Atwood, Avonmore, Babcock, Baggs, Barnard, Bassenthwaite. Yes, almost the same. Old Mr. Weatherby was head then. Fine man. I'm probably the only man in the world who remembers old Weatherby. And the boys. I remember them all. 63 years ago, Linford. And I can still hear their names as they call them off before the classes. Ainsworth, Atwood, Avonmore, Babcock, Baggs, Barnard, Bassenthwaite, Batterby.
Mr. Chips, sir. Mr. Chips, sir. Are you asleep, sir? Shall I go now, sir? Mr. Chips, sir. Mr. Chips.
Babcock, Barnard, Bassenthwaite, Batterby.
Pardon me, sir. Are you Mr. Chipping, the new master?
Yes, I am.
The head would like to see you in his study.
Thank you.
Come in, Mr. Chipping, come in. Welcome to Brookfield.
Thank you, Mr. Weatherby.
Sit down. I understand you've been a master before.
Yes, sir, for 1 year at Melbourne.
1 year, yes. You are a young man, Mr. Chipping, and Brookfield is an old foundation. However, youth and age often combine well. But don't let the boys play tricks with you. I gather that discipline was not always your strong point at Melbury.
Well, no, perhaps not.
Never mind. You have another chance here. Take up a firm attitude from the beginning. That's the secret of it.
I shall, Mr. Weatherby.
You will take prep this evening, Mr. Chipping. At the start of the year, you may find the boys inclined to be a bit restive, but I trust you will encounter no great difficulty.
I think so, sir.
Bagley, I hear. He is not. He's the new master, Chipping.
Chipping?
What's he like?
Darcy. Careful, you chaps. Here he is.
Good evening. As you know, this is a period of quiet study. You may busy yourselves in any way you wish.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Quiet, see?
Please, sir, what is your name?
My name is Mr. Chipping.
Did you say Chip, sir?
I said Chipping.
Thank you, Mr. Chipping.
You there in the second row, you with the red hair. Did you drop that desk lid?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Holly, sir.
Very well, Collie. You have 100 lines.
100 lines, sir.
Did you hear me, Collie?
But 100 lines, sir. All I did was to drop...
Did you hear me, Collie?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Chipping. Roden's my name. History.
Oh, how do you do?
I hear you were blessed with first prep. How did it go?
Well, I'm afraid I've got off to rather a bad start. I had to give young Collie 100 lines.
100 lines on the very first day. That's a bit rough, isn't it?
Well, I thought it necessary.
Well, I suppose you know, and you'll have a long time here to correct any bad impressions. Good night, Chipping.
Good night. A long time to correct any bad impressions.
Billy!
Mister.
Oh, Tommy.
Been here a long time, Chipping. Your work has been quite satisfactory. I know it won't come as a surprise to you after all this time that we're making you a housemaster. Good luck, Chipping.
I say, Chipping, going my way, old man?
I believe so.
Good. Well, another term ended, eh? Where are you going for the summer?
I hadn't thought, Bowden. Perhaps up to the Lake District.
Very nice. Oh, by the way, congratulations, Chipping.
Hmm?
You've been made a housemaster, haven't you?
Oh, yes. I've been waiting for it so long, I can hardly get excited about it now.
Oh, they don't come quickly. I was here 10 years before I got mine.
Do you know how long I've been here?
Well, now, let me see.
Almost 25.
25 years. It doesn't seem possible.
No, it doesn't. You know, when I first came, I had some fine dreams. I thought, what a wonderful thing it would be to be headmaster of a school like Brookfield. Well, youth is entitled to dreams.
Chipping, you've really done a fine job here. I can't understand why promotion has been so slow for you. I've often wondered...
Have you heard the news? What news? The new housemaster. Know who it is? Old Chip.
Chip?
No.
I say, that's my house.
Bad break for you, old man.
Chip, you suppose I could move?
Were we looking for a reason?
I'm sorry, Chipping. Heartless little beggar.
No, it isn't their fault. I suppose I just don't understand them the way you chaps do.
Oh, nonsense. Well, here's where I turn off, old man. You'll write me from the lakes, eh?
Hmm? Oh, of course.
You going to do any mountain climbing?
Climbing? Yes, I expect so. I've always wanted to try Old Stony.
Fine. Well, good luck, and be careful up there.
I will. Deeper than I thought. Not too many footholds. What in the world?
Hello? Is there anything wrong? Where are you? Wherever you are, don't move. I'm coming.
Must be in trouble. I hope there's nothing.
Oh! 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 Oh, Lord. Oh.
Hello down there.
Hello.
Was it you who called?
Yes, was it you?
Yes. However did you get down there? The path's out there.
I know. I'm afraid I slipped.
Wait a minute. Are you hurt?
No, not very much.
You really should have been more careful. It's very steep here.
Yes, I know, but when I heard you call,
You were coming to me. Why?
Well, for a moment, I thought...
That I was in trouble?
Yes.
I'm terribly sorry. I was calling to my friend down the mountain.
Oh, I see. Well...
It was very thoughtless of me and very nice of you to come to my rescue, I mean. Was it your ankle you hurt?
Oh, no, it's nothing.
Try standing up.
No, I'm sure I can manage.
Oh.
no, you can't. Here, sit down. You can never get down the mountain like that. We'll just have to wait until my friend comes.
I'm putting you to a great deal of bother.
Oh, no, of course you're not. My name is Catherine Bridges.
How do you do? Mine is Chipping.
How do you do, Mr. Chipping? My friend and I are taking a... I beg your pardon.
No, you were saying...
No, please. What was it, Mr. Chipping?
Well, I was about to say, it really is quite a wonderful day.
Yes, we've had fine weather all the week. My friend and I are on a bicycle tour of the whole Lake District. I've enjoyed every minute of it.
A bicycle tour?
Yes. Why?
Oh, nothing.
Don't you believe in ladies riding bicycles, Mr. Chipping?
Oh, it's a very helpful exercise, I imagine.
Hello there. Oh, Martha, come down. That's my friend, Mr. Chipping.
What's the matter, Catherine?
Oh, Martha, this is Mr. Chipping. Mr. Chipping, Miss Taylor.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Is he hurt?
Yes, Martha. You see, he tried to rescue me, and he slipped.
I see. And now we shall have to rescue him. Well, I imagine the two of us can carry him.
Oh, of course.
Oh, no, really?
Come along. Take his arm there, Catherine.
Already.
Now, lean on me, Mr. Chipping.
Oh, but I feel so very silly.
No. Lift him, Catherine. Lift.
And she has come to see me every day since the accident. I imagine you are surprised, Bowden, that I write so much of her. But she is really a very charming person. Yes, and I must admit, very beautiful, too. But please do not misunderstand me. She is far too charming and far too beautiful for me.
Catherine, what is the matter with you?
You must realize we've overstayed our time as it is. We shall have to take the train back this morning. Now, are you coming with me or aren't you?
No, Martha, you know I can't leave yet. Also, he's still not entirely well, and well, it was my fault in a way, and... Well, I can't desert him.
Is that all, Catherine?
No.
Catherine, listen to me. He's a great deal older than you are. He's stuffy and slightly gray, and his opinions date from the 70s. He thinks Bernard Shaw is completely irresponsible, and he told me in confidence he's not at all sure women should have the vote. Have I said enough?
You've said everything. Except that he's a thoroughly honest person. That his eyes are deep brown, and that he's very charming when he smiles. Oh, Martha, I've never met anyone like him before. And he's really very lonely. Did you know that?
He won't be much longer.
Martha.
Goodbye, my dear. Have a pleasant holiday. I'm off for London.
Oh, Martha, wait. And they call you Chip.
Yes. But never to my face, of course.
I'm so glad you are what you are. I was afraid when I first met you that you were a lawyer or a dentist or a man with a big cotton business in Manchester. But schoolmastering's so different, so important, don't you think? To be influencing those who are to grow up and matter to the world. It's rather thrilling.
I hadn't thought of it like that. But I do my best. That's all anyone can do in any job.
Yes, of course. I love you for saying simple things like that.
Catherine, I really must tell you something in all fairness.
Yes?
I'm not a very good schoolmaster. My degree is quite mediocre. I have a certain amount of difficulty with discipline, and I'm sure I'll never get another promotion, never get to be head or anything like that. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that I'm completely ineligible to marry a young and ambitious girl. Can you laugh at all?
I am laughing.
Oh, Catherine, you make me very, very happy.
When shall we be married? Before the new term begins?
Oh, that would be quite wonderful. Shall we say in a week?
Or tomorrow? Here, in Wasdale.
Tomorrow? Tomorrow? Of course, why not? I'll see a clergyman tonight.
Yes, you'd better. And I'll meet you in the morning at the inn.
Oh, Catherine.
We'll both have a great deal to do today.
Oh, yes. Letters and everything.
In the morning, then.
In the morning.
This is an occasion, you know. This last farewell of ours. I feel rather like a new boy beginning his first term with you. Not afraid, mind you, but just for once in a thoroughly respectful mood. Shall I call you sir? Or would Mr. Chips be the right thing? Yes, I think it would. Until tomorrow, then. Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
The curtain falls on Act 1 of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, and life seems to have taken on a new meaning for the quiet schoolmaster. Before we continue with Act 2, here's Mr. Ruick with a story from real life.
During this short intermission, before our stars Laurence Olivier and Edna Best return in Act 2 of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, we bring you a real-life scene. This scene actually happened last year in a very charming home in Portland, Oregon. The mother told us in an interesting letter that she was making plans for the marriage of her daughter. One day, she writes, she and her daughter were discussing the wedding dress.
Oh, Mother, your wedding dress is so beautiful. I'd love to wear it.
Oh, I don't know. 33 years.
I know. There'd have to be some remodeling.
It's not only that. The dress is so gray and dingy looking after all these years. And it's so fragile. I'm afraid it wouldn't clean or wash well.
I know. With all that lovely lace and embroidery. But don't you think with luck?
Well, Lux Flakes would certainly be safe. I could try them.
Oh, Mother, please. I'd adore wearing the dress.
Well, dear, I'll try.
And so she washed the dress in mild Lux suds. And the next day...
Come here, dear, and look at the dress.
Oh, Mother, darling, it's beautiful. It looks just wonderful. Oh, you darling. Thanks a million.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank Lux Flakes. They did a wonderful job.
I'll say they did. And they're going to have the place of honor in my new home. Why, they've given me my wedding dress.
That's a true story. The sort of thing that happens in homes all over the country. Women know they can depend on Lux. They call on Lux because they know they can trust it. They use it every day for their dresses, sweaters, stockings, and underthings. Lux Flakes are so mild, so pure, they won't harm anything safe in plain water. There's no harmful alkali to fade or streak colors or hurt sensitive fibers. Your house dresses, your everyday washables, as well as your most treasured possessions, stay fresh and lovely looking and wear longer with regular Lux care. Remember, Lux is so pure, a little goes a long way. Lux is thrifty. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, starring Laurence Olivier in the title role and Edna Best as Catherine. Sitting by the fire in his comfortable room, old Mr. Chips dreams on. Dreams of a day long ago, a time of great and overwhelming happiness. For his marriage was a triumphant success, and Catherine conquered Brookfield, as she'd already conquered one of its masters. But most remarkable of all was the change she made in Chips. He became, to all appearances, a new man.
Well, you've done it, Catherine. They're quite mad about you.
Chips, what are you talking about?
The head, the masters, the boys, everyone. They're all in love with you, just as I am.
Chips, you know, everyone's been so wonderful. I was horribly afraid for a while that I might not fit in. I wanted to so much.
You've been here 2 weeks, and you're more a part of Brookfield than I am.
Evening, Mr. Chips.
Oh, good evening.
Evening, sir.
Evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Chips. Hello, boys. How did the match go today?
Oh, we won. I told you we would.
You really shouldn't watch us now.
I'll have to come down and watch you tomorrow.
Thank you. Good night, ma'am.
It's 4 o'clock tomorrow.
I'll be there.
See what I mean? They'd never have spoken if you hadn't been with me.
Oh, Chips, must you be so formal with them?
Formal?
Well, relax a little, joke a little. You know, they'll like you ever so much better.
I've often wished I could.
Oh, you tried it and see. You've got a wonderful sense of humor, Chips.
I have?
Of course. Didn't you know?
I don't believe I ever said. And now we come to the old Roman law known as lex canulia. Lex canulia was the law which permitted patricians to marry plebeians. So you see, if Miss Plebs wanted Mr. Patrician to marry her, and he said he couldn't, she probably replied, oh, yes, you can, you liar. What king was first to bear the title Defender of the Faith? Answer by Master Lytton in his most illegible script. The first king to bear the title Defender of the Faith was Henry VIII. He married 6 wives, but only one at a time.
You'll have to mark it right, Chip.
Well, the future of England's in good hands.
Mr. Chippin?
Yes?
The Master Babcock is here.
Babcock?
Yes, Chip. I sent for him.
You sent? Well, tell him to wait, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, Catherine?
Chip, I thought it would be better if you spoke to Babcock here. I mean, instead of taking him to the head study as you planned.
Catherine?
Oh, please. After all, it wasn't anything very serious that he did.
My dear wife, if you think that releasing a mouse in the middle of Mr. Ogilvy's choir practice is not serious.
Oh, but such a small mouse.
What?
About so big, that's all. Oh, please, Chip, he won't do it again. I'll vouch for him.
You will.
Chip, have I ever been wrong?
No, my dear, you haven't. Well, I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Chip.
Well, good evening, Babcock.
Good evening, sir.
Well, Babcock, that was quite an ingenious prank in choir practice today.
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir.
Why did you do it?
Well, sir, I had the mouse there, and...
You just thought you'd let him go, eh?
Well, it's against the rules to keep it, sir.
Yes. Well, tell me, Babcock, can you think of any reason why I shouldn't take you to the head?
No, sir, except...
Except what?
It was a very small mouse, sir.
Oh, I see. Were you here earlier this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
I thought you were. Well, that's all, Babcock.
You mean I can go, sir?
Well, in view of the fact that the mouse was... Oh, get out, Babcock, get out for goodness.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night, good night.
Chip,
Yes?
you let him go, didn't you?
Yes. Because it was a small mouse. Heaven knows, Catherine, what kind of discipline I'd have from now on.
Oh, better, Chip. Much better. You wait and see.
Perhaps.
You know, you must be very kind and very understanding with the boys now. You never can tell. Your own son might let a mouse go at choir practice someday.
My son? Never.
Well, mine might.
He probably would. He'll be very much like you. He'll be honest and kind. And he'll make people happy wherever he goes.
Oh, Chip.
When he comes, we must be very careful to bring him up just right, mustn't we?
Very careful.
I have such wonderful plans. He'll go to Brookfield, of course.
Of course.
And he'll probably play cricket and soccer. Captain of cricket, I think, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Unless, of course, he turns out to be a girl.
Oh, no, I never thought of that. Catherine, are you ever afraid?
Afraid, Chip?
That all the wonderful things that have happened aren't quite real.
I know what you mean.
I know they've never happened before, just like this. Sometimes I wonder if they ever really happened at all.
Too much like a fairy tale.
Yes. Always found it rather difficult to believe in fairy tales.
Oh, but you must believe. That's the wonderful thing about them, Chip. They're so true. And perhaps a long, long time from now, when we're quite forgotten, there'll be another story told of 2 people who wandered alone on a mountainside. And suddenly they were not alone any longer, for the clouds opened below them. And there was the world at their feet. The whole wide world, all bright and shining in the sunlight.
Catherine, what have I done to deserve such happiness?
Doctor, can you come at once, sir?
What is it?
It's Mrs. Chipping, Doctor.
Mrs. Chipping?
Yes, Doctor. Mr. Chipping's very worried. He asked me if you would please come right away.
Of course. I'll get my things.
I say, where's Chip? He's late for class this morning.
Oh, but when did he come? What means? Did you put the letters on the desk?
8 of them.
Who could?
What's that? A joke on Chip? Be careful. It's April Fool, you fool.
We've put a lot of letters on Chip's desk. They're all addressed to him. There's only blank paper inside. Don't breathe a word now.
Not I. Shh. Here he comes.
Oh, Mr. Chipping, sir, there are a lot of letters for you.
Stop it, Bag. He'll hear you.
I can't help it.
Don't keep out me. Be quiet, you fool.
There goes another one. Oh, good.
I say, look at his face. Look at his face. Oh, what do the letters say, sir? Please, sir, are they very important? I say, doesn't he like the joke? What's the matter with him?
I don't know.
Do you suppose he's angry? He doesn't look angry.
Then why doesn't he say something? Why doesn't he laugh?
Catherine Chipping, the mother, and the child just born, died on the same day, April 1st, 1898.
You know how we feel, Chipping. How the whole school feels. Just try to keep going, old man. Time will help you. Time and your work.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's the quad. And over there's Big Hall.
It's nice of you to show me around.
Oh, we always show the new boys around. Oh, look. You see that old fellow over there in the torn gown? That's Chip. Been here since 1870, they say.
1870 to 1930?
That's right. 43 years now. You'll like Chip. Everybody does. Oh, Mr. Chipping, sir.
Hey? Yes?
The head would like to see you in his office, sir.
Who?
The head, sir. Mr. Ralston.
Oh, Ralston. Thank you.
Oh, come in, Mr. Chipping. Come in.
Boy said you wanted to see me.
Yes, sit down, will you?
Well, sir?
Mr. Chipping, how long have you been here?
43 years.
Yes, I thought it was about that. Have you ever thought that you might like to retire?
Retire? No, I can't say I have thought about it yet.
Well, Mr. Chipping, the suggestion is there for you to consider.
But I don't want to retire. I don't need to consider it.
Nevertheless, I suggest that you do.
And I suggest I don't see why I should.
Well, in that case, Mr. Chipping, things are going to be a little difficult.
Difficult? Why difficult?
Well, since you forced me to use plain words, Mr. Chipping, you shall have them. For some time past, you haven't been pulling your weight here. Your methods of teaching are slack and old-fashioned. Your personal habits are slovenly. And you ignore my instructions in a way which in a younger man I should regard as rank insubordination.
But did you say slovenly?
Yes. Now look at that master's gown you're wearing. I happen to know that torn and shredded gown is a subject of continual amusement throughout the school.
Is it? You also said something about insubordination, I believe.
Yes. I was speaking to the question of Latin pronunciation, Mr. Chipping.
Oh, that.
I think I told you when I first came here that I wanted the new style used exclusively. The other masters obeyed me. You prefer to stick to your old methods, and the result is complete chaos and inefficiency.
Well, I don't agree with the new pronunciation.
Oh, really?
No, in my opinion, it's a lot of nonsense. Making the boys say Kikero at school when for the rest of their lives they'll say Cicero, if they ever say it at all. And instead of "I kiss him," heaven bless my soul, you'd make him say "we kiss him."
Here you are, Mr. Chipping. That's exactly what I'm complaining of. You hold one opinion and I hold another. And since you decline to give way, there can't very well be any alternative. What's that? Mr. Chipping, Brookfield is an up-to-date school. I understand, however, that your Latin and Greek lessons are exactly the same as they were when I first began.
Yes, they are. For that matter, they're the same as when your predecessor, Mr. Meldrum, was here. We began here, Mr. Meldrum and I, in 1870. And it was Mr. Meldrum's predecessor, Mr. Weatherby, who first approved my syllabus. You'll take the Cicero for the fourth, he said to me. Cicero, too, not Cicero. And I don't intend to resign, Mr. Ralston, and you can do what you like about it. Good day.
That was Act 2 of our play. I don't think Mr. Chips is going to be an easy man to fire. In the intermission before Act 3, here's a little presentation of a picture in sound.
Before Mr. DeMille brings us Act 3, he has as our guest the author of our play. But first, let's take time enough to make a demonstration of special interest to housewives. We're going to give you a sound picture of what happens when you put Lux Flakes into your dishpan. First, you pour in a few flakes. Then you turn on the water. And almost at once, the flakes melt into a soft, frothy mass of bubbles. Listen to them. By actual test, Lux dissolves into suds 4 times as fast as old-fashioned cake soaps. Now listen to those bubbles again. Can you picture them? A panful of rich, active suds that make short work of grease and grime. They leave your dishes sparkling in almost no time. And while you're working, Lux is ever so kind to your hands. There's no harmful alkali to bite and sting your hands the way harsh soaps do. Lux is as mild as the finest toilet soaps. It helps your hands stay soft and smooth. And you want hands like that, I know. So try Lux for your dishes. It's so inexpensive. About a penny's worth of Lux does your dishes for a whole day. You need a little more in hard water. Buy the thrifty large box of Lux Flakes tomorrow. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Before the play continues, we have a special guest, James Hilton, who wrote Goodbye, Mr. Chips. For the last 4 years, he's been a regular resident of Hollywood and responsible for some of the finest writing done for motion pictures. His most recent assignment at Warner Brothers was the screenplay of his novel, We Are Not Alone. And so, without further explanation, I'll introduce one of Hollywood's most interesting people, James Hilton.
And you'll probably decide that he can't live up to such a very flattering introduction.
I should have added, ladies and gentlemen, that he's not fond of what Hollywood calls a build-up. I suppose, Mr. Hilton, the first question anyone asks about Mr. Chips is whether there was a real Mr. Chips.
As the author, I don't seem to be an authority on that point. I've had rather a large number of letters from people who assumed that their own personal Mr. Chips was mine, too. Actually, I never knew any one schoolmaster who was the complete 100% Mr. Chips. He is a combination of many schoolmasters, including my father.
Is your father pleased or annoyed to find himself a fictional character?
Oh, he denies it altogether, which is exactly what Chips would do in the same circumstances.
I wonder what he thinks of motion pictures.
Well, I can only guess. My father saw a picture about 25 years ago, and the flickering hurt his eyes, so he didn't see another until I became involved in the business. Now he's extremely interested and very, very uncritical. He never says a picture is bad.
The perfect critic for a producer. But you said Chips was a composite character. Are there many like him?
There are fewer every year, and when they die, Chips will have disappeared forever from real life. You see, the English public schools, which are not really public at all, but private, have had to undergo many changes to fit the times.
Just as the schools in this country have had to adapt themselves to the shifting scene.
Of course, there was room for change. They had their faults. I've forgotten most of what I was taught in school, but I remember a few things I learned without being taught, such as blowing glass tubing into fancy shapes, or a slight aptitude for ventriloquism, which I developed to circumvent a master who was very deaf. These things have never been of much practical use to me since, but just the same, I know the whole experience was valuable. Any boy that comes under the influence of a Mr. Chips usually turns out to be a better citizen. That's why I'm sorry to see his type disappear, even though I know it's inevitable. And it's inevitable that the third act follows the second act, So I'll make my way for Mr. Chips now.
You couldn't make way for a better man, Mr. Hilton. We continue with Goodbye, Mr. Chips. The news that Ralston had asked Chips to resign was soon public property, and the result was a spontaneous outburst of sympathy. The masters and the boys rallied to Chips' cause, threatening a public riot if he was banished from Brookfield. And so, he stayed. But in the winter of 1913, the old man fell ill and was off duty for almost the entire term. It was that which made him decide to resign. At the end of term dinner, given in Chips' honor, he received a farewell presentation from the boys.
And so, sir, the boys of Brookfield have asked me to make this presentation of this gift. It's from the boys of Brookfield to show our esteem and in recognition of the great service you've performed for Brookfield.
Thank you. I'm afraid young Mr. Colley here has been guilty of an exaggeration in speaking of my services to Brookfield. But then, of course, he comes from an exaggerating family. I remember once having to thrash his father for it. I gave him a 1 mark for Latin, and he exaggerated it into a 7. I have been at Brookfield for almost 44 years, and I have been very happy here. It has been my life. Oh, my high praeteritos referat si Jupiter ados. I need not, of course, translate. I remember very many things about Brookfield. So many things that I've often thought I ought to write a book. Now, what shall I call it, I wonder? Memories of Rod and Line. Well, perhaps I shall write it someday. But of all the things I remember, the things I remember best are your faces. I never forget them. I have thousands of faces in my mind. The faces of boys. And if you come to see me in the years to come, as I hope you will, and if I don't seem to recognize you, you'll probably say to yourself, the old boy doesn't remember me. But I do remember you, as you are now. That's the point. In my mind, you never grow up at all. Never. Well, I mustn't go on all night. I shall be living just across the road at Mrs. Wickett's. Think of me sometime, as I shall certainly think of you. Hec olim meminisi juvabit. Again, I need not translate.
Are going to form training squad. My father's going.
So is mine.
Mr. Chipping, sir, do you think it will last long,
Last
sir?
long? Of course not. Impossible, Lancaster. We ought to have it finished by Christmas at the very latest. But why are you thinking of joining up, Lancaster?
Lancaster's a little short for a soldier, sir. Don't you think?
Oh, only by a foot or two, eh, Lancaster? Who have given their lives for their country. Brill, Evans, Jackson, Lancaster.
Do you think it will last long, sir?
Lancaster. More boys. More and more and more. Going up to the front. Boys I've known.
Chips, old man, come and sit down.
Yes, Sir John.
Chips, as chairman of the board, the governors have asked me to have a talk with you.
Yes, Sir John.
It's about the matter of our masters joining up. I suppose you know the head's gone.
I heard, yes.
Leaves us very short-handed.
Yes.
Well, briefly, Chips, the board wants to know if you feel
well enough to come back. Out of retirement?
Mm-hmm. They want to know, Chip, if you'll do us the very great honor of coming back for the duration of the war as headmaster of Brookfield School.
Headmaster of Brookfield? Me?
Yes, you're the man for it, the only man. You belong here.
Oh, but it's such a great responsibility. I'm a ranker, Sir John. I'm not meant
Will
to be
you
a head.
think it over?
Oh, yes, I will, but I really don't.
Please, Chip. Don't answer me now. Come back and see me in the morning.
Very well.
Good night, Chip.
Good night, Sir John. Headmaster? Head of Brookfield? Catherine. I must be getting very old. Very old.
Ted, dear. You know I'm here, don't you? You can't hear me, not really. But you know that I'm here in your heart. It's been such a long time since I come to you. For it's only when you need me that I can come. Such a great honor, too. Headmaster of Brookfield. Do you remember the day you told me you would never be head? I think I knew then that someday you would be.
My time is over. My work is done.
Look down there, Ted. It's quiet. The long green sloping to the river. This is Brookfield. This is the home, the world of boys. Boys who are looking toward manhood, waiting for some person to show them the way. Chip, you are that person. Don't you remember? A long, long time ago.
Schoolmastering. So important to be influencing those who are to grow up and matter to the world.
Yes, Chip. It is a great responsibility. But they need you. And you must have courage. Do your best, Chip. That's all anyone can do. But don't fail them now. I tell you to accept the headmastership. I tell you from across the years. To keep faith with Brookfield. And with you. I believe in you. Chip, have I ever been wrong? I believe in you. I believe.
Hello, Chip. Back so soon?
Sir John, I've made my decision.
I think I know what it is.
I'll do my best, Sir John, because that's all anyone can do in any job.
Mr. Chipsworth, it's an air raid.
Air raid. Quiet, please. Quiet. The class will continue. It may seem to you that at this particular moment in the world's history that the affairs of Caesar in Gaul some 2,000 years ago are of somewhat secondary importance. But believe me, that is not really the case. You cannot judge the importance of things by the noise they make. Oh, dear me, no. Let us resume our work. Is there anyone who will volunteer to construe?
I will, sir.
Very good. Turn to page 40 and begin at the bottom line.
Yes, sir. Genus hoc erat pugnans. This was the kind of fight quo si milites exercuerant, in which the soldiers busied themselves.
There, you see?
Oh, sir, that's good.
Yes, you can see now that these dead languages sometimes come to life again, eh?
Doctor. Come in.
Thank you, Mrs. Wickett. Thank you.
Wickett? Is that the doctor?
Yes, it is, sir.
Well, good afternoon, Doctor. What brings you here? Not I, certainly.
No. The head asked me to look in. He wanted to know if you were going to the old boys' dinner in London this year.
Oh.
I told him I didn't think you were.
No, I'm afraid not. It's been a long time since I left here. Not since the war.
Chipping, do you really think you should be up?
Oh.
There's a lot of flu about, you know.
There's nothing matter with me, Doctor. Nothing at all. And what would I do in bed? Why, one of the boys might drop in. A fine reception.
Well, I leave it up to you. Goodbye, Chipping.
Goodbye. And if you see a chap in the quad who looks as if he just couldn't wait till dinner, send him along, will you? I've a cake.
I will.
I remember them all. 63 years ago, infants. And I can still hear their names as they call them before the classes. Ainsworth, Atwood, Abelmore, Babcock, Barnett, Bassenswaite.
Mr. Chip, sir? Mr. Chip, sir? Are you asleep, sir? Shall I, go now, sir? Mr. Chip, sir? Mr. Chip! Mr. Chip!
Well, Doctor, what do you think?
I don't know, Sir John. He's a very old man.
Who's that?
Hello there. Waking up?
What happened?
Oh, nothing much. You threw a faint, that's all.
Oh.
It's lucky that boy was with you. Try to sleep again.
Yes.
Poor old chap. Must have lived a very lonely sort of life. All by himself?
Not always by himself. He was married, you know.
What? I never knew that.
She died a great many years ago.
Pity he never had any children.
Oh, what was that?
Careful.
What were you saying about me?
Nothing. Nothing at all, old chap.
I heard you. A pity I never had any children, eh? But I have, you know. I have. Thousands of them. And all boys.
Ainsworth, Atwood, Babcock, Barnum, Bassenswaite, Batterby,
Before our stars return for their curtain call, I want to present Miss Libby Collins, who ferrets out news behind the scenes here in Hollywood. What have you for us tonight, Libby?
2 or 3 fascinating things about the stocking habits of some of the Hollywood stars. For example, do you know that Kitty Carlisle rinses her stockings in perfume instead of water?
Well, she walks in beauty. What else, Libby?
Well, Jane Wyman uses adhesive tape instead of garters to hold up her stockings. A cute idea is to cut the tape into little designs, like hearts or clubs or your zodiac sign. And here's one item that's a little closer to home. Willie's of Hollywood, who designs most of the gorgeous stockings we see in motion pictures, says the average woman should have 20 pairs of stockings. If she gives them the right kind of care, they should last a year.
What does he mean by the right kind of care, Libby?
He says you should never soak stockings or rub them. Just dip them in lukewarm Lux suds and rinse in water the same temperature.
He's right, isn't he? Lux Flakes save elasticity and cut down on runs. If you rub your stockings with cake soap or use soaps with harmful alkali, you're apt to weaken elasticity, and then runs come easily. With gentle Lux Flakes, there's no harmful alkali, and, of course, no rubbing. Your stockings wear longer and fit better with regular Lux care. Lux is thrifty. And now Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars to the microphone.
Mr. Chips has retired to immortality, and we bring Laurence Olivier and Edna Best back to our microphone.
You know, Mr. DeMille, this play brought back a few memories of my own school days.
Were you the small boy who released the mouse? The very small mouse at choir practice?
No. The most pronounced mischief I created at school was acting in plays.
We're glad you didn't perform.
As a matter of fact, I went from bad to worse, turned professional, and joined a repertory company.
Playing 4 or 5 different parts a week, I suppose.
If you get a passing mark in that school, you're an actor.
Yes, anything can happen in one of those theaters. I remember one incident with a traveling company when the juvenile was taken ill. The manager wired to another company in the next county to borrow an actor. When the borrowed juvenile arrived 10 minutes before curtain time, he turned out to be a character man about 70 years old. The manager was frantic. There he was 10 minutes before the curtain time with a character man to play a juvenile role. Only the visiting actor remained calm. He inquired for his dressing room. 5 minutes later, he reappeared with his makeup on. "Now, my good man," he said to the manager, "where is the stage and what is the play?"
I know just the kind of actor you mean. Give him the right cue and he'll play Peter Pan or the second gravedigger in Hamlet.
But I imagine he'd be pretty startled if anyone told him that there was a theater with an audience as big as this one. What's your play next week, Mr. DeMille?
Next Monday night, we're going to present a play by George Bernard Shaw, the one which was so very successful on the screen this year, Pygmalion. And our stars will be Jean Arthur and Brian Aherne. Pygmalion is the story of an unromantic gentleman of learning who trains a Cockney girl to impersonate a duchess, an experiment which produces startling and romantic results.
That sounds like a grand show. Jean Arthur and Brian Aherne in Pygmalion. I'm anxious to hear it. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Goodbye, Mr. and Mrs. Chips. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jean Arthur and Brian Aherne in Pygmalion. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Ruick, inviting you to enjoy the popular Lux daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. Susan's enemies are plotting to set the whole town against her. Tomorrow they reveal their scheme. Listen then. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Alan Napier as Weatherby, Clifford Severn as Linford, Ronald Sinclair as Colley, Frederick Warlock as Ralston, Lillian Kemble Cooper as Martha, Mary Gordon as Mrs. Wickett, C. Montague Shaw as a doctor, Eric Snowden as Bowden, Ian McLaren as Meldrum, and Douglas Scott, Bobby Winkler, Harry Duff, Bobby Mock, Brian Killaway, Tommy Martin, Ernest Carlson, Cliff Oland, Bill Martin, Bob Stevens, Edwin Mills, and Richard Kukas as schoolboys. Laurence Olivier's forthcoming picture is Rebecca, produced by David O. Selznick. Edna Best will soon be seen in the RKO picture Swiss Family Robinson, produced by Gene Town and Graham Baker. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The story I bring you is one of the most curious I've ever encountered. For what happened to pretty little Amy Prentice shouldn't happen to, well, to you. Put yourself in Amy's place. You arrive one day at the home of the fiancé, Jack Morton, and...
Jack, darling, I'm here.
I beg your pardon?
I'm here. I mean, here I am.
You're here, all right, but who are you?
Who am I?
Look, if you're some kind of saleswoman,
Jack,
we're really not...
Please stop kidding. I'm Amy Prentice, your fiancée.
You're crazy. That's what you are. I've never seen you or heard of you in my life.
Our mystery drama, The Bride That Wasn't, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Janet Waldo and Anne Seymour. We've all had odd, unexplainable things happen to us. Sometimes we put them down to tricks of memory, a curious combination of circumstances, or an occurrence that was simply inexplicable, and have then dismissed them from our minds. Perhaps Amy Prentice should have done that, but alas didn't. When she arrived at the home of her fiancé, Jack Morton, all set to get married, only to have Jack tell her,
I've never seen you or heard of you in my life. Goodbye.
Wait a minute now. Wait just
you
a
heard
minute.
me, sister. Beat it.
Sister? Beat it? Jack Morton, I don't know what this is all about,
What is it, Jack? What's wrong? Yes, what seems to be the trouble?
Well, this girl claims she knows me.
Claims I know you. We're engaged. Engaged to be married.
Married? Oh, my dear young lady, you're suffering from some sort of delusion. That, or you're playing some sort of game. Now, you just get along out of here. Oh, now, Mother. I mean it, Florence. I'll call the police if she doesn't. No, the poor girl, whatever her problem, looks terribly tired.
You'd be tired, too, if you'd come all the way from Midvale in a day coach.
Come in. Come in and at least have a cup of tea.
Oh, I don't think so. Not now. Not after this reception I just got.
Well, that's just fine with us. Take off.
Jack, how can you act this way? Oh, honey, I don't know what this is all about, but you come on in and have a cup of tea with us. No, you get out of here. Go away or I'll call the police. Now, Mother, you know you'll do no such thing. This young woman is obviously in some sort of trouble, and it's up to us to help her if we can. Jack, you pick up her bag and bring it in. And, honey, you come on along with me.
I don't know.
Oh, nonsense. Come on, dear. All right, Jack, bring the suitcase. Close the door. And now let's all go into the dining room and have some tea. You too, Jack. And you, Mother. Now, what's your name, honey?
Amy. Amy Prentice.
Well, you sit right there, Amy, and I'll pour tea, and you tell us what this is all about.
Tell you... You all act as if you'd never heard of me.
We haven't. Anyway, I haven't.
This is some kind of trick. Confidence game. Mother, please. Here we are, honey. Nice cup of tea. Now, there's milk and sugar right there if you want them, and a plate of cookies. Now, let me introduce ourselves to begin with. This is Mother Morton, that's him, Jack's mother, and I'm Florence Morton, his wife.
Wife?
Yes, dear. So, you see, you're thinking he's your fiancé. Well, you see, that just can't be so.
Is she your wife?
Of course she is. Let me tell you once again, I don't know you. I never saw you before in my life.
You did. You did. We met just 2 weeks ago at the conference at State Teachers College.
Now, what in blazes would I be doing at a teacher's college?
Well, you're an English teacher, aren't you?
English teacher, my foot. I'm an insurance salesman.
But you can't be. You can't be. Unless you don't have a twin brother or a double or something.
No, Amy, he doesn't. As she very well knows. Mother? Amy, why don't you tell us what you think this is all about? I mean, start at the beginning and, well, tell us the whole story. Perhaps we can help in, I don't know, in some way.
But he knows what happened.
Whether he does or not, you just tell us in your own words.
Well, I'm an English teacher, Midvale High School. And I attended the conference of English teachers at State Teachers 2 weeks ago. On the third day, when I was having lunch in the cafeteria.
Look, excuse me. There seems to be a shortage of tables. You mind if I sit down here?
No, of course not. Please.
Thanks. I'll just put my tray down here. There we are. Or rather, here I am. My name's Morton, Jack Morton.
Amy Prentice.
Where are you from?
Midvale.
Newark. High school English. You know, Chaucer, Shakespeare, and all that.
Well, we have a lot in common.
Mm-hmm. Including food. I see you got a BLT on whole wheat, toasted.
Oh, you too?
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise.
Hey, are you enjoying the conference?
Oh, yes and no.
Well, what's the no part?
Well, quite honestly, I don't go for some of the new teaching methods they're recommending.
Yeah. Like letting your students read what they want to read instead of holding them to the curriculum.
You too?
Me, too.
Well, we do have a lot in common.
Yeah, I should say we do. Sure glad I asked to sit at your table.
So am I.
Amy, do you mind if I call you Amy?
No.
And you call me Jack, okay?
All right, Jack.
Well, what I was going to say, it's kind of early to ask you for a date, but, well, look, the barbecue tonight. I'm not looking forward to going alone, and I sort of wondered.
I wasn't looking forward to it either, for the same reason.
You talk about two minds with but a single thought, two hearts that beat as one. Well, how about it?
How about what?
Going to the barbecue with me. Look, the steak is going to be New York cut, my favorite.
Oh, mine too. I'd love to.
It's a date then, Amy?
It's a date, Jack. And that was our first date. We saw each other from then on every chance we got, every day. And just before the end of the conference, Jack asked me... Jack, you know you did. You asked me to marry you.
Look, will you make sense? I'm married to Florence. I've been married to her for 10 years. Would I ask you or anyone else to marry me?
But you did. What do you think I'm doing here? We arranged for me to come today to meet your mother and stay here till we got married over the weekend. Why, this is the engagement ring you gave me.
Now, wait a minute. Cool it, lady. You could have gotten that anywhere. You could have bought it yourself.
Amy, I know you're sincere in thinking you met Jack at that conference and that he asked you to marry him, but, well, it's got to be some sort of delusion.
If it is, how did I know his name and address?
That you could have got out of any phone book. I don't care what you say, Florence. This girl is playing some kind of game.
I don't think so, Mother. I think she really believes what she says.
I believe it because it happened.
No, Amy, as I say, it's some sort of delusion.
Is the rose garden a delusion?
Yeah. The rose garden?
Your rose garden, Mrs. Morton. Jack told me you love roses and that you're an expert at growing them, that you even exhibit them and have won prizes. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
That window there, that picture window, does it look out on the backyard where the rose garden is?
Why, good heavens, it does, yes.
I'll describe it for you, just as Jack described it for me. There's a brick walk down the center, dividing the yard in half. You enter the walk through a white trellis that's covered with red and white roses. At the far end of the walk, there's a tall French fence to screen you from the neighbors. And in front of the fence, there's a fountain with a large statue of the god Pan. Is that right?
Perfectly. It's unbelievable.
I don't see anything unbelievable about it. She could have gone out back and looked at my garden before she rang the front bell.
Well, yes, that is true.
How would I know that Jack's mother exhibits her roses, wins prizes?
Oh, that's true, too, Mother.
Well, there are plenty of ways she could have found out.
Name one. You just named me one.
I could name you half a dozen. You could have asked questions around the neighborhood. And there is a record book of prize winners with stories of their backgrounds, their lives. You could have just made an educated guess.
Personally, I don't think this poor child did any of those things.
Then you explain how she knows.
I can't. No more than she can.
I have. Jack told me about that garden and all about his mother, but, well, it doesn't matter now.
Well, what do you mean, Amy?
I mean, I don't understand it, but obviously Jack doesn't want to marry me. Can't marry me. And regardless of what I think, what I believed happened, and it did, I know it did. Well, it doesn't matter.
Oh, where are you going?
Back where I came from, of course, Midvale. Thanks for the tea.
I'll be happy to take your bag to the door.
Now, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Amy, you can't go back to Midvale today.
Why not?
There's only one train from Newark to Midvale. I happen to know because I have a friend I visit in the asylum there. And that leaves at 9:30 in the morning.
Well, I'll stay somewhere. At a hotel.
You'll do no such thing. You'll spend the night here. With us.
I can't have that. I won't have it, Florence. I'm not letting some tricky little character like her stay the night under my roof.
Mother, we can't put her out. That simply wouldn't be decent. Human. No, I insist. She's got to spend the night, have a good, refreshing sleep. And then I'll drive her to the station after breakfast in the morning.
I really can't put you out like this.
Not another word, Amy. I won't take no for an answer. Now, let me show you to the guest room. Bring her suitcase, Jack.
Okay.
You come along too, Mother.
You don't need me.
Oh, yes, we do.
What for?
Why, I think it's going to be a chilly night. And you know where the extra blankets are.
So do you, Florence.
Please.
Come on, Mom.
I'm really sorry to bother you like this. And, look, you needn't trouble about an extra blanket. The weather's warm, really.
Here we are.
Oh, wait. Wait, before you open the door.
Yes?
Jack described the room where I'd be staying, the guest room. I can tell you exactly what it looks like.
Oh, you couldn't possibly.
There's a big dormer window, like all old houses have, and chintz curtains.
Good heavens.
A big easy chair with an ottoman. The bed has a canopy, and the rug, it's a woven rug, oval, with a design of roses.
But this is incredible. Oh, Jack, you didn't meet Amy at State Teachers, did you? You didn't propose marriage?
Oh, come off it, Florence.
Well, this is the strangest thing because, well, Amy, you've described the room perfectly. Now, here, see for yourself.
Yes. Just as Jack described it.
Well, there's no understanding this. I just can't fathom it. You must have second sight. Or something.
No,
No more talk now. You're tired and upset. And what you need is a good nap. Dinner won't be for several hours. I'll call you when it's ready.
Thank you.
And you can look forward to dinner. We're having steak. New York cut, no less. Jack adores steak. New York cut.
Quiet, Amy. Quiet, I said. Just listen to me, darling.
Darling?
The dearest, most darling girl in the world.
But,
Look, there's no time to explain. It's 2:00 in the morning, and I've got to get you out of here fast. I can't take a chance on my wife waking up and finding me gone.
You are married. Florence is your wife.
Yes, but we did meet, you and I do love you and want to marry you.
Oh, marry me when you're already married?
Please, stop talking. Get this robe on. We've got to move fast.
Oh, but where are we going?
Out of this house.
In robe and slippers?
Look, I'll explain later. Come on now, let's go.
Where? Go where, Jack?
Florence.
Your wife, standing in the door with an axe in her hand. Oh, Jack. Jack, what does this mean?
What, indeed, does it mean? Why does Jack want to get Amy out of that house as fast as he can? What is Florence, his wife, doing with an axe in her hand? One thing is virtually sure. However incredible events for Amy have been up to now, they are as nothing to what lies ahead. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. G.K. Chesterton was fond of saying that an adventure was merely an inconvenience viewed in the right light. Perhaps, then, one may say that the incredible is merely the credible viewed in the wrong light. However that may be, to come to the home of a man you expect to marry and to discover him already married, and on top of that, to find yourself facing his wife at 2 a.m. with an axe in her hand.
Really, Amy, Mother was right about you after all. You are playing tricks.
Oh, no, I assure you.
Then what is my husband doing in your room at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you in your nightgown?
I can explain.
Do that, Jack. Please do.
First, give me the axe, Florence.
Tempted to ask where you'd like it. Just explain your presence in Amy's room, Jack.
Well, I thought I heard her cry out. I thought she might be in trouble. I came to see if she was all right.
Just a nightmare, Florence. I had a nightmare.
That's hardly surprising with all you've been through.
Well, I guess so.
Could I have the axe now, Florence?
Oh, of course. Here. You see, I heard you cry out too, Amy.
You did?
Yes. And I thought there might be an intruder in the house. Burglar, something like that.
You keep an axe in your bedroom?
Well, it's an old house. Very old. Our bedroom, Jack's and mine, has a fireplace in it. We keep a small supply of wood there. And sometimes it has to be split. You didn't think I was going to chop you, did you?
No.
Well, Jack and I will go back to our bedroom now. Come, Jack. Oh, and Amy.
Yes?
Try not to have any more nightmares. More toast and marmalade, Amy?
Thank you, no.
Coffee, then?
No, frankly, I'm anxious to get started. Get that train for Midvale. I don't want to miss it.
You won't miss it. Plenty of time.
Well, there really isn't, Florence. There's just under half an hour, and it takes 15 minutes to reach the station.
I know.
So, I think we'd better get started, Amy. Your bag's packed and in the hall, so let's go.
You?
Well, I'll drive her to the station.
I was planning to do that.
No, I'll do it.
No, Jack, no. Waste of gas.
I mean, waste. You take her or I take her. What's the waste?
I have to go into town, shopping to do for the weekend. And you don't.
I see.
I can do my shopping at the same time.
Yes, I see.
So that'll mean only one round trip instead of 2.
I said I see, Florence.
Saves gas.
Yes.
Well, if we're going to get started...
Oh, but first you must see the rose garden.
No,
yes. I mean, how can you even think of leaving without seeing it? In some unaccountable way, you do know what it looks like, but, well, if I were you, I'd want to see it for myself.
Well, there isn't time.
Of course there is. Take a moment. Let's all go to the rose garden. And aren't these lovely? Hybrid teas.
Yes, but, time...
And this rambler. Isn't it gorgeous?
Yes. Oh, yes, you're certainly to be complimented, Mrs. Morton.
Thank you. Oh, but this isn't her garden, you know. It's mine, really.
But Jack said...
Jack said? Jack couldn't have said anything. Now, could he? Since you didn't meet him till yesterday. Or did you? Did you meet her at State Teachers, Jack?
I've told you I never saw her before in my life.
Yes, but I've been thinking. You know how I am? Always thinking. Sometimes my head aches terribly.
Oh, please, we're going to miss my train.
I think about so many things. I know you take this rose garden. She gets the credit for it. Always has got the credit for it. But I'm the one who designed it, created it, planted it. Even your father had to admit it was beautiful, Jack. Remember?
Yes.
Oh, how that man hated me, reviled me, scorned me. But even he admitted that my rose garden was a thing of beauty.
Florence, we've got to go. Now. If Amy's going to get her train.
Yes. Oh, yes. But first, I wanted to see these floribunda. Aren't they gorgeous?
They are, yes.
Note the deep, dark red of the blossoms. Very dark, very deep red.
Lovely.
Do you know why?
Cultivation, I suppose.
Blood.
Blood?
Mr. Morton's blood. Jack's father's blood. This is where we found him. Hacked to bits.
Oh, Jack.
Easy,
I
Mom.
can't
Easy,
bear this.
Mom.
Blood had
Florence,
poured
Florence.
onto the soil. Into it. Saturating it. Would you believe that before that day, these roses had been rather weak, skimpy, subject to all sorts of diseases? But afterwards, they'd literally burgeoned with health and beauty. Would you believe that?
Now, look, whether I believe it or not, we can't stay here another second.
Why not?
My train, that's why not. The only daily train to Midvale. Are you deliberately trying to make me miss it?
But of course not. What a thing to say. I only wanted you to see the rose garden.
Well, now that I've seen it, let's go. Please.
Whatever you say, whatever you say.
I'll go along too, Florence.
You, Mother? Whatever for?
Some shopping myself.
Well, why not? We'll all go together. You too, Jack.
Well, no. I'll stay here.
Not a chance, Jack. Not a chance.
Oh, excuse me, but while we're doing all this talking, time is slipping by. I don't want to miss that train.
Of course you don't. But before we go, I do want you to know, Amy, what a pleasure it's been having you stay with us.
Thank you.
Of course, you haven't enjoyed it. Poor dear. But never mind. You're sure to find a husband so attractive, so pretty.
Could we go now?
Come on, Jack, Mother, Amy, get in the car. We just have time to make the Midvale train. Luckily, as you see, Amy, the garage fronts on the street.
Luckily?
Well, we can drive right out into the street and not waste time. Drive right straight out.
Yes.
Now, if the garage was in the back of the house, waste time, a minute or two, and we don't have it to waste.
Could we get started?
Oh, you are in a hurry.
Well, you said yourself we don't have any time to spare.
That's why you don't have to tell me.
I'm sorry.
I should think you would be. Well, here we go.
Something wrong?
Damp, I guess.
Suppose you let me drive, Florence.
How can you drive, Mother, if the car won't start? No time to spare and it won't start.
Look, I'll get a taxi.
By the time the taxi gets here, your call and everything, you'd miss the train.
But we're certainly not going to get anywhere this way. The battery's wearing down.
Correction. It's worn down.
Oh, no. Well, that means I'll never make the train to Midvale.
Well, now, I resent that, Amy. You sound as if spending another night with us here would be most unpleasant to you.
Oh, no. No, I didn't mean...
We did try to make everything as pleasant as possible for you. Back in the house, all.
Look, if I went down to the corner and got a cab...
Amy,
Yes?
do as Florence says.
Of course, Jack. Of course.
Out of the car. Back in the house, all.
Oh, look. A taxi. A taxi pulling up right in front. Oh, good heavens, I forgot. Joe.
Joe? Who's Joe?
Oh, my brother. All the excitement and all, I forgot. He was coming to give me away.
Okay, driver, thanks.
Oh, no, Joe, wait. Keep that cab. Driver, don't drive off. Wait.
It's all right, driver. Go on.
No, wait. Please, wait. Joe, hold that cab.
Amy. What in the world is...
Driver, wait.
Go on, driver. Go on. We don't need you.
For criminy's sake, go stay. Go stay.
He's gone. He's gone.
Amy, baby, sis, what is this?
Oh, she's all upset. All upset. I'm Florence Morton. How do you do?
Oh, Joe Prentice, Amy's brother. Amy, what's...
You understand, Joe. I may call you Joe?
Oh, yeah.
Amy's all upset. You know how it is, getting married for the first time. Nerves.
Oh, sure.
Joe.
You Jack Morton?
Yes, I am.
Glad to meet you, Jack. Great pleasure. And you're, Jack's sister, huh?
Let's all go into the house. Come on now, come on. Have you had breakfast, Joe?
I had something on the train.
Well, you want more than that. Eggs, bacon, toast, and marmalade, hot coffee. In the house, everybody.
No.
Amy, in the house.
Hey, what's going on here? You're all acting like... Well, I don't know. You're...
Wedding plans, Joe, wedding plans. Everybody uptight. You understand.
Yeah, sure.
Florence, is it?
Florence. Everybody in. Everybody in. Well, now, here we are. All together once again.
Joe.
Yeah, Amy?
Joe, there's something crazy going on in this house. Something real crazy.
Now, Amy, honey.
Joe, listen to me. There's something wrong. I don't know what it's all about. I don't know what's happening, but Jack says he never saw me before in his life.
What?
And never proposed marriage to me, and then he did. And his wife, she came to my bedroom with an axe in her hand.
For Jiminy's sake, hold it. Amy, you're not making sense.
Oh, I know I'm not, because what's happening here, what's happened to me doesn't make sense either.
Will somebody explain this?
I'll explain it. Mr. Prentice, Joe, a mistake of some kind has been made.
A mistake?
Your sister, I haven't wanted to spell this out in so many words, but since you're here now and can take care of her, Joe, I'm afraid your sister is crazy.
You're afraid my sister is crazy?
Well, she came here yesterday afternoon, arrived just out of the blue, out of nowhere, saying she'd come to marry my husband.
You don't mean him?
Yes, him. Jack. My husband.
He's
My husband, Jack, yes. Somehow your sister has got into her head that they met at teachers' conference, and he proposed marriage, but, well, it's ridiculous.
You, Jack. You say you never met Amy?
No.
Jack, last night in my room.
Now, hold it, Amy. Just hold it. Let me try to get this thing straight. You didn't meet her at a teachers' conference? State Teachers College?
Not me. I'm an insurance salesman.
This is plain screwy. Amy, if you say you met him and he asked you to marry him, I say you met him and he asked you to marry him. But he says...
I never saw her, talked to her, knew anything about her until she arrived here yesterday.
I see. Well, either you're a liar, Mr. Morton, or you're crazy. If anybody around here has lost his marbles, you have, not her. Now, Amy, what do you want to do about this?
I just want to get out of here.
And that's what we'll do. Where's the phone?
Over there, but I'm afraid
Let me just call a cab and we'll blow.
You can't.
You going to stop me?
The phone's out of order.
Now, we'll see about that. It's dead, all right. No wonder. The wire's been pulled out of the box on the wall. Now, what is going on here? Who pulled those wires out of the box and why? Come on, damn it, answer me. Who and why?
You're like Jack's father, all male. He was a Taurus, a bull, strong, masculine like you. He thought like you.
What are you, some women's liver?
I'm me. I'm Florence Morton. And I don't take anything from you or anybody else. His father learned that the hard way.
What do you mean, the hard way?
She killed him with an axe.
Killed him. Killed him. Hacked him to pieces.
He had to be killed. I certainly wasn't going to live out my life with him dominating me. Stupid, he called me. Stupid. Like that. One day I said to him, "You call me stupid once more and I'll kill you." We're in the garden. Maybe you noticed there's a wood pile in one corner, Amy.
Yes.
And there was this axe he used for splitting wood. You know what he did?
No.
Guess.
Please.
He picked up the axe and handed it to me. "Go ahead," he said. "Kill me, stupid." Was he surprised?
Hacked him to bits. To bits.
Amy, come on. We're getting out of here.
Goodbye, Joe. Goodbye, Amy.
Goodbye. This door's locked. It's bolted on the inside.
Oh, I thought you knew. You didn't see me bolt and lock it when we came in?
All right, give me the key.
So you can unlock it?
What else?
Now, look, you... Joe, please, don't cross her. Please, don't cross her. She'll kill us all.
Joe.
Take it easy, Amy. We're not dead yet.
Not yet, Joe. Not quite yet.
Ever been face to face with a homicidal maniac? with everything stacked against you? Happily, I never have, and hope you never have either. But Amy and Joe are. And so are Jack and his mother. What I can't figure out is why Jack, with a homicidal wife at home, ever proposed marriage to Amy. Well, we'll have the answer to that when I return shortly with Act 3.